It's a world where everyone worships magic. But you don't give a damn about it. The strongest wizard in your eyes. It's no more than a molehill. Just because you were originally the immortal world's first god of war. In the final battle of the Immortals and Demons. Cutting stripes of the 10 great demon gods with one's own strength. Eventually the oil runs out and the heart falls. And yet when you open your eyes again, you're surprised to find traveled by himself to a planet called Bluestar. There are no immortals on this planet. But there is a special kind of being called a mage. Shaking my head to organize my thoughts. Click. A bottle of Coke was opened by Fong, watching the anime and drinking soda, such a leisurely life as you want. However, just at that moment the bedroom door was kicked in and with it an angry curse. Older brother. Can't you stop staying at home, go out and move around? Fong twisted his head to look at his cousin Shuiying, without the slightest hesitation directly put up a middle finger and said, "Little girl, what do you care about me, the joy of geeks you don't understand." Shuiying was Fang's cousin, and the two of them had lived together a long time ago. Older brother, there's still a month to go before school starts. Don't you want to win good grades inside the magic high school, get assigned to a good class, and then obtain good resources to go to a good university and finally go to the peak of your life? No, I don't want to. Life without swinging is as meaningless as Coke without bubbles. I can't believe someone wants him to struggle. Struggle a hammer. In his last life, he fought with the demon god for thousands of years in order to guard the immortal realm, and now it's so hard to be able to swing and enjoy life. Why should he struggle? Shuiying became even more angry when she heard this. In the end, he even hardened the TV and turned off the TV, expelled Fong from the house, and let slip that he was not allowed to come back before 6 o'clock in the evening. After closing the door, Shuiying sighed helplessly. Fong, on the other hand, had already entered the internet cafe by this time. Who says you can only stay home and be a geek? Boss. Turn on the machine. Fong ID card a shot. Show balance, 0. Boss, how much do you charge? Now charge 100 and get 50 free. Since Feng's mother, Qin Yusen, left, the family's living expenses were all in Shuiying's hands alone. He can't say he's penniless right now, only that he has no chicken feathers. He'd lose if he could pull a dime out of his pocket. I don't even have the means to mansion without money. Fong spat in his heart and looked at the internet cafe owner and smiled as he inquired, "Miss, do you know what path is the easiest way to earn money in this society now?" Earn money? To become a hunter, of course. The webmaster lady was full of yearning and adoration. Hunter? Fong sniffed and froze. He had also heard of this profession. To put it bluntly, it was a mage teaming up to hunt demons or run some missions to get commissions. With his strength, he should be able to do a few orders without worrying about the net. When Miss Webmaster came back to her senses from inside the worship fantasy, Fong was already gone. Pengcheng was a second-tier city, and there was naturally a demon hunting association here, and there were quite a few of them. In order to become a hunter, you must join a hunter team in order to obtain a hunter's license from the team to become a full-fledged hunter. Squeezed in the middle of the crowd, Fong casually found a team, and people did not even ask directly, do not want. Why? Little brother, the Demon Hunting Association is not a place for a little kid like you to come to. Snap. Hearing this from the opposite woman, Fong only reacted, he is afraid that he is not a brainwashed, he is now only 16 years old, can be a hare hunter. Not a big problem no. Fong came to the toilet, his body's spiritual chi was running, and he quickly fabricated a black mask with his spiritual chi to wear on his face. Looking around, he quickly sought out a new target. It was a hunter's team that no one asked for, and a woman with a scar on her face and an English look, who must have been around 30 years old, sat in the recruiting seat playing with her cell phone. The sign up in front of her read, "Recruitment of teammates, only thunder mages." The lightning system was the most powerful attribute within all attributes, as it could directly ignore the opponent's scale armor and many other defenses when dealing with demonic beasts. But powerful also means rare. And Fong. Naturally, he wasn't a lightning mage, the one he had awakened was a fire mage. But that's okay. Who says only mages can control lightning? Fong walked up to the scarred woman and asked in a raspy voice, "You want a lightning mage?" "Oh. Could you be?" The scarred woman looked up in slight surprise while Fong nodded, and then he saw Fong fiercely clench his palms, and instantly dazzling lightning appeared on his hands. The sound of nuisance current was incessant, and the surrounding area was instantly in an uproar. No way. There really is a lightning mage to be a hunter. Aren't rare existences like lightning mages the treasures of the great clans? Why would any come over as hunters? Could it be the legendary Wild Thunder method? The surrounding crowd all looked at Fong in surprise, and the scarred woman also showed surprise. I didn't expect them to really blindly meet a wannabe hunter thunder mage. Unsurprisingly, Fong successfully joined the hunter team called the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. As for his own name, just call me Maple. I am the vice team of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. Suya, welcome to the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. Fong followed Suya to their lounge in the Hunter Association. There were a total of 10 people in the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team counting him, and everyone was very happy and excited after hearing that there was a thunder mage in the team. Hello, my name is Chen Jindong. I'm the captain of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, and I'm glad that you've joined our demon hunting team. It was a robust and tall middle-aged man, with scars on his face and arms recounting his glorious battle record over the years. Maple Leaf, our demon hunting team has taken on a mission that requires us to kill a middle-ranked demonic beast. Do you want to go there together? Fong, who heard the words, didn't have the slightest hesitation. How could he possibly go for this kind of thing? Forget it, I'm weak. Call me back if there's any little thing. Fong waved his hand and refused, so the others instantly understood that by the looks of it, this Maple Leaf should only be a beginner-level mage. Ha ha ha, in that case then we'll have to wait for the next cooperation. Chen Jindong smiled and rounded off the situation. Logically they shouldn't have taken in a beginner mage, but the lightning system was simply too scarce. They couldn't afford to let go of this seedling with strong potential. That captain, is there any enlistment fee for me to join the army? I can't afford to go to the internet cafe, that's why I want to join the demon hunting team to earn some money. Not only Chen Jindong, the rest of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team all looked at Fong with a dumbfounded look. You're a rare and unlimited potential lightning mage who is obsessed with computers. Chen Jindong's eyes stared, instantly waking up to the fact that this thunder mage in front of him should be a self-sacrificing person. How could such a talent be wasted? No way. He had to be brought along on this mission, to make him realize how important strength really was through battle. Thinking of this, Chen Jindong coughed and said, let's put it this way, Maple Leaf, our time-consuming mission this time should only take a few hours. You go over with us, we will protect you and it will be considered as a test and refinement of your heart. After you pass it, I'll give you a 30,000 enlistment fee. How do you think about it? If you have the money, say so, not to mention 30,000. I'll go for 3,000. Feng's words gave the crowd another confused, good guy, this one is an oddball. The mission that the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team had taken on was to hunt mid-ranked demon snakes. The Devil Snake was located in a deserted area 10 miles outside of Peng City. That side used to be a development zone, only that it had been abandoned because of the frequent appearance of demons over the past few years. 2 vans were parked on the deserted area road. Chen Jindong and Suya led the way out of the car, and the others followed one after another deeper into the woods ahead. Fong yawned and followed the group with an unconcerned look. Chen Jindong couldn't help but flatten Fong even more in his heart after realizing that he had a lazy look on his face. How could such a seedling be so unmotivated? One had to practice him. Chen Jindong made up his mind, and the pace of his walk couldn't help but speed up a few points. The woods ahead disappeared and were replaced by an empty site that had been abandoned halfway through development. Don't go, the demonic snake we're looking for is waiting for a chance to move inside. We'll definitely be sneaked in. Fong suddenly opened his mouth to stop the crowd. Chen Jindong, on the other hand, frowned when he heard this, and looked at Fong with some suspicion. His own middle-ranked 10-star mage had not discovered the traces of the demonic serpent, so how could he, a beginner-ranked mage, have discovered it? However, his words had reminded Chen Jindong. This last stretch of road was just too calm. This barren area originally had quite a few demonic creatures, and now that it was so calm it was obvious that they had already entered the territory of this demonic snake. Everyone on alert. Chen Jindong's words caused everyone to be on guard to the extreme. The facts proved that what Fong said wasn't wrong. The 10 people had just walked into the abandoned clearing in front of them when a black figure suddenly rushed out. It was a 20-meter-long python, all black, with a pair of demonic eyes staring tightly at the crowd in front of them. Hiss! The python opened its mouth and venom shot out from inside its fangs. Get out of the way! Chen Jindong let out a loud shout, and the crowd hurriedly dodged as the venom landed on the ground with a zippy sound. Gulp! The crowd swallowed a little fearfully. Beast! Your opponent is me! Chen Jindong let out a roar as he waved his hands to turn a large amount of flames into 2 fiery snakes that swept towards the demonic snake in front of him. However, the devil snake didn't care, and with a fling of his body, the flames were extinguished on the spot. The black python body was like a whip as Chen Jindong jumped into midair then landed heavily again. A pair of iron hands had a death grip on the demon snake's body. Fire and system, this pairing makes up for the mage's lack of melee combat and the bodymaster's weakness of long-range consumption, not bad. Yifeng nodded in his heart. It was the first time he had seen a mage fight with his own eyes, and there was inevitably some curiosity in his heart. The battle was thoroughly fought, and everyone started using various magic attacks. It was only at this time that Yifeng sent out the fact that everyone here was a middle-ranked magician with 2 attributes. It looked like he had entered a top-notch demon hunting team. Only. I'm afraid that's not enough if that's all they've got. Death to the beast. Chen Jindong jumped into midair and his iron fist landed with a roar hitting the top of the demon snake's head. Boom! A loud bang rang out at the abandoned site. Hit it! Great! Someone inside the group had already begun to cheer, but that cheer cut off. Hiss! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the devil snake. With a curl of his tail, he wrapped around Chen Jindong who was on top of his head, his speed exceeding the crowd's imagination. Suya transformed into a golden light and tried to save the captain through her light magic, only to be smacked by the demonic snake with its tail. The speed of the demonic snake was surprisingly faster than her. Suya couldn't believe it. Was this really a middle-ranked demonic snake? With a rumble, Suya and Chen Jindong were sent flying to the ground at the same time. Tried to get up, but simply didn't have the strength. Hiss! The devil snake let out a hiss. The side of the snake body suddenly began to separate, in the eyes of the crowd surprised that a second snake head grew. It had unexpectedly broken through the restrictions to become a high-ranked demonic beast, the 2-headed demon snake. A 2-headed devil snake. Why is it a 2-headed demon snake? Run quickly. High-ranked demonic beasts are simply not something we, a middle-ranked demon hunting team, can fight against. The team was instantly thrown into a panic. Chen Jindong and Suya were also constantly spitting in their hearts as they looked at the 2-headed demonic snake in front of them. Why would it be a 2-headed demon snake? 2-headed demonic snakes and demonic snakes aren't even on the same level, it's a descending blow for them. Leave me alone. You guys go. Chen Jindong reluctantly stood up. It was now time for him to fulfill his duties as the captain. Suya also stood up at this time, facing the 2-headed demon snake that was strong enough to crush them. She had no intention of retreating. It was her honor to die in the middle of a battle. The other 7 members of the team were you looking at me and I looking at you, and although there was fear in their eyes, not a single one of them left. What are you guys waiting for? Get out of here. As soon as Chen Jindong's words fell, the 2-headed demon snake's newly grown head violently opened its mouth and spewed out a line of fire. Seeing this situation, Chen Jindong and Suya hurriedly made a defensive stance. They could not retreat. If they retreated, the teammates behind them would be in danger. After all, they could all only have 2 or 3 stars in the middle rank. They were 8 and 9 stars. What a pain in the ass. A slightly helpless and lazy raspy voice rang out. A figure appeared in front of their eyes at an unknown time, and it was none other than Yifeng. The two were shocked. What was he doing coming over as a beginner? Isn't he just looking for death when facing a high-level demonic fire? However, something that shocked them even more happened. Only to see Yifeng's hand reach out, the original blazing fire suddenly disappeared, and then he saw his 2 fingers come together to make a point. Boom! There was a loud bang. A purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. Hiss! The 2-headed demon serpent that had just flaunted its power as if it was invincible was instantly enveloped in lightning and let out a miserable scream. Everyone was confused. Play through and call it a day. Yifeng clapped his hands with a breezy look. Now how can these Sky Eagle demon hunting team people not understand that this is what a newbie rookie is simply a big brother and a pig and a tiger? 10 minutes later. As the crowd recuperated, Chen Jindong came to the front of the corpse of the 2-headed demon snake and took out a blank card, and with a wave of his hand, a black air mass entered into the card. Yifeng was a bit curious about what this thing was. Captain, what is this thing? Magic cards you don't even know? Chen Jindong was confused. A high-level mage didn't even know about magic cards? You're kidding. Yifeng shook his head, he really didn't know. Suya came over at this time and explained, a magic card is a special device that can absorb the energy of a dead demonic beast, and with this card you can use the demon's innate demonic spells, but usually the stronger the demonic spells can be used fewer times, and the cooling time is even longer. For example, this 2-headed demon serpent's innate demonic spells, the snake venom and demonic flame, can be used up to 3 times, and the cooling time is at least a week after use. For at least a week after use. At the words Yifeng suddenly realized that there was still this thing. Chen Jindong threw the magic card in his hand to Yifeng. This two-headed demon snake was killed mainly because of you, and this item rightfully belongs to you. Forget it, it's not much use to me, you guys fight demonic beasts all the time, it's more suitable for you to use than me, I like a few blank magic cards if possible. Chen Jindong was not ambiguous when he heard this, and after receiving the magic cards, he threw a pile of 30 blank magic cards to Yifeng. Finish disposing of the corpse of the two-headed demon snake and prepare to leave. But Yifeng didn't get into the car. Maple Leaf, aren't you leaving? Suya was a bit puzzled while Yifeng waved his hand and didn't say anything. Let's go, Maples must have something to deal with, it's not appropriate for us to be here. Chen Jindong could see that things weren't quite right, and after saying so, he led the way. He wasn't stupid, how could a high-level two-headed demonic snake appear in the wasteland around Peng City and no one had discovered it yet? It was obvious that this thing was intentionally placed here by someone. And shortly after the crowd left, Yifeng looked up at the shadows of the woods not far away and said, "Come out, I don't like talking to people hiding in the shadows. Your perception can even detect me, when did Peng Cheng produce a mage like you?" A black-robed man emerged from amongst the black shadows. There is a force in the blue planet that is in the company of demons, and they have made themselves powerful through secret methods, and have also become half-human, half-demon monsters. And such people are collectively known as demon people, and the most reviled existence in this world. But you may be strong, but I'm stronger than you. After the black-robed man finished speaking, a magical wave emanated from his body. Glancing at the black-robed man, and then at the already somewhat darkening sky. No more chit-chat, time for me to go see my secondary wife. Yifeng made a seal with both hands and a heavenly thunderbolt suddenly fell, and the black-robed man who had been flaunting his power a moment ago had now turned into ashes. 2 hours later. 2 more black-robed men came to the place. Looking at the only thing left on the ground, scattered Chardray's belongings, they were a bit bewildered. Who killed their companions? And a companion who was at the top of this operation. When did Peng Cheng have such a big brother mage who could exterminate high-ranked mages in silence? Most of the month later. A teenager at the Star Internet Cafe is dragged out of the cafe by a teenage girl who grabs his feet. "Stinky old man, come home with me. School starts tomorrow and you have to come back with me to pack." "No. I don't. I want to play games, I want to watch anime, I don't want to go to school." In the past half of the month, Yifeng became an internet cafe god and made the internet cafe his home. And Yi Shuiying had only recently found him, the stinky old brother hadn't been home for most of the month, she was about to break down with worry. "The first couple times I came over to talk him into coming back or not, it was fine, but not today. School starts tomorrow, so how can you not do your job and hang out in internet cafes all day?" In this way, Yifeng collapsed in despair, watching the internet cafe as a paradise gradually disappeared from sight. No. The next day, the early morning sun shone into the bedroom. Yifeng was sleeping soundly, and before he woke up from his beautiful dream, a pair of slender jade hands strangled his throat. "Get up! Older brother, get up! Up, 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 I'm up!" Under Yi Shuiying's coercion, Yifeng was forced to get up. Today is the day they start school. Yi Shuiying and Yifeng were in the same grade, and both were admitted to Pengcheng's second magic high school. Under Yi Shuiying's urging, Yifeng could only get dressed and wash up then go to school. Classes are divided, which is the first thing they have to do when they start school. After awakening to become a mage, Yifeng hadn't practiced at all. Split test, nice guy, 1 star at the beginning of the order. Without a doubt, there were 12 classes in total, and Yifeng was assigned to class 4. And although class 4 is ranked high, the number doesn't signify very well, so it's rightfully a poor class. Unlike Yifeng, Yi Shuiying had 6 stars and was happy to be in the top class. The first lesson of the school year. Yifeng was arranged to sit at the back by the window. Rear window, home of the king. Such a valuable position, he would be sorry for the position if he didn't sleep. Just as Yifeng was sleeping, the homeroom teacher of class 4 had also started to speak at length. "I'm your class monitor, my name is Sun Lanchua, and I'm a middle-ranked ice mage." Wearing a teacher's uniform, Sun Lanchua appears to be sexy and feminine, so that most of the boys inside the class are inevitably a little heartbroken. Of course, there was definitely no Yifeng in it. Because the guy was sleeping at this point, let alone watching Benjamin, and not even listening to him. Class dismissed. Yifeng stretched a lazy waist, intended to lie down for a while, who knew that the teenager in front of him turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Buddy, go to the toilet together." No. There were a total of 41 people in class 4, and because it was an odd number there was one person who was single-seated, and that person was Yi Fong. Going to the bathroom? Take me one. The teenager's tablemate similarly craned his head. Just like that, Yi Fong met new friends, and equally good friends for life. Li Mubai, Wan Tianlu. Between classes, on the playground. Yi Fong, did you see that beauty? Li Mubai asked, pointing to a young girl not far away who was standing in the playground chatting with other girls. This young girl is not only tall, but also looks absolutely pure and lovely, a proper first love face. Saw it, then? That's my goddess, Nyesini. I've had a crush on her since junior high school. It's just a shame that dude doesn't deserve it. People are top-class students, and dude ugh. Li Mubai raised his head to look at the sky, and those who didn't know thought that he had lost his love. Not far away, Wan Tianlu couldn't help but spit out at his words, so, are you a dog licker? No no no. I'm not like a licking dog, I won't bother my goddess, I'll just watch silently from behind. A crush is not as bad as licking a dog. Yi Fong you die. The three were chatting in the playground without even noticing that someone was watching them. What are you looking at, Shuiying? Nyesini asked after realizing that her best friend Yi Shuiying was staring at a group of teenagers with some surprise. She remembered that her best friend had stayed away from men. Nothing, let's get back to class, it's getting a little chilly out there. Yi Shuiying pulled Nyesini back to her class in a bit of a trance. In his heart, he was in excitement, his oldest brother finally had a friend, it was too hard, his oldest brother had finally grown up. Looking at Yi Shuiying's distracted expression, Nyesini suddenly had a bold idea. Does it mean that this best friend of hers there's a favorite? And it was among those three teenagers just now. Yi Fong didn't go home after school, but headed to the meeting place that he had agreed to with the people of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. That's right, they're on a mission again. Passing through an alley, Yi Feng's finger on the storage ring slightly trembled, the original clothes disappeared, replaced by a black casual dress, the mask also reappeared on the face at this time. After meeting up with the rest of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, Yi Feng realized that everyone's expression was extremely heavy. Maple Leaf is really sorry for troubling you this time. The Pale Wolf demon packs inside the mountain range near Peng City have suddenly come out en masse to surround Peng City, and all the demon hunting teams and members have to head over there to hunt. Shen Jindong knew that this high-ranking big brother was a person who hated trouble, so he usually wouldn't call the other party without a situation, and this time they truly had no choice. Yi Feng smiled and nodded gently and did not say anything more. The Demon Hunting Association was overcrowded, and all the demon hunting teams and members in Pengchang were gathered together to assign combat guidelines. There is an army in the city, the Kangwolf demon group want to attack and is impossible, but the beast of war, but dragged for a long time is not only easy to supplies appeared scarcity, is likely to also cause the Pengchang residents panic, so now the urgent task is to quickly eliminate the Kangwolf demon group that suddenly launched an attack on the human race. For Rock City. For the human race. The president of the Demon Hunters Association placed his hand on top of his heart and shouted, and all the hunters at the same time started to vent their blood at the same time. Yi Feng in the middle of the crowd was a bit confused, although he felt a bit embarrassed but still learned. All the demon hunting teams are out in full force. Outside of Pengchang at night. The battle has been raging for 2 hours. The Sky Eagle demon hunting team was in charge of an area where most of the wolves were low-ranked, and occasionally there would be a few medium-ranked wolves that would all be killed by them one by one. Everyone looked in one direction from time to time as they fought the demonic wolves. Because they all understood that it wasn't them who would decide the winner of this battle, but rather the high-ranked mages who were fighting to the death against the Pale Wolf Demon King. All 5 of Pengchang's high-ranking mages had been deployed, but after 2 hours of fighting there was still no winner. Ow! The Tsong Wolf Demon King let out a wolf howl, and his huge body that was fully 3 meters tall was covered with white demonic patterns. A dozen wind blades whistled out at the same time. 5 high-ranking mages desperately fought back, including the president of the Demon Hunters Association, Tian Kuei. Tian Kuei wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. His tall and powerful body was a bit lousy, but his majesty was still there. With a wave of his palm, countless blades appeared out of thin air, emitting burst after burst of air-breaking sounds as they whistled towards the Crow Wolf Demon King. Not only that, at the same time as the blade appeared, the ground under the Kangwolf Demon King's feet collapsed and countless vines grew to entangle the Kangwolf Demon King to death. Tian Kuei had a total of 3 attributes as a high-ranked mage. Gold, Earth, Wood. The other 4 high-ranked mages also kept using their magic to launch attacks against the Tsong Wolf Demon King. However, no matter how hard they tried to attack, this Pale Wolf Demon King was not injured, but instead, a pair of demon eyes revealed disdain and regicide. Ow! The wolf's howl shook the sky. The Tsong Wolf Demon King suddenly broke free from his bonds and then transformed into 5 figures. It was one of the Kang Wolf Demon King's innate demonic techniques, split. Each of these doppelgangers had half the strength of the demon wolf's main body, and the original form of the enemy being outnumbered suddenly transformed into an even match. No, I should say crushed. It wasn't until this time that they realized that this Tsong Wolf Demon King in front of them was actually a proper high-grade full-star existence. If it wasn't for the bloodline restriction later on, becoming a super-ranked existence wouldn't be impossible. But the biggest problem now was that even the strongest among the 5, Tian Kuei, had a mage level of only 6 stars at the high level. How's this for a fight? In the shadows, the 2 black-robed men couldn't help but let out a burst of sinister laughter as they watched this scene. That's right, just like this, let these people feel desperate, and wait for the Crow Wolf Demon King to kill these 5 people before directly breaking this Ping city before the other cities react. Thanks to the organization sending someone to lure away that military region powerhouse in Peng City, otherwise it would have been really difficult for our plan to succeed. A man and a woman, 2 black-robed people simultaneously revealed a smile that belonged to the victor after looking at each other. What kind of jokes are you guys telling? Let me hear it, for fun. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind the duo. The 2 black-robed men were greatly alarmed, but they turned their heads to see a black-masked man standing behind them at an unknown time. The 2 of them were not slow to react. The ice and fire magic struck out, however, they were flicked by Yifeng's outstretched finger. Phew! Click! Flames extinguished, ice picks shattered. It looks like you guys are the ones behind this, don't you think? You know how much of a loss it is to me when I can't get home from school on time to play my games? A terrifying aura emanated from Yifeng's body, and the duo was so frightened that they twisted their heads and ran. Wind and light, the 2 fastest fleeing faculties, yet now seemed so slow. Because they saw that mysterious person step by step stepping into the air and walking in front of them. It was as if no space existed before his eyes. Had enough? Yifeng waved his hand and 2 wind blades whistled out. The 2 black-robed men couldn't even react in time before the wind blades directly shattered all their means of defense. 2 heads hit the ground. With a single grab of Yifeng's hand, the interesting items on their bodies all came into his hands. Looking at the thousands of dollars inside the wallet, Yifeng's face under the mask smiled and jerked. There's money, man. There's money. Putting his wallet away, he glanced at the 2 men's magical card packs again. There are quite a few magic cards, nice to have back in your collection to put inside your own collection book. That's right, the current Yifeng had a new hobby, which was collecting magic cards. Looking towards the Tsong Wolf Demon King not far away. One's first high-ranking 10-star magic card, this isn't coming. Boom! Tian Kuei's body fell heavily to the ground, facing the Tsong Wolf Demon King's main body he had already lost, while the other 4 were likewise no better. Looking at the Tsong Wolf Demon King that was getting closer and closer, it was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. No way! I can't go down yet. Tian Kuei struggled to stand up. He understood that once he fell, then there would be no one left to guard the 10,000 lights behind him. There was his family there. Just as Tian Kuei was preparing to fight to the death, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Yifeng clenched his fist with one hand and let out a furious shout at the lunging Tsong Wolf Demon King. One punch and you won't even recognize your mother. Boom! The high-level 10-star Tsong Wolf Demon King's vitality instantly collapsed under this strike, his bones shattered. No matter what means of defense and means of attack in the face of absolute power were all empty talk. Blank magic cards float into your hand. The energy mass of the Coyote Demon King was absorbed by the magic card. With that he dashed away. The whole thing didn't take more than 10 seconds, so much so that no one reacted. That was a person who just appeared, wasn't it? But when did Peng Chang have such a super-ranked existence? To be able to kill a high-ranked 10-star with one punch, it must be a super rank without a doubt. The battle ended in such confusion. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when Yifeng returned home. After opening the door, he quietly groped around with the intention of returning to the house. Who knew that he would see his cousin, Yi Shuiying, who was waiting for him in the living room with an angry face. Older brother, you must have gone out to work hard on your magic instead of going to an internet cafe if you're back so late, right? Yi Shuiying gradually approached, and Yifeng's cold sweat was scared out of him. Would you believe me if I said I didn't go to an internet cafe? I'll believe the hell out of you. Yi Shuiying was so angry that she punched and kicked at Yifeng. She was also hating her own old brother's talent was clearly better than her own, why didn't he have any motivation at all? Yi Shuiying now felt like an old mom who was worrying about her son. A new day, a new beginning. Yi Fong felt very comfortable sitting in the back row of the class by the window. However, the calmness of the class is shattered by class monitor Sun Lanxue. We have a new student in our class today, Hani, everyone clap and cheer. A well-built and somewhat fierce-looking tan teenager stood on top of the podium. This Hani has a very distinctive look. The main reason is still because its appearance is too fierce, belonging to the kind that is not a good person at a glance. Especially the other side of the mouth there is a scar, not to mention in the school, put in the community this look must also be a big brother level character's awe. Hello everyone, my name is Hani, please teach me more in the next 3 years. Hani even revealed a smile that he thought was kind even after he finished speaking. After that, the whole class felt the sensation of a myocardial infarction. This one smiled as if to say, be careful these days, maybe you'll be killed by me that day. Hani was rightfully assigned next to Yi Fong, and the two became deskmates. At first, the three were a bit prejudiced against Hani, after all, his looks were here. But soon, the trio realized that the dude seemed like a good guy. It doesn't look like it should be a gangster, it just looks like a gangster. One study session the four became straight-up buddies. 2 months were fast approaching, midterms were next week, and before one of those exams they encountered a new class. A teamwork class where teams of 2 play against another team of 2. The teacher in charge of their class was none other than their class monitor, Sun Lanxue. Tables are grouped with each other, and I've already told you the rules of the training ground before, and I hope you can keep them in mind. Yi Fong and Hani were at the same table, and the two naturally became a group, while Li Mubai was naturally a group with Wan Tianluo. There are 42 students in the class, totaling 21 groups. For the first cut, Sun Lanxue arranged for Group 1 and Group 12 to play against each other. The group were 2 of the most outstanding students within the class, and they were already at the beginning 6 stars 2 months into the school year. Wood Department Su Xinya, Wind Department Qiu Qizhou. And there was no doubt that Group 12 was still Hani and Yi Fong. Yo, the 2 of us are lucky to be fighting class flower and class grass. Hani rubbed his fists together with a smile on his face. Mr. Hani, enlighten me. Qiu Qizhou had long been curious about the strength of this classmate who looked as fierce as he looked. He wanted to see if this Hani was as fierce as he appeared. Yi Fong stretched his waist and then rushed towards Su Xinya as a ray of fire. Su Xinya was startled and hastily summoned a wooden vine to form a shield. Break me! Yi Fong punched out with his hands attached by flames. With a rumble, the wooden vine shield was punched out on the spot. Meanwhile on the other side, Han Yi's hands continuously appeared with various metal flying daggers then threw them at Qiu Qizhou. Qiu Qizhou couldn't help but slow down because of his constant dodging, and Hani also saw the right time. A metal baseball bat was held tightly in his hand with magic creation. Eat my stick! Bang! The baseball bat hit the wind wall with a loud noise, followed by a click. Qiu Qizhou was hit by the baseball bat on the spot and flew out directly backwards. Fortunately, Sun Lanxue reacted quickly and caught Qiu Qizhou, then used healing magic to help Qiu Qizhou recover from his injuries. Not far away, Hani was sitting on the ground, not knowing where he pulled out a pack of spicy noodles and was watching with great interest. Su Xinya hurriedly activated her magic, and vines continuously emerged from the ground to attack Yi Fong. However, Yi Fong in the state of Fire Fist was punching a hole in the ground, hitting Su Xinya back and forth. At this point her entire body was confused. Fisterize the mage. Fire mages don't always stand behind the team and output like crazy. How does this one play close combat? Yi Fong jumped into midair. Su Xinya felt that this was a good opportunity. 5 or 6 tree vines appeared around his body wanting to wrap the midair Yi Fong. However, who knew that Yi Feng's right leg was covered in flames at this time? It was a trick he had learned from Sanji. Demon Wind Kick. The flames instantly incinerated the vines. The dazzling fiery red had already shown among Su Xinya's line of sight by now. It was the first time she had ever felt that she was even this close to death. However, Yi Fong, who was in mid-air, suddenly stopped his feet and said after landing, "It looks as if I won." There was silence in the room, followed by the sound of a collective retching of cold air. This Yi Fong and Han Yi are purely 2 violent maniacs. As a teacher, Sun Lanxue couldn't help but sigh in her heart at the sight of this scene at the high level of Yi Feng's talent. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, the magic Yi Fong had used was actually only one from start to finish. Elementary fire magic, flame covering. This is usually used as a defense against sudden melee enemies using a means of making flames appear on one's body. But the price of this is that it is easy to be burned by the flames, and Fong can do it without being affected by the burns at all and still be able to make so many difficult degree movements. Degree movements. Physical strength was one aspect, and the other was his control over the flames. I'm afraid this mastery has already reached the intermediate level. Thinking of this, Sun Lanchue couldn't help but reveal a smile. Sure enough, Fong, this child is really gifted, his future is unlimited. And that Hani isn't bad either, with this physical strength, it's worthy of the talent that came out from over there. Next game, groups 2 and 11 will play against each other. The group has been on the field, in which the male Fong also recognize, is a junior high school classmate Sun Hao, female is a quiet girl with glasses, called Su Xia. Li Mubai and Wan Tianli's strength wasn't as deeply hidden as Fong and Han Yi's. They only had 3 stars at the beginning level, and everyone inside the class knew it by heart. Sun Lanchue announced the start of the duel after confirming that both sides were ready. Tengoku. Know what I mean? Know it too well. Wan Tianli stomped the ground with 1 foot, and a summoning formation appeared out of thin air in front of him. Quickly interrupt his summoning cast. When Sun Hao ordered it, he prepared to use ground spike to stop Wan Tianli's summoning. Yet who knows just at this time? Watch me blind your dogs. Li Mubai transformed into a dazzling golden light that kept weaving in and out of the competition stage. The dazzling light caused the two of them, Sun Hao, to squint their eyes. Man Tianlo, on the other hand, calmly took his sunglasses out of his pocket and put them on. Shameless. Shameless. The crowd in the audience was in an uproar. It was the first time they had seen such a disgusting light mage operation. Ha ha ha. The corner of Li Mubai's mouth rose, then a primary light spell flare was thrown directly at the two men's faces. Again the blinding light. The two instantly lost sight of each other and could only keep using spells intended for defense. But who knew that the next moment, they felt as if their spells were being resisted by something. The light disappeared and all they saw was a full 3-meter tall skeleton looking at them. And Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai sat on top of the skeleton's shoulders. Summoned the undead department. Sun Lanchue exclaimed in shock. She really didn't think that there would really be someone who would awaken this oddball species within the summoning department. It goes without saying that the latter battle is a straight-up grind to get the fight, as the skeleton giant gets the fight. And Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai were given the most shameless duel by their classmates. The first was a violent mage, the second was 2 shameless things. What a strange lot. Midterms, as expected. Sun Lanchue looked at Fong lit up the 6 stars of the badge mood is difficult to hide the excitement. He himself has finally pulled this child into the right track. It was an honor that belonged to her as a teacher. Teacher, is it okay to give me the promised magical artifact? Fong was full of anticipation, he was waiting for this moment. Sun Lanchue, who heard the words, did not hesitate and gave a cross necklace to Fong. This is a magical artifact that can enhance the speed of the human body's magical energy cultivation, so work hard to become stronger and don't fail your teacher's expectations of you. Fong could hardly hide a touch of disdain that showed on his face when he heard this. Just this? Sun Lanchue saw Fong this look, although the expression did not then still smile, but it spread a killing gas. Fong instantly changed his face to look like a treasure. Sun Lanchue patted Fong's shoulder, and the final exam was mainly a practical duel. The class quality ranking of the students in the session is then determined and resources are allocated in this way. There were 2 rounds in total, the first being the class choosing the 3 strongest people to represent the class. Only those whose strength reaches 6 stars are eligible to mention the class in battle. And there are people with 6-star strength inside the class. Fong, Hani, Zhou Qishou, Suexianya, Li Mubai and Wan Tianlu. That's right, these last 2 old 6s have been hiding their strength in order to find the right time to be able to shade someone. After the draw, the 6 players playing against each other were determined. Fong Li Mubai. Wan Tianla Hani Zhou Qizhou Suexianya. Teacher. I suspect you're ranking this on purpose. Li Mubai expressed his dissatisfaction, which anyone with eyes could see that the teacher was doing this on purpose. Opinions? Sun Lanchue raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Mubai, instantly scaring Li Mubai so much that he didn't dare to make a sound. Yes, she did it on purpose. She just wanted to see how deep the water was for these 4 guys. Normal opponents simply couldn't muster their full strength. The only way to get their full strength is to let them fight each other. Little did she know, however, that soon these 4 oddballs would be teaching the young one an important lesson. Never underestimate the brain circuits of oddballs, because they are not normal at all. Li Mubai beckoned the remaining three to his side, and after whispering for a while the four of them simultaneously revealed a knowing smile. At the training ground, the first duel was undoubtedly the good brothers Yi Fong and Li Mubai. Brother Fong. Don't show mercy just because you're a brother. You too, bring out your full strength and show everyone how awesome you are. Yes. The two were impassioned and surging, looking like hot-blooded teenagers. It would make sense for a normal person, but here's the thing. Are these two normal people? The countdown on the stopwatch begins. Jingle bells. The duo moved instantly as the bell rang. The fiery red and golden figures approached quickly, and the battle seemed to happen in an instant. Ah! Li Mubai suddenly let out a miserable scream. The golden light made a pause, then violently flew backwards. Brother Fong, your attacks are so strong. I'm no match. Li Mubai shouted as he flew backwards in mid-air, looking as if he had been defeated in an instant of the encounter. Could this acting be any more fake? Li Mubai thought he had already secured a loss with this reaction, and even closed his eyes. What midterm exams, he didn't bother trying to compete with those people for any kind of limelight. Like Yi Fong said, doesn't posing smell good? However, just at this time, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Yi Fong didn't know when he came behind Li Mubai, then was heavily hit by it, then fell to the ground in a smooth manner. Mubai didn't expect you to anticipate my position. And this operation? Li Mubai was confused. Just now, the four of them discussed a duel in a while to show their own skills, who lose fast is the winner. However, he was never expecting that. He thought that he had been shameless enough and directly pretended to suffer a heavy blow and flew out when he was about to approach Yi Fong. As a result, who knew that this one was even more heavyweight, ran straight to his crash point and came to say that I had predicted his alignment. Tenshu ah! The entire room was silent. Han Yi and Wan Tianlu were holding their stomachs on the ground and were about to burst out laughing. Worthy of being Yi Fong. Ha ha ha. It's still Maple who has the job. Not far away, Sun Lanshue's face was green at this moment. After glancing at the two of them, a wave of the hand declared that this was Li Mubai's win. Han Yi, Wan Tianlu, you two go up there, don't blame me if you dare to let go again. Sensei, count me out of this one. My summoned beast has recently gotten diarrhea and has no fighting ability. Wan Tianlu mouthed a shocking statement, which seemed to be fine at first glance. After all, summoning mages rarely summon randomly, they always summon creatures that they were familiar with and had summoned before. Those creatures had physical problems and couldn't fight, no problem. But the thing is, your summoned beasts are undead. Undead. How the undead get diarrhea? When everyone was done competing, Sun Langsu announced that they were taking 3 days of vacation to rest and recuperate, and that after 3 days is the grade level class ranking battle. After school, the four of them decided to go out for a meal, Li Mubai's treat. At the school entrance, looking at the backs of the four people who were walking away, Yi Shuiying revealed a pleased smile. It's great that his oldest brother no longer even has a friend like he used to, watching anime every day and not leaving the front door. Now at the very least there are friends and the relationship seems pretty good. Look at this fascinated expression on your best friend's face. Nyesini first froze, then looked at the four people in front of her. These four people he had seen before, weren't they the same four people that Yi Shuiying had often secretly observed in the playground before? Nyesini took a closer look at the four men's looks. That fierce-looking one was definitely not the one Yi Shuiying liked. The one who looked lazy and listless certainly wasn't either. Now it's down to these two, one naive-looking, one sunny-looking too. The naive one, too naive, definitely not Yi Shuiying's favorite type. Then it's a safe bet that it's the sunny-looking boy. This bosom friend of his own has quite a sharp eye. This boy is not only handsome, but also seems to be optimistic and cheerful and sunny. She only dared to watch silently from afar. Surely it was a crush, and as a best friend how could she not help her out? At this time, Yi Shuiying didn't know that her attention to her old brother Yi Feng's behavior had caused her best friend Nyesini's misunderstanding. Peng Chang was slightly quieter at night. A black-robed man walks down a dimly lit street. As he walked, he looked left and right in a very cautious manner. Four heads suddenly protruded from a corner not far behind. It was none other than Yi Feng's four men. Just now they went to an internet cafe to dash off after dinner, and went out to get ready to go home only to run into a middle-aged man who didn't look any different from a normal person. As a result, who knew that Wan Tianlu said that this person actually had the aura of the undead on him. One must know that even Wan Tianlu, the one who summoned the undead, didn't have this kind of aura on him. Wan Tianlu's special nature caused him to be particularly sensitive to this kind of aura. And there can only be one kind of person with that kind of aura. That would be the demon people of the demon temple. Hani had a deep hatred for demons and wanted to follow after hearing that the man had an undead aura about him. The good buddies had gone to follow. Could the three of them just sit back and watch? So they attempted to get here all the way by relying on the so-called concealment-type magical artifacts that Fong had taken out. The four followed all the way to an alley where there was a closed door to a room. The man reached out and knocked 3 times on the door of the room after the same black-robed man appeared to open the door and bring him inside. Go, follow it in. Hani took the lead and was about to charge, being pulled back by Fong. I'm stealthy, not through walls. Are they blind not to see us open the door? Fong really some convinced this guy's brain muscle is too developed to the brain also accounted for? Fair enough, so what should we do now? If you ask me, just go back to your homes. I want to get back to watching anime. Feng's proposal was recognized by Wan Tianlu. And just at this time, Li Mubai, who hadn't said anything, suddenly had a flash of light. After half a day of muttering to the three, the crowd finally looked as if they had come to a realization. Sure enough, it is Li Mubai who can play the plotting and scheming. The expressions of the 3 black-robed men in the room were grave, and their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. That thing works. We really have no wiggle room at all. Just as the 3 of them were having mixed feelings, the door of the room was suddenly knocked sharply. The 3 people's pupils suddenly shrunk after hearing the knock on the door. Could they have been discovered? Hurriedly going on alert, all of them mobilized their magical energy, ready to unleash their magic at any time. Help! Help! Scream after scream came from outside the door. The 3 of them froze at the same time after hearing the voice, and before they could react, the door was slammed open with a bang. A teenager was kicked into the middle of the house. Run! You continue to run, Dare to cut my corners and cuckold me, really think I'm easy to bully? Hani rushed into the house and directly yanked up Wan Tianlu, who had an extremely frightened look on the ground, his face filled with killing intent. Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, I won't dare again. I really didn't know she had a boyfriend. Wan Tianlu pleads and asks Hani to let himself go, while Hani, without saying a word, carries Wan Tianlu out of the house while beating him. Looking at the departing 2. The 3 people from the demon god temple were confused. What's going on here? One of the black-robed men closed the door and said very unconcernedly, it's just 2 beginner mages. It looks like it should be the high school. It should have come here by mistake. After all, this place is remote, and it's not once or twice that a brawl has occurred. But the 2 of them can't guarantee that they've already seen our demon god temple's costumes. It's not advisable for us to act rashly now, or do you really think I'll let these 2 go? And I've already put a curse on them. They'll be dead in less than 3 minutes. The man gave a sneer. Li Mubai, who had stealthily come in inside the house while the door was just opened, was startled at the words and turned his head to look at Fong, but saw that he didn't care. Seeing Feng's expression, Li Mubai guessed that Fong must have left something behind, so he wasn't afraid of Wan Tianlu and Hani being cursed. It's worthy of Maple to be thoughtful. However, the truth was that Fong had directly wiped out the curse when the other party made a move to place the curse. It was thanks to the fact that they had him, the big man, mixed inside the 4 trash, or else they would have died at least 2 rounds today. Time is running out now. If we don't use that thing to create chaos and thus escape Pengcheng, I'm afraid that all of us in this detachment will be doomed. The words of the man in charge had made it clear that this was the only way they could go now. The 3 of them left at the same time after finally agreeing on a location. After the 3 left, Li Mubai closed the recorder and reported the matter after finding the 2 people outside. The latter has nothing to do with them. 3 days of vacation spent at home watching anime. The end of the holiday season is the battle of class rankings for the semester, commonly known as midterms. The training ground accommodated all the upperclassmen, and Fong and Wan Tianlu sat in the audience, discussing what they should go out to eat at noon. Class 4 Li Mubai versus Class 2 Changshan. Li Mubai walked up to the opposite station and bowed slightly to the man in front of him. His eyes, however, looked towards the audience from time to time, and after realizing that his goddess of crush, Nyesini, was actually looking at him, a heart was almost jumped out of his throat. Nyesini looked at Li Mubai on top of the competition stage and couldn't help but frown. Is this the man Shuang has her eye on? You can't be anything but handsome. Li Mubai fought extra hard in this battle. Relying on his great strength, he ended up surprisingly solving his opponent within 10 rounds. Surely this is the power of love. Li Mubai thought this in his mind. And Nie Xingyi nodded gently. Being from a worldly family, she could tell that this Li Mubai must have also gone through worldly family training since he was a child, or else he couldn't have such strength. This Li Mubai's identity is not simple. Niasini's side was carefully observing Li Mubai, while Yi Shuiying was looking around for her old brother's figure. Strange? Where is Lao? At this time, Yi Shuiying could not have imagined that his oldest brother had already run away from the school over the wall at this time. Truancy office assignments. While passing through an alleyway, Yifeng changed his attire. Now he wasn't called Yifeng, he was called Maple Leaf. Maple, you're finally here. Suya hurriedly brought Yifeng into the restroom. It was only at this time that Yifeng realized that the original 10-member Sky Eagle Demon hunting team counting himself was now surprisingly left with only 5 people. Even the Captain Chen Jindong, who was usually bound to be there, was surprisingly absent. Where's Captain Chen? The captain took 3 of his teammates to assist in the field, and now that there is an unexpected situation in Pengchang, the middle-ranking level demon hunting team must participate in its entire part. Suya took out the map of Peng City and drew an area. The remaining members of the demon god's temple in Peng City used a special potion to emit an odor that attracted a large number of insect-type demons. Right now all the demonic insects are gathered in these areas, and our task is to clear this small area of insect demons, because we are fewer in number, so it's quite a bit smaller than the area that other demon hunting teams are responsible for. Hearing this, Yifeng nodded his head gently. It's not too late, let's leave immediately now. Good. Yifeng followed Suya out of the lounge after he promised. The Skyhawk demon hunting team was in charge of an abandoned factory part of the area. A few hundred demonic ants had already gathered here at some point, but fortunately, these demonic ants weren't even considered to be of a low rank, so it was easy to kill them. Phew! The flames in Yifeng's hand whistled past, and the ant colony in front of him was instantly turned into charcoal. Let's call our mission complete like this. Yifeng clapped his hands, his tone was very flat. Suya smiled bitterly at his words, such a strong person was really condescending within their team. Yifeng, who was planning to leave with the Sky Eagle demon hunting team, suddenly realized that something was wrong. What's going on in Pengchang lately? Why does this stuff keep popping up? What's wrong with Maple? Is something wrong? Suya stood and inquired, while Yifeng waved his hand to signal them to go first. He then disappeared into thin air. The remaining people of the Sky Eagle demon hunting team, were you looking at me? I was looking at you, and for a while, they surprisingly didn't know whether they should or shouldn't go. Deep underground. A crimson centipede that was only a dozen meters long was constantly digging holes underground. Scarlet Centipede King, Super Order 3 stars. The demon race had always despised the demon god temple, just like this time. The Scarlet Centipede King was the backhand they had left behind. If the demon god palace failed in its actions, then the Scarlet Centipede King would come out to complete the task that the demon god palace had not accomplished. A bunch of accomplished things that can't even find a relic, and in the end, they have to bother me to make a move. The Scarlet Centipede King kept spitting in his mind. It was really unexpected that his hallowed super-ranked existence would come to do such a lowly job as digging. What a big centipede! Suddenly a voice sounded behind it, and before it could react, a powerful force instantly tore its body apart. Blank magic cards flashed by. Yifeng revealed a smile. Is this the joy of being a card guy collecting cards? The first super-ranked card. Looking at the magic cards in his hand, Yifeng could finally understand the joy of those card players now. This Scarlet Centipede King never expected that he would end up dying in such a blur. After living for so many years, it was not easy to become a super rank, but he had not been imposing for long and was seconded. When you think about it, it's kinda pathetic how the time has come to the end of the semester. Final exams are different from midterms. Midterms are a civil war, finals are a real war. Each class would be taken by a demon hunting team to a few nearby places that didn't have high-ranking demons for actual combat. The demon hunters will be scored by the demon hunters after passing the actual battle. Demon hunting team? Yifeng, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly woke up from his cultivation state after hearing this news. Why did he suddenly get a bad feeling? Class, let's welcome the Skyhawk Demon Hunters to our class. Sun Lanxue led the applause. The class manager applauded. Can the students not agree? In the midst of Yifeng's slightly stiff clapping, all 9 members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team arrived in the middle of the class. The Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team is not small in Pengchang. After all, Pengchang does not have a high-level demon hunting team, and the strongest middle-level demon hunting team is undoubtedly the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. Looking at this familiar face, Yifeng cracked on the spot. It's so embarrassing. Thankfully, he'd been wearing a mask for the last 6 months he'd been involved in missions, or he'd have had to take off in place in embarrassment. Hello everyone, I am Chen Jindong, the captain of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, and likewise your main instructor for the next 7 days. Chen Jindong's voice was like a flooding bell, and all of them were in awe at his words. Protecting the country is never a one-man battle, teamwork is the most important thing. When you get to Mage University you'll understand the importance of your teammates. Now you go home right away, pack up your things, and first thing in the morning with your luggage for the next 7 days, I'll show you how brutal the real battlefield is. Chen Jindong's voice fell, but not a single person dared to move. They all did not know whether they should go or not. But quickly, in no more than 3 seconds, someone stood up and packed their book bag and headed out the door. It was Han Yi. Han Yi had left, the other 3 would not follow, not to mention Yi Fong had long wanted to run. Han Yi, Yi Fong, Li Mubai, and Wan Tianlu were the ones who put on their backpacks and ran out, without the slightest bit of procrastination to speak of. Ugh, I knew it had to be these 4 oddballs. Sun Lanxue covered her forehead somewhat helplessly. And just at this time, Chen Jindong suddenly spoke again. Other than the 4 of them, the rest of you give me a very poor impression score. What's the point of being hesitant? Remember, obeying orders on the battlefield is your instinct. The other students immediately understood to pack up their things and run. The class quickly ran out of students. After the students left, Suya, who had a serious face just now, changed her expression and said to Sun Lanxue with a smile, "How is Xia Shue's sad face? I see that the students in your class are quite good and there are no rumors that there are so many problems among them especially the 4 just now, decisively, so that I am a little surprised." Not bad, and I felt pretty good about those 4 kids just now. Chen Jindong nodded in agreement with Suya's idea. The main reason why their Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team came over as instructors this time was because of Sun Lanxue. All of them on the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team owed Sun Lanxue. After all, her brother had once been their teammate as well. Only to be attacked by a demon in the middle of a mission and sacrificed. Alas, in reality, no one in our class has a problem with anyone but those 4 just now, and the 4 of them have the biggest problem of all. Sun Lanxue's words had aroused the curiosity of the crowd, and they all listened carefully with sideways ears. 4 people inside the ferocious-looking one called Han Yi, battlefield grown-up children, before has been in the military school, acting style can use violence to solve things, will never move mouth, gold mage. The sunny-looking one is called Li Mubai, a light mage with a positive idea, a big nerve, and a penchant for mixing everything up. The naive one is called Wan Tianla, looking quite naive a child, belongs to the kind of close to Zhu Qi, close to the ink is black. He and Li Mubai together with what happened to the same strange chemical reaction, always able to think of some moths, and can also use this to seek to the benefits, and he is also extremely rare summoning undead species, and the undead species of the summoning system is very rare. And he's also an extremely rare summoning undead species. Then there is that student who looks lazy, a look of anything cannot interest students, his name is Yi Fong, but also the most let me come angry students, Fire Mage, 2 months from 1-star sword to 6 stars, fire control ability at the beginning of the level reached the level of the intermediate level, the talent of the sky, but he does not want to make progress, do not compete, completely a set of bad mentality. These 4 students are still getting tired of each other like brothers every day, it's a headache. The more Sun Lanxue spoke, the more helpless she became. The people from the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team couldn't help but ignore the other 3 people and mainly focused on this Yi Fong. With such a talent, instead of thinking of serving the country, defending the country, and killing the demon race, he only wanted to eat and wait for death. Guys like this have to be sanctioned and put in the right frame of mind. The 9 members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team made up their minds, and it was at this time that Sun Lanxue discovered a very serious problem. 1. How come there's only 9 of you? Didn't one come 6 months ago to refill the 10? Sun Lanxue was a bit puzzled. She had originally wanted to see what her new teammate looked like. You mean Maple Leaf, ugh. Suya sighed then continued, Maple Leaf is a very strange person, he usually runs missions with us with a mask, according to him it's because facial disfigurement is too scary, usually he won't take the initiative to look for us at all, moreover his strength is very strong, a proper high-ranked mage, the only 2 attributes I know of him are thunder and fire, the top offense mage. The more Suya said this, the more Sun Lanxue became curious about this person called Maple Leaf. Why haven't I heard of this high-ranked mage? It's impossible for a high-ranked mage to be in a small place like Pengcheng and yet have no popularity. Actually it's not hard to understand, Maple Leaf shouldn't have been from Pengcheng in the past, he just switched to live in a different city after disfiguring his face and was forced to become a hunter for a living, and I suspect that the name he has is all fake. This statement of Suya was also the recognized statement of Yi Fong and the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team right now. Sun Lanxue nodded indistinctly, which made sense. Looking at the mostly vacant book of cards, Yi Fong had some difficulty. When will he get a book of magic cards? Suddenly he thought of a problem. Looking at the winter vacation, he can go out to wave come to the Bluestar. So many years he has not gone out to take a good look. I've heard that there are a lot of handmade stores and second-hand shrines in big cities, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out and see what they're all about. Fong leaned back in his chair, looking up at the sky outside the window. Unconsciously he has integrated himself into the world. This world was only a mortal world after all, or a mortal world without a cultivation system. The lack of a cultivation system meant that no one here would break through the lifespan limit, and he was now a Jindan cultivator with a lifespan of thousands of years. With the passage of time his close friends and relatives will slowly leave his side. People in this world didn't have spiritual roots, and the only reason he was able to cultivate was still because of the partial retention of his divine soul power from his previous life. It could be said that his body was born because of his divine soul, so he was the only one in this world who could cultivate. After so many years of not refining pills, I don't know what the level is now. Fong had a bold idea. Since he couldn't change this world, he would change these people around him. Through the elixir he was sure he could make his friends and relatives around him get rid of their bones, only that it was a long road, and he could only grope his way through it slowly. Older brother, it's time to eat. Listening to the sound Yi Shuiying made, Fong faintly smiled. It's nice to live like this. Fong stood up and left the bedroom, walking towards the living room table. The next day, Fong just carried a backpack and came to class. Not surprisingly, the other three were like him, that is, as simple as they could be, and brought that little. Compared to the big bags of others, they appeared to be extremely abrupt. Chen Jindong looked at the four of them with great satisfaction, and then glared angrily at the students with large bags, his tone that was fierce and unforgiving. Especially one of the girls, nice guy, a suitcase, a duffel bag, and a satchel, who didn't know that they were moving. Fong, Li Mubai, Wan Tianlo, Hani, you four have performed the most outstandingly, so I'm going to leave the four of you alone. The moment Chen Jindong said this, the other students immediately revealed an expression of we are finally liberated. The final grouping was complete, and not surprisingly, the four of them were given special attention, led by Chen Jindong. Group members, Fong, Hani, Wan Tianlo, Li Mubai. The four were led by Chen Jindong to break away from the large group. Dusk. Deep in a forest outside of Pengcheng. River Creek District was originally a suburb in the outermost part of Pengcheng, but it was later deserted due to the demon invasion battles. Even now there are still demonic races infesting this place, and it won't be mostly ordinary or beginner-level demonic beasts. As far as the River Creek District was concerned, there were still a few middle-ranked demons in the body, but not many. After walking for such a long time, you should be tired as well, sit down and rest for a while. Chen Jindong turned his head to the four of them after confirming that the neighborhood was safe. However, the moment he turned his head he realized that somehow these four people had already sat down in the clearing by the river and started to rest. Who let you rest without my orders? Hani looked at Chen Jindong with an I'm not stupid look and said, Instructor, just now, after you stood still and looked around to observe the surrounding area for half a day, there are no traces of the demon race here, plus after walking for such a long time, this place is suitable for setting up camp, meaning that you don't intend to consolidate here. These words made Chen Jindong unexpectedly unable to pick a fault for a moment. Worthy of being out of the military district, young in the line of battle no but really quite a lot. Maple catch some fire. Li Mubai took out a piece of plasticized raw meat, and Fong sniffed and directly took it and opened it. Phew! The flames rose and the heat took but a moment to sear the cutlets. Then Fong took another piece. Looking at the roasted meat with oil bubbling in the hands of the four people, Chen Jindong's heart was shocked beyond measure. He had been out in the field for many years and was too aware of how difficult it was to grasp the fire of something like grilled meat. This Fong was not only able to grill the meat in a few moments, but he was also able to control the fire of the grilled meat to perfection. This ability to control fire was a few points higher than even him. But soon he thought of what Sun Lanxue had said and couldn't help but feel angry. Why would such a talent be in such an uneducated waste of space who just wants to mingle and die? If one had this talent, not to mention high rank, becoming a super-ranked existence would not be an impossible thing. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he looked at Fong with a murderous look in his eyes. Fong felt Chen Jindong's killing aura, and for some reason he actually felt a little weak. Did he find out who I am? However, very quickly Fong dismissed this thought as he already understood that the reason why Chen Jindong was so angry was because he saw his own talent. That hateful look was all too familiar to him. Chen Jindong sat next to the fire and didn't say anything, taking the roasted meat and biting into it fiercely. It does taste good. The four of you line up and then take turns keeping watch. After Chen Jindong finished speaking, he casually found a comfortable place to lie down and sleep. Chen Jindong appeared to be sleeping, but he was actually squinting his eyes to surreptitiously observe the four people's performance. Then he was confused. Only to see three of them looking at the same time at Wan Tianlu, who was nibbling on the roasted meat, and Wan Tianlu instantly understood what they meant. A summoning formation then appeared. A few skeletons appeared and were then arranged by Wan Tianlu to stand sentry at a few nearby places. How could I have forgotten about them having a summoner in them? Chen Jindong was helpless, but at the same time, he was also somewhat relieved, and after a slight smile, he no longer bothered with these four people. The starry sky was bright. Yi Fong lay on top of the grass and looked at the sky, but he had no intention of sleeping. Brother Fong, looks like you have something on your mind, and I feel that this despondent expression of yours is very strong with my expression when I was helping the families of those deceased to bury their corpses. Are you remembering your former deceased? Wan Tianlu came to Yi Feng's side and asked with some doubts. Yi Feng sniffed but smiled faintly and said, sort of, but all in all it should be a regret. Wan Tianlu looked at Yi Feng. It was the first time he saw Yi Feng reveal such a look. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the current Yi Feng was very similar to his grandfather's look when he was reminiscing about the past years. Yi Feng looked at the starry sky, and a silhouette flashed in the middle of his mind. I have accompanied you through your life, and I have no regrets. Yi Feng closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep, but a tear slipped down unnoticed. It's true that I still can't get over it. The four of them continued to advance early the next morning under Chen Jindong's leadership. Through the forest, an abandoned pasture appeared in front of their eyes, and in the center of the pasture, a demon horse was currently lying on its back. The body was pitch black and the eyes were blood red. A mid-stage 1-star demonic horse. Do you four have the confidence to kill it? Chen Jindong twisted his head to look at the four, but they all shook their heads at the same time. Don't think I don't know your little minds. It's just that you want to show cowardice and then let me come up with a reward to motivate you. As long as you can kill this demon horse, 4 of you, 1 low-ranked magical artifact each. There are rewards for motivation. The 4 men would smile. The one who made the first move was Li Mubai. A dazzling golden light appeared, and Li Mubai instantly arrived in front of this demonic horse. Before the demon horse could react, a dazzling golden light emanated from his hands, causing the demon horse, which was already sensitive to light, to lose its vision for a moment. The demon horse let out an neigh, and the piercing sound made Li Mubai feel a little dizzy. The horse's hooves had reached him. And just at this time, a metal shield appeared in front of Li Mubai. Chen Jindong couldn't help but be surprised at the situation. Surprisingly, even he hadn't realized that at some point Han Yi had already placed metal he could manipulate on Li Mubai. Changes into a shield to protect teammates the moment a crisis arises. At the instant the demon horse launched its attack, Han Yi had also arrived at the side of the demon horse, and the metal coalesced into 3 sharp blades that struck the side of the demon horse, bringing up a blood splatter. Mages of the gold system can break down metals into the magical energy within their bodies and then reassemble them when needed. The higher the level, the more metal you can store and control. Boom! A flame descended from the sky to blaze on the demon horse. Low-ranked fire magic, fire ignition. Not only that, but a light of fire was hitting the demon horse at the same time. Chen Jindong looked at Yi Feng with some confusion. Normally it was impossible for a beginner-level mage to use 2 magic spells at the same time, especially a basic violent magic like fire. But this guy. The demon horse was after all a middle-ranked demon beast, and it was impossible to defeat fall into it so easily. The demon horse let out a neigh, the flames on its body dissipated, and Yi Feng's line of fire followed suit and broke. Slightly stepping back a few steps, Yi Feng glanced at Chen Jindong, who was observing them from a short distance away. If placed in the usual this kind of garbage he would have long since exterminated, only now there are outsiders who can't expose their own strength. It's true, you have to find a way to improve your surface strength as well. At this time, the demon horse had regained its vision. After the blades controlled by Han Yi were knocked away, he wanted to continue his attack, but the demon horse flashed behind him with a black shadow. So fast. Han Yi hurriedly turned the remaining metal into a shield, yet even so, a crash from the demonic horse still sent him flying several meters, and before he could stand still the demonic horse had already come to attack. Whoosh! A golden glow lit up, and when the demon horse was about to crash into Han Yi, Li Mubai appeared to save the other party. Phew! 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 3 wind blades whistled. How could they have forgotten that the demon horse, as a middle-ranked demon race, could use magic? But it was a good thing that the 3 fireballs exploded when they hit the top of the wind blade. Yi Feng made a timely move to solve the crisis. Is Tennille ready yet? Li Mubai shouted loudly, but just at this time he heard Wan Tianli shout, "Alright?" In an instant, several ground thorns appeared around the demon horse's body to surround it in the center. Yi Fong watched the timing of the various flame attacks were falling one after another. Seeing this change, Chen Jindong hurriedly looked in the direction where Wan Tianli was, not knowing when he had two mage-dressed skeletons standing beside him. One of the skeleton mages used exactly the beginning earth-stabbing magic. Boom! A thunderbolt struck the trapped demon horse along the ground. Beginner-level lightning magic, lightning strike. Undead-type summons a kind of our Chinese summoning field blank. About the undead summon seems to be only slightly recorded abroad, really did not think that undead summons inside the human-type summons that can use magic. Chen Jindong was shocked in his heart, this Wan Tianli's future development was immeasurable. Only. Looking at Wan Tianli's appearance that had clearly been consumed by magic energy, Chen Jindong shook his head. They were indeed very strong, and were definitely geniuses within the same rank. Unfortunately, this was after all a middle-ranked demonic beast that was impossible for them to defeat. It's a chasm in between. A middle-ranked demonic horse's innate demonic spellberserk could instantly upgrade its flesh by a notch. When the time comes, not to mention killing, by the other side hit them all have to be either dead or disabled. Sensing the change in the aura of the demonic horse, just as Chen Jindong was about to strike, a strange change regenerated. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the center of the battlefield. This feeling was all too familiar to Chen Jindong. Middle-ranked disposable magic artifact, explosive thunder. Ahahaha. Brothers, thank me. Li Mubai crossed his arms with that proud. And Chen Jindong's face turned green. Explosive heavenly thunder, the explosion power can instantly kill a middle-ranked demonic beast in seconds. Because it was a disposable item, the market value was high, and now this student casually took it out for the sake of still getting 4 primary magical artifacts from himself. It's not bullying. Not bad for you, ho-hum. The three of them gave Li Mubai a thumbs up at the same time. They have long known that Li Mubai, this kid has money, a serious son, for him this operation 3 people are not surprised. They are not feeling anything, Chen Jindong's mind has collapsed. He now sort of understood that these 4 boys were just plainly undermining him. Especially that Li Mubai, even if the income is not proportional to the effort, he should be disgusted. Sun Lunchue is right, these 4 are a group of oddballs, single out okay, but once gathered together will certainly happen. What chemical reaction? Let's hope nothing else happens back there that leaves him speechless. Yi Fong took out a blank magic card. One more card for your own collection. A few days back. Chen Jindong's mind was completely broken. These 4 don't know why, every day will provoke the middle-ranked demonic beast then act like no, we can't beat it, the instructor all rely on you. If you want to say they were strong, they were still afraid when they saw a middle-ranked demonic beast. If we were talking about dishes, they would still be able to trick the middle-ranked demonic beasts and then lead them to him. End of 7 days. Chen Jindong felt like he was finally out of his misery. Yi Feng's mouth was crooked with laughter as he looked at the magic cards he had recently collected. Wan Tianli looked at the low-level magic artifacts in his hand that Yi Feng's trio didn't want to give him and danced around excitedly. Hani looked back on the 2 days of sound fighting with great satisfaction. Li Mubai looked at the instructor whose mind exploded from his own ploy with a secret pleasure in his heart. Only Chen Jindong's injured world reached. At the end of the semester, during the critique back in class, the 4 Yi Fongs were recognized by Chen Jindong. Although the 4 of them little guys had shaded him a few times, one had to admit that these 4 were indeed excellent, and would definitely be a good fighter even on the battlefield. Especially the mutual trust and cooperation was something he couldn't help but envy. Looking at their perfect final practical grades, all 4 of them smiled at the same time. School's out, walk out the door. Yi Fong had just bid farewell to the 3 people who had something to leave in a hurry, when he saw Yi Shuiying, who had trotted all the way towards him. Perhaps because of too much excitement, Yi Shuiying even directly jumped into Yi Feng's arms, excitedly said, "You finally have a sense of motivation, it's really great." Obviously, Yi Shuiying this was already aware of the fact that his oldest brother had gotten a perfect score in practical combat. Niesini, who went out of the school gate with Yi Shuiying, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. "When did your own BFF move on?" Not far away, another male classmate, Dawn Ocean, who had always liked Yi Shuiying, was directly dumbfounded. The flowers prepared in his hand fell to the ground, and he had wanted to confess his love today. This is still confessing to your grandfather. Well, we'll talk about what's going on when I get back. Right now I'm going to the internet cafe to play on the computer. Yi Fong pushed Yi Shuiying away with a slight dislike. Today Yi Shuiying didn't object to him going to the internet cafe, instead she even took out money for Yi Fong, saying it was the internet fee. I've only got 50 here, so save it. Yi Fong took the money and nodded that it was fine. This made Niesini's entire body look dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on here? This guy is dating Shuiying and even letting the woman spend money. What kind of underhanded male is this? Dong Ocean likewise thought the same thing, so after Yi Fong and Yi Shuiying separated, secretly followed behind, intending to have a good discussion about life with this unaware of the opportunity to cherish the goddess in a while. Niesini found out that Dong Ocean was following Yi Fong and didn't stop it. Instead, she hoped that the other party could help her to get out of this bad mood as well. Yes, she knows. Yi Shuiying walked back, and Niesini thought that she, as her best friend, had to wake Yi Shuiying up, so that she could see this disgusting underhanded man and stay away from the scum. Shuiying, how do you feel about that man? Niesini pointed at Yi Feng's back and asked. He, day in and day out, uneducated, otaku, in addition to liking anime is playing games, the internet cafe catches up with his home, but I heard that he got a perfect score in the final practical, showing that he has gradually changed under my persistent and tireless efforts. Yi Shuiying was very proud as she said this. Niesini, on the other hand, had a black line on her face when her best friend became so infatuated. Shuiying, this man I feel is very unreliable, you don't want to be fooled by him, after all, people's hearts are separated from each other, if you give your heart to him, he might just treat you as a machine. Huh? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Yi Shuiying suddenly realized that something didn't seem quite right. Niesini said decisively after organizing her language, this is a scum, you must not be confused by his flowery words, break up with him. Separate what hand off, he is not my boyfriend, he is my cousin, called Yi Fong, is my uncle's son, he and I have always been a family, grew up, uncle and aunt out of work after has been the two of us live together, because he usually do not learn, every day swinging, so aunt let me control him. I heard today that he's finally showing signs of getting better, so that's why I'm so excited. Yi Shuiying cried and laughed a little, she now sort of understood that it was Niesini who had misunderstood. Niesini was stunned at his words. He's really your brother. Aha. Niesini froze for a second and then instantly reacted, if she was a little late, I'm afraid that Yi Shuiying's oldest brother will be beaten by Dong Haiyang. Pulling Yi Shuiying, Niesini quickly ran towards the direction the duo had just left. Looking at the teenager in front of him who had angrily brought himself inside the alley, Yi Fong was a bit confused. What did you want to see me about? Something's up. And it's something big. Dong Ocean suddenly grabbed the collar and said through gritted teeth, if you are sensible, get me away from Shuiying, that kind of good girl is not something you can get your hands on. Yi Fong instantly realized that he had been misunderstood when he heard this. So you like Shuiying? Exactly. Even I think I might not be good enough for him, how can you, a scum, be good enough for him? It was obvious that Yi Feng's previous careless behavior of asking for more money had irritated Dong Ocean. He now decided that Yi Feng was a scum who played with women's feelings. So do you know what my name is? Does that have anything to do with me hitting you? Yes, there is a big connection, my name is Yi Feng. So what? What's my last name? You're not trying to stall for time, are you? Let me tell you, no matter what you call over today I must beat you to remember, and then from now on you're not allowed to harass Shuiying again. My last name is Yi, and Yi Shuiying's last name is also Yi, which means there's no possibility that she's my sister. Dong Ocean. And it was at this time. Brother! Dong Ocean. What are you doing to my brother? Frost condensed on Yi Shuiying's body under her anger, while Dong Ocean, who had heard the words, first froze, and then his face went white. With a loose hand, Yi Feng appeared standing on the ground. Alas, laddie, ask for clear information before blocking people in the future. Yi Feng sighed and patted Dong Haiyang, the poor child's shoulder, and walked towards the street outside the entrance of the Hudong. Great uncle. Great uncle, I was wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. Dong Ocean hurriedly chased after him to try to explain, but he was deadened by Yi Shuiying's icy cold eyes. Who is your great uncle? Not only did you bastard try to hurt my brother, you tried to take advantage of me. Leave it to me for Shuiying to beat him up. Niesini spoke out to stop it, looking at Dong Ocean with sympathy in her eyes. Dong Ocean, on the other hand, was outright desperate. His love, completely flown. As for Yi Shuiying, she was a bit helpless. This Dong Ocean and Niesini were really a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Winter break has begun. Yi Feng looked at his cell phone and thought about how he should spend his winter vacation. Asked a mouthful of people inside the group who had time off for winter break. As it turned out, it was just Wan Tianlu who said he had time. Yi Fong, I'm going out of town for a month or so, interested in going out with me? Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianlu, no money. Yi Fong, I'll wrap it all up for you. Wan Tianlu, righteous father. Accept my obeisance. An hour later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Yi Fong went over to open the door, and sure enough, it was Wan Tianlu. Sis, I'm out traveling and I'll definitely be back before the new year. For Yi Fong to go out and travel, Yi Shuiying was really begging for it. After all, being able to go out and travel meant that Yi Fong had begun to gradually leave this state of being a geek. At the train station, Yi Fong and Wan Tianlu were discussing what place they should go to wave. Tianla, are you bold? Yi Fong asked in a rare serious manner. Brother Fong, I've been doing funerals, do you think I can be timid? That's true, in that case let's go to this place. Yi Fong pointed at a mountain range on the map. 5 Elements Mountain Range. The 5 Elements Mountain Range was located in the middle region between the east and the north, and since they were in the eastern domain, they were naturally in the east. And a large portion of the 5 Elements Mountain Range had now been returned to the demon race, with only some of the human cities remaining. The current situation was that the demons would not come out of the mountain range en masse, and the humans would not go to exterminate the demons inside. Sort of a very balanced state. The duo said that they would leave and headed directly to the representative city of the 5 Elements Mountain Range, 5 Elements City. After a day's train ride, the duo finally arrived at the place after 5 o'clock the next evening. It was winter now, and the 5 Elements City was already covered in snow, so naturally it wasn't as prosperous as it was in the summer. Yi Fong booked the hotel in the evening. After the two of them checked in, Wan Tianlu was like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, is looking at the east and the west. As for Yi Fong, he took out an ordinary-looking piece of iron from inside his storage ring. There was another main reason why he came to this side of the 5 Elements Mountain Range this time. The 5 Elements City was the largest trading place for medicinal herbs in the eastern region, and likewise here, because of the abundance of minerals, the trading of rare ores was even more visible everywhere. He planned to take Wan Tianlu and experiment with him first, to see if he could find a way to make his body metamorphose through the elixir. And that actually must require a lot of money to buy herbs. So he planned to get some extremely special metals to sell, thus exchanging them for money. Tanil, you go out and get me some snacks and drinks, the money has been sent to you. Okay. Wan Tianla ran away happily. Yi Fong, on the other hand, had flames rising up in his hands the moment Wan Tianla left. With his late Jindan cultivation level, wanting to refine an ordinary piece of iron to the extreme to become refined iron was just too easy and effortless. The iron impurities were dispelled, and the originally dull iron was now shining. Looking at a full 3 pounds of fine iron in his hand, Yi Fong couldn't help but reveal a smile. By the time Wan Tianla came back, Yi Fong had already gone out. However, because the message was sent in advance, Wan Tianlu was not surprised. Magical artifact forging stores are everywhere in 5 Elements City. Yi Fong put on the familiar mask again. Because it was winter, the forge didn't have any customers. After Yi Fong walked in, the woman sitting on top of the bar looked at him and asked, "What does this guest need to buy? Things in our store are not cheap." It was a woman in her 30s, smeared with light makeup, feminine, a pair of long black silk legs, could not find a single flaw. There was a slight carelessness on his face, and it was obvious that he didn't put Yi Fong as a guest in his heart. "Do you take metal materials here?" "Of course we'll take it, but it has to be a good material for us to take it. If it's an ordinary material, go out and turn left, there's a forge street that takes it there." The woman was a bit speechless in her mind. How could she still have ignorant customers coming in when she had opened her store so far out of the way? "I think you should take this iron." Yi Fong flipped his hand, and fine iron appeared in his hand. The woman could not help but stare after seeing it. Where did the other party take this thing out from? Soon, though, she was drawn to the fine iron. Hurriedly getting up and taking it for a closer look, he then asked with a face full of shock and disbelief, "This is fine iron? And the purity has reached over 70. Where did you get it from? Is that something you should be asking?" Although Yi Feng's tone was flat, the woman heard a hint of dissatisfaction in it and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, I was abrupt just now. My name is Song Chuanya, I'm a high-ranked forger." "My name is Maple Leaf. It looks like you intend to take this piece of fine iron?" "Then please make an offer, Your Excellency." Yi Feng's tone was as flat as water, so that Song Chuanya, a woman who had been in business for many years, could not see his mood swings. Song Chuanya said after hesitating for a moment, "Senior Maple Leaf, this piece of fine iron is really too precious for me to see. I still hope that you can come with me to the private room and wait for a moment. I will immediately call my master to come over. Fong gently nodded his head and followed Song Chuanya into the private room on the second floor. Song Chuanya took out her cell phone to call her master. Shortly afterward, a woman in her 50s wearing a feather boa walked into the middle of the booth. The woman wore glasses, her hair was gray, and despite her age, her eyesight wasn't bad. And it was because her eyes weren't bad that a look of disbelief soon appeared on her face. How is this possible? How is this possible? What's wrong with master? Could it be that there is something wrong with this fine iron? Song Chuanya hurriedly inquired. She had never seen her master have such an expression after following him for so many years. There's nothing wrong with this fine iron, but the question is why there's not a single impurity. Why? Why? The woman's eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. She was the only female within the Chinese super-ranked forger, which showed just how high her craft of forging was. But even a forger like her can only remove 80 impurities from the iron through various means of machinery and instruments. And removing more than 50 is fine iron. The piece in front of her was so hard she couldn't find a trace of impurities. This friend, can I use an instrument to test this piece of fine iron? Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to give you a suitable price for this fine iron later. The woman pleaded slightly. It was clear that she really wanted to know how pure this piece of fine iron was now. Fong waved his hand to show that it didn't matter. At that the women rushed upstairs with the fine iron in their arms. The third floor was their forge. Under Song Chuanya's explanation, Fong realized that the woman just now was called Xiao Lin, a Chinese super-ranked forger, and the only female. Fong did not care. As long as he could give money, anything was fine. A short time later Xiao Lin returned, only with a somewhat blank and disbelieving expression on her face. Master, what is the purity of this fine iron? Song Chuanya impatiently asked. After all, now the highest refined iron purity in China is only 85. Who knew that Xiao Lin did not leave this disciple of hers, but sat opposite Fong with a pleading look in her eyes. I wonder if sir can tell exactly which senior forged this 100 purity fine iron. 100? How is that possible? Song Chuanya's pupils contracted in disbelief. Iron ore is mixed with a lot of elements. With the current human technology can only be refined no more than 90, because the remaining 10 impurities in iron element is almost one simply cannot be separated. How could anyone actually forge fine iron with 100 purity? Fong just smiled lightly when he heard that. This piece of fine iron is what I forged. Don't say so much, just say how much it costs. I still remember to take the money to eat. When these words came out, the master and disciple, two girls, were you looking at me and I looking at you, or Xiao Lin was older and experienced? Looking at Fong, he asked, if sir can tell me how to extract this fine iron to reach 100% purity, I am willing to pay $50 million. Fong, who heard the words, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air in his heart. Worthy of being a renowned forger, he really is rich and powerful. Fong didn't make a fuss. His hand flipped and another 3 catty iron block appeared in his hand. Phew! The flames burned up in a flash. Both were taken aback. Then the master and disciple both used their scrying magic at the same time, only to find that they couldn't find a single bit of magical energy from above this flame at all. There's no magic energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Song Chuanya exited in surprise. It was obvious that this matter was beyond his knowledge. Who says that millions of worlds can only have magic as a method of cultivation that breaks the chains of the mundane? The flame in Yifeng's hand suddenly surged into the iron block. But in a flash all the flames were absorbed by the iron block, and fire-red lines appeared on top of the iron block. Xiao Lin took this piece of fine iron and carefully examined it. She was a fire mage and quickly realized that this was not only a 100 purity fine iron, but it also contained a large amount of fire element. Not only can it increase the flame magic power degree, the fire resistance is also extremely strong, and it can even help fire mages cultivate the role of fire energy. This kind of forging technique is unheard of. The shock returned to greatness, but soon Xiao Lin and Song Chuanya reacted to one thing. Listening to the person in front of him, the other party wasn't a mage, but had abilities comparable to those of a mage. Could it be that this world has other transcendent cultivation systems besides practicing magic? Song Chuanya was the first to press the issue and ask. Fong was not ambiguous when he sniffed. He now had to put on an inscrutable image to make these two worships in front of him really fearful. Because only in this way will it be easier to cooperate in the future. There are thousands of realms with countless cultivation systems, and your so-called magic is a crooked gate in my eyes, unable to even break the shackles of the laws. Xiaolin is worthy of being a person who has lived most of her life, instantly grasped the key in the words and asked with some excitement, "Could it be that you, sir, are not from our Bluestar?" "That's right, I'm from other realms, just like the demon race, who originally came from other realms as well." What Fong said was also the truth. The demon race of the Bluestar, he could conclude that it was a branch of the real demon race. It's still quite a bit worse than the real demon race. It's like they're immortal cultivators and the mages here, both are human, but the quality is worlds apart. The eyes that the two looked at Fong changed after determining this. After all, the last otherworldly creature demon race that came to their world had started a war for hundreds of years. Seeing the panic in the eyes of the two, Fong waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, they are all human races, and it's just me on our side who came to this realm." "Sir, I'm really a bit curious since you said you're a human, what exactly is the difference between you and us? How much difference is there between your cultivation system and ours? Is it all against the heavens?" Xiaolin was now curious about the things in Yifeng's world to an apex. Not only her, even Song Chuanya's eyes were filled with a yearning for the unknown among them. "The gap is huge, let me put it this way, you guys practice magic, in the end, you can't get out of the limitations of the power of this world, the so-called acting against the heavens is a joke, not being able to inflict a destruction-level attack on this world is called what acting against the heavens. And we cultivate to the extreme can hold the sun and the moon in our hands and step on the stars, and the heavenly Tao is afraid of us, and this is to go against the heaven." After saying that Fong stomped the ground violently with one foot, his Jindan cultivation fully activated. Jindan cultivation in the mortal world to attract the heavenly thunder can be too easy, not to mention that he is the reincarnation of the God Emperor, although the divine soul of 100 does not exist, but the communication of the laws of heaven and earth is still no problem. In an instant, the originally cloudless weather outside the window suddenly changed abruptly. Fong suddenly grabbed Xiaolin and Song Chuanya and instantly moved to the empty street outside the store. It's nighttime, and it's 8 o'clock, and this side of town was already a little out of the way, and now it's even more deserted. Watch what it means to cultivate, what it means to go against the grain. Fong regained the iron block, then his feet powered up and slammed into the air. Today, Xiaolin and Song Chuanya could only see a black dot standing high in the sky. Heavenly thunder, fall. Boom. A dozen of lightning bolts suddenly fell, however, these lightning bolts did not strike the ground, but suddenly turned in mid-air and bombarded Yifeng's body. Because Yifeng had used his aura to tamper with the two women's eyes, now only they could see themselves. The fine iron in his hand instantly absorbed the power of heavenly thunder. However, in a split second, the dark clouds in the air suddenly spread again, and Yifeng slowly floated down like an immortal from his mouth. The master and disciple who watched the scene could no longer speak. Is this something that people can do? Is this something that people can do? Do you guys think I'm strong now? Re-entering the house, Yifeng looked at the duo slightly teasingly. Very strong, ridiculously strong, our cultivation system is nothing compared to yours. Song Chuanya's eyes gradually became confused, their hard work to cultivate the so-called magic was simply trash in front of others. Xiaolin calmed down quickly and stared at Yifeng, waiting for his next words. To tell you guys a very ridiculous thing, in fact, my rank, in the system I cultivate is only the 3rd class, and the whole system, there are a total of 15 classes. How is this possible? This time even Xiaolin was not calmly stood up violently. I'm not lying to you, I'm telling you the truth, in the words of your world, the cultivation system we follow is to become a god, but you guys don't have to worry, your realm is Immortal Realm, and anything that comes above the 4th order will be directly destroyed, so coming to the top is just one order higher than me. Sir, since you're so powerful, then why don't you help us destroy the demon race? Xiaolin's eyes were filled with questions among them. It was obvious that she thought it would be easy for Yifeng to eliminate the demon race. I'm strong in your eyes, but I'm not at the point where I can exterminate all of you demon races for a short period of time, and I don't want to consume time, as well as the fact that this is a battle between your realm and another, and I don't have the right to intervene. Yifeng said with a half-truth. Xiaolin sniffed and sat down disheveled on top of the sofa. And at this time Song Chuanya suddenly stood up with a face full of gravity and pleading, "Sir, please teach me your cultivation methods. I'm willing to do whatever you can make me do. The human races in your realm don't have spirit roots in their bodies, so they can't cultivate at all, so give it up." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, then continued, "So now we can discuss the price of this thing of mine, just now and quench the heavenly thunder, the price should be able to be raised quite a bit." Xiaolin received the fine iron and looked at the fire pattern and purple thunder pattern on it in her heart. People could casually make extreme materials that they could never make in their lifetime. How amazing their forging heritage must be then. Sir, I can't figure out why you need money when you're so strong. Does my being strong conflict with my lack of money? I just came to your world, I can't go burning and looting, I'm not like that either. Yi Fong cried and laughed, while the master and disciple two daughters also came to a realization upon hearing this. Soon they closed the deal for $80 million. While leaving, Song Chuanya suddenly spoke up and asked, "Sir, how should we contact you if we want to?" "Call this man, his name is Yi Fong, my only friend in this world." Yi Fong threw a note to Song Chuanya, and before he left, he also suddenly twisted his head and said, "I like Maple Leaf very much, in the future, you guys can just call me Senior Maple Leaf, I'm already 2,000 years old, so it's reasonable for you guys to call me Senior." The two couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at the words. Nice guy, 2,000 years old. The shock they got today was too much, so much so that they all felt a bit like they were dreaming. It was about 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when we got back to the hotel. Wan Tianlu was lying on the bed sleeping soundly. Yi Fong didn't rush to sleep, but took out the pile of medicinal herbs he had just bought. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Flames rose between his hands. When he had time he would have to make another trip to Chou Lin and Song Chuanya's side to see if he could borrow their forging room he get a Dan furnace out. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wan Tianla, who had woken up from his sleep, stretched his back. "I thought that what greeted me would be the early morning sunshine, but who knew that I would open my eyes and see Yi Fong with a bad smile on his face. Fong, this expression of yours is making me doubt your orientation." Wan Tianli's face showed fear, and he couldn't help but sit up hastily, fearing that his chrysanthemums wouldn't be protected. Especially when he had been with Yi Fong for several months, the other party froze and never once looked at those good-looking girls inside the class. Even outside, passing by a beautiful woman their brother and sister's eyes lit up, he still had a disinterested attitude, as if he hadn't seen it. It's hard not to suspect something is wrong with sexual orientation. "What are you thinking, man? I'm straight." Yi Fong gave a middle finger to Wan Tianlu, then took out a white elixir. Before Wan Tianlu could react he was held down by Yi Fong and the medicine was directly stuffed into its mouth. "Fong, don't. Brother Fong." Wan Tianlu wailed and screamed miserably, while Yi Fong cried and laughed a little. After seeing him take the medicine he went back to his bed and asked, "How do you feel?" "How does what feel? I'm a normal guy. I fucking asked you how you felt after the pills." Wan Tianlu sniffed and hurriedly began to feel his body carefully, and soon he fell off the bed with an ah. "It hurts. The body hurts. It hurts just fine." Yi Fong nodded in satisfaction. Blood-quenching pills, after taking them, would quench the human blood. He had always been curious if these body-quenching pills would work well for people in this world. So naturally, Wan Tianlu became his guinea pig, and even if something happened to himself, he could quickly perform a resuscitation. Ah! Wan Tianlu let out one miserable scream after another, but even then he didn't suspect that Yi Fong wanted to harm him. Soon the bruises gushed out of his pores and soon he was a bloody man. Half an hour later, the medicinal effect of the blood-quenching pill finally ended. As Wan Tianlu felt the changes in his body, he was a bit incredulous. "Yi Fong, what kind of medicine is this? Why do I feel that I am now relaxed and have an indescribable feeling of euphoria?" Man Tianlu also tried to make a fist while saying that. "What kind of medicine? You don't need to know, as long as you know it's a good elixir. Go take a bath, there will be other elixirs in a while." "Is the rest so hard?" No, the others aren't as hard." Getting Yi Fang's answer, Wan Tianlu happily went to take a shower. After Wan Tianlu entered the bathroom, Yi Fong revealed a bad smile. How could this blood-quenching elixir possibly catch up with the pain of several other elixirs? 10 minutes later, after taking a shower, Wan Tianlu came out. Just after coming out, Yi Fong threw a refining viscera pill to Wan Tianlu. Wan Tianlu swallowed it directly without the slightest hesitation, and then... "Ah! Brother Fong! You lied to me. This elixir is even more painful than the one just now." Wan Tianlu only felt the body organs are breaking, lying on the ground is constantly rolling, that kind of pain, not to mention how difficult. "It's okay, it'll pass after a bit." "How long?" "About an hour." "Brother Fong! You're really my own brother." An hour later. Lying on the ground already deflated, Wan Tianlu finally pushed through the effects of the medicine. Then he rushed to the toilet in a fit of pandemonium. It took a full half hour to get out, and when I did, I came out almost on my back. Seeing Yi Fong bring another elixir over, Wan Tianlu used all his strength to crawl towards the bed while saying, "Brother Fong, I beg you, let me go, I still want to live." However, Yi Fong didn't spoil him, and a bone-quenching pill was directly shoved hard into his mouth. The bones were all quenched, and the pain was almost as if there were worms burrowing inside the bone marrow. Another hour, Wan Tianlu lying on the bed, as if he saw an old woman is calling him to cross the bridge to drink soup, full of kind smiles. He really seems to go over to take a sip of that soup directly relief. Nevertheless, Yi Feng sent a body-tempering pill into Wan Tianli's mouth. The body-quenching pill could quench the skin and all parts of the body, and was considered the final stage of body quenching. Wan Tianli used the last of his body's strength to give Yi Feng a middle finger. This time he didn't scream either, his voice was no longer able to shout. Fortunately, this hotel soundproofing effect is good, belongs to the top level, otherwise the people outside the door to hear still think that there is a murder case here. After completing the quenching of his body, Wan Tianlu realized that he had actually regained his strength, and he could clearly feel that his body was very different from before. Tried to jump with all my might. Bang! A headbutt against the ceiling hurt and he was wincing. My gosh, brother Fong, you've given me an elixir right, my body strength is comparable to those systematic body masters. A body master was a special existence that had awakened the system, they mainly refined the body, and the body cultivation within the immortal cultivators had a similarity. Don't be happy so early, the first set of pills is finished, it's time for the second set. Yi Feng took out the elixir for quenching the divine soul. This elixir was specially gotten for Wan Tianlu. After all, he was a summoner, the spiritual level was more important. Ah! Come again! Wan Tianli's eyes were hollow, already desperate. 3 days later. Wan Tianlu, who had recently been taking pills for dinner every day, felt like he had been reborn after walking out of the hotel door. Let's go, don't forget what I said before, accompany me into the 5 Elements mountain range to collect something. Yi Feng went out and stretched his waist as he walked. Okay. Wan Tianlu agreed dryly, and then the two of them boarded a bus to the suburbs. Prepare to walk into the 5 mountains from the suburban side of the highway. Inside the Yarin Forge store. Xiao Lin and Song Chuanya looked at the phone number on the note and were hesitant to call. They tried everything they could for 3 days without finding a suitable solution to build a magical artifact from that piece of fine iron. Because they couldn't figure out how to think of what kind of magic artifact could work this piece of divine iron to the extreme. I wanted to ask Yi Feng, but I was a little afraid to. After all, this one was just too mysterious and powerful. And just from that one conversation they could see that this one had a very eccentric personality that was simply inscrutable. Sunset and dusk. On the outskirts of the 5 Elements mountain, 2 figures sat at a campfire by the river, eating meat and chatting. Tianlu, although the quality of your physical body has come up now, you don't have any relative physical body stances. What type of stance do you want to learn? I can teach you. Brother Fong, why do I always feel that the current you is like a beggar who passes on his power inside a martial arts novel, a flavor of a drop-dead tall person? Don't digress. If I say I have to learn it, I want to learn the kind of lightness inside martial arts novels. After all, we summoners have poor self-preservation ability. If we can learn lightness to escape if we want to, we can escape. Wan Tianli's words made Yi Feng agree. After thinking about it, his mind soon recalled a rather odd merit law he had obtained earlier. This was a technique that did not require cultivation, created by a mortal, but required a cultivator to guide for it first. After learning it, you can make your body as light as a feather, even to the point of flying on grass. Thinking of this, Yi Feng beckoned to Wan Tianlu. Before Wan Tianlu could react, a palm slapped on its chest. Sneak attack. Wan Tianlu was slapped to the ground, then he felt another sharp pain coming from his body. It turns out that people get used to it when they have a lot of pain, like Wan Tianlu now. Just laying on the ground grunting and not reacting as much as before. Early the next morning. A silhouette in the forest quickly shuttled. Each time it jumped, it was able to cross a distance of 10 meters or really dozens of meters. Feeling this flying feeling, Wan Tianlu was so happy. Yi Feng smiled without saying anything as he walked along the dirt road below. Van Tunnel had inquiries as to why he had so many strange things and ideas. Yi Feng's explanation was that he just loved to study these things. Something like talent was terrifying, and over the years he had unknowingly saved up such a huge amount of knowledge and researched pills. Recently it happened to be at the stage of live experimentation, so it was cheaper for Wan Tianlu. And Wan Tianlu really believed it. Suddenly, Yi Feng, who was walking, stood still and his eyes lit up. Tianlu, stop being a monkey and get down here, I found what I wanted. Hearing this, Wan Tianlu landed beside Yi Feng without the slightest hesitation. What did you find out, Fong? Wan Tianlu was a bit puzzled and curious, while Yi Feng couldn't hide his excitement on his face. I found the cave that can lead to the mountain range's underground dragon vein. Fong had lived for so many years in the immortal cultivation world, so he naturally knew about feng shui. So there are dragon veins underneath mountain ranges, and the bigger the mountain range the bigger the dragon vein underneath, but because the dragon veins are located deep underground, the only way to access them is through underground caves and caverns. And there were a lot of good things inside the dragon vein, among which the one he was most interested in was the dragon vein essence. He was the one thing he lacked right now, a good sword. After about 10 minutes had passed, Fong quickly found the entrance to the underground cave that he had discovered under the sweep of his divine sense. It was a cave located in a crack at the bottom of a large river, and in order to get in you would definitely need to go into the middle of this large river. Tianlu, or you can wait for me outside, there might be some danger inside, it's best if you don't go. There's danger and I'm going all the more. Am I the kind of coward who's afraid of death and lets his brother go to a dangerous place and ignores it? It was rare for Wan Tianlu to show a serious look. Fong, on the other hand, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at his words. Throwing the other party a chi closing pill, after taking it they jumped headfirst into the middle of the rushing river. After Feng's elixir transformation, nowadays, Wan Tianlu could still see even in the middle of the river. Shortly afterward, under Feng's leadership, he arrived above the river bottom crack. Fong didn't hesitate to dive directly into the crack, with Wan Tianlu following closely behind. I don't know how deep I swam. The two entered into a dark current. A short time later, the poofing duo poked their heads out of the water. This is an underground waterhole which is located in the middle of an underground cave. Finally, it's coming in. Fong used the flame to roast and dry the clothes on the two of them. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the entire underground cave structure of the 5 elements mountain range surfaced in his mind. Suddenly Fong realized that the situation was not right and looked towards Wan Tianlu, who was not far away, and hurriedly shouted, "Tianlu, quickly dodge!" Ha! As soon as Feng's words fell, a black shadow had arrived in front of Wan Tianlu. Fortunately, Wan Tianlu's reaction speed was extremely fast now, and after reacting, he dodged the attack with a backward jump. Wan Tianlu fixed his eyes and discovered that what attacked him was actually a spider leg that was 3 meters tall. That's right, spider legs. The legs alone are 3 meters, so how scary must the spider itself be? The white spider silk followed. Wan Tianlu quickly dodged, thanks to his body has been strengthened and transformed by Fong, otherwise, not to mention dodging the spider silk, just now that blow he could not dodge. The rock that the spider silk was wrapped around was instantly shattered, and sure enough, this spider silk was not as soft as it seemed. Soon Fong and the two of them could see that it was a giant spider with a pale white body, like a monster staring at the two of them. However, with a glance, Fong could determine that this was a demonic beast from this realm originally, and there was no demonic chi of the otherworldly demon race in its body. In fact, most of the demon races that are now at war with the human race are local demonic beasts that have been forcefully boosted and manipulated by the infusion of demonic chi by the otherworldly demon realm. As for the true otherworldly demon race, Fong had not met any so far. Wan Tianlu was here, he couldn't show his superior strength, but that didn't mean he couldn't use other means. Feng's figure flashed, blocking in front of his opponent as the giant spider rushed towards Wan Tianlu. Magic cards appear in the hand. High-ranked magic card, Cthulhu Demon King. Ow! A wolf howl came from among the magic cards. The spider had no hearing, but the shockwave from the wolf's howl still caused it to take several steps back. It was the first time Fong had used a magic card inside a real battle. The magic card was used again, and hundreds of wind blades broke through the air and chopped at the giant spider. However, although the wind blades all hit the spider, they did not cause any fatal damage to it. It was then that Fong snapped to the realization that the battle power of this giant spider was feared to be high level. Hiss! The giant spider let out a hiss. Fong didn't bother using the Tsung Wolf Demon King magic card again, the demonic power in it now was only enough to use Wolf Howl once more at best, it was simply useless. Looks like it's going to have to be you with this. Fong smiled faintly as the Scarlet Centipede King magic card appeared in his hand. The giant spider felt threatened and quickly rushed towards Fong. Fong, be careful. Careful should be it. Scarlet Centipede King's innate demonic spell, Blood Mist. Scarlet Mist floated out from the magic card, and the giant spider that came into contact with this blood mist stiffened, and then saw its body begin to rapidly melt and decompose, and in the end, all that was left was some corroded to the point of not being able to look like a wreckage lying quietly on the ground. The blank magic card absorbs the demonic power from the giant spider's body. Now that he had 2 high-ranked magic cards and a super-ranked magic card, it was simply beautiful. Fong, did you just use the legendary magic card? Wan Tianla, who was a poor man, was filled with curiosity. Yi Fong nodded and then said, Tianla, you're lucky, this good thing that the spider has occupied for an unknown number of years is now going to be cheap for you. Cheap me? What cheapens me? Wan Tianli's head was full of questions while Yi Fong just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Flames rose in his hands for illumination, leading Wan Tianlu to a nearby cave entrance located in a stone wall. The cave entrance was covered with spider silk, and with a wave of Yifeng's hand, this cave entrance spider web was instantly burned by Yifeng, revealing the cave inside. You're picking up a great deal. Yifeng walked into the cave and brought Wan Tianlu to the front of the small milky white puddle that dripped from time to time in the deepest part of the cave. This puddle is not big, just as big as the palm, but this is the real earth vein spirit liquid. Only large earth veins can appear, and the dragon vein is the top of the earth veins inside the existence of the earth vein is bound to produce the earth vein spirit liquid. Only the dragon vein is intricate and spread all over the mountain range underground. Want to find the spiritual liquid is also extremely difficult. Tianli, you stay here honestly these days and wait for me to come back. You have to drink all this water before I come back. It's just this much water, I can finish it in a few sips. While Wan Tianla had an extremely unconcerned expression, Yifeng revealed a bad smile. Young man, you really don't understand the gold content of this earth vein spirit liquid. Yifeng let Wan Tianla take a small sip of the spirit liquid after filling half of the bottle with it. Then the familiar agony spread through every corner of his body once again. It's body-hardening stuff again. That's right, enjoy. Yifeng smiled and left. As he left, he purposely set up an array in case any other demonic beasts would attack Wan Tianlu in his absence. These spirit liquid without 10 days and a half months do not want to consume all the light. Thanks to Wan Tianli's body was quenched by him, otherwise directly drink this vein of spirit liquid he had to directly burst and died. Without Wan Tianlu as a liability, Yifeng had nothing to worry about. His late Jindan cultivation was fully activated as he began to scavenge this dragon vein for all kinds of heavenly treasures. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yifeng arrived at the bottom and deepest part of the dragon vein. At the very bottom of the dragon vein was a cave that wasn't that big. Walking into the cave, Yifeng saw what he was looking for this time. A golden stalactite glows in the dimly lit cavern. This is the essence of the dragon vein, the dragon essence stone. This root of the dragon essence stone is 2 meters high. Yifeng is not the kind of person who kills chickens to take the eggs. Take half can. If all take away this dragon vein will lose the spirit. The original vitality of the 5 elements of the mountain range will also gradually lose vitality. Click. The dragon essence stone was broken in half by him, flames rose, and soon the dragon essence stone was refined and condensed into a piece of golden iron. Dragon essence iron, it's a done deal. Yifeng was satisfied and collected the dragon essence stone and was about to leave when he raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't realize there was a windfall. Coming in front of a rock wall, Yifeng punched out. Click, boom. The rock wall shattered, revealing a narrow fissure behind it. Yifeng sidestepped through, the firelight became brighter and brighter, and finally he unexpectedly came above a flowing river of molten lava. Poof! Yifeng jumped directly into the magma without the slightest hesitation. Luckily there was no one else here. If someone else saw it their jaws would drop in surprise. After searching for half a day in the middle of the molten river, he finally saw a golden flame. I didn't realize that there was a spirit fire here. Though of little use to him in the mortal realm, spirit fire could be used as a surface magical strength, allowing him to swing the pendulum more easily. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought of a good swinging life. Swinging chips, I'm back. Yifeng directly reached out and grabbed the spirit fire, then swallowed it in one gulp. It didn't have much flavor and it was a little hot. It had been half a month since they entered the dragon vein. 2 grimy, dirty children who looked as if they had just come out of a mine poked their heads out of a cliff face. He's fucking finally out. Brother Fong, shouldn't we go home now? I can't wait to go back and hatch these little ones now. Wan Tianla shook his backpack. This guy had found the spider eggs that the giant spider had left behind, 2 of them when he was absorbing the earth vein spirit liquid inside the cave. Without saying a word, this person directly threw away all the clothes inside the backpack in order to take away all these spider eggs. Seeing as it's New Year's Eve, it's really time to go home, but I have to run some errands before I do. Yifeng took Wan Tianla back to 5 Elements City after saying a word. Another familiar hotel stay. Wan Tianlu had been so tired lately that he entered the hotel at 10 o'clock in the morning and lay down to sleep. Yifeng, on the other hand, went out and retransformed into Maple Leaf when he was almost at Yalan's forge. Jingle bells. The store door was pushed open, making a pleasant windy chime. Song Chuanya, who was originally roaming without care, looked up after seeing that it was Yi Fong who first froze, and then asked with a face full of surprise and excitement, "Is Senior Maple Leaf short of money again and wants to sell us some good materials?" "No, I'm going to take over your forge for a while. I'm going to build a weapon for my friend." Song Chuanya, who had heard the words, was first stunned, then immediately reacted to the fact that Senior Maple Leaf wanted to demonstrate their forging method. How dare she hesitate? Song Chuanya hurriedly told her master Chiu Lin, who also rushed over. They are now at a loss as to how to build that piece of fine iron to its fullest extent, and now that Maple Leaf is going to forge weapons at their place, it is simply a heavenly opportunity. Yi Fong was already standing in the forging room when Chiu Lin arrived and started to study the forging equipment here. Temperature testing instruments, quality testing instruments, fast freezers, polishing machines, cutting machines, and other modern instruments. A bunch of fancy stuff. Yi Fong somewhat disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then directly came to the front of the most primitive iron felt, beside which there was a water tank. This water just is transparent and is made of special transparent crystal, so you can clearly see anything inside the tank. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, the water inside the tank directly evaporated, and then in the midst of the duo's somewhat puzzled gazes, Yifeng began. With a flip of his hand, the dragon essence iron appeared in his hand. The dazzling golden iron flashed the eyes of the two of them a little stinging. Bam! The dragon essence iron was thrown by Yifeng into the middle of the water tank that no longer had any water. The flames rose up, and although the temperature of the flames was very high, the water tank was not affected even a little. Soon after, this dragon essence iron turned into a golden liquid under Yifeng's flame burning. Originally, this transparent tank was meant to scrutinize the changes of the materials in the water, so they could easily see everything that was happening inside the tank. 3 different pieces of metal were thrown into the fire by Yifeng and quickly melted and fused with the dragon essence iron to form the prototype of a sword. He also took out the hilt that had been prepared long ago, and shortly afterward the sword body and the hilt fitted perfectly to form a half-finished long sword. The long sword was placed on the anvil by Yifeng, and then Yifeng's fists kept pounding on the scorching sword. And the speed was getting faster and faster, faster and faster, to the extent that the two of them could hardly see Yifeng's movements after using their eyes, and they could only see a trail of residual shadows intertwined together. It was a full half-hour of fighting. Yifeng closed his hand and the iron felt suddenly turned into iron powder. In fact, the anvil had already been unable to carry the first blow long ago, only that Yifeng was using his spiritual power to maintain and not immediately crumble. Taking out a cloth, he wiped the sword lightly. The sound of swords piercing through the houses could even be heard throughout the entire 5 Elements city. Taking out the prepared sheath, his first weapon in this world was complete. This. Chiu Lin's pupils contracted. This was the first time she had heard and seen such a plain but stunning forging method. Thanks for the help. Yifeng put away his long sword and cupped his hands to thank him after turning around to leave. Wait, senpai. Can you tell me the name of this sword? Yifeng turned his head to look at Song Chuanya with a faint smile and said, "This sword is named Dragon Abyss." Yifeng left, but neither of the two women had slowed down from the shock they had just experienced. It was only after a long time that Song Chuanya reacted and said, "Just now, did Senior Maple Leaf say that this sword was for his friend?" "He said he only has one friend in this world. That person is called Yifeng. I checked the cell phone number, it's from Pengcheng City, and that Yifeng is a high school student. He is a famous fire mage. This person has such a good relationship with seniors, his future prospect is unlimited. You and I mustn't be offended either." Chiu Lin's eyes actually have a flash of envy. If she can get the senior instruction to learn the profound forging art, even if she is allowed to pour out all what can be done. The train station said goodbye to Van Tenra. Yifeng looked at today's Pengcheng. The snow was heavy and it was already late winter. Walking on top of the snow, he was surprisingly a little homesick. "I don't know if my parents will be able to come back to spend New Year's Eve with them this year." Bought a pack of cigarettes from the store. Standing on the street after lighting it, looking at the snow falling in the air, he remembered his last life. The road to cultivating immortality is long, and he soared all the way up from the mortal world. Step by step, he walked up the steps to become the legendary God Emperor. Is he happy to be the God Emperor? No, there was only endless loneliness and isolation after becoming a God Emperor. Home. It was a luxury he had looked up to before. He couldn't remember what his parents looked like in his last life, but they seemed to resemble his parents in this life. Perhaps this was the compensation the heavenly Tao gave itself for guarding the broken immortal realm. Smoke burns out. Yifeng took out the key and opened the door. However, he couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the person sitting on top of the couch in the living room. It was a young girl with long hair down to her waist. The bright pearl was haloed, the beautiful jade was glistening, and there was a transcendent beauty hidden between the brows and the eyes. It was her white hair that was most attractive, and she could be called a flawless work of art, both in terms of her looks and her figure. So much for fairies coming down to earth. Fong was a bit mesmerized by what he saw for a while. But not because he was shocked by the other's beauty, but because this young girl looks like her. Fong had a red face when he was in the mortal world, and the two of them accompanied each other from the mortal world until the immortal world. Unfortunately, the God Emperor has only one person for ages, and in the river of time the red face eventually left him. And this young girl in front of me really seems like her. Ha! You're back, Lao. Yi Shuiying came out of the kitchen and was a little surprised to see Yi Fong. Yi Fong nodded and looked at the white-haired girl, but the other party did not even look at him. Older brother, she is my friend, is what I told you before, Qi Xinbing. Our parents are not able to come back this year for New Year's Eve, so I simply call her over to spend New Year's Eve together. There are many people lively well. This name Yi Fong had a memory. Yi Shuiying came over to live with him in 5th grade, and this Qi Xinbing she did mention, saying that she was her best friend. You've got a pretty friend here, smoother than you can be, right? Yi Fong said with a smile and walked into the room, while Yi Shuiying was chattering at the back like an old mother reading Yi Fong. Reporting on Yi Fong. You heartless thing, I cook and wash your clothes every day, and you talk about me like this. Do you even have a conscience? Ha ha ha. Yi Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud, then he reached out and nodded Yi Shuiying's forehead before closing the door. Yi Shuiying made a face at Yi Feng's room door. Slightly, stinky old brother, like you will definitely not be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Yi Shuiying left from Yi Feng's door made it to Qi Xuanbing's side. Qi Xianbing, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile after Yi Shuiying sat down and said, "This is Uncle Yi Long's son?" It's really two extremes from Uncle Yi Long's character. Who says it isn't? Xianbing, do you have any way to change this character of my old brother? I don't know why I just felt as if he has turned into that swinging look again before. Yi Shuiying looked at Qi Xianbing helpfully, while Qi Xianbing shook his head. Rotten mud can't help the wall, even if he's more talented without that heart it's still just a rotten wood in the end. He definitely won't have great achievements in the future. Ugh. Yi Shuiying, who heard the word, sighed helplessly. Dinner. Yi Shuiying made a sumptuous feast to welcome her old brother home. Yo, still remembering what I like to eat, not bad for my good sister, deep in my heart. Yi Shuiying, who heard Yi Feng's compliment, could not help but raise her slightly flat chest. Humph, knowing my good intentions, then why don't you still work hard to become stronger so that I can say it out in the future with face? It's impossible to make an effort, not in this life. Yi Fong said with a smile while eating. Yi Shuiying, who heard this, was just about to get angry when she saw Yi Fong throw an object to her. After rushing to catch it, she realized that it was actually a silver bracelet. This is a middle-ranked magical artifact I stumbled upon out in the field. It can increase the speed of ice magic condensation. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Yi Shuiying looked at the bracelet in her hand and first froze, then her eyes turned red and a little moist. You've finally grown up to understand, old brother. Yi Shuiying kept shaking Yi Feng's shoulders as if a mother saw her child finally grow up and become a man, and the prodigal son returned to filial piety to his parents. Yi Fong was speechless. Was he very ignorant in the past? After dinner, Yi Shuiying cleaned up the dishes, while Yi Fong went back to the bedroom, lying on the windowsill and smoking a cigarette. Today's mood of him was a little complicated. Game fine recommendations. Why would there be a young girl who looks so similar to her? Is it a coincidence? Or... Yi Fong finished smoking and walked out of the bedroom to find Qi Xianbing sitting on the living room sofa reading a book and drinking tea. Yi Fong sat down across from him and said with a smile, "Beauty interested in chatting?" Yi Shuiying in the kitchen noticed the scene and raised an eyebrow. It was the first time she had seen her oldest brother initiate an opening with a woman of his age. She stopped scrubbing the dishes and hid behind the door to observe in secret. I'm not interested in talking to someone like you. Don't hit on me. I'm not interested in you. Qi Xianbing's tone was bland with ice coldness. Yi Fong smiled at the words and the smile on his face didn't change, but he got up and said, "All right." Wandering back to the bedroom. Yi Fong sat on the chair and looked at the snowy moonlit sky outside the window. The original confusion and excitement in his eyes was gone. Sure enough, it's not her. Even if she reincarnated how many times and recognized me or not, she definitely wouldn't say such words to someone who has no grievance. Yi Fong lay down on the chair and slowly closed his eyes, but soon he reopened them again. The corners of his mouth turned up and his hands rested behind his head. It was only at this time that he suddenly realized that compared to that Qi Xianbing who looked so much like her, it seemed like this cousin of his was more like her. I took care of her all my life in my last life, and I'm taking care of me in this life? What's the point of thinking so much? Yi Feng got up and came to the front of the computer, then opened the phone. New Year's Eve. Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying were busy in a frenzy. Yi Feng helped Yi Shuiying to cook together while Qi Xianbing was still sitting on top of the sofa looking at a book. The current Yi Feng had completely ignored Qi Xianbing, a skinny person that was familiar to him. And without the added benefit of his looks, Yi Feng's attitude towards him was naturally much colder. To be honest, Yi Feng nonetheless did not have any good feelings towards Qi Xianbing, and even had some disdain for him. As a guest, or as his sister's best friend, he had done nothing to give him the cold shoulder. Probably because of his personality and usual habits, Yi Feng could understand. But her own sister, taking such good care of her and shushing her, could be said to truly consider her a friend. And her? No half-assed indication, still acting like you guys have nothing to do with me. As soon as she herself had some verbal contact with the other person, she seemed to think that she had thoughts about her, with a look of "You don't deserve me, I can't see you. Don't dip the bottom, man. I got you a banana stick hammer." Looking at his sister's face, Yi Feng chose to ignore this person. Alas, it has gone by so quickly, another year has passed. Yi Shuiying sighed as she cut the vegetables. Yi Feng, who had heard the words, nodded and said, "Yes, time really flies." At New Year's Eve dinner, 3 people sat at the table. The countdown inside the TD begins. Outside the house, fireworks were flying and firecrackers were going off. The countdown is over. A new year has begun. Happy New Year, old brother, Xianbing. Yi Shuiying laughed and cheered. Yi Feng followed suit, while Qi Xianbing still had the same cold look. After dinner, Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying went out for a walk. Happy New Year, old brother, here's my New Year's gift for you. Yi Shuiying handed a magic card to Yi Feng, which caused Yi Feng to stare in disbelief. Yi Shuiying, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed, revealing her small tiger teeth. I've long since realized that you actually have the habit of collecting magic cards at some point in time, old brother. This beginner-level magic card is something that took me a lot of effort to get, isn't it a nice gift? It's really good. Yi Feng smiled faintly and after receiving the magic card took out a jadeite jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Yi Shuiying. The gift I gave you before was just a souvenir I brought back for you from my travels outside. This is the real New Year's gift. It was a jadeite jade pendant with Yi Shuiying's name written on it, and it had a spell formation on it that could protect Yi Shuiying in a critical situation. And there was also a teleportation function. Yi Feng could come to his sister's side at any time through this jade pendant. Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, was first stunned, then joyfully received the jade pendant, very happy. Looking at Yi Shuiying, who was full of excitement, Yi Feng was in a happy mood. Although they were only cousins, living together for so many years had long been no different from being siblings. The God Emperor's he was unattached, and now that he was attached, he felt pretty good. The streets were quiet and peaceful at night, and the smell of gunpowder from exploding firecrackers and fireworks filled the air. Homes are lit up and a lone figure walks slowly down the street. The lone figure seemed so harsh and prominent in the city. Ha! Tengaku? Yi Feng, who was walking on the street, was a little surprised when he suddenly noticed the lonely back in front of him. Yikes! Fong! Wan Tianle twisted his head happily after hearing Yi Feng's voice, and the two of them smiled at each other. Yi Shuiying beside Yi Feng naturally recognized Wan Tianle and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, "Tianle, why are you alone outside?" "I was bored at home, so I thought I'd come out for a stroll." "You're in trouble with your family?" "Don't get angry with your family, they're all cutthroats. I'm the only one in my house." Wan Tianlu scratched his head and smiled. Hearing this, Yi Shuiying first froze and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know about this, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." "It's okay, I don't care." Wan Tianlu had a disinterested attitude. Yi Feng sighed in his heart. The day before the two of them went out on a trip, Wan Dilu buried his departed grandfather with his own hands. He's an orphan, and according to him, he was picked up from the cemetery by his grandfather. With such a body, but living such a cheerful life, it made Yi Feng couldn't help but feel admiration. "Tianlo, have you eaten yet?" "I made too many dishes today, I'll go back and reheat them for you, as long as you don't mind." "Really? That's great." Wan Tianla laughed heartily. Just like that, Yi Feng's siblings went out a door and picked up a Wan Tianla back. After eating, Fong himself let Wan Tianla sleep in the same room with himself. It's been an interesting year. Fong cried and laughed in his heart, then he closed his eyes and slept. The third day of the new year. Qi Xianbing left. Still looking, people are leaving. Fong glanced at the slightly dazed Wan Tianlu, somewhat speechless. He really couldn't understand what was so good about this Qi Xianbing that he could make Wan Tianlu fall in love at first sight. Wan Tianlu, who heard the words but coughed and whispered, "Fong, she's really pretty, little old me is really moved, it would be good if I can marry such a beautiful woman in the future. Just think about it." Fong nodded Wan Tianli's forehead, but in his heart, he was not amused. One gone year later. Game Boutique recommendation: senior year near graduation. The recess bell rang. Li Mubai directly rushed out of the classroom without saying anything. 5 minutes later, a forlorn-looking man returned and resumed his seat. How many times has this happened? Wan Tianla asked Hani with some curiosity. 8th time, he's been rejected 8 times since he started confessing his love this semester. Hani couldn't help but laugh out loud. The second semester of his senior year is approaching graduation. Li Mubai is afraid that he will never see his crush Nia Sini again, so he started to confess madly. And then get rejected like crazy. This guy also has perseverance down to a science. I'm cracking up. Why Is it because I'm not good enough? Li Mubai faced despair, his love has not yet started to end. Suddenly he thought of something, and with glowing eyes, he looked at the 3 of them and asked, "If I remember correctly, the 3 of you have already broken through to the middle-ranked mages, right?" The 3 of them nodded their heads gently at the words. They had all just recently made a breakthrough. "I'll find someone, we don't need a high school test before we awaken the second faculty, now." After saying that, Li Mubai went straight to the restroom to make a call. The 3 of them simultaneously shrugged breathlessly after looking at each other. Li Mubai was also a ruthless person, and actually really got them the channels and qualifications to awaken the second lineage in advance. Inside the awakening room, a middle-aged man placed 4 diamond-shaped light blue crystal stones in the hands of the 4 people. This thing is the awakening stone. They've used this stuff before and it's not unfamiliar. Who's first, brothers? Li Mubai asked. Hani, who heard the words directly, opened his mouth. Fuck. I'll go first. Hani closed his eyes and gripped the awakening stone in his hand to carefully perceive the magic energy in his body. A dazzling blood-colored light appeared. The middle-aged man could not help but stare at this. System? Doesn't it stand to reason that systems would only appear within the first lineage? The middle-aged man was a bit puzzled, but the other 3 didn't care, and instead felt very deserving. The second Li Mubai began to awaken. Dazzling light cyan light appeared. Wind system. Good lord, the already lewd one got even more lewd this time. It's the 3rd turn for Wan Tianlu. Everyone was more curious about this guy whose first awakening was the summoning lineage, and the second lineage would awaken above. Soon the light green glow lit up. Dark green is wood-based, while light green is healing. The 3 exclaimed in shock. Good lord, so there are just 2 auxiliary-type departments within the department, a summoning department that is more on the auxiliary side, and a healing department that is a proper auxiliary. Lu. Wan Tianla, who was a party to the incident, was likewise a bit shocked. Healing lineage with summoning lineage, good lord, this is the first time in all my years of living that I've heard of someone awakening such a configuration. The middle-aged man rubbed his chin, these little guys could really surprise him. Now to the last person, Yifeng's second faculty awakened. Everyone stared carefully at the awakening stone in his hand, they were all curious about what lineage Yifeng would awaken. Yifeng held the awakening stone and felt the magic energy in his body. He likewise had the curiosity of what his second faculty would be. However, the awakening stone in his hand emitted a tremor, and it was clear that it had reacted, but no light appeared. The situation left everyone on the field a little confused. Only the knowledgeable middle-aged man cried out with a cry, "Holy shit! Didn't they say that the space department would only have a tiny possibility of appearing inside the high-ranking 3rd department? Spatial!" Li Mubai and Hani exclaimed out in shock at the same time, and only Wan Tianla and Yifeng himself were dumbfounded. Soon after Li Mubai's explanation, the duo realized what was going on in the space department. The space department is generally a department that has a very small probability of appearing only when the 3rd department is awakened at a high level, and is likewise the most mysterious of all the departments. Most of the magic in this department is related to space. It is an esoteric and mysterious department, and there are less than 50 mages who have awakened this department in so many years of Chinese history. And for those who awaken space in the second lineage, Yi Feng was definitely the first. So it is. Yi Feng suddenly realized. However, soon Li Mubai said to Yi Feng in a grave tone, "Brother Feng, I know you don't like trouble. The space department is very easy to attract other people's attention, especially all kinds of families and also forces. The less people know about your ability to be a space department, the better, understand?" "Of course I understand." Yi Feng nodded his head to show that he understood, then added, "In the future, when people ask me what the second department is, I'll just say Thunder Department." After saying that, Yi Feng rubbed an arc of electricity in his hand with magic energy mixed with aura. The scene gave the trio a dumbfounded look. "I forgot to tell you guys, I actually awakened 2 faculties during my first awakening. It's just that I'm usually tired enough of using fire. I've been too lazy to use thunder." When Yi Feng said this, Li Mubai and Han Yi directly went crazy. "Genius! What kind of genius is this?" Li Mubai held his head and cried out while Han Yi growled, "Why would such talent be in a person who is this posh and lazy? The most detestable thing about this person is that he's still my buddy. I can't beat him up." Looking at the frenzied duo, Yi Feng and Wan Tianlu looked at each other and decided to stay away for now. Li Mubai sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the person he found this time was a member of their family's inner circle and wouldn't have leaked Yi Feng's matter, otherwise he would have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was so dumbfounded that he hadn't reacted until now. Time passes quickly, the college entrance exams are over, and the acceptance letters are coming down. Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying took the same university, East Region Magic Academy. Li Mubai, Wan Tianla, and Han Yi were also students of the East Region Magic Academy just like them. Sitting at home stretching. He decided to stay at home for 2 months during the rare summer vacation. After all, he would have fewer chances to stay at home after going to college. Demon God Temple, the main camp. Bunch of losers. The hall master of the Demon God Temple actually directly smashed the coffee table in anger after reading the news from Pengcheng. "Hao Tian, there is a limit to our patience. Since you are unable to take Peng City and serve up what we want, then it's time for us to make our move." A hoarse voice came from behind the hall master. A humanoid demon race whose body was covered in green scales slowly walked out from the dark depths of the passageway. This demon race was 3 meters tall, covered in green scales, with a pair of dark green bat wings behind it, a head with double horns, and 2 pairs of narrow eyes with blood-red eye whites. There was also a tail behind him, swinging from time to time, and a mouth of fangs was even more hideous and oozing. The scarlet tongue stuck out and licked his sharp claws, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. One of the 12 protectors of the demon clan, Ghost-Winged Demon King. Hao Tian looked at the gradually departing Ghost-Winged Demon King, and his heart had sunk to the bottom. Game Boutique recommended that their demon god temple breaking through Peng City was the best outcome for humans, because they were still human after all. But if it's the Ghost-Winged Demon King who takes Pengcheng, then Pengcheng will definitely turn into a dead city. Moreover, the Ghost-Winged Demon King was one of the 12 guardians of the demon clan, and so far no human had ever killed a guardian. Previously, when the demon race made a slight move, the humans were already defenseless, even though their demon god temple was on the side of the demon race. But to put it bluntly, they are human beings after all and have a bottom line. If they take over the human domain, the humans will still be able to survive, and the truly strongest of the demon race strike, then they will be. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The human race is finished. Hao Tian sat down on the chair in a disheveled manner. The demon race attacked more worlds than just the Bluestar. They wouldn't attack the Bluestar wholeheartedly, and they were willing to watch the human race kill each other, which was why the demon god's palace had appeared. But if there was no more demon god's temple, the demon race lost its fun, and the demon race really attacked, then the end of humanity would come. Ghost-Winged Demon King, no one in the global human race can defeat it, its killing will never end once it starts. Is the human race going to perish after all? The Ghost-Winged Demon King walked into the teleportation portal between the Demon Realm and Bluestar and returned to the Demon Realm amongst his own territory. "My soldiers, come with me to slaughter the human race." The Ghost-Winged Demon King folded his wings and flew high. Tens of thousands of Ghost-Winged Demons flew out from their nests. Although these Ghost-Winged Demons were only the lowest level Ghost-Winged Demons, the worst one possessed the strength of the middle rank. The Ghost-Winged Demon King let out a hiss, and tens of thousands of Ghost-Winged Demons hissed at the same time. 3 days later, Pengcheng. There was a sudden sharp and anxious alarm in the testing room of the military zone. The calm military area instantly flashed with alarm bells, and the color red spread throughout the entire military area. Spatial anomaly detected. It's a teleportation array of the demon race. The location of the demon race's teleportation array is determined to be the entire Peng City. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Everyone in the military region couldn't help but look at the sky above Pengcheng at the same time, and in the next moment their pupils contracted and a sense of despair rose to their hearts. In the afternoon, Fong returned to school to finish taking graduation photos. Walking off campus, they will henceforth be completely out of high school and on to a bigger stage. Just as the remaining three were thinking about the future, Fong raised his head sharply and his eyes flashed with a flash of surprise at that time. What's that? Someone around them noticed the sky was different. The people other than Fong looked up, then their pupils contracted and froze on the spot. The blood-colored array shrouded the entire sky of Peng City, and a bloody odor filled the air from it. Everyone stopped to look at the blood-colored array in the air, and it was at this time. Buzz! An alarm bell rang in Pengcheng. Level 1 alert. Danger of city destruction. Hani blurts out, and the moment the alarm goes off, the originally calm Pengcheng is suddenly thrown into a fit of panic. The demon race. It must be the demon race that launched an attack on Peng City. Why, isn't Pengcheng far from the border? Why is it being attacked? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Crowds in the streets were already in disarray, and just at this time the fire police and other authorities had begun to direct the crowd to a safe zone. Phew! Tens of thousands of black shadows whistled out from the middle of the blood-colored array. It covered the sky with a demonic aura. A sense of despair and suffocation confused everyone. Weak humans, I'll give you a chance to struggle. In an hour I'll lead all my warriors to launch an attack in East City. If you can stop and kill our demon warriors, you still have a chance of survival. If you can't, death awaits you. Ha 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 ha. The ghost-winged demon king did not appear, but his voice spread throughout Peng City. Hani gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming bloodshot from the exertion. Damn demon race! Is it trying to show off their great power and make the people of Peng City feel desperate? Yifeng, Tianlo, Mubai, let's split up and evacuate the crowd. After all, we are at least middle-ranked mages. The three of them didn't say anything more after sniffing and looking at each other, just nodded their heads gently. The four men then scattered in four directions and rushed into the crowd. 40 minutes later. Inside the security zone. Yi Shuiying was a little anxious as she searched for Yifeng's figure inside the crowd of the safety zone, but she did not see Yifeng's voice. Older brother. Older brother. Yi Shuiying couldn't find Yifeng, couldn't help but shout loudly, but there was no answer. Don't worry, a person like your brother who thinks about swinging every day must be greedy and afraid of death. Maybe he's hiding and sleeping in the safe zone somewhere right now. It'll be fine. Niesini placed her hand on Yi Shuiying's shoulder at her side and softly comforted her. Well, it's going to be fine, my oldest brother, he's going to be fine. Yi Shuiying nodded heavily, but she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Both she and Niesini knew in their hearts that if Yifeng was the only one who wasn't in the safe zone, it was likely that he had found a quiet place to lie down. But the thing is, it's the four of them who are disappearing at the same time now. You must come back safely, old brother. Yi Shuiying prayed in her heart. At this time, Pengcheng East District. Still can't reach Maple? Chen Jindong inquired, while Suya shook her head helplessly. Alas, Maple Leaf couldn't be contacted a year ago. It looks like he should have already left Pengcheng. After all, there's really no need for someone with his kind of strength to stay here all the time. Chen Jindong sighed, and the rest of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team's teammates also revealed helpless expressions at the same time. All Pengcheng hunter teams have been assembled. Tian Kuei stood in the center of the crowd and shouted, "This battle is related to the survival of Pengcheng. Our sacrifice is not terrible. The terrible thing is that those demonic beasts rushed into the safe zone, killing our wives, children, and old children, for the sake of Pengcheng. For the sake of our families we must rise up against them. This battle will be won. This battle will be won. This battle will be won." The crowd let out an earth-shattering cry. All of them had forgotten their fear at this time and only had the desire to fight. The military unit side was also shouting and cheering at this time. Mu Yunshan, the supreme commander of the military region, looked at the soldiers under his command and nodded gently. But then he looked at the blood-colored teleportation array in the sky. At this time, tens of thousands of demons were perched in the air, like the scythe of the god of death that would harvest people's lives at any time. Why would the demon protector move out to attack Peng City? Why? Mu Yunshan's heart was a little desperate. As a mage of the highest level super rank, he knew the strength of the other party too well. The superorder is also divided into classes. Doubling the magical energy possessed by a super-ranked mage is 1 star, meaning that each star is exponentially more difficult to advance. And he was only 1 star. This demon protector was at least a 20-star existence, while the highest person in China was only 9 stars. Just when Mu Yunshan was a bit lost and thought, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Soldier Han Yi requests the commander's approval to enlist. Han Yi appeared behind Mu Yunshan. Game boutique recommendations, and Mu Yunshan was not a little shocked, but only sighed helplessly. Han Yi, with your talent there's no need to take this risk. If you die I won't really have the face to meet your grandfather and your parents, even though there's a good chance I won't survive either. Mu Yunshan's eyes showed a hint of doting. This child was the one he watched grow up. What character he was still clear about. Commander, even if I were to hide in a safe zone, I would still fight if this place fell. It would be better to die on the battlefield rather than in a Jedi. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll agree for you to participate in this battle. Mu Yunshan nodded his head in satisfaction, worthy of being Elder Han's grandson and Elder Han's son. The bloodlust is simply in the same vein. Hey, Han Yi, your kid wouldn't have forgotten about us. A slightly angry voice came. Han Yi, after hearing the voice, first froze, then turned his head and shouted, Mubai, what are you doing here? Give me a quick return to safety. Han Yi's words came to an abrupt end as he saw not only Li Mubai, but also Yi Fong and Wan Tianlu. Ha, how can this kind of hilarity be without me, Wan Tianlu? Wan Tianla flashed a smile, his naive expression as usual. I can't let these demon clans destroy my home, or else how am I going to homestead? Yi Fong similarly revealed a helpless smile and said, You guys, I don't care if you die on the battlefield. Che, who wants you to care? These demon clans are not enough to worry about. Let's eat barbecued meat when we win this battle, my treat. Li Mubai's face was lighthearted. Han Yi looked at the 3 people in front of him and twisted his head back to no longer look, trying to control the tears in his eyes will not flow down. It's worth it to have a friend like that in this life. Mu Yunshan looked at the 3 teenagers that appeared before him but was a bit confused. He had arranged for Han Yi to enter the school, and he had naturally investigated these 3 people. But just because they had investigated, they didn't think they would dare to come here. That Wan Tianlu was just an ordinary person. But Li Mubai and Yi Fong had a big background. Li Mubai was the second son of the Li family, one of the 4 great families in the central region, a brocade-clad, Earth Emperor-like existence, yet he willingly came to the battlefield because of Han Yi, his friend. Yi Feng's information was not authorized to be viewed even by him, and his background naturally needed no introduction. Han Yi, you really have made 3 good brothers. Mu Yunshan actually became somewhat envious of Han Yi at this moment. Arrive at the appointed time. All the ghost-wing demons in the sky had already gathered in the East City. On one side, there were humans, and on the other side, there were demons. Stupid humans, take a good look at how you were exterminated by our demon race. The ghost-wing demon king within the blood-colored array pointed his finger for an instant, and the satellite live broadcast was opened up by forced video. All video equipment in the security zone began simultaneously broadcasting scenes from the east side battlefield. Soon, however, the video was abruptly cut off. Trying to confuse people, you think I'm going to let you get away with that? Forcing off the satellite signal, Mu Yunshan revealed a cold smile. They were bound to lose this battle, but they mustn't let the outside world know what was happening here, thus causing panic and finally leading to the collapse of the human social order. Interesting. The ghost-wing demon king stuck out his scarlet tongue, then stood up and waved his hand, attack. Wipe out all the humans. Ow. The tens of thousands of ghost-wing demons simultaneously let out a hiss at the words and quickly impacted towards the human troops in front of them. Destroy the demon race. Protect my Huaxia. War broke out between the 2 sides in the center of the east end. The airborne fighters whizzed by, wanting to attack the downwind demonic beasts. However, several ghost-wing demons quickly surrounded and shot the fighters down. There was a flurry of gunfire and screams. Die for your master. Han Yi held a metal baseball bat in his hand and heavily struck the abdomen of a middle-ranked ghost-wing demon. At the same time, countless points of light whistled and hit the ghost-wing demon. Hiss. 2 alabaster spiders tall enough to be a man led the undead creatures to help the other soldiers around them. The tens of thousands of ghost-wing demons faced more than 100,000 human mages instead of being afraid. However, the more they killed, the more courageous they became. A dozen or so people besieging a ghost-wing demon wouldn't necessarily be able to take it down. The difference between the real otherworldly demon race and the local transformed demon race was just too great. Even if the opposite side was a middle-ranked demonic beast, it could still fight against several human middle-ranked mages at the same time. What's more, the opposite side is at least middle rank, and 1/10 of them are even high rank, which is a full 1,000, while on their human side, there are only a few middle rank, let alone high rank. Boom! Mu Yunshan was covered in dazzling lightning light and faced the enemy elites along with the other high-ranked mages. Between the fights, even he could hardly fight, the number of high-ranked demons was simply too much, it was simply not something he could fight against with a few high-ranked mages. Meanwhile, the other side of the middle-ranked battlefield. A ghost-winged demon collapsed heavily to the ground under the siege of 4 people. But soon 3 more ghost-winged demons that had successfully broken out came around them. Damn, it looks like I'm going to be planted here today, I'm just sorry for dragging you guys down with me. Hani wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and felt more or less guilty in his heart. What's the point of saying that? We all came here of our own free will, and if we fail in this battle we won't be able to escape certain death, and it won't be easy to die on this battlefield. Li Mubai's body stood straight, even if the enemy he would never retreat. That's right, anyway, I, Wan Tianlu, have no attachments, and now that I can die on the battlefield defending my family and country it's considered a meaningful death. Who said we're going to die? Don't tell anyone about my strength, or I won't be able to stay home later. Yi Feng suddenly opened his mouth, and the Dragon Abyss sword had appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Pust. Blood splattered as Yi Feng's sword unexpectedly directly cut off a ghost-winged demon. Before the 3 of them could react, Yi Feng made 2 more swords. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had already chopped off the heads of 2 ghost-winged demons. Phew! The ghost-winged demon in the air waved its wings, and demonic winds struck, carrying a powerful might. However, Yi Feng split the demonic wind with just a single sword. The 3 saw this with eyes wide open in disbelief. I forgot to tell you that I still awakened 2 faculties during my second awakening, and the second one was the system. Yi Feng smiled faintly, he was going to make a hit with this wind today. Look to the high-level battlefield in the sky. The main body is already here, right? Taoist law, out-of-body incarnation. The one who was on the middle stage battlefield today wasn't Yi Feng's main body, it was just an avatar. Higher order battlefield. With a snort, Mu Yunshan's chest was slashed with a hideous blood scar by the ghost-winged demon. A dozen or so ghost-winged demons poured towards him in an overwhelming manner, looking as if they wanted to split him into pieces. The other high-ranking mages were now injured and crippled. Is Pengcheng really doomed to destruction? Mu Yunshan closed his eyes in some despair. And it was at this time. Had enough? Yi Feng blocked in front of Mu Yunshan, and with a wave of his hand dozens of ghost-winged demons instantly turned into flying ash and burned out. This. Mu Yunshan pupil contraction full of disbelief, he is the closest distance, the most can feel just that moment in front of the eyes of this mysterious man wearing a mask exudes a horrible breath. Game Boutique recommended this battle should end. Yi Feng was dressed in green, this was the dress he wore when he was in the God Realm, and the style of dress in this world today was out of place. The green-clothed figure flickered into mid-air. Before the crowd reacted to see Yi Feng's arm wave, all the ghost-winged demons burned up in a blazing fire and turned into flying ash. If it wasn't for the dilapidated city streets around them, people wouldn't even believe that a demon race had invaded before. Is this a dream they're having? The ghost-winged demon king couldn't help but be stunned after seeing this. When did humans have such a strong person? Yi Feng looked at the blood-colored teleportation array in the air as if he was staring at the ghost-winged demon king. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Funny, really funny. A rampant laughter suddenly emanated from the scarlet teleportation formation, and the sound shook the heavens and spread throughout Pine City. Then a dark green figure flew out from the middle of the blood-colored array and locked eyes with Yi Feng in the air. The 2 streams of mighty pressure rumbled against each other. All the people below actually felt breathless for a moment, and the fear of death rose in the bottom of everyone's heart. The ghost-winged demon king's wings swung, and hundreds of dark green wind blades whistled and rushed towards Yi Feng at the same time. Feeling the power coming from the wind blade, Mu Yunshan could be sure that if it was himself facing one could not catch it. However, only a wave of Yi Feng's hand was seen, and hundreds of wind blades instantly dissipated in the air. You are qualified to be my opponent. Yi Feng's face under the mask revealed a flash of excitement. He could feel that the strength of the other party in the late Jindan he was almost equal. You meet the opponent in this world can be really some not easy. Easy. Arrogant human. The ghost-winged demon king turned into a green light and quickly swooped down towards Fong. Fong was not ambiguous either, transforming into a green light, and the ghost-winged demon king kept colliding and attacking in the air. Bang! 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 But in the blink of an eye the two of them had already made several moves against each other. Everyone on the ground couldn't believe what was in front of them at this point. What kind of being is this? Go to hell! The ghost-winged demon king emitted a burst of dark green demonic gas, and his body rapidly swelled into a 100-meter giant. That's who he is. Boom! Ghost-winged demon king swung out a fist, Fong pinched his hands and a wave of righteousness surged out from his body like a shocking sea wave, turning into a sky full of sword shadows to meet the ghost-winged demon king. Everyone pull out of the east side. Mu Yunshan shouted loudly. Those who were still in a frozen state only reacted at this time. The battle today was no longer something they could participate in. Without any hesitation, everyone withdrew from the East City as fast as they could. By the time they withdrew from the East City, Fong had already fought with the ghost-winged demon king 5 times. The two were surprisingly evenly matched for a while, unable to distinguish between victory and defeat. The hot blood that had been silent for an unknown number of years burned again, and Feng's eyes were filled with a desire to fight. Human, I admit you're strong, but I'm stronger. The ghost-winged demon king stomped the ground heavily, and the entire Peng City was like an earthquake, and the already dilapidated buildings in the East City now started to collapse one after another. A dozen or so 100-meter light pillars formed by green demonic chi emerged from the ground, trying to exterminate Fong. However, if Fong only had this much strength, then his previous life as a god emperor would have been in vain. Dharma, heaven and earth. Feng's hands struck out Dao seals, and a flash of golden light shone down. Boom! The green light pillar instantly disappeared, and in its place was a 100-meter golden light giant. A golden armor, holding a golden longsword, his skin and eyes were also dazzlingly golden. This was what he looked like as a god emperor in his last life in the divine demon battlefield. The people who had withdrawn from the east side didn't go far, and they were all watching the battle. The appearance of the golden light giant was like the descent of a saint, representing that mankind would finally put an end to this painful and chaotic world. Boom! The two of them exchanged punches with a loud noise. Fong, who had opened the Dharma heaven and earth, was at full strength. Withdrawing his steps back, the golden longsword in his hand swung out. The ghost-winged demon king lifted his wings and 3 demonic spells were struck at the same time. Tens of thousands of green bats appeared out of nowhere to surround Fong. Flying sands and rocks, wild winds raging, countless wind blades hitting Fong, but he didn't care. Those green bats also turned into flying dust after coming into contact with the golden light. Ow! The ear-piercing roar instantly reduced the building's brickwork to rubble. In the face of such an attack, Fong remained unmoved, only withdrawing the long sword that he had intended to swing over and changing it to a straight thrust. One sword breaks all laws. The golden sword chi instantly penetrated the ghost-winged demon king's body. A face full of disbelief and shock. It can't be. This is impossible. Why is there such a terrifying existence like you in this human world? The ghost-winged demon king let out a roar as his body quickly dissipated like the darkness of dawn. Click! The blood-colored array in the air disappeared and was replaced by the setting sun. We won? We won! A cheer went up from all who saw the battle. Hani was even dancing around like a gorilla, and the other two weren't much better. Wan Tianlu even picked up his alabaster spider and gave it a fierce kiss. Only Fong had a faint smile on his face. The crowd of the Sky Eagle demon hunting team revealed a bitter smile as they looked at Fong, who had cancelled his FAT on Xiangdi. So he's actually this strong, no wonder he always feels so mysterious, what a fascinating man. Suya shook her head and smiled bitterly while Chen Jindong sighed. His power is obviously not that of a mage, that demon chieftain is right, how could we Bluestar humans have such a powerful existence? I'm afraid this is neutral by the look of him, if the trouble hadn't gotten to him, how could he have stepped in? Everyone thought it was over. However, who knows, just at this time, the originally cloudless sky at this time even quickly condensed dark clouds, blink of an eye dark clouds enveloped the entire Pink City. The crowd that had just been cheering under the dusk couldn't help but freeze in unison, and only Fong revealed a helpless bitter smile. I didn't expect that as a result of the fight just now, he would break through to Yuaning. Raising his head to look at the robbing clouds in the air, Fong didn't have a bit of fear. A white heavenly thunder suddenly fell. Fong did not go to hide, instead he greeted towards the heavenly thunder. The scene looked silly to everyone. In a month's time, Peng City could no longer be seen to have ever been invaded by the demon race. It's as if everything is calm again. Yuaning Heavenly Tribulation, the entire East District was transformed into a thunderfield, the Heavenly Tribulation ended, and no one knew exactly who that person was and where he was going. Demon World, Palace. Game Boutique recommendations. The Demon Emperor looked at the soul lamp that had gone out, and he understood that the Ghost Wing Demon King was dead. I really didn't expect that this Bluestar would still have an existence that could exterminate the Ghost Wing Demon King. The Demon Emperor did not order any more stronger protectors or generals to go to the Bluestar to avenge the Ghost Wing Demon King. Instead, he told the demon race of the Demon Realm to leave this Bluestar alone lately. There were hundreds of worlds that their demon race had invaded, and the Bluestar was just one of the most insignificant existences. It was uncertain what the strength of that being was now, and when the time came to conquer and destroy a few other worlds, they would then focus on this blue planet. Inside the bedroom, Yi Fong looked at the magic card in his hand painted with the image of the Ghost Wing Demon King. Fortunately, he broke through to the Yuaning will be the magic card and this guy's soul and the power to transform. Otherwise you'd really be losing out on such good magic card material. He had discovered before that magic cards could only absorb existences below the super rank, and super rank existences could not be controlled by ordinary magic cards at all. Of course, this kind of problem is just a small problem for him to solve casually. Older brother, there's still a month before school starts, so hurry up and cultivate. The East Region Magic Academy is not something you can graduate from by just touching a fish. The familiar nagging voice came. Yi Fong revealed a helpless bitter smile and casually replied. Place the Ghost Wing Demon King's magic card among the card catalogs and add another one to the collection. Now he had 2 super rank cards and 12 high rank cards in his hands. The high-level magic cards were mainly all gotten from killing demonic beasts in the dragon vein. He had long heard that some people had made magic cards into a game style, except that not many people played them in their second tier near third tier city. After all, people who play magic cards are rich. It's the first tier cities that have regular tournaments and offline groups. But supposedly you have to have 20 to meet the minimum game participation criteria. Surely, 20 magic cards he must have enough. Putting the card book away, at this time Yi Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. This turned out to be a strange call. A mature woman's voice came out from inside after the connection. Excuse me, is this Yi Feng? That's right, it's me. Hello, my name is Chuanya-son. It was Maple Leaf who told me to call you if I was going to be in trouble and you could find him. Oha, you mean my master, what's the matter directly? Song Chuanya on the other side of the phone sniffed but couldn't help but stare. Master? This Yi Feng was actually Feng's disciple. It's like this, I'm looking for your master to ask if there's any way is it possible to maximize that fine iron thunder pattern and fire pattern that he sold us. That's all it is, you guys have been studying it for over 2 years and haven't come up with anything. Yi Feng cried and laughed a little, then said smoothly, use fire and thunder to excite during the forging, then use these 2 forces at their peak to find a magic array master to set up a magic array on it and it's done. You also know the art of forging? Aha. That's really great. I've heard that you've been accepted into the East Region Magic Academy, and I'm the teacher of the East Region Magic Academy's forging class, so you should definitely take my class when the time comes. Until then. Yi Feng hung up the phone and got up to leave the house. After his divine sense became stronger, he suddenly discovered an existence inside Peng City that he hadn't found before. The reason why the demon race was so obsessed with Peng City was because of this place by the looks of it. Other side. Song Chuanya's face was still hard to hide her excitement after she hung up the phone. I didn't expect that Elder Maple Leaf would take Yi Feng as a disciple. If that was the case, then he definitely possessed the inheritance forge of another world. They, Huaxia, would inevitably have an incomparably powerful forging master in the future. Yi Feng came to the place under the divine sense sweep, and coming to this place could not help but stare. It's not that it's been turned into a construction site and is being excavated. Isn't this the home of Wan Tianlu? Thinking back to half a month ago when Wan Tianlu told himself that he was rich because his house had been demolished. He's become a demolisher. Tianli's grandfather owns a whole mausoleum which was given to Wan Tianlu after his death, and now this mausoleum along with Tianli's house is being demolished. The money given is naturally imaginable. Could it be that someone has already discovered this place? With a sweep of his divine sense, Yi Feng realized that someone had already entered that relic underground. Stroking his chin, he decided to go in first before those people entered the center of the ruins. The figure disappeared and Yi Feng instantly arrived at the depths of the ruins. Phew! The flame ignites and lights all the torches in the Hall of Relics. It was a relic space the size of a soccer field that looked like a sky-hot cave, but it was filled with signs of artificial excavation. In the center of the ruins are two stone statues. One was a demonic gargoyle and the other was a human gargoyle. The demon was a full dozen meters tall, while the human was only about 1 meter 7. It was a woman in a long robe with her arms spread out like a saint. Opposite her was a humanoid monster with 2 wings on its back and 2 horns on its head, typical of a demon. The robed woman looked victorious, but it was clear that she was also running out of gas, while the demon across from her threw back his head and laughed despite sitting on the ground as if he were the loser. With Yifeng's cultivation level, he quickly saw that both the holy woman and the demon were stone statues transformed into flesh after death. The virgin's power was still there, while the demon had been reduced to this useless stone husk. "Who are you?" Suddenly, just at this time, a voice came from behind him. Yifeng turned his head and saw that it was a white girl with a veil who was looking at herself. Although he was wearing a veil, Yifeng could see through the girl's looks at a glance. Surprisingly good-looking than even Qi Xianbing. And how does he feel? This woman looks somewhat similar to the holy woman of this stone statue? I'm just a wanderer who came here by accident. Yifeng waved his hand quite unconcerned, then continued to observe the 2 stone statues. This is not a place where ordinary people should be, so get out of here and someone will escort you outside. Although the girl said so on her lips, but in her heart, she knew clearly that those who could come to this place silently could not be ordinary people. "Hey, it's obviously me who got here first. Okay, forget it, too lazy to bother with you. You should be here for the power inheritance inside this stone statue. You can see the legacy of the goddess stone statue." The girl's face showed shock and disbelief. Even she, a descendant of the goddess and still a bloodline returner, was unable to see where the goddess inheritance was, so how did he see it? "Don't talk so much nonsense and be abrasive. If you want this inheritance, just say so. This inheritance is of no use to me anyway." Yifeng was a bit impatient, then he took a few steps and punched the stone statue. A crystal was picked up and thrown to the girl. "What are you doing? Why are you breaking the stone statue of the goddess?" The girl was a little excited, while Yifeng said with some tears and laughter, "Are you stupid in the head? The inheritance crystal is inside this stone statue. How can you get it without breaking it?" Yifeng finished walking over to the girl, reached out and pushed a finger on her brow. Game Boutique recommended in the future, think about things to move your brain, okay? The girl sniffed for a moment, and at the same time, she was a little angry at how this guy had just met him. "Hooligans!" Seeing that Yifeng was about to leave, the girl reacted at this time and hurriedly asked, "Who exactly are you? Why did you find this relic?" "Me? My name is Yifeng, a student who just graduated from high school with a penchant for the secondary world and enjoys being an otaku." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and finished his speech with the intention of leaving. The girl, however, quickly ran to Yifeng's side at this time and said in surprise, "Your Uncle Yilong's son, Yifeng? Ha? You know that asshole, my old man?" Yifeng sniffed and looked at the girl with some surprise. "Marshal Yilong is a well-deserved hero of the human race. How can you scold him like that? Calling him names is light. He may be a competent marshal, but not a competent father." Yifeng coldly laughed. Living so many years, he had hardly seen much of this father of his. After the meeting, the other party badmouthed him, saying that he was uneducated and unmotivated. Although he did understand that his father was hating him, he just looked at him with displeasure for some reason. The girl Immortal who heard the words was silent, looked at Yifeng, sent to pull his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Ling. Uncle Yi mentioned you in front of me before. It looks as if you are not as bad as he said." "No, I'm that bad. I'm done with you. I should get back to my game." Yifeng turned to leave, but Ling did not follow him over, but clenched her hands together somewhat tangled. Yifeng directly used his spiritual power to carve out a passageway from the ruins until the bedroom of Wan Tianli's original house. That way no one would suspect that he had used any special means to get in. At night, Yifeng sat in his bedroom and watched anime while smoking. Watching is cool at Yishuiying, but at this time suddenly knocked on the door and shouted to Yifeng inside the house, "Older brother, don't play the game. Auntie called me and said that there will be an important guest coming over tonight, so that you can clean up yourself properly." A guest is a guest, it's none of my business. Yifeng didn't care, nothing was as important as watching anime right now. Besides, what kind of important guests could come to their house? Just as Yifeng was about to continue his leisurely life of happily chasing fans, he heard the door click and was opened with a lock from outside. Then he saw Yishuiying, who came in raging to kill. I'll pack it up. Yifeng was so startled that he got up and turned off the computer and started to wash and change his clothes. He could tell just now that Yishuiying was clearly angry. If he didn't move himself, he suspected the other man would have to punch him in the face. 6 o'clock in the evening. Fong, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Sis! Open the door! Can't you move a few steps?" Shuiying gave Fong a blow to the head as she passed by the sofa, then she walked to the door to open it. Fong did not bother to care about who came at the door. "Anyway, the rain, I have no melon." Picked up the teacup and took a sip. "This tea has a good flavor, you can buy more in the future." "Yeah, are you Ziling? It's true that it's just like what Auntie said, you're so good looking." Put. The tea that Fong drank into his mouth violently sprayed out. Twisting his head to look at the doorway, who else could it be if not the girl he ran into inside the ruins today? "What is this? This is what's going on. You must be Shuiying. Hello, I've come over to trouble you today." Violet Spirit didn't bring a veil, she only brought a veil at the ruins because the ruins were prone to be a bit dusty due to being closed for a long time. "So what's the trouble? Come on in." Shuiying barred Ziling into the living room, then pointed at Fong with slight disdain and said, "This is my stinky old brother Fong. We've already met today." Violet Spirit wore a faint smile then sat down opposite Fong. Through the somewhat overwhelmed jade hand, Fong could feel that she was a bit nervous. "What are you doing in my house? How to talk?" Shuiying directly gave Fong a punch in the head, which hurt him and made him grimace. "That's Auntie Qin who heard that I'm in Pengcheng and specially asked me to come here to meet you. After all, I'm your fiancé." Violet Spirit's face was torn, and her slightly flushed face indicated her shyness. Fong and Shuiying first froze when they heard this then a sentence at the same time. Fong direct people silly, when he had more a fiancé ah. Isn't that bullshit? Shuiying's reaction was even more agitated. "Sister Violet Spirit, did you offend my eldest uncle and aunt over something, and what did you do that they were so angry that they let you be the fiancé of this trashy old brother of mine?" "No, I volunteered." Violet Spirit waved her hand and told the duo what had happened. It turned out that Feng's father, Long, had saved Ziling, who had narrowly escaped death, in the middle of a demonic riot 3 years ago. Because Ziling was injured and Feng's mother, Qin Yusen, was a top-tier healing mage, she had stayed by the duo's side to help them recover from their injuries. During that time, he heard about Fong, and knew that the couple was really relieved that Fong was an uneducated guy. So Ziling brought up this matter of marrying Fong in the future in order to repay the favor. "Sis, aren't you a little hasty to give yourself away like that?" Feng's hand trembled as he held the teacup. "Isn't that bullshit? How did you suddenly get a fiancé when you were fine?" Not hasty at all. I've thought this through. The gift of saving my life is like regenerating my parents. It's the only way I can repay Uncle Long and Auntie Yusen's kindness." Ziling hurriedly waved her hand while Fong and Shuiying looked up at the ceiling. "This girl is too simple. With all due respect, girl, isn't it too far to talk about marriage when you and I don't even have feelings for each other? It's okay, we can get married first and then slowly cultivate our feelings, not to mention that we are still young and not old enough to get married, we can be boyfriend and girlfriend during this time to cultivate our feelings." Ziling looked at Fong with a smile like a flower. Fong just wanted to speak but was tapped on the shoulder by Shuiying. "Older brother, such a good girl, you will not bad people a piece of heart, you say, right?" Shuiying's eyes were already carrying a murderous aura when she said this. It was obvious that if Fong said something like "we are not suitable for each other again," Shuiying would definitely send him to the hell to see the master with a punch. Meanwhile, on the other side. "What? You let that girl Ziling go see Fong?" Yilong's entire body was bad after hearing his wife's account. "Well, that girl Ziling seems to have decided that the only way she can make up for our kindness is to be by our side as a son. Alas, it's a simple foolish child." Qin Yusen sighed helplessly after taking a sip of tea, her eyes filled with worry. Isn't this a waste of such a good girl? If I had known I wouldn't have kept scolding Fong, that uneducated little brat, in front of her." Yilong similarly sat on top of the sofa somewhat helplessly. "Game boutique recommendations, uneducated? Brother Long, you still know too little about our son. I'm his old man. Who knows him better than I do?" Yilong was a bit unconvinced when he heard this, but he was instantly honest after being glared at by Qin Yusen, as if he was a meat kitten. "All you know day in and day out is worrying about the country and killing the demon race, never bothering to seriously observe Fong, this child." Qin Yusen took a sip of tea and continued, "I found out a long time ago, I don't know why, my son after he heard about magic, although he looked very uninterested, but I can see that there is a very heavy disdain in his eyes. If it is said that some people are not interested in magic, this is not very strange, but the disdain is a little bit wrong. This. And if you think about it, many of Fonger's behaviors over the years, don't you have a feeling that they don't match his heart at the age he was at the time? Not to mention other things, just in the area of male and female feelings, shouldn't he be in his teens when he is first starting out? Yet you and I have never seen him show affection for that girl, and then there's the fact that no matter what comes his way he's always that breezy. Is that how a child of that age should behave? So what you're saying is, Fonger definitely has things on his body that we don't know about, and may even be carrying something heavily. I'm letting Ziling, this girl, go over to get closer, not only to make her feel less guilty in her heart, but likewise in the hope that she can help Fonger to make it easier for him. After all, he's my child. What kind of a mother doesn't worry about her own child? Qin Yusen looked out the window at the moonlight, a trace of worry rising in her heart. Yi Fong, who seemed to be carrying something heavenly and responsible in his mother's mouth, was distressed at this time. There's no way not to be bitter. The originally happy and relaxed life of a geek was broken today by the sudden appearance of a so-called fiancé. Yi Fong at this time, if he knew what his mother was thinking, he would have to break his mouth. What responsibilities, what heavenly things, he just wanted to be a geek and live a little retirement. Was that hard? Ugh, brain hurts. Yi Fong, who managed to find a way to get rid of the pestering Yi Fong, returned to the bedroom after lying on the bed. What is all this today? Oh heavenly way. Fate. Don't you dare to be more bloody. Knock knock. The door of the room was suddenly knocked, and Yi Fong could not help but stare. Looking to the door of the room, he said, "Come in," with the door unlocked. The door to the room creaked open. Violet Spirit stood in the doorway holding the bedding slightly timidly. Shuang said for me to share a room with you, saying that it would promote bonding. Leaf Maple. Absolute this old sister of his is really absolute This is afraid that after this village there is no such store, must let himself take the girl who was sent to the door for nothing. Don't you listen to Shui Ying's nonsense. What's it like for a little girl's family to share a room with me alone? Yi Fong was really helpless. He was now a little confused about what his parents and old sister were thinking. I think. Please behave yourself, girl. Yi Fong directly covered the quilt to cover himself, as you like. Rain me no melon. Ziling looked at Yi Fong, who had a sleeping appearance, her face blushed, and finally thought about it but still did not go. Instead, he directly hit the floor in Yi Feng's bedroom. Yi Fong did not object. After all, this would also save his old sister from nagging him. Yi Fong, why did you appear inside the ancient ruins today? Ziling began to run out of things to say. Yi Fong couldn't sleep anyway, and was happy to see him chatting about other topics. That relic is underneath my friend's house, and I was helping him with his things and I found a tunnel under one of his beds, and when I went in, I got to that relic, and then I saw the stone statue, and I saw you. So that's how it is. That said, I'm really thankful to you for today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have imagined in my life that the goddess inheritance item would be inside the stone statue. Yi Fong, who heard the words, only reacted at this time and asked, right, looking at you it seems like you know what this relic is all about. Can you tell me about it? You're my boyfriend. You want to know things I know for sure, I'll tell you. Ziling revealed a smile at Yi Fong, and her large watery eyes became two crescent moons at this time. Hey, I didn't promise to be your boyfriend, not to mention it's only the first day we've known each other, so don't trample on yourself like that. Yi Fong was truly speechless to the extreme. In reality, how could there be such a strange girl? Seeing that Yi Fong did not want to continue discussing on this topic, Ziling changed the subject. In fact, the current human civilization is not the first human civilization. There was also a human civilization that existed 30 million years ago, it just didn't know why it was destroyed. This ancient civilization revered magic, and it could be said that the origin of magic was actually them, so this extinct civilization became known as the Ancient Law Civilization. According to the various ancient relic documents obtained now, an extremely powerful demon appeared 30 million years ago, and the demon spread diseases, deteriorated minds, and amplified the dark side of people's hearts. There is darkness and there is light. The goddess appeared and united the strongest of the other regions to die with the demons. Although the demons died, the demons spread various diseases and sinful thoughts before they died, and civilized society began to gradually collapse amongst the internecine fighting until it was destroyed. After Ziling finished speaking, she looked at Yi Fong, only to find Yi Fong looking at the ceiling with slight emotion, then sighed. Do you know when humanity is at its most united? In the face of a strong enemy? Wrong, it's when it's for the same interest, although I don't know the reason for the demise of the ancient law civilization, but I'm sure it's not because of the demons spreading diseases and ideas, but because all the strong people and demons died together. The interest cake appeared. In the beginning, it's a few hugging together and joining forces to gobble up the cake, but slowly, all people began to conceal the emergence of one power after another. Fighting each other for profit for a long time is the root of the demise. Yi Fong finished with a cold smile on his face. He had lived for so many years and had seen too many things like this. Ziling fell into deep thought at his words, and when she wanted to retort, she realized that Yi Fong had already fallen asleep. Auntie Chin is right, you are such an interesting person. Ziling looked at Yi Feng's side face and fell asleep like this. Early the next morning, Ziling opened her eyes only to find that Yi Fong was not in bed. Where are the people? Puzzled in her heart, Ziling went out to ask Yi Shuiying, who had also just gotten up. Yet she didn't know that either, and was still very shocked. Game Boutique recommendation: usually old brother hardly gets up until 10 o'clock, but today he would even get up so early and go out before 7 o'clock. This is really a strange thing. Yi Shuiying was a bit puzzled, but soon, after she saw Ziling's flooring Yi Feng's bedroom, she instantly understood everything. Stinky old man. After half a day of messing around, the reason why his oldest brother woke up so early today was actually because he was afraid that he would know that Ziling was living on the floor last night, and was afraid that he would cut him down. And is that really the case? That's really it. Yi Fong left from the home after a sigh of relief. Wait for when his cousin's anger subsides, almost he will go back. The morning market in Pengcheng is very lively, and Yi Fong rarely comes over. The morning market sells a variety of things. Besides breakfast, there are all sorts of crafts and even magical artifacts can be seen for sale. Except that most of these magical artifacts are either fake or disabled. It's rare to see one complete, and they're all cockamamie, or else they're very expensive, higher than market price. Ha! Fong! Suddenly a familiar and underhanded voice came from behind. Yi Fong didn't even need to turn his head back to know who the owner of this voice was. Mubai, don't sleep in the morning. What are you doing at the morning market? Brother Fong, don't tell me you don't know about the black market in Pengcheng. Black market? Yi Fong twisted his head to look at Li Mubai, who had already put his arm on his shoulder. He had never really heard of such a place as the black market after living in Pengcheng for so many years. Brother Fong, you really don't know about the black market? The black market in Pengcheng is all open in the morning and at night, from 5 to 8 in the morning, and then it's 12 to 2 in the middle of the night. The black market at night is all fooling laymen. Only the black market in the morning has good things, and a lot of them are good things that the market lets not allow to circulate, and some of the rare demon materials are even more readily available. So there's something good inside the black market that you want? That's not true, mostly. Li Mubai put his mouth on Yi Feng's ear and whispered, today's morning black market Niasini will be there, you know what I mean? Leaf maple. I get it, you're not a crush dog, it's a lick dog now, you've ascended. Yi Fong gave a thumbs up, so ironic words in Li Mubai's ears even became a compliment, holding his head high with a very proud look. Yi Fong was speechless. Under Li Mubai's leadership they arrived at a relatively remote store street in the morning market. Li Mubai led Yi Fong to find the entrance to the black market after casually entering a store, and soon afterward came to a large underground trading market located underground and transformed into a large-scale underground trading market by the original abandoned air raid shelter. There were many stores here, selling a wide range of things inside, and just like Li Mubai said, things here were almost all kinds of things that were not easily available on the market. But although there were many things here, there was really nothing that made Yi Feng's heart flutter. Bullshit! Li Mubai twisted his head, and Yi Fong was gone. After searching for half a day he found that Yi Fong was squatting in front of a stall with his eyes glowing as he looked at the wide array of magic cards on the stall. Young man, you really have a vision. These magic cards of mine can be rare magic cards that cannot be seen on the market. If these low-order magic cards and do not have, I still have middle-order magic cards. The middle-aged male stall owner said to Yi Fong with a smile on his face, while Yi Fong was staring at these magic cards on the stall with his eyes. That's the joy of a card guy. Since when are you interested in things like magic cards, Fong? Li Mubai squatted beside Yi Fong and asked with some doubts. I've always been interested, it's just that there are so few people who play magic cards in Penumbra. Magic cards are fuzz toys, are you sure you want to get into it? It means there's no possibility, I've been in the pit for 3 years. Yi Fong said while asking the boss if he had any middle-ranked magic cards. The owner didn't hesitate and just pulled out his collection. Boss, don't you have any spirit-type middle-ranked demonic beast magic cards here? What Yi Fong was missing right now was the middle-ranked or higher spirit-type demonic beast magic cards. The boss sniffed but looked at Yi Fong with a helpless face and said, spirit demonic beasts are extremely rare, not to mention the magic cards, it's not even easy to meet them. I'm afraid that if you want to get them, you'll have to go to the first tier of the big cities. Yi Fong sniffed with some disappointment, glancing at the cards there were none he was interested in. Get up and leave ready to continue hanging out in the black market. Come on Fong, we should get down to business. Li Mubai said and led Yi Fong to his goal this time, the black market auction. The black market auction has a rule that you must carry a mask to enter and only have a code name, not a name. The inside of the spacious auction room was already almost full. Yi Fong and Li Mubai were number 168 and 169. Yi Fong looked at his 168 number plate, and then looked around at all these people who were uniformly wearing masks and couldn't see their faces, and couldn't help but ask, Mubai, are you sure you can find out who Nyesini is? The girl with the beige trench coat in the third of the first batch is Nyesini. Li Mubai reached out and pointed at the back at the very front that was almost no longer visible and said, that you can even recognize. Of course, after all, no one can tell Nyesini's back better than I can. Li Mubai's enigmatic confidence came back, and Yi Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. I get it, you've been rejected so much that you keep seeing a backstory, that's why you remember it so well, I guess. Brother Fong. Can we still be brothers? Don't tear me down. Li Mubai was a bit angry, but there was nothing he could do about it because there was nothing wrong with what Yi Fong said. There are no fragrant flowers anywhere in the world, why do you need to fall in love with Nyesini alone? What exactly are you clinging to? Yi Fong couldn't figure out how this guy was so obsessed with liking each other when he didn't even have any interactions with Nyesini. Brother Fong, I don't know if you've heard of love at first sight, I only like Nyesini in this life, there will be no more women to enter my heart, even if she abuses me 1,000 times, I still treat her as my beloved, that's love at first sight, you monk without a heart of the red dust won't understand. Li Mubai looked up at the sky, tears flowing down his mask in an extremely affectionate manner. Yi Fong looked at this scene and didn't know why he suddenly had an urge to hit someone. The auction started, and the previous auction items Yi Fong was not interested. Until one thing came along. The next auction item is a very strange auction items, this item from the deep mountains of a 1,000-year-old tree, this tree was cut after part of the bark automatically detached, and above the lines cool like a person, no one knows what the role of this thing, but used to collect is definitely a good choice, the starting price of 50,000. The display case next to the beautiful auctioneer held a full meter-long piece of bark. Yi Fong could not help but raise his eyebrows after seeing the bark. Game Fine Recommendations did not expect that this world also has the existence of such a strange material as tattooed bark. Li Mubai noticed Yi Feng's significance and turned his head a bit puzzled and asked, Brother Fong, could it be that you're interested in this weird tree bark? Yi Fong just smiled when he heard that, interested can't be said, the use of this bark is not much, I once read the records about this bark through an ancient book, and know that has been refining method can refine this bark into a human skin mask, at best, it can only cover the face, not much use. Yi Fong spoke carelessly, but Li Mubai's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Brother Fong, do you mean to say that you can refine a human skin mask from this tree bark? Aha! Li Mubai didn't hesitate to make an offer on the spot. This bark wasn't all human shot, so it was natural for Li Mubai to take it. You don't think you want me to refine a human skin mask for you, do you? He, still Brother Fong understands me the most, although my favorite is only Nyesini, but in case people never look at me, I can't stay unmarried for the rest of my life, using a new identity to pick up chicks isn't considered Li Mubai moving on, is it? Just your little mind I still can't see, isn't it just wanting to get a new identity to satisfy your own pleasure? It's not impossible to do it for you, provided that you get me these things on the material. Yi Fong sent Li Mubai the list of materials that he had prepared long ago. Li Mubai immediately got goosebumps after seeing these materials. Brother Fong, you didn't prepare these things for Tianlu, did you? On top of the material list was clearly a variety of exotic insects, and the one among them who was most interested in insects was naturally Wan Tianlu. Well, I once read a lot of ancient books, and within them I found a means that is particularly suitable for Tianli's summoner status, the compulsion technique. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth under his mask rose, there was still a month to go before school started, and he planned to try out his long thought-out intentions on the 3 within this month. Previously, he still had some headaches and didn't know what kind of gongfu was suitable for Li Mubai, but now he seemed to have found it. Compulsion and Thousand Faces and body alchemy were all means for mortals in the immortal cultivation realm, and they could practice them as well. While he didn't like to cause trouble, he did like to stir the pot and then watch the show. He would like to see what kind of interesting things these 3 guys could set off at the university when the time came. Hopefully there would be more fun things to do, after all, so that when the time came he could have some fun and not be so bored. The black market ended, and Li Mubai took the thing that Nyesini didn't bid on, but he ended up bidding on and farted off to offer it up. Yi Fong stretched a lazy waist, feeling that his old sister's anger should be almost gone, and returned home ready to continue his life as a geek. After that, older brother, take Ziling out for a good time, eat, shop, whatever, if I know you're being passive, you should know what happens, right? Yi Shuiying clenched her fists in front of Yi Fong, scaring him so much that Yi Fong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What could he say? He couldn't say anything. He could only leave the house with Ziling, who had a smile on her face but was like a devil in Yi Feng's heart. You want to go somewhere? I'll take you. I want to go wherever you want to go. Ziling still had the same innocent and pure expression, and Yi Fong the person was numb. If it is the kind of heart female he is not afraid is afraid of this kind of pure innocent really simple girl. Since you like history so much, I'll take you to the museum. Good. Ziling smiled and agreed. Following Yi Fong, the two of them left the neighborhood where Yi Feng's house was located like this. Looking at the two people who were getting farther and farther away, Yi Shuiying revealed an anti-smile. Ziling is a good girl, you should seize the opportunity, old brother. Yi Shuiying left the balcony and sat on the living room sofa to call her aunt. After strolling through the museum, it was already noon. Yi Fong brought Ziling to a burger restaurant for lunch. Because it was a Sunday, the burger joint was quite crowded, and most of the burger joint's customers were young people, with a decent number of bloodthirsty young guys. The appearance of Ziling, a great beauty, naturally attracted their attention. Then soon their attention was attracted by Yi Fong on the opposite side. At this time, Yi Fong didn't have the slightest bit of face to speak of, and picked up the burger and directly ate it with a big mouthful. I can't believe you're not disappointed in me after all this eating. Ziling didn't say anything as she watched Yi Fong wolf down his meal. Instead, she revealed a smile and took out a paper towel to help him wipe off the salad dressing at the corner of his mouth. No more food. A bachelor suffers a violent attack and simply puts his half-eaten burger on his plate and turns away. The other males didn't take it too well either, and they just couldn't figure out what they were losing at. Yi Fong was speechless plus autistic. Ugh, I don't know if you're really stupid or not. The violet spirit, who heard Yi Feng's exclamation, instead of revealing a difference, instead laughed even more happily. I feel like you're dumber than I am. You're faking it so obviously, even if I'm a fool I can see it. The rest of the singles around Violet Spirit's words were stabbed hard on the spot. On what grounds? On what grounds? What was the difference between them and him? Feeling the angry gazes around him staring at him, Yi Fong couldn't help but shiver. Took Violet Spirit out of the burger joint after she finished her meal. Ziling looked at Yi Fong beside her, her eyes gradually becoming a little confused. How can I impress him myself? After getting along, Ziling found that Yi Fong is not like other men of the same age that all kinds of pretend in front of themselves, a false face flavor. Yi Fong never pretended in front of her, nor did he treat him any differently because she was a pretty girl. Such treatment was the first she had encountered in years. Instead, though, the realism made her more interested in the boy. Since I can't impress his heart right now, I'll impress his heart first. Just like in the novel, he's a mage and I'm a mage. As long as I can defeat him, he'll work hard in order to catch up with me, and the relationship between us will get hotter and hotter in the middle of the cutthroat fights. Violet Spirit thought so in her mind. If Yi Fong knew what Ziling was thinking right now, I'm afraid he would have to freeze on the spot. What a strange brainwave this is. Where do you want to go this afternoon? Don't say anything about me wanting to go anywhere you want to go, because I don't know where to go either. Yi Fong is now really ahead in too big. Special photography today update. He has not yet gone back to see it. I've heard that you're also a mage, and a mid-ranked mage as well, so we can spar with each other's magic to improve our relationship. Ziling's this idea deeply Yi Feng's heart. As long as to give this girl beaten convinced, maybe she will have self-knowledge, that she is not worthy of his own, no longer annoyed with him. With that, the two of them each arrived inside a public wizard training center in Pengcheng. Asked for a middle-order private room. Game fine recommendations. The counter lady looked at the duo heading to the private room and could not help but be shocked, becoming a middle-order mage at such an age. This talent would definitely be able to enter a first-class mage academy. Thinking about it made people envious. After Violet Spirit calmed down, she looked towards Yi Fong, who was standing on the other half of the martial stage. Although Uncle Yi Long said that Yi Fong was uneducated and not very strong, but after all, he had talent in his body, so it shouldn't be any worse. She wanted to win. Her opponent must not be taken lightly. On the other hand, Yi Fong on the opposite side was thinking about what he should do to both win less easily and still make Ziling die to himself. Yi Fong, you do it first. Good. Then I'm welcome. Yi Fong didn't have any gentlemanly manners. After all, he had never considered himself to be any kind of gentleman, and likewise wasn't any kind of gentleman. Korang. Dragon Abyss appeared in his hand, then sheathed it. Sword? The sudden weapon caused Ziling to be a bit surprised. However, before Ziling could react, Yi Fong suddenly turned into a ray of fire and arrived in front of her. The sword came out like a dragon, piercing the sky. A cold aura suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. So fast. Violet Spirit quickly retreated, her jade hand raised an ice shield then appeared to block the sword awnings. Yet the next moment. Click. The ice shield shattered with a bang. Under the Dragon Abyss sword blade, this ice shield couldn't even manage to block it for a moment. 3 tree vines emerged from the floor to entangle Yifeng's feet, making his movements lurch. Dozens of ice needles appeared out of thin air and flew towards Yifeng. Yifeng coldly smiled at this instead of panicking. The golden flame rose and turned into a lotus flower that wrapped Yifeng, and the ice needle instantly evaporated. Spirit Fire, Earth's core gold flame. This is heavenly fire. Even the Violet Spirit now exclaimed in surprise. Heavenly Fire, a special fire born in heaven and earth, fire mages will get a qualitative leap in strength after absorbing it. However, heavenly fire is rare and extremely difficult to be absorbed and subdued, and there have only been 3 people with heavenly fire in the past 100 years in China. The heavenly fire of 2 of them had long since broken their inheritance after their deaths and dissipated between heaven and earth. There was only one person whose heavenly flame was still being inherited and passed down to this day, and that person's family had now become a top-tier power family. The aura of the heavenly flame was attributed to special, and it was normal for the Violet Spirit to be able to sense this. Being distracted during a fight is not a good habit, and if it's a life and death duel, a distraction moment is enough to be fatal. Yifeng's operating flame transformed into a flaming lance that whistled towards the purple spirit. Boom! A wall of earth appeared and warded off the flaming gun, but soon this earth wall followed and melted into lava. 3 attribute magic? It looks like you have an unusual talent. Yifeng was slightly surprised, it was really the first time he had met a natural duel system. As for him, he's an imposter. Violet Spirit sniffed but revealed a smile and said, I can do more than just 3 attribute spells, yo. A purple thunderbolt followed the ground underneath Ziling's feet to Yifeng's feet. Boom! Middle-ranked thunder spell, Thunder Blast. Kind of. Yifeng was covered in purple arcs of electricity, yet there wasn't a single thing going on. Seeing Yifeng unharmed, Ziling was a little surprised. Before she could react, she saw that the thunder light on Yifeng's body was getting more and more prevalent. It was only at this time that she reacted to the fact that Yifeng's second lineage awakened at the middle stage was the lightning lineage. And lightning mages already had a high resistance to lightning damage, not to mention that she had just sensed that she was afraid that Yifeng was still an individual master. Body master isn't really a defined lineage, because even people who don't have an awakened system can still be body masters, except the ceiling won't be as high as body masters with an awakened system. Not messing with you. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, his leg suddenly fired into a residual shadow. Seeing this situation, Violet Spirit didn't dare to be slow and pushed all of her magic energy. Ow! A fire phoenix made of flames appeared, and its body unexpectedly carried a gust of electric arcs. What the Violet Spirit used was only a low-cost version of the high-level fire magic fire phoenix technique, but even if it was that plus the damage of the coordinating lightning spells, it definitely wasn't something that could be compared to normal middle-ranked magic. This strike shouldn't hurt Yifeng. After the magic was sent out, Violet Spirit suddenly began to worry a bit, even complaining that she had overplayed her hand. Somewhat anxiously, he rubbed his hands together. He's a dual system lightning and fire mage with strong lightning and fire resistance, should be fine. Violet Spirit could only pray so much in her heart. Yifeng smiled faintly at this. A little bit of cold breaks all the laws. A cold aura appeared at the tip of the Dragon Abyss sword. The sonorous fire phoenix was instantly penetrated by Yifeng. Yifeng passed through the flames and held the longsword to hold it above Ziling's white neck. You lose. Yifeng retracted his long sword with an extremely flat tone. After showing such a strong strength herself, she shouldn't be bothering herself anymore. However, when Yifeng looked at the other party again, he realized that Ziling was actually looking at Yifeng with an excited face, and the love in her eyes was on the verge of bursting. Violet Spirit had never been defeated by someone her own age since she became a mage, and now she had encountered it, and it had defeated her in an almost crushing form. The main thing was that this man was still her identified fiancé. Something's wrong, that look is 9 out of 10 wrong. Yifeng was shocked in his heart and his body couldn't help but take a step back while Ziling jumped into Yifeng's arms at this time and said excitedly, my fiancé is so strong, it's really great. Ha! Yifeng suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was afraid that she didn't have any strange hobbies, and after being defeated, she in turn became more strongly favorable to it. What an oddity this is. It was with great difficulty that he was able to push Ziling away from himself. Yifeng said with a slight sense of helplessness, "What other places do you want to go? Go back too early, my sister will have to talk about me again. Finally find a place where you can stay for a longer period of time. I'll go with you wherever you want to go." "You say that, if I take you to a hotel room, are you going to go or not?" "Sure." Leaf Maple. 6. Yifeng was speechless. Of course he couldn't really take someone's little girl to a room, he wasn't that kind of person. In the end, he could only take Violet Spirit to see a movie, go shopping, and finally have dinner before going home. What's all this about today? The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Yi Shuiying's entire body was bad after hearing that Yifeng had actually taken Ziling to the training gym for a fight. It's no longer a matter of being straight for your own oldest brother. It's already out of the house. The most outrageous one had to be Violet Spirit. Her own oldest brother was like this, but she could still have feelings for him. For a moment, Yi Shuiying actually felt that these two oddballs were quite a good match for each other. Now facing this matter of Ziling living in a bedroom with him, Yifeng had already said that it didn't matter. She sleeps on her, I sleep on mine, anyway, do not disturb each other. Game Boutique recommended study table. Yifeng combed his magic cards. He is now really want to put together a set of card decks, and then the beginning of the university, directly to the big city of the Comic-Con and a variety of exclusive magic card dueling venues to kill the four sides. "Yifeng, do you like collecting magic cards?" Ziling's voice suddenly came from beside him, and Yifeng nodded without even lifting his head. "I have some magic cards here, you can have them all if you want." Ziling took out a card book from inside her duffel bag and handed it to Yifeng. Talking about magic cards, Yifeng could be interested. After receiving the card pack and glancing at the magic cards inside, he asked with some surprise, "Where did you get all these magic cards from?" "The city I lived in was near the battlefield between the human and demon races, and usually when I was on vacation or had time I would follow the troops to kill demons, or follow the demon hunting team within the city to kill demons, and all of this was accumulated from that time. One of them is a middle-ranked otherworldly demon magic card that I kinda want, and I'm not taking anything from you for nothing, so what do you want?" The serious purebred otherworldly demon magic card Yifeng also does not have a few, the intermediate level is even more, only one, or an ordinary ghostwing demon. "It's fine, I don't usually use this magic card, and it's taking up space in my place." Violet Spirit hurriedly waved her hand in rejection. That was a very false statement on her part. How could a magic card be useless, especially on the battlefield where such things were practically kryptonite? Yifeng's principle was not to take anything from others for nothing. After thinking about it, Yifeng flipped his hand and elixir appeared being thrown to Ziling by him. "This is a body tempering pill, after taking it you can strengthen your body, and it's a permanent strengthening." This body tempering pill given by Yifeng was a scaled down version, it didn't feel painful after eating it, and the effect was only 1/10 of the original. But even a 10th is outrageous enough. "I see, the reason why your body strength and speed are so terrifying is because you eat this kind of elixir regularly, right?" "It's too expensive, I can't take it." Ziling knew the importance of this kind of elixir, and also knew that this kind of elixir would definitely be worth a lot of money if she took it out and sold it, which was why she couldn't take it. Because she owed Yifeng's family too much. "This kind of elixir is just sugar beans to me, I can make a bunch of them in one furnace, it's not worth mentioning to me, if you don't eat it I'll be angry." Yifeng's last paragraph was said in a very serious manner. Ziling thought about it and finally nodded and ate the body tempering pill. 10 minutes, after the medicinal effects were all digested, the Violet Spirit clearly felt the changes in her body. Somewhat surprised, she looked at Yifeng. She was a little afraid to believe that such a pill was actually refined by Yifeng. "You should be tired from going out all day, go to bed early, I'm going to sleep anyway." Yifeng went into the quilt and lay down and fell asleep. That speed is called a fast. Ziling quickly hit the floor as well and looked at Yifeng, who was lying on the bed with a touch of tenderness on her face. A week later in the morning, Yifeng knocked on the door of Wan Tianli's house and soon a white jade spider opened the door. Yifeng was not surprised. After entering the house, he saw Wan Tianli fiddling with the various exotic insects that Li Mubai had given him. "How does the compulsion I sent you feel?" Yifeng sat on the sofa and asked while grabbing a centipede and fiddling with it. "It's simply divine, this is the first time I've heard of this unique summoner tactic, I've now reached the introductory level, brother Fong, look." Wan Tianli took out a bell and shook it a few times, and instantly centipedes, scorpions and such poisonous insects crawled out from every corner of the house. Under Wan Tianli's command these parasites were well organized, completely unable to see that they were insects, instead they were more like pet dogs. Another reason why Yi Fong taught Wan Tianlu the compulsion technique was that the summoning department came with its own space for summoned beasts. He could use the summoned beast space to carry the cultivated compasses with him at all times. Just as the two were chatting, soon the guys were knocking again. After the door opened into a handsome young man, talking gentle and elegant, giving a Confucian scholar style. Yi Fong looked at the youth and said with a faint smile, "Mubai Kan, designing your second face so quickly. He, the thousand faces technique you gave me with the human skin mask, not only can I change my appearance and mimic others, but I can also change my body shape and voice, it's simply a divine technique." "What kind of divine art is that of yours?" "Fancy, on the battlefield to kill the enemy is also Yi Fong handed over to my forging art, simply absolute, although the process is a little painful, consume a little more herbs, but the benefits are simply heaven-defying. I now feel that my body is simply as if the steel and iron." Han Yi also came at this time. Gathered together, they all chatted about their recent hauls. "Brother Fong, I've kind of realized that you're a treasure boy, there's nothing you can't do, only what we can't think of." Li Mubai let out a sigh of relief, which was seconded by the other two. And Yi Fong could only smile helplessly and bitterly. The last part of summer vacation is passing by. It's the end of August, why isn't Violet's spirit leaving yet? Yi Fong didn't know why he suddenly had an unsettling premonition. Violet's spirit. What happened to Yi Fong? Ziling, who was sitting on the sofa studying magic, hurriedly turned her head to look at Yi Fong after hearing him take the initiative to talk to her. "What school did you go to in Mage College?" "Ah, the East Region Magic Academy. Leaf Maple. Isn't this from the same school as us?" He now kind of understood why this one didn't leave. After all that they were in the same school and had to report to the start of school together. Suddenly Yi Fong thought of something that made him extremely frightened. "You're not going to have to live with us after winter and summer vacations, are you?" "Aha. You'll be bunking on my side from now on?" "Well, I'll sleep on the couch if you don't mind." "Don't, you can take my parents' room if you really can't." "It's not good." "I think it's great." Yi Feng's entire body was numb. "No, it looks like it's necessary to go and discuss with Wan Tianlu in the future. He lives in a 3-room, 2-bedroom house by himself, and it's not a big problem to make a room for himself to live in." The time came when school was about to start. Ziling and Yi Shuiying bought airplane tickets, and they went over a little later. Yi Fong, on the other hand, bought high-speed train tickets with his 3 good brothers, intending to take the high-speed train 2 days in advance to go to the capital of Hope to play for 2 days first. The capital of Hope, the center city of the Eastern Domain, is also the richest and most prosperous city. The other domains also have their own centers. North, the capital of Dawn, the human race managed to hold and recapture their homeland, the North, at the end of the night, and the dawn came and a new life for the humans of the North began, hence the name Dawn. West, the capital of Aurora, like the North, it is also the time when mankind reclaims its homeland at the coming of the dawn, since the North has been named Dawn so it is named Aurora. South Domain, miracle capital, half of the South Domain consists of islands, and because it's on the sea the power is spread out, but it fends off the demon clan with less, so it's called the miracle capital. The capital of Hope in the Eastern region took its name because the Eastern region was the region where the first mages appeared and where the hope of humanity was born, hence the name Hope. In the long run there is also an ancient capital in the center of the 4 domains of the capital city, also the capital of China. Thousands of years this is the capital, but also the only region that has not had a demon war. Finally, we're in the right place. Li Mubai got off the car and stretched a lazy waist, looking at the bustling city in front of him. He was actually in a bit of a trance. Whereas he used to feel revolted by being in a big city like this himself, today he didn't feel that way. Twisting his head to look at the 3 men who were like country bumpkins entering a village, he smiled. Maybe it's because he's now surrounded by 3 good friends, and nothing feels annoying with them around. Yi Fong and Wan Tianlu had never been to a first-tier city, while Han Yi had been in the military region all year round, and the most prosperous place he had been to was Pengcheng. The curiosity in his heart now that he had come to the capital of Hope could be said to have reached a peak. "Mubai, isn't your kid from the capital? You know more than us. This capital of Hope is a first-tier city providing training and combat services should be all great, right?" Han Yi asked his concern, and Li Mubai nodded his head to indicate that he was right. "I've already booked the hotel, so let's go ahead and drop off our bags, and then I'll show you guys a good time in the capital of Hope." Li Mubai took out the prepared car keys. He had long ago asked someone to get a car at the train station. Coming into the parking lot, a silver Wuling Honda suddenly lit up a bit. After slightly staring, Li Mubai snapped to attention. Did they, the Li family in the capital of Hope, give the wrong key? Rushing to call and inquire, he soon got the news. "Young master, I'm really sorry, I just realized I gave you the wrong key to the van parked at the train station." The person on the other end of the phone kept apologizing. Today he realized that the day he gave the bag to his men and asked them to mail the car keys inside, they ended up thinking that the keys to that luxury car were his car, so surely they couldn't mail it. So he found the keys to the van that his father had previously left on his side when he went out of town to board the train that he usually used to go out fishing. And so this Ouroboros came about. Li Mubai could not say anything when he sniffed. After all, he was the one who let the other party mail the car keys. He also thought deeply about having the keys mailed to him because he was afraid that he would have someone waiting at the train station to deliver them to him and make the three think he was deliberately trying to emphasize his status as a rich man. At first he was afraid that the three would resent it, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Sure enough, these three are usually either faking it or simply have no need for material things. Li Mubai drove the car and couldn't help but laugh at the three people inside the rearview mirror who were laughing and chatting. The van was parked in the hotel's underground parking garage, and the four were in no hurry to leave after finding their hotel room. Instead, start planning what to go for. Han Yi was strong-willed and had to check out the magic training grounds here, as well as the gym for exclusive bodyworkers. Wan Tianlo, on the other hand, said that he wanted to check out the pet stores in the big cities, and he had heard that there were also demon pet stores specializing in selling demonic beast cubs. Yi Fong, on the other hand, directly stated that as an otaku not going to a hand puppet store would not be a blood loss. Finally the four discussed and unanimously decided to eat first. Li Mubai took the three to a buffet, $39.99 a head. This price gave the usually poor and accustomed Wan Tianla almost no shock. After eating in the afternoon, Yi Fong did not go outside with the three people to wave, but dialed a phone. Before she came, Song Chuanya said that if Yi Fong arrived at the capital of hope, he must call her and meet her. The phone call was dialed and the meeting place was set. "It's a cafe." "No. Packing room." Yi Fong saw the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar face when he entered. Song Chuanya couldn't help but say after seeing Yi Fong, "Your temperament is really similar to your master." "Yes? What temperament?" "It's called breezy in a good way, lazy in a bad way." Yi Fong sat down opposite Song Chuanya. He didn't refute this statement of hers. "School starts in 2 days, so it should be fine by then." "Don't worry, I've already finished discussing with the school side. Originally you were a student of the fire department, but now you've been transferred to the artifact department, and you're still a student of the class I'm in charge of." "That'll do." Song Chuanya's efficiency was not slow, which made Yi Fong feel comfortable. Taking out the prepared magical artifact from his pocket and handing it to Yi Fong, Song Chuanya smiled and said, "This fire elemental magical artifact will be then a meet and greet gift for you." Yi Fong knew that this was a middle-ranked magic artifact just by looking at the same magic artifact that was just like a ring. "No merit, this item is better left alone." "Who said to let you get no credit? I've already greeted the school side. You don't need to take other classes after you become my student, you just need to focus on researching with me inside the forge room, so you're not getting this for nothing." Song Chuanya refused Yi Feng's prayer to send back the magic energizer. Yi Fong, who heard the words, then did not ink, and with a flip of his hand, he put away the magic energy device. Watching Yi Fong transform an item away out of thin air, Song Chuanya couldn't help but ask a question she had always wanted to know. "I've noticed before that Maple Leaf Senpai can take and hold things out of thin air, you can do it too. Do you tell Sensei what it is?" "The reason is simply because of this." Yi Fong raised his hand so that Song Chuanya could observe the storage ring very clearly. "This is the storage ring. It is a special ring given to me by my master. There is a special space inside. Through a specific method to open the space to put things from it also can take things." Storage ring. Song Chuanya's eyes instantly lit up. The effect of something like this that can store things to carry around would be absolutely world-class if it could be produced in bulk. "Yi Fong, do you know how to make storage rings?" "I can't. The storage ring space is infinite. The materials needed alone are simply not something that can be easily obtained in this world. It can even be said that in this world only my master can recognize the materials needed for the creation of the storage ring." After Yi Fong said this, a touch of disappointment clearly appeared on Song Chuanya's face. "Game boutique recommendation however, I can make a storage ring applicable to magicians through some means, only that such a storage ring has limited storage space. I'm afraid that I can only make a storage ring with a space of about 30 square meters with my ability, and I have to do an experimental research first, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive." "That's good enough for you too, if you can do it." Song Chuanya's eyes were glowing, and under the excitement, he even directly held Yi Feng's hand. But her reaction was quick to hastily retract her hand. Perhaps it is feeling that he is a bit out of order, losing the majesty of the teacher, coughed and then said, "When the school applies for a period of time after the start of the school year, you will go to the forge room with me. If you can really get a simple version of the storage ring, then you do not have to worry about your credits for the first semester." Good. After chatting with Song Chuanya for a while, Yifeng got up and left. On the way out, Yifeng brushed shoulders with a red trench coat woman. The woman looks like the same age as Song Chuanya, are in the early 30s, hot and powerful body, is the face will give a person a kind of it from time to time will be furious feeling. Interesting. Yifeng, after detecting the breath on the woman, faintly smiled. It seems that he left so early, some beyond Song Chuanya expected, and the other party, because of his other identity deterrent, still dare not say anything to himself. The red trench coat woman sat down after walking into the private room Song Chuanya was in. "Is that the student you took off my hands that just went out?" Tian Li, a teacher of the fire department of the East Region Magic Academy, and the class teacher of this year's fire department, class 12. Well, his qualifications are quite ordinary, it's just that he has talent in forging, don't worry. Song Chuanya was familiar with Tian Li, so she naturally knew her inner thoughts. "I see in the information that his talent is indeed average, 1 star in the middle rank, and there's no special place to stand out yet, but even so you owe me a favor." "Don't worry, I know." Song Chuanya said this on her lips, but she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. With that person's strength, how could his disciple be an ordinary person? I'm afraid that his own strength is also very scary. If it is exposed at that time, there is no telling how Tian Li will find her to settle the score. Yifeng didn't hesitate after leaving the cafe and went straight to the legendary magic card specialty store. Looking at the wide array of magic cards inside the specialty store, Yifeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Especially after seeing that there were a lot of middle-ranked magic cards here, he was even more shocked. "May I ask if there are any high-level magic cards here?" Yifeng looked at the man with glasses sitting at the counter. The other party sniffed and just glanced at him before saying, "High-ranked magic cards have a price. Even if there is one, you have to be a top customer of our store to buy it." "How about being top of your store? There is a background or a strength." Yifeng smiled bitterly at his words. He didn't like to flaunt. It looked like he had no chance with the high-level magic cards here. "This store is known to be a snob. If you want a good high-level card, I can take you somewhere to buy one." Suddenly, just at this time, a female voice came. Yifeng twisted his head to look to find a very beautifully dressed fashionable girl is standing behind himself. "Thanks a lot." Yifeng clasped his hands together. It looked like he was likely to get a high-level card today. "My name is Yun Xie. Looking at your appearance, you should be a college student. Which university?" "My name is Yifeng, a freshman in the artifact department of the East Region Magic Academy." "Hokage, ah. I'm a sophomore in the wind department." The duo walked and chatted and soon arrived at another store. As for the shopkeeper just now, he didn't say anything because he knew the background of this Yun Xie, and it was unnecessary to offend this one for someone who most likely didn't have much background in strength. "This store is owned by my family, and since you're my schoolmate, I'll give you a 20% discount." Yun Xie led Yifeng into the store, then asked the administrator here to bring out the high-level magic cards. An iron box was opened, and inside, a total of 12 high-level magic cards were neatly arranged. Yifeng's eyes lit up then. "Is this heaven? What's the price of all these high-level magic cards?" "The cheapest of the high-level magic cards all cost 1 million, schoolmate, think twice." "Money is not an issue." Yifeng pointed to the 3 magic cards that made his heart settle the most, calculating that they would be worth a total of $8 million later. Yifeng directly swiped his card to pay, and his movements were crisp and clean. "I can't see that you're still a landlord, schoolmate." Yun Xie was a little surprised, not realizing that this is really a hidden consumer stock. "I can't talk about the landlord, I just made some money from something earlier." Yifeng took out his card pack after a perfunctory sentence and put in the newly obtained magic cards. Right now he had 10 high-ranked magic cards and 2 super-ranked. Peng Cheng was too quiet in the past 2 years, and he didn't go out, so naturally he didn't gain much. He had to find a way to get 8 more high or super-ranked magic cards so his high-ranked deck would work. "Would schoolboy mind showing schoolmate your collection?" Yun Xie was now really a bit curious about what such a stealthy tycoon would have in his collection of magic cards. "Mind, very much." Yifeng collected fast, and Yun Xie could only sigh helplessly. When he said goodbye to Yun Xie, the other party told him that there was a magic card club in the East Region Magic Academy, so when the time came, Yifeng would have to join to let her know. Yifeng made a note of this association. After 2 days of madness, they finally welcomed the day when the East Region Magic Academy opened. The three guys who had spent almost all night gaming at the internet cafe walked into school in a state of confusion. After a series of processes, they finally got the keys to the dormitory. There is a big difference between a mage university and a normal university. One of the biggest differences is in the accommodation. The dorms are all mixed faculties, and one dorm has all kinds of faculties. If you have a good relationship, you can be placed in a dormitory, because soon after the start of the school year, the 4 people in the dormitory will be a group, and another group of 4 people in the girls' dormitory will combine to become a mage team. After all, in the battlefield and when fighting demonic beasts, it was usually not about your ability alone, but teamwork. Not surprisingly, managed to get to a dormitory. Dormitory. I can't, I'm going to take a nap first, I'm sleepy and numb. Wan Tianlu fell asleep after laying out the bedding. The other 2 couldn't carry on and went to sleep after the remark. Only Yifeng, plugged in, charging, according to the laptop in one fell swoop. If you don't watch the new movie, you're an otaku in vain. The next morning at 7 o'clock, the agonizing early 8 began. The 4 of them hurriedly washed and dressed, and after going to the cafeteria to eat, they began to rush towards their respective classes. Yifeng came to the class and found that someone had already come. The class sits inside 10 people, however, leading him to be surprised that the class of these 10 people are all girls. He suddenly felt as if things are not quite right. Something is not right. It should be that you are overthinking it. The Game Boutique recommendation should be that none of the other students are here yet. Yifeng found a corner and sat down. Rear window, home of the king. Along with the passage of time, until the class teacher Song Chuanya came over to the class, this time Yifeng realized one thing. There were 16 people in the class and surprisingly he was the only male. That's not right. Seemingly seeing that Yifeng was puzzled, Song Chuanya smiled bitterly and said, the Department of Artifacts has always had a tradition where both males and females are divided into 2 classes, and student Yifeng has been placed in the female class as a result of being busted due to some special reasons, so I hope that the students can understand. The 15 girls all looked at Yifeng at the same time, and Yifeng was twitching at the corner of his mouth. He'd better not say anything right now, or else it would only get darker and darker. The first lesson Song Chuanya was about some of the school's regulations and the basic theory of magical artifacts. The weaponry department, because of its special existence, along with the healing department and the medicine department would not participate in the East Region Magic Academy's freshman ranking tournament. Similarly, there are other fight categories. After the class, the other students went to other classes, and Yifeng was the only one who was taken away by Song Chuanya to the exclusive forging room of the weapon department. This was Song Chuanya's forging room, and it wasn't much of a problem to vacate half of it for Yifeng's research. Ms. Haruya, I have a request that I don't know if you can grant. You can ask whatever you want. I want whatever I make to flow out and report upwards to not give away my information or presence. I don't want to be too flashy. This condition of Yifeng made Song Chuanya a bit surprised and unbelievable, most of the forging masters for a name. And Yifeng's operation is really a bit of the opposite. However, since he said so, she couldn't say anything, and after agreeing, she found a chair and sat down. She was a little curious about what level Yifeng's forging had reached. As per Yifeng's request the day before yesterday, she had gotten obsidian from inside the academy's warehouse. The material isn't hard to get and isn't considered rare, and the only thing obsidian is known for is being extremely hard and lightweight, so it's usually made into some sort of gauntlet. Yifeng flipped his hand after getting the obsidian, and the dragon abyss appeared in his hand. Song Chuanya didn't feel surprised when she saw this familiar longsword. After all, Elder Maple Leaf had said that this was a sword made for Yifeng. Just what did he want to do with his sword at this time? With the long sword dancing in his hand, the original obsidian was cut into a dozen rings and placed on the table. After awakening the spatial system, Yifeng realized that he could actually use some spatial laws, the laws of this mysterious existence no one knows more than him. The aura catalyzed the law, which also carried magical energy for Song Chuanya not to be suspicious. Using the laws of space as a springboard, a portion of the divine mind enters the void, and then buzz. A dozen storage rings emitted a chirping sound, and a dozen scattered spaces in the middle of the void were connected by the storage rings in front of them. After some more modifications, these storage rings are ready to be used. Only the method used was not with air, but with magical energy to open the passage. Yifeng threw a storage ring to Song Chuanya and said, "It turns out that my guess was not wrong. Now you only need to inject magic energy. A thought can send the things in your hand into the storage ring. This kind of storage ring can only send dead things into the space, but can't send living things in." Song Chuanya, who heard the words, couldn't help but stare at the time. It had only been an hour before it was completed. Wasn't it a bit too fast? After using the storage ring a few times according to Yi Feng's method, Song Chuanya soon realized that it was simply too convenient. A single thought could put something away, and then another thought and everything inside the storage ring would come to mind. It's just a matter of thinking what you want to take out. My god, Yi Feng, you are simply a genius. How on earth did you make this thing? How to put it, it's easy to say and hard to say. You can understand that you have to have forging skills and also be a space mage like me. As soon as the piercing eyes came out, Song Chuanya couldn't help but be stunned and blurted out, "Isn't your second faculty thunder? I was born with dual lineage. The first awakening lineage is fire and thunder, the second is space and body. I don't like to be too flashy, so I just advertised to the public that it's fire and thunder." Yi Feng was careless when he said this, but Song Chuanya was humanly dumbfounded. What kind of talent is that? What kind of demonic level talent is this? I'm afraid that there is no one in this class of students other than that demon that the whole department can learn from who is more outrageously talented than Yi Feng. The thought of if Tianli knew that such a student was snatched from her hands by herself, or Ben belonged to the kind of pro-life sent over, there was no telling what kind of wonderful expression he would have at that time. Teacher, you told me before that as long as I complete the development of the storage ring, my credits for this semester will be pulled straight through. I don't think you've forgotten, have you? Yi Feng revealed a bad smile, while Song Chuanya, who sniffed, could only smile bitterly. It looked like he had been set up by this little guy. Yi Feng, after leaving the forging room, didn't wander around the school, but headed to the Demon Hunting Association in the capital of Hope. This time he wasn't going to join a demon hunting team, but to form one. Not surprisingly, by the time he appeared in the doorway, the other three were already standing in the doorway. The four of them simultaneously revealed a meaningful smile after looking at each other. Honestly, going to school is impossible. They don't mess up, then how can they live up to the title they have been given by the students of Pengchang? Messing around. Absenteeism on the first day of school, except for them, I'm afraid that no freshman would dare to do such a thing. Demon hunting squads with a minimum number of 4. The 4 created a demon hunting squad named Maple Leaf Warriors with their respective identities. How could there be no test as a middle-ranked demon hunting squad? The association immediately gave them a task. Quest: remove the swarms of rat demons from the sewers of the capital of Hope. Can I not go to the sewer? Li Mubai's lips trembled. Isn't it fatal to let a beautiful man like him go to such a ground? You think so? Hani smiled faintly before he and Wan Tianla forcefully led Li Mubai to the entrance of their mission this time. And just when the three of them didn't know Yi Feng's out-of-body incarnation, a familiar masked man appeared and managed to successfully register with the Demon Hunting Association in the capital of Hope with a letter of recommendation. Became a high-ranking demon hunter. And high-ranking demon hunters are allowed to be in the association as singles. This kind of demon hunter is a special kind of existence. They will take on missions, but usually they are for hire, sometimes alone, sometimes they need to collaborate with others to complete the mission. This time Yi Feng's alias was no longer Maple Leaf, but Tian Fong. As for this letter of recommendation, naturally, he had asked the Sky Eagle demon hunters to get it for him. Boom! The sewer exploded, and all the manhole covers in a street plummeted into the air, then came crashing down hard. Game fine recommended cough cough cough. Yi Feng, what is this flame of yours? How is it so powerful? The gray-headed Hani asked while coughing, and the one who answered him was not Yi Feng but Li Mubai. Yi Feng's flame is very special. It's more terrifying than even the demonic fire. Just now we were in a location where there is a perennial accumulation of garbage and methane gas. It's not strange that this flame of Yi Feng's triggered an explosion. The four of them fled the battlefield in a panic, not realizing that it was because of them that all the experts in the entire capital of Hope were excited. Especially fire experts. Skyfire. That's right, it's the aura of Heavenly Flame. Heavenly Flame has actually appeared in the capital of Hope. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Flame is rare to come across, once in 100 years. If I can obtain it, then I'm bound to be able to enter the super rank. The aura of this flame can be more than dozens of times more powerful than that inherited Heavenly Flame in the capital. It must be the first generation Heavenly Flame. Everyone thought it was the Heavenly Flame present, as far as someone taming the Heavenly Flame and then releasing it in the capital of Hope. Because those who have the ability to recover the Heavenly Flame can remain undetected after recovering it? The four of them did not expect the commotion they had caused to be so great. Lights out at night in the dormitory, the three tossed and turned as sound after sound like thunder came out of Han Yi's mouth. They had stayed separately in the hotel before, so they didn't know that Han Yi had the habit of snoring. Now that they were in a dormitory, they realized just how terrifying as hell Han Yi's snoring was. I can't, someone with a sock can gag him. Li Mubai sat up. He and Yi Feng are inside the bed, and he and Hani is more clinical, snoring the most core interference circle. Mubai endures and passes. Wan Tianla comforted Li Mubai, then took out his headphones and put them on to sleep. Li Mubai, who had no choice but to follow suit. The next morning, Hani refreshed. Li Mubai seems to have aged a dozen years, that call a haggard. What's wrong with you, Mubai? Hani cared to ask, but what answered him was Li Mubai's middle finger. Are you three going to class today? We've got a job coming up for the demon hunting team, and I was wondering if I should take it. Yi Fong opened his mouth to inquire, while the three of them simultaneously said that it didn't matter. Li Mubai is the light department, he specially hired someone to replace him in class. Hani is the system, the phenomenon of absenteeism in it is more serious, and the system uses the strength to speak. As long as you are strong enough, failing the class is not afraid. And 10,000 leaves is a heavyweight. The summoning department has the least amount of classes and the least amount of people out of all the departments. According to Wan Tianla, the entire department is just one class, and there are only 5 people in a class. Teachers don't even dare to give a failing grade, and when they do, it's 1 in 5 people who fail. The task given by the association side was for them to participate in the siege of a middle-ranked 10-star demon race. The 100 Eyes demon, a genuine otherworldly demon race, has the intelligence of a normal human, can speak, and is a humanoid demon just like the Ghostwing demon. The 100 Eyes demon belonged to the spirit type of demonic creatures and had spiritual attack means, and now it had been injured by the high-ranking powerhouse and fled. The current hiding place is in a residential suburb of the City of Hope. There were people in the residential area, and even though the notification had begun now, there were still quite a few people who hadn't been evacuated, which was why a large number of mid-ranked mages were needed to conduct a search and seizure crisis. It also protects the safety of ordinary people who are in residential areas. The 4 of them went out and got into the van. They were used to sitting in this van for the past few days, so Li Mubai simply asked for the van directly, and this will be their traveling car in the future. The suburbs over here don't have a lot of commercial establishments, they are mainly residential. There were few, if any, people on the streets at this time. Stop the car, they are responsible for this intersection, just need to crouch here in case the 100 Eyes demon escapes from here to the downtown area. Yo, when did the middle-ranked demon hunters of the capital of Hope drop so much? A black sedan pulled up next to the van, and another team of demon hunters who were also in charge of this intersection. It was also a team of 4, 2 men and 2 women, who should have been 25 or 26 years old by the looks of it. The 4 who had just gotten out of the car and sniffed didn't say anything, but just extended a middle finger to show what they meant. The tattooed man who should have been the captain who spoke just now was a bit annoyed, and took a step forward with the intention of first shocking the 4 milky-looking brats in front of him. The reason he deliberately picked a fight today was also simple, he had always been interested in one of the girls inside their team. To speak out just now was to deliberately provoke, in order to smoothly pretend to be cool. He seemed to have seen what look of admiration the girl would give in a moment. However, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. Hani took a step forward and stood in front of the tattooed man. You're pretending what? Hani directly picked up the man. Eyes glaring in anger, looking at the dead. The already fierce face now looked even more ominous. The man who was arrogant and incomparable just now instantly lost his words, his feet off the ground swaying somewhat helplessly. Today he has run into a tough opponent. Alright Hani, you guys do your own thing honestly, we do ours honestly too, we don't interfere with each other, got it? The tattooed man nodded with some trepidation, rushed back to his group after being put down, and started complaining about why he hadn't helped him earlier. The eyes that looked at the 4 were extremely ruthless. Yi Fong noticed his gaze and couldn't help but feel some amusement in his heart. I didn't expect to run into a villain today. If he let this person seize the opportunity, he could guarantee that the other party would definitely retaliate against them. However, he was really curious about what tricks the other party would play. Time passes by. They had come near noon, and now it was dusk, but there was still no movement on this side, and no notice that the mission had been cancelled. Meanwhile, a residential area 1,000 meters away from them. Whoosh! 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 The 3 metal birds kept whistling past the 100 Eyes demon, bringing up blood splatter after blood splatter. The reason why the 100 Eyes demon was called the 100 Eyes demon was because his pitch-black body was full of eyes, as if he had 100 eyes. Worthy of being a true otherworldly demon race, even with middle-ranked strength you can still escape from me, a high-ranked mage, for such a long time. The middle-aged man slowly walked towards the 100 Eyes demon. High-ranked 3-star mage of the capital of Hope Hunters Association, Lu Fong. Primary attribute, gold. The 3 metal birds disintegrated into dozens of blades in the air to attack the 100 Eyes demon. The 100 Eyes demon was unable to dodge, and blood continued to splatter on his body. You made me. The 100 Eyes demon let out a roar like a broken gong, and the eyes on his body suddenly dimmed by a dozen or so, and in the next moment, Fong, who was still raging just a moment ago, instantly stood still, and his eyes became dull. 100 Eyes demon's original demonic spell, 100 Eyes illusion. It's a pity that I didn't metamorphose into a 1,000 Eyes demon, or else I could have killed him directly. The 100 Eye demon's 100 Eye environment is very controlled, but as soon as the opponent feels the sensation of an attack in the periphery, he or she will break the illusion because of this sense of reality. The 100 Eyes demon turned around and ran away at breakneck speed, and the exit of the residential area where he was running away was the outgoing intersection that Yifeng's 4 people were responsible for guarding. Yifeng, who was looking at his cell phone, suddenly looked at the intersection in front with a frown. Game fine recommendations, cheer up. The 100 Eyes demon is coming. The 3 who heard this were the ones who immediately got up and got out of the car. Wan Tianla summoned the 2 white jade spiders to stand in front of the trio. Nowadays, the white jade spider was already of middle rank strength, and although it was only a middle rank 3-star, its control was particularly strong, and it was especially suited to playing as a support in the middle of a battle. The metal baseball bat coalesced and appeared in his hand, and since awakening the system, this one had directly changed the system into the primary system, and gold had in turn become the secondary system. The black silhouette appeared and the other team reacted. Quickly go and intercept the 100 Eyes demon, we can't let these 4 brats take the credit for such a feat. The tattooed man cried out in excitement, and the other 3 were equally thrilled. Hani was a bit annoyed by what he heard and just wanted to rush over with the intention of killing the 100 Eyes demon in front of the 4, but who knew that he would be stopped by Li Mubai reaching out his hand. Don't be in a hurry, this 100 Eyes demon can escape from the hands of a high-ranked mage. Of course there are some means, none of us have any experience against 100 Eyes demon, it's just right to let the 4 of them go first to help us find out the strength of the other side. Li Mubai finished with his hands in his pockets looking like he was watching the show. Mubai is right, let's just concentrate on the drama for now. Yifeng directly sat on the body of an alabaster spider, while Wan Tianla had long ago sat down and watched the show when Li Mubai opened his mouth, with a bag of melon seeds in his hand and was eating vigorously. The 100 Eyes demon let out a cold snort of disdain as he looked at the 4 people who were rushing towards him. A mere 4 middle-ranked humans still want to leave me behind, thinking is a bit too naive. The 100 Eyes demon's pair of sharp claws suddenly emitted a strong black demonic aura. The original 1 figure had also changed into 3 at this moment, and the demonic aura on each figure was extremely thick, making it impossible to tell the real from the fake. The tattooed man stomped the ground with 1 foot and a dungeon appeared trapping all 300 Eyes demons. Use a magic attack. 3 magical whistles hit the 100 Eyes demon. 100 Eyes demon. But who knew that the 3 demonic shadows would turn into black gas and disappear at that moment? The 3 were all doppelgangers. No good. The 4 who felt the killing intent behind them turned around violently, only to see a creepy face with a dozen or so blood-colored eyes appear in front of them. Through the line of sight a powerful mental shock entered the minds of the 4. Buzz. Ringing in the ears and blurred eyes, and sharp pain after sharp pain. The 4 people who had been so aggressive just now instantly lost their resistance and all sat down on the ground with weak legs. Sharp claws whistled in the cold wind and swung at the tattooed man. Death pervades the mind. No. I don't want to die. The tattooed man let out a terrified yell, and just then. Ow. The ear-shattering wolf howl instantly caused the 100 Eyes demon's body to lurch. A thud ensued. The metal bat in Han Yi's hand had hit his head heavily. Han Yi's strengthened body was no longer comparable to a normal middle-ranked physique master, and this blow directly knocked the 100 Eyes demon to the ground. At the same time, the 2 white jade spiders had already spat out their spider silks to stick the 100 Eyes demon to the ground. Accept the baptism of light. Li Mubai used a low-level wind spell, the wind sentry, to float in mid-air, and dazzling golden points of light kept hitting his body like raindrops. He wanted to use his illusion technique again to repeat the same trick on the 4, but who knew that just at this time, the magic card in Yifeng's hand had been replaced with the Scarlet Centipede King. Scarlet venom flew out from the magic card and landed on the 100 Eyes demon, instantly starting a strong corrosion. However, in an instant this top middle-ranked demon race turned into limbs and died beyond death. Yifeng pulled out a magic card to take away the power of the 100 Eyes demon. Magic cards plus 1 new card. And just at this time, Fong had arrived. Looking at the corpse of the 100 Eyes demon on the ground, slightly surprised. He thought that it was the tattooed man's 4 people who solved the 100 Eyes demon. After all, the 100 Eyes demon was a full star of the middle order, and the highest of the other team of 4 people was only a 2-star of the middle order. However, he soon reacted that something was wrong. The 4 people with the strongest strength were now in a state of weakness, and it was obvious that they had suffered a spiritual attack. The other 4, on the other hand, had nothing to do with it and were instead chatting happily somewhere. But if so, how did they kill the 100-eyed demon? Fong wasn't a person who was murky and directly went over to inquire. This kind of occasion of dealing with people was naturally more appropriate to be given to Li Bai. The main reason we were able to kill this 100-eyed demon was because we had 2 high-level magic cards, plus the fact that this 100-eyed demon was not yet healed from its injuries gave us an opportunity to take advantage of it. So it is. Fong suddenly realized that this explanation made sense. It was over, and the 4 men who had completed their mission returned to the school dormitory. Fong, what are the grades of the 2 magic cards you just used? The more Li Bai thought about it, the more wrong he felt. He always felt that even if it was a high-level magic card effect, it wouldn't be this good. Li Bai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after taking a look at the 2 magic cards. Through his study of magic cards, he could clearly feel the level of demonic power inside. High-ranked, full-starred Pale Wolf Demon King and a super-ranked Scarlet Centipede King. The previous one was fine, they had a few in the Li family, but the super rank was outrageous. So far there is no magic card superorder. After all, superorder for the demon race is a qualitative change. Their demonic power is no longer a magic card can be controlled by the bondage. Fong, where did you get this Scarlet Centipede King magic card from? My master gave it to me. Your master? Who? Li Bai had long suspected that Fong had a high-level person behind him. After all, the means and unheard-of ideas he was displaying now were just too much. It would be obvious that he couldn't have figured it out all by himself. Maple Leaf, the masked man who fought the Ghost-Wing Demon King when Peng City was invaded by the demon race. Yi Feng's reply was very plain, but the 3 people who heard this were all nonplussed. They had experienced that battle and naturally knew the terror of that person, and each of them had that wonderful expression. Yi Feng. Are you that mysterious big man is your master? Can you introduce me? I want to be his disciple too? Honey held Yi Feng's hand under the excitement, while Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, my master comes and goes without a trace, and I don't even know if he's in the Bluestar now. Brother Fong, you mean your master is not from our Bluestar? Li Bai found the key in this statement. Yi Feng nodded and said, the great world, there is nothing strange, my master came from another world, just because of an accident discovered this world, also by chance I met him, we 2 stinky similarities became master and disciple. The 3 people heard a sudden realization. No wonder they have always felt that Yi Feng is a little strange, especially the behavior and manners, and the current age is extremely inconsistent, looks like it should be affected by the influence of this senior predecessor. Game Boutique recommended now is 7 o'clock in the evening, almost 8 o'clock, 4 people chatting is happy when, dormitory but came to an uninvited guest. This was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked very civilized. He scanned the 4 people in the room and then said, yesterday there was an explosion in the sewer downtown. You 4 reported that you don't know what caused it. Is it true that you don't know? The 4 of them sniffed and looked at the man in front of them with a confused expression. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm the school secretary, Wang Wenba, and the school students to join the demon hunting team. This aspect of the matter is my responsibility. Your mission yesterday involves a kind of special existence called heavenly fire. This kind of thing is extremely special and important. I also hope that you guys can answer truthfully, do not have to hide. Wang Wenba pushed his glasses to make himself look a little more svelte. The 4 people who heard the words were you looking at me and I looking at you, and finally spoke in unison with a confused look on their faces. What heavenly fire? We don't know. So can you guys describe what happened in the sewers yesterday? This exchange of words should undoubtedly be given to Li Bai. Secretary, yesterday we were cleaning up the rat demons in the sewers, just some low-level rat demons. It was easy to clean up. After we finished cleaning up we were ready to leave. I don't know why there was a sudden explosion in the depths of the sewers, and then there was no then. Li Bai knew the rarity of the heavenly flame, and he also understood Yi Feng's thoughts. Since Brother Fong didn't want to reveal it, he would try to conceal it. Wang Wenba, who heard the words, frowned tightly, and for a moment felt that what Li Bai said was reasonable and not a bit faulty. After all, the 4 of them were just ordinary freshmen, clear and stupid. How could they possibly dare to lie to him, the school secretary? It looks like you guys really don't know about this. In that case then I'll leave you alone. Wang Wenba got up and prepared to leave, and before he left, he suddenly said again, the freshman year just started with the establishment of a demon hunting team, and basically one mission a day. Do you guys think that being in school is not as good as being outside hunting demons to improve your strength faster? Foolish. Looking at Wang Wenba's departing back, the four of them were ahead of questions. It was just the beginning of the school year, even the departmental competition hadn't begun, resources hadn't begun to be distributed, and it seemed like there was no way for them to improve their strength at school for the time being. Speaking of the great competition, Li Mubai suddenly remembered a question and turned his head to the three people and asked. There's less than a month to go before the freshman competition. First the department will be divided into rankings, and then the top 10 in the department will then participate in the school competition. Do you guys have the confidence to get the top 10 in the department? My weaponry department never fights and kills, so this grand competition has nothing to do with me. Yi Fong shrugged his shoulders, while Wan Tianle said with the same crying expression, there are only 5 people in our department, no one can run in the school competition. Han Yi, on the other hand, was a bit sad. There are really quite a few system people, but with my current strength taking a top 10 position shouldn't be a problem. As soon as Li Mubai saw that these two people had no more problems, he then turned his gaze to Yi Fong. Brother Fong. Roll. Yi Fong could see what Li Mubai meant directly, middle finger for greeting. Brother Fong, for the freshman competition, the higher the ranking within the school, the more generous the rewards will be and the more resources they will receive. Say the real reason. I want to help our family gain prestige. You guys are close to me, and now you've been recognized by the school authorities as being from our Li family in the capital. That's right, telling the truth is what makes a true brother. While Yi Fong nodded his head in satisfaction, Li Mubai's eyes were glowing as he said, you agree? You're overthinking it, I told you I don't like fighting. A high-level magic card. Go ahead, want me to hit number 1 on campus? Yi Fong agreed to do it dryly, for the sake of the high-level magic cards he absolutely gave it up. What's the most you feel you can hit? How high do you want me to play? And anyway, I'll tell you in advance that the higher I play in the rankings, the higher you have to raise the pay you give me. Li Mubai looked at Yi Fong and closed his eyes to contemplate for a while longer. He didn't need to think about who the first and second in the East Region Magic Academy were this year. The only all-system mage from ancient times, Ziling, and Shi Xianbing, who was born with an ice spirit. These two were both demonic geniuses, although Yi Fong was also very heaven-defying, he was still a bit worse than these two. After all, Yi Fong didn't spend all his time on magic. Coupled with the other geniuses, it was really difficult for Yi Fong to enter the top 5. Tell you what, I'll give you a high-ranked magic card if you make it into the top 20, I'll give you 3 high-ranked cards if you make it into the top 10, and 3 high-ranked cards if you make it into the top 5, but from now on you'll probably be directly bound to our capital city Li family at school. No problem. The two hit it off. The latter period of time everyone was training intensely, hoping to emerge at the freshman competition. Only Yi Fong, day after day, was invisible. The main thing is that Yi Fong is this no time, since getting a high-level magician's identity in the Demon Hunters Association, now he is just picking up missions and doing missions every day. And I don't know where so many tasks come from. Boom! Several middle-ranked demonic beasts were killed by Yi Fong with a single strike. Recently, there were more and more demonic beasts inside the capital of Hope, and the speed of quest release on the Demon Hunter Association side was almost catching up with the money printing machine. It was also unknown how all these demonic beasts managed to enter the heavily defended capital of Hope. Inside the basement of an operational factory in the capital of Hope, a dozen black-robed men gathered in it for a meeting. That's right, today's demon temple has its sights set on the capital of Hope. The otherworldly demon race began to gradually visit the Bluestar in person. The real otherworldly demon race is really awesome. This recluse demon race can even dig tens of miles of tunnels in a day, and the digging is deep and not easy to be detected, and now there are already 5 or 6 tunnels exits within the capital of Hope, and we can let the demon race invade the capital of Hope at any time. The matter of invading to create chaos is not urgent. Our current priority is to find a way to get one of the qualifications for this year's freshman of the East Region Magic Academy to enter the Ancient Book Pavilion. Don't worry, I'm confident that I'll enter the top 5 of the East Region Magic Academy freshman competition to get an entry slot, and then find the blood exchange secret that our Demon God Temple needs. The Demon God Temple had not been weakened after the Pengcheng incident but had instead increased its strength by a few notches, and the reason for this was also very simple when it came down to it. The otherworldly demon clan, after noticing that Bluestar was not simple, did not let only local demonic beasts that were just infused with otherworldly demon chi attack like before. Rather, it has dramatically increased the number of otherworldly demons in Bluestar. Half a month later. That day in class Yi Fong met Song Chuanya. During the next class, he came to the podium. Game Boutique recommended girls love to gossip the most, especially this female class inside the male students. It is obvious that there is a relationship with the beautiful teacher. All of them stopped playing with their cell phones and focused on the two of them. Teacher, our artifact department cannot participate in the freshman grand competition, so is it also an option to go? Song Chuanya looked at Fong with some surprise at his words. You want to participate? Aha. Thinking about that master of Feng's, Song Chuanya had a bit of a headache. It wasn't that he didn't believe that Fong had strength, but he believed too much that Fong had strength. If he, a student of the weaponry department, hanged the other departments, then she could guarantee that all the teachers of the school's combat classes would have to stomp their feet and curse in anger. Only. She really wanted to see such a scene. No problem. Song Chuanya agreed dryly. But as soon as this voice fell, Su-han, who was the class president, was not happy. Su-han is the class president of this class, average-looking, but belongs to the kind of appearance that is very durable, with a short hair, stood up and said to Song Chuanya, Teacher, we forging masters shouldn't go to participate in the fight. Once student Fong started this, I'm afraid that by then all the students in the school will be controversial about our department of artifacts, let alone forging masters who are not good at fighting in the first place. Fong froze for a moment as he looked at Su-han, who stood up. Who are you? Classmates Fong appear to be one of the most unrecognizable. The name is not known. After all, he does not attend classes and sleeps in class, so it can be said that it is mixed to a completely new realm. However, he would not let Su-han interfere with his plans and opened his mouth to retort. Who says forgers don't know how to fight? Aren't we forgers also mages? At this statement, these women in the class more or less dangled. There's something wrong with that statement, but it doesn't seem to be wrong. Alright, you guys don't need to say anything. Since Fong wants to try, let him try. I'll cover for any problems, teacher. Song Chuanya smiled faintly. She was really a bit curious about how strong Fong was in terms of fighting. Thank you, sensei. Fong clasped his hands in gratitude. The other female students in the class looked at Fong and their eyes became odd. It was only at this time that they suddenly realized that this usually seemingly uneducated guy didn't seem simple. Now that the big competition inside the department had begun, Feng's side of the Department of Artifacts was the only one competing, and there was no doubt that he would directly advance. Inside the school cafeteria at noon. Aga crikey, almost didn't tire me out. Hani recounted his battle today while breathing heavily. Today, Hani had beaten 5 people in a row in one breath inside the departmental duel, directly using his strength to obtain the enrollment qualification for the school's freshman competition. This hard work naturally goes without saying. Looking at the two in front of him, who had automatically advanced to obtain the qualifications for the school-level competition without having to fight, for some reason, Hani was on fire with no name. If you two disgrace your buddies on top of the big competition, don't blame them for giving you an early social beating when the time comes. Ahem, I shouldn't be able to. Wan Tianla coughed a few times somewhat vainly, while Fong changed the topic and said, Where's Mubai? How come I haven't seen him at dinner in the last while? At this time, the other two also reacted and realized that it seemed that Li Mubai's figure could not be seen at meals in recent times. And just as the three were slightly puzzled, they saw 2 people, a man and a woman, walk in from the entrance of the cafeteria. The woman is tall and wearing black silk, next to the man's gentle and elegant as to show all the bookishness. The female they didn't recognize, but wasn't the male the son of a bitch Li Mubai? Although he had changed his face and his voice had changed, they had seen this face of Li Mubai. Good lord, this 1,000 faces trick kind of played out for him. When they saw Li Mubai back in the dormitory at night, the 3 of them began to torture him. What's the situation? Doesn't your brat only like Nyesini? How come you've even changed your target nowadays? Hani asked his question straight from the heart. Li Mubai, who heard the words, did not hesitate, had long thought of what to say. Nyesini is the love of my life, she's my ultimate goal, so in order to be able to give Nyesini a perfect love experience I decided to upgrade myself first, and wait for when it's full before I love her wholeheartedly. Li Mubai said it with a straight face, but the 3 of them couldn't help but extend their middle fingers at the same time to show their contempt. Especially this kid, Wan Tianlo, straight from the mouth is a sentence, you scum, I ba. Li Mubai's old face blushed and didn't bother to retort. It was obvious that he had also discovered his playboy mentality. A cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Fong took out a look and found that it was his old sister who called. That said, he hadn't really been able to go and meet his oldest sister for as long as he'd been at school. Answering the phone, Yi Shuiying's voice then came out from inside. Older brother, come out and go shopping with me. Okay. Fong didn't feel that there was any problem. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't shopped with his sister before. Get dressed and head out the door and wait in front of the school where you agreed to meet. Within 10 minutes or so, though, he saw a familiar figure. It was her own cousin, and she just wanted to go over, but her footsteps lurched as she realized that it wasn't just Yi Shuiying who had come out. There are Purple Spirit. Although Violet Spirit was wearing a hat and mask, he was certain that this was Violet Spirit. Not good, hit. Seemingly seeing Yi Feng's thoughts, Ziling's eyes curved into a crescent moon with a smile, while Yi Shuiying was smiling badly. Stinky old brother, if I had said that Violet Spirit was there too, would you not have come out? Yi Shuiying pinched the flesh on Yi Feng's waist, and Yi Feng was grimacing in pain. The three of them walked towards the shopping street near the school. It was only during the casual conversation on the road that Yi Feng learned that Yi Shuiying and Ziling were actually roommates. And what made him even more surprised was that the other two people in their dormitory were both acquaintances as well. Niasini and Qi Xianbing. Niasini didn't have a bad feeling, and even had some good feelings because of Li Mubai. But Qi Xianbing and Yi Feng couldn't look at this woman. Even if she looked a lot like his last red face, no amount of face that made his heart go soft could prevent him from seeing the heart under the face that made him nasty. Sister, it's not that brother is speaking badly, it's this Qi Xianbing. I really feel that she's not someone to be trusted or believed. Yi Feng had thought that his words would make Yi Shuiying angry, but who knew that she just sighed. Alas, I don't know why, the former Xianbing wasn't like this. Now she has a heavy heart of victory and is unwilling to be weaker than others. Although she and Ziling are in the same dormitory, she now regards Ziling as a rival, and said that she wants to fight with Ziling at the freshman competition. Don't mind her, as long as she doesn't disgust me. Yi Feng patted his old sister's shoulder, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Game boutique recommendations, by the way. Ziling, what department are you from? It was only at this time that he remembered that he never seemed to have asked Violet Spirit exactly which department in the school she was in. After all, she could use any line of magic, and choosing a department was indeed a difficult task. The fire department. I was going to be in the same department as you, but who knew you'd run off halfway to the artifact department? There was more or less a bit of complaining amongst Violet Spirit's eyes when she said this. Yi Feng, who had heard the words, coughed twice in some embarrassment. Luckily, I ran away, or I would have been in big trouble. Yi Feng, when will you be my boyfriend? Ziling suddenly came up, while Yi Feng reached out and tapped his finger on her brow to stop her approach. Wait until you beat me sometime. Violet Spirit's eyes lost their high beams when she sniffed. Stinky old brother, do you know how powerful the Violet Spirit is? It's not easy to beat you. Yi Shuiying looked at her old brother with a look of a fool, really not knowing where her uneducated old brother got his confidence from. No, Shuiying, I can't beat him. Ziling shook her head, but Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, was stunned. He just wanted to ask, but Yi Feng and Ziling found a way to change the topic at the same time. All the selections within the department have been made and the school competition has officially begun. The freshman competition of the East Region Magic Academy's freshman year. This was not only a battle between students, but also a competition between departments and faculties. Ha! Looking at the list of this year's participants, Dean Su Pingshan was a bit confused. Touching his already white beard, he thought he was blind. Turning his head, he realized that the old fat man, the vice dean, was also surprised. Old fellow, am I mistaken, did the artifact department even have someone participating in the grand competition this year? The vice president looked at the dean, and the dean looked at the vice president, and the two old men suddenly felt that their heads were a little short. It's great that one of our dormitories was selected for the freshman competition. Li Mubai sat in the audience, his face full of excitement. The two of us are relying on strength, these two are relying on luck. Hani raised his middle finger at the duo, he really couldn't let go of this matter. The two sniffed and turned their heads to the side at the same time. Rain me no melon. The tedious opening ceremony was extremely boring. The freshman competition is actually also a time for the older students of each major department to observe the new students of this class, and for some clubs to start searching for a new generation of members. The normal person in charge of this freshman competition, Yi Feng's foreknew, was the teacher who had gone to the dormitory to talk to them before, Wang Wenba. In fact, Wang Wenba didn't want to be this host, but there was no way, no teacher in the school was willing to be, so he was driven to the duck. There are 13 major departments in the Eastern Region Magic Academy. They are fire, earth, gold, wood, water, wind, thunder, light, ice, system, weapon, summoning, and healing. The cure did not compete. 1 from the artifact department, 5 from the summoning department, and 10 from each of the other 10 departments. A total of 106 entries were made. Soon it was time for the first bout. The first match between Yi Fong of the weapon department and Qian Xiaodong of the fire department. Wang Wenba's voice fell. The whole room was in an uproar. The artifact department even competed? This isn't funny. Where did the artifact department get the combat power? Isn't this coming over to give away points for nothing? This Qian Xiaodong is our department, a barely only ranked 10th into the school competition, surprisingly stumbled into the department of where this send points, into the second round of the school competition is considered to earn a lot. The entire crowd was pointing at Yi Fong, including those from the artifact department. All of them felt their faces were dishonored. How could a disgraced guy come? All the teachers also looked at Song Chuanya in surprise, while she shrugged and said, "He had to." At this time a youth had already stepped onto the competition stage, a somewhat obese and ordinary student who couldn't be any more ordinary. Walking up to the stage with his head held high, he was arrogant and thought he was going to win this one. An instrumental student, he fights with his eyes closed, okay. Yi Fong snorted and walked onto the competition stage in a lazy body. Can Mr. Wang start? Wang Wenba looked at Yi Fong, then at Qian Xiaodong, and sighed in his heart. This Yi Fong was definitely not a good person. The guy who could go and kill demons every day could be much more vicious than a normal student. The contest begins. Since you're in a hurry to come over here and get yourself killed, then I'll. Before Qian Xiaodong could finish his words, he saw Yi Fong flip his hand and a bow appeared in his hand. The students of the artifact department can use magic artifacts of their own making. I finally figured out where this kid got the courage to compete. Dean Su Pingshan slapped his forehead in sudden realization, and the other teachers obviously thought of this problem as well. Phew! The crossbow arrow was shot out as a fire snake, and its power was so powerful that it had already reached the middle order extreme. Bang! Tianli slammed the table and looked at Song Chuanya and roared, "This is clearly already a middle-ranked magical artifact. Song Chuanya, how dare you department students break the rules?" Song Chuanya, who had heard the words, however, had the corners of her mouth twitch. He made that himself. I'm afraid you guys don't know that. I took him to the Forge Masters Association the day before yesterday to take his exam, and he passed, and he's advanced. All the teachers were confused by this statement. How is that possible? Even if one's talent is more unbelievable, it's impossible to become a senior forging master in freshman year, right? It's already a genius to become a junior forging master. And what's more, he's only a middle-ranked wizard. Not to mention the other teachers, Song Chuanya hadn't slowed down even now. She couldn't figure out why Yi Fong possessed that kind of thing that existed against the heavens. At this point on the field, Qian Xiaodong used all of his defenses to no avail, and was finally sent straight off the stage by Fire Snake. Scoundrel! It's a rascal! Isn't it a rule that no magical artifacts can be used in the freshman competition? Shameless guy, you're a disgrace to our school. The students were in an uproar, and Qian Xiaodong, who lost the match, was even more indignant. Wang Wenba frowned and was just about to open his mouth to sentence Yi Fong for cheating, but who knew that Dean Su Pingshan would open his mouth at this time? Yi Fong didn't commit any fouls. The weaponry department has special privileges for participating in tournaments and summoners. They are allowed to use magical artifacts of their own making, and Yi Fong of the weaponry department is now a senior forge master. After saying that, the big screen displayed Yi Feng's forge master profile. Information that has been certified by the Forge Masters Guild. One of the representative pieces has the word storage ring written on it. And this time the teacher who knew the storage ring realized that the original Song Chuanya's storage ring was refined by this kid. Yi Fong looked at the electronic screen and first froze, then wanted to die. One doesn't want to flaunt it. He looked up at Song Chuanya, who was all smiles in the teacher's seat. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth twitched. He was obviously put on the spot by this one. That day Song Chuanya clearly said that he was taking himself to get a middle-order forging master license. How did it become a high-order license? The game fine recommended originally was to hide the strength. To take the certificate intends not to expose the strength, but now how is it? Song Chuanya couldn't help but laugh at Yi Feng's confused expression. Unlike Song Chuanya, the expressions of the others were all dumbfounded. This included 3 other people from dormitory 324. Returning to the audience, Yi Fong was immediately questioned by the 3 of them. And Yi Fong only had a faint sentence. If you guys keep this up, do you believe I'm going to sneak around and knife all of you at night? The 3 immediately shut up at the words. The school's senior management began to discuss frantically, and was full of interest in Yi Fong. They really couldn't figure out how a freshman had managed to get a high-level Forge Master license. Ask Song Chunya and she won't say. The game continues. The latter matches were usual and normal. Until Li Mubai's on stage. Light Department Li Mubai vs Thunder Department Chen Nan. Brothers, watch my show. Li Mubai landed on the competition stage as a dazzling golden light. It was a beckoning sight. Fancy. The opponent, Chen Nan, was somewhat disdainful, with a look of being very unable to see Li Mubai. Wang Wenba looked at Chen Nan's expression and sighed somewhat helplessly. This Chen Nan really did take the enemy lightly. Boom! A purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. Middle-ranked magic, falling thunder. Yu-Wu, compare me to Bright. Li Mubai's figure suddenly turned into a dazzling golden light, and the lightning had no way to hit under the high-speed movement. Is running all you do? Chen Nan stomped the ground with one foot, and an electric current spread from his foot to cover the ground. However, Li Mubai flew directly into the air with windwalk. Get down here. Two wooden vines drilled out from the ground, turning towards Li Mubai, who was running extremely fast in the air. This Chen Nan's second lineage was actually the wood lineage. Li Mubai, who was originally fleeing in the air, suddenly stood still at this moment. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. Not only Li Mubai, Fong also revealed a smile at the same time. Thousand Faces art could not only change appearance and voice. After his improvement, originally only cultivators could practice Thousand Faces art. Cultivator chapter could copy cultivator spells, and now it could already copy the same level of magic. A light mirror appeared in the air and shone on the vines, then two equally golden light vines suddenly appeared, and the four vines entangled at once were surprisingly evenly matched. What kind of magic is this? Chen Nan was shocked, all the students were equally shocked, and the teacher was confused. Even more dumbfounded were the two deans, two super-ranked mages who couldn't see the path of this magic. Being distracted inside a battle is not a good habit. Li Mubai had already flashed out of the air to Chen Nan's back at an unknown time. A powerful wind pressure suddenly attacked from behind. Chen Nan was shocked and hurriedly used his lightning spell to surprisingly attack. A thunder python fell from the sky. What light spells lacked was explosive damage, and he didn't believe that Li Mubai had just ignored this move. Nevertheless, light mirror appeared again, a light python whistling out in thunder python collision, even indistinguishable in the air at the same time, dissipated. Even the two deans, who were always composed, couldn't help but burst out. This was already a bit beyond their comprehension, and it was the first time they had seen and simultaneously replicated a light-based spell that could even replicate the explosive-like power of a thunder-based spell. Middle-ranked spell, Wind Blast. The powerful wind pressure condensed the wind force generated after the explosion directly shook Chen Nan out of the competition arena. Where's my cheer? Li Mubai pointed his right hand to the sky, and the room instantly erupted in applause. As for Fong, the three of them looked like I don't recognize this middle-aged teenager. Niasini looked at Li Mubai, who had stepped down from the stage, with somewhat complicated eyes. When did he get so strong? Niasini was in a somewhat bad mood because she didn't even make it into the top 10 of the department, and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the competition at all. And once has been pursued to let him, some annoyed really despised the playboy son Li Mubai. Now it is. Sini, what's wrong with you? Yi Shuiying noticed Niasini's abnormal concern and asked, while she shook her head and said, it's fine, just thinking of some things from the past. Other side. Brothers, I'm handsome, right? You handsome, you grandmother bear, fancy, direct violence to solve the fight is finished, play what handsome ah. Hani directly just returned a middle finger. I don't know if the teacher's side heard Hani's words. The next person to come out was none other than Hani. System Hani versus ISO Yang Shui. Wang Wenba's voice fell ice department side, but someone let out a laugh. I can't believe someone ran into one of our department's top 3 departmental flowers and number 1 in the freshman ice department. The guy in this system is out of luck. That's right, the system doesn't have an advantage over ice types with lots of control, so this dude is screwed. Losing to our departmental flower, he definitely earned his blood. The ice department's side was all in a state of mind to watch, while there was a deep fear among the system's eyes. Why? Why is this violent maniac matched to a girl? It's over, this time the system's reputation is completely ruined. Scrapped, the system has been left in the dust ever since. Inside the system there was a tall girl with wheat-colored skin whose pupils were filled with panic as she recalled the scene of her previous fight with Hani. Looking at the high-cooled beauty who walked onto the stage wearing an ice department uniform with an iceberg beauty look, her heart was instantly filled with sympathy. This one's pretty girl image is kind of up in the air today. If it's an ugly girl it's okay, if it's a good-looking one, especially this kind of high-strung girl, the image is bound to crumble today, and in front of the whole school. She thought she was bad enough at departmental avalanche, but she didn't realize this one was even more heavyweight. Brothers, watch what it means to fight. Hani walked onto the competition stage with a gangly look as he finished speaking. The teachers of the system directly despaired after seeing Hanyi's appearance. This guy sure as hell isn't going to show any mercy just because this guy is a super gorgeous woman. Ice teachers are bound to have a good discussion about life with their system teachers today. Referee, call the match. Hani looked at Wang Wenba and said. Wang Wenba, who heard the words, smiled bitterly before shouting, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, Ouyang Shui 5 ice cones appeared around each other. Remember, never try to test others in battle, strike out and attack hard. The metal condensed and a baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's hand. As soon as the metal baseball bat came out, the system was in collective despair, and they seemed to have seen the fall from grace that would be their system's reputation after the game was over. Bang! Han Yi's feet powered up as fast as lightning, and those ice cones were instantly shattered as he arrived in front of Ouyang Shui in the blink of an eye. Ice suddenly appeared on Han Yi's body, freezing him instantly. Game Boutique recommends unbearable. Ouyang Shui laughed coldly in her heart and was just about to send a magical attack, but she heard Han Yi's voice coming from inside the ice. How dare you not think of retreating after trapping an enemy in close quarters and unleash your magic, you'd have been dead long ago on the battlefield. The ice instantly shattered, and Han Yi's right hand had already reached out to grab towards Ouyang Shui's neck. Ouyang Shui's pupils contracted in disbelief. This is the middle-rank magic inside the freezing. Even the middle-rank demonic beasts can be trapped for almost a minute. Against a system student, why would it be broken so quickly? Hurriedly using the ice shield to fend it off while backing up. Bang! Han Yi's metal baseball bat swung, and the ice shield instantly shattered into ice blocks that fell. The baseball bat hadn't been retrieved yet, so he punched Ouyang Shui's face directly. Click! Ouyang Shui hastily used the ice spell Ice Armor to protect her body before she was hit. However, it still flew out backwards for 3 meters, barely landing and standing still. The ice armor instantly shattered, and a red fist mark appeared on the left side of his face under his eye circle. She was angry, she was really angry. The magic power in his body was frantically urged, and 2 ice snakes appeared whistling towards the charging Han Yi. Yeah, that's what makes a fight decent. The metal bat disintegrated into iron fists over Han Yi's hands. Boom! Both fists struck the 2 ice snakes, instantly causing them to appear cracks then crumble. A trace of surprise flashed among Ouyang Shui's eyes, but she quickly adjusted her state. You are worthy of making me use my full strength. Ouyang Shui waved her palm, and the water element spread rapidly with her as the center. Middle order magic, waters. Ouyang Shui's second lineage turned out to be the water lineage that was the most compatible with the ice lineage, which made many people couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The water had already reached Han Yi's ankles and was rapidly spreading upwards. It was hard to untie the water with brute force, but Han Yi was not flustered and just wanted to untie it with all his might, who knew that right at this moment. Middle-ranked magic, water wave. A full 2-meter high wave of water appeared to instantly submerge Han Yi. Freeze! Ouyang Shui let out a cry, and the water instantly froze. With a full 2 meters of ice, he didn't believe that this system guy could break free. The students of the ice department had begun to cheer. The system, on the other hand, is even crazier, and their system's face is saved. The 2 deans and all the teachers nodded their heads in satisfaction. It was already rare for the system to be able to fight with the ice department like this. Both were geniuses of each department. Only Yi Fong sighed helplessly. Let's hope that this Ouyang Shui will be able to protect her face later. Yi Feng's sudden words made the 2 beside him a bit confused. What did this mean? On the competition stage, Wang Wenba was just about to announce Ouyang Shui's victory, but who knew that just at this, the ice started to crack. Body refining art, secret technique, chi, and blood quenching body. Han Yi hissed in his heart as his body's chi and blood began to boil. Chi and blood quenching the body, one of the secret techniques of the body refining art, could strengthen the body by boiling the chi and blood to gain 3 times the strength under normal circumstances. The aftermath, a period of time, produces a constant stream of hunger. Bang! Han Yi exerted all his strength, and the ice instantly shattered. How is this possible? Ouyang Shui was shocked. The system student's face went straight to the ground. It's over. The system's reputation, it's over. It's been a long time since I've had such a painful fight. Boom! Han Yi's feet powered up like a cannonball and instantly arrived in front of Ouyang Shui. And the ground he had just jumped on was suddenly cracked. Old Su, isn't your third faculty the spirit faculty? Can you see what's going on here? The vice president inquired with some anxiety. While Dean Su Pingshan was a bit confused and looked at him and said, have you heard of magic that can use magic to make the body cells inside to fall into a high-speed consumption to increase the strength of the whole body 3 times and also at the same time can use magic to replenish the lost cells at a high speed? Huh? How is it possible to have this kind of magic? The vice president's head was full of questions. This Han Yi is using such magic. What? The vice president was dumbfounded. On the competition stage. Bang! The 5 layers of ice shield used by Ouyang Shui was instantly broken. She tried to use her magic again, but Han Yi's speed was too great and his hand had grabbed her neck. Fly me! Han Yi's arm exerted force to directly throw Ouyang Shui into midair. Looking at the ceiling that was getting closer and closer to her, Ouyang Shui's brain had gone down, but managed to use the last remaining magic power to condense a layer of ice armor on her body. Boo! Han Yi jumped into the air and landed a knee strike directly on Ouyang Shui's backside, then followed up with an elbow strike on top of the belly. The other free hand grabbed Ouyang Shui's shoulder and threw it directly at the competition stage below. Boom! Ah! Ouyang Shui spat out a mouthful of blood and her ice armor completely shattered. A metal plate appeared in the air, and Han Yi's pedal board picked up the momentum, catapulting and swinging his fist towards Ouyang Shui. Wang Wenba at this time also reacted. It was obvious that Ouyang Shui could no longer fight her opponent. Hurry over with the intention of protecting and then ending the match. I haven't lost yet. Ouyang Shui let out a cry, and the magic power in her body unexpectedly regained itself in a flash. Su Pingshan couldn't help but be staggered by the situation. I didn't expect this little girl is the legendary double magic energy body. Normal people can only store magic energy in the meridians, while she is because of the special meridians can be stored in the heart of the eyebrow or amongst other locations as well. When the magic energy is not enough after that, the stored magic energy goes into the instantly meridians to be refilled. Su Pingshan stroked his chin. He was really curious as to what kind of battle these 2 little guys would bring behind them. The system students stood up excitedly at this. Han Yi still had hope of losing. A cold aura filled the competition stage and a huge ice shield appeared to wrap Ouyang Shui. This system student must have used some kind of short-time power-boosting magic to be so powerful. As long as she could stall for time, she would win. You don't know anything about power. Boom! Click! Han Yi circled the ice shield intended to be like a turtle shell, and his right hand once again grabbed Ouyang Shui's neck, making her gasp for air. The only thing that could be done in a critical situation was to use the ice armor again. Whoosh! Thrown high into the air once again, Han Yi took off, disintegrating metal flying out of his body, then quickly reorganizing to form several springboards in the air. Boom! 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 Knee strikes, elbow strikes, left hooks, right hooks, and finally dropping from the air to land a whip kick directly on top of Ouyang Shui's belly. Boom! Ouyang Shui landed heavily and smashed a big pit. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. At this time, the iceberg beauty has now been covered in green and purple, even the face is swollen, and there is even blood from the skin appeared tiny cracks outflow, the appearance of that called a miserable awe. Lying motionless inside the pit, completely unconscious. Quiet in the room. It's over, it's ruined, the system is left to stink for years to come. If the mood of the ice students is like a roller coaster, the system students are bungee jumping. Game boutique recommendation: then ice students can be much more exciting. At best, they'd lose the match for the department flower, and they'd lose face for the whole department. The medical team was the first to react, and after checking, they found that Ouyang Shui had many broken bones all over her body, and her bruises were even more numerous. But the good thing was that none of this was a matter in front of a high-level healing mage. Ice Department Ouyang Shui's homeroom teacher, a female teacher, slammed the table and headed towards the system teacher's location. The system. What do you students mean? Willing to gamble? Don't get angry. Well, this has nothing to do with Han Yi. Is your students have to fight? Well, the competition has hurt. Very normal. Well. Competition? Is his last combo a contest? That was running towards killing, right? And this is a female student, although she can recover from being beaten like this, do you think her image will still be there? The whole school has seen her like this. What do you want her to do in school in the future? The students of the ice department in the system quarreled, while many of the students of the ice department who adored Ouyang Shui lost their love on the spot. Without the looks to add to it, it suddenly seemed as if goddesses were just that. Ha ha ha. Ouch. Hani returned to his seat, and the three of them directly twisted their heads to say, I don't know you, get lost. Brothers, is there any food? I'm starving to death, let's go to the buffet after the game in a while, it's economical for me now. The three nodded in agreement, and the tournament table was restored by this time. There were ice system ones on this side of the mixed system audience seat, looking at Hani, who was chatting with his roommate in front with eyes that screamed fear. That's a violent maniac. And not only a violent maniac, but a violent maniac who beats up both men and women. Next match, Summoning Department Wan Tianla versus Wood Department Lin Ying. As soon as Wang Wenba's words fell, the four people from the Summoning Department stood up at the same time. Ha! What are you doing? Call me when this fight is over, this place can't stay for a while. The four Summoning Department students fled and ran out of the competition stage, one of them even tripped without standing still, his shoes flew off, he didn't even dare to pick them up and stumbled out. And the only three teachers in the Summoning Department that weren't too many were despairing at the same time. Compared to the two just now, one who could copy spells and one who was a violent maniac, this one was even more of a heavyweight. The four Summoning Department students who ran out crouched in the doorway shivering as they remembered the scene they saw earlier when they were sparring with Wan Tianlu. It was a nightmare they'd never be able to shake. Yeah, it's my turn. 10,000 Legends walks towards the tournament table. Across from him was a quiet-looking girl with glasses and some small freckles on her face. Hello, my name is Vantanel. Wan Tianla gave a naive smile. And Lin Ying was first stunned at his words, then he smiled and said, hello, my name is Lin Ying. Alas, it's over, Tianla is considered to have lost the right to choose a date from now on. Li Mubai sighed, while Hani couldn't help but shiver. How is this opposite side still a girl? This luck is even worse than the one opposite me. The surrounding students were all puzzled, no matter how miserable can be as miserable as a girl meeting a violent maniac like you? Game on. As Wang Wenba's voice fell, a summoning spell formation appeared in front of Wan Tianla. Hiss. Hiss. Two alabaster spiders appeared at the same time. Yo, White Jade Spider, all of them have the strength of 3 stars of the middle rank, and can reach the high rank after adulthood. Isn't this kind of spider extinct? I didn't expect to see it. Dean Su Pingshan was a bit surprised, not expecting to see this Bluestar local demonic beast that should have gone extinct here. The two alabaster spiders rushed towards Lin Koma at the same time, and when she saw this she hurriedly used her magic. Suddenly a dozen or so vines emerged from the ground around her body at the same time, winding their way towards the White Jade Spider. The White Jade Spider stood still and spat out its venom, and several of the vines withered instantly. The rest of the vines were cut off by the sharp spider legs. However, the vine suddenly regenerated and more than a dozen flowers grew out, then turned into petals and shot towards the White Jade Spider with a whistling sound. Surprisingly, it's the topwood magic in the middle rank, Vine Flower Field. It can simulate the field magic that only the high rank can have. This nymphette is very gifted, but this spell also cost her almost so magical energy. The good thing is that the Vine Flower Field won't have any magical energy digested after it's used, and it has a full 10 minutes of duration unless it's broken. The vice president said. Although the White Jade Spider is good, it's not an adult after all. This one Tianla should have lost. Su Pengshan also spoke his mind. Now that the entire martial arts stage had been completely shrouded, the two White Jade Spiders and vine petals were constantly trembling. Vines appeared from the ground and wrapped around the body of the White Jade Spider, and the petals condensed into a flower demon, and with both hands, the vines formed into cones and stabbed at the White Jade Spider. Just when everyone thought the match was going to end, a sudden change occurred. Alas, Tianlu surprisingly moved for real as well. Yi Fong sighed. Today all 4 of their oddballs were considered to have made an appearance. A dozen summoning spells suddenly appeared. A skeleton soldier appeared, and among them was a skeleton knight, riding a skeleton horse, with a worn-out pitch-black colored lance in his hand as if it were the scythe of the god of death. With a poof, the flower demon was directly chopped to death. Undead-type summoner. There really are such summoners in the world. Su Pengshan once again foul-mouthed. The undead summoner has always been in the historical legends, whether there has been no one can confirm and test. Yet before they could react, something even stranger appeared. An oversized summoning spell formation unexpectedly appeared behind Wan Tianlu. That's not right. A beginner summoner can sign a contracted beast, so can an intermediate level. Contracted beasts don't need magical energy. The 2 alabaster spiders are his contracted beasts. Summoning these skeleton creatures, he's already exhausted all of his magical energy. How can he still have a summoned beast? This is not in line with common sense. The vice president was a bit confused. This thing was beyond his perceived common sense. While Yifeng's trio sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw it, it had finally come. The summoning department teachers all slumped into their chairs in despair. A summoning department student instantly understood after glancing in through the doorway and hastily shrank back. Only to see Wan Tianle take out his bone whistle and blow it violently. Buzz! Thousands of pitch-black colored moths that looked like cockroaches whistled out, densely covering the sky above the competition stage. There were also hundreds of centipedes and hundreds of scorpions that crawled out from the teleportation array behind Wan Tianle and began to frantically tear at these vine petals. Black swarms of insects and eerie skeletons dominated the tournament table. The scene was memorized by all present. Because it had become the shadow of a nightmare for their entire school. Ah! The timid girls could no longer hold on and let out piercing screams. Game fine recommendations. Even many female teachers couldn't help but shiver when they saw this scene. This is Wan Tianle. Yi Shuiying, who knows Wan Tianle, is numb at this time. Usually Wan Tianle gives people the impression of being cheerful, optimistic and simple. But today... that's the devil. Why another oddball? Su Pengshan all but collapsed, questioning his knowledge for the first time. Old Sua, what are these things? How come I don't feel like demonic insects? The vice dean looked at Dean Su Pengshan, while the latter was somewhat confused and said, "You may not believe me when I say it, these insects are obviously all artificially bred, but I don't know why. These insects don't have a bit of magical energy in their bodies, but they are as strong as demonic insects, and it looks like they are all bred from demonic insects, but they don't know why they underwent a metamorphosis, and don't have any magical energy left in their bodies, and that student can manipulate them by whistling. If I'm not wrong, he should still have a way to make these insects evolve again, which means he can use this fighting style for the rest of his life. The stronger he gets, the stronger these insects will surely get along with him. I just don't know what special means he's using. Where did this class get so many weirdos?" The vice president was feeling a bit of a headache. At this time they suddenly appeared as if the first appearance of the oddball Yi Fong, in today's oddball inside the opposite is the most normal. It's not too far outside of common sense after all. Lin Ying, who was at the very center of the battlefield, was dumbfounded at this moment. It was clear that there had been some fumbling while maneuvering the vine flower field. The vines and flowers quickly coalesced into a fully 5-meter-tall tree man rushing out towards Wan Tianle, while the domain vines near him had now been gnawed away by the bugs. Beep! 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 Wan Tianle whistled. Instantly all the moths in the air gathered densely and directly covered the tree man. In a few moments, though, the moths dispersed, while the tree man had been bitten down to mere stumps. Beep! Beep! The centipede and scorpion on the ground accelerated at the same time, and the skeleton took the lead in attacking Lin Ying's last defense. Beep! 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 The moths gnawed on the vines along with the insects on the ground, and in an instant, the originally full field of vine flowers was now only a small spot where Lin Ying was. Thousands of parasites and a dozen skeletons and 2 alabaster spiders. Looking at these parasites that were gradually approaching, Lin Ying's mind completely collapsed. I concede. I admit defeat. I concede. Woo-woo. Lin Ying sat on her butt and actually cried out in shock. Yikes, I can't believe I won, thanks for bearing with me. Wan Tianle clasped his hands, then the skeleton disappeared and the summoning array appeared. All the parasites returned to the center. As for the bodies of the parasites that died because of the attack, they were all devoured by their own kind when the parasites withdrew. This Wan Tianle wins. Wang Wenba's voice was a little shaky when he announced, in addition to Lin Ying, is that he is directly facing those parasites. Good guy, the sense of prestige and the fear brought by the human heart. Call. Used to express disapproval, annoyance etc. about STH. Wan Tianle, this name I remember. In the future, mess with anyone, but never mess with this one. It's horrible, I hear whistles now, I get goosebumps. I thought the system's violent maniacs were tough enough, but I didn't realize this summoning one was even more heavyweight. Since then, the name Wan Tianle is known throughout the school, and don't put it on the list of the most dangerous people in the school, who can mess with anyone, but can't mess with this one. Someone posted the video footage to the school forum, and some students who weren't there were simultaneously shocked when they saw it. This one was even crowned with the title of Bug Devil later on campus. The system teacher and the summoning faculty teacher looked at each other, then at the same time they couldn't help but hug each other and cry in tears. What has happened to their department? Wan Tianlu walked up to the audience just like a fire into a haystack, and when he walked to something, the people over there automatically stepped aside to clear the way. Tianlu, now you're known throughout the school. Li Mubai couldn't help but sigh. Stop it, I'm getting hungry and pumped, let's go out for a buffet, Mr. Li's treat. Han Yi was on fire to go out for dinner, and Li Mubai, who had heard the words, shrugged his shoulders and said it was fine. The four people left the freshman competition site at the same time. Anyway, they've played today's game and the next one is tomorrow. Looking at the four people who went out at the same time, the dean and vice dean couldn't help but stare at the same time. Do these four oddballs know each other well? Su Pengshan looked towards the teacher responsible for this student count, and that teacher immediately revealed a helpless expression upon hearing this. More than familiar, they came to our school together from a dormitory and were even in the same class in high school. What? These four oddballs are actually in the same dormitory. It's over, this year's team competition is going to be over. The dean broke down, and the vice president did likewise. The reason schools mix up departments for the sake of a good split team. It's mostly about teamwork on the battlefield. The battle team of the East Region Magic Academy was a male dormitory and together to become a battle team. And now these four oddballs are even in a dormitory, which means that these four oddballs will be in a battle team. That's seen if you fight. Don't dare think about it, don't dare think about it. The two deans saw for the first time that mixing faculties to live together and assigning them directly inside a battle team was the opposite of a stupid idea. The four of them walked into the buffet while chatting. Pay the money and then sit down in your seat and put your stuff down. Then Han Yi and Wan Tianlu went to clip the food like two guys who hadn't eaten in centuries. This cafeteria is out of luck. Li Mubai had a look on his face as he watched the fun, while Yi Fong hemmed and hawed. Mubai, do you think the two of them making this fight so violent and disgusting will affect your Li family's reputation? Influences, but they're all good influences, showing that as long as you have the strength, no matter what, you'll be able to do well in our Li family, just like Han Yi and Tianlu. It makes sense, the opponents at the back shouldn't be simple, the two of them haven't sent their full strength yet, if they rush the rankings, the back 80% will have to send their strength, when that time comes, that scene, TSK. Yi Fong thought about it carefully and realized that he was actually looking forward to the scene when the time came in a small way. I'm no better off with you behind me. Li Mubai revealed a bitter smile. I'm afraid their odd name-calling is going to continue to circulate in college as well. In the afternoon, Yi Fong found class teacher Song Chunya in the school's forge. What is it that student Yi Fong is looking for me for? Song Chunya put on an amiable teacher appearance, while Yi Feng's mouth twitched. Why did you make me take the high-level forgemaster's license? That I'm not seeing that you're strong enough to get a license is quite convenient. Game fine recommended. Song Chunya was first a little weak then justified. In reality, she was like this mainly because she could see that Yi Fong wasn't very interested in forging and was too low-key and unmotivated. So she wanted to have a lot of people question Yi Fong after he became a high-ranked forger by making him become a high-ranked forger, and then he would forge hard in order to prove himself. How could Yi Fong not see these little schemes of Song Chunya? Teacher, I'll give a surprise tomorrow, yo. Yi Fong smiled and left after saying that, which made Song Chunya a little confused as to what he meant by that. However, by the time she realized it the next day it was already too late, because Yi Fong chose to use the fastest method to erase the trouble brought about by his identity as a high-level forger. Ban run. Don't blame me for being unrighteous if you shade me. Day 2. The crowd automatically parted as the four entered. The impression left by Wan Tianlu and Han Yi yesterday was so horrible that it had already caused almost all of the students to resist these two. It is really fearful. Even no one dared to sit around the perimeter where the four had taken their seats. Familiar game opener. Su Pingshan, who was sitting in the dean's seat, looked at the list of today's participants. Yesterday 106 played, leaving 53. Since it's an odd number, there's bound to be one person's turn. Looked at the names of the four men. Yi Fong, the first one to be ruled out, this one just has an unbelievable forging talent, nothing much. Li Mubai, the second one ruled out, is considered normal despite that copy magic and wackiness of this one. Han Yi, 1916, communist politician, foreign minister 1958 to 1972, president of PRC from 2006. It's kind of the genius of the system. 10,000 days of music. This one advances directly. Su Pengshan made up his mind. This one Tianli's bugs are weird, and the undead creatures aren't that bad, there's no problem advancing by strength, it's just that the combat is too disgusting to let him out. Wang Wenba shouted into the microphone after receiving the message, since 53 people were promoted yesterday, one person will be promoted directly today, and the draw will determine the person, Wan Tianla. School-wise. The crowd in the audience cheered. They knew it was a backroom deal for the school, but they had no objections, none whatsoever. The players also breathed a sigh of relief. Not being able to run into the worm demon was definitely good news. First match, Yi Fong of the weapon department versus Lu Haochuan of the fire department. Looking at Yi Fong, who walked onto the stage, Dean Su Pingshan couldn't help but stretch his brows. He had deliberately arranged Yi Fong to be the first. After all, it was rare that there was a decent one among these four oddballs. Playing with forging, with good talent and special means, it was normal to become a high-ranked forger, or it was a deliberate watering down on the side of the Forge Master Association, and it hadn't been so counterintuitive that he couldn't comprehend it. Watching him was a real physical and mental pleasure that made him forget for a while about the three oddballs that were beyond his knowledge. Yi Fong and Lu Haochuan fought against each other. Lu Haochuan already knows Yi Feng's bottom line. This guy is relying on magic devices. As long as his spells are fast and powerful, the other party is definitely clueless. Game on. Lu Haochuan's voice fell instantly, launching the spell. A fire python whistled. Everyone thought that Yi Feng would use a magical artifact to counterattack, but no one realized that he wasn't even holding a magical artifact in his hand right now, nor did he have any intention of taking it out of his storage ring. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Song Chuanya suddenly felt something was wrong. It always felt as if Yi Feng was going to do something beyond the norm. Mr. Song, greet my great gift. Yi Feng suddenly raised his hand and golden flames suddenly appeared in his hand. This one turns out to be the head of the oddball inside. Su Pingshan's mind completely collapsed. Heavenly fire. It's heavenly fire. Rather, it was a golden heavenly flame, unheard of and unheard of. Obviously this was a kind of heavenly flame that had never appeared to anyone before. The fire python suddenly transformed into ordinary flames and entered into the golden fire mass in Yi Feng's hand before it even got close to him. Firecracker. Yi Feng violently clenched his fists. Boom! A golden lotus blossomed on the martial arts stage. The powerful flame might even shattered the martial arts platform shield with a click. This strike had surprisingly reached a high level. Lu Haochuan was blown up and fell out of the competition stage, but it was good that Yi Feng purposely controlled it so that his opponent didn't receive any life-threatening injuries. The whole room was confused. What just happened? Skyfire. It's the heavenly flame. This person has heavenly flame. It must be heavenly flame, can't be wrong. I once encountered a super-ranked mage with heavenly flame, but his heavenly flame pressure was also far less terrifying than how it is in the hands of this artifact system person. Golden heavenly flame, aren't there just 4 kinds of heavenly flames inside the Bluestar records, and there's no golden heavenly flame in there either. All the students were humanly stupid. Song Chuanya was also dumbfounded. She had always thought that Yi Feng just had a strand of heavenly flame that he could control that could only be used for forging. Even controlling a strand of it was already remarkable. But it is obvious that can directly use the skyfire to release magic. This is to have the flame whole. How she did not think that Yi Feng will have the whole skyfire. Li Mubai's trio clearly understood and naturally wouldn't be shocked. Wang Wenba, on the other hand, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He was curious before why the sewers of the capital of hope will appear heavenly fire, but the result did not expect that it is actually Yi Feng has a heavenly fire. At that time, the demon hunting used so the resulting appearance of a heavenly fire breath. Old Sua, my brain is a little messed up. Have I been hallucinating for the past 2 days without a good night's sleep? The vice dean felt like his entire being was blindsided. Sniffing, Su Pingshan similarly said with some trembling lips, I feel as if I'm hallucinating as well. On the other side of the teacher's position, the fire teacher Tianli was directly furious. Song Chuanya. So this student has heavenly flame, no wonder you were so monkeyish to snatch him away from me. The fire department teacher heard, what? Originally Yi Feng was from their fire department? Being halfway scooped up, if there is a heavenly fire, it would be too normal to become a senior forging master. Heavenly flame was the highest temperature flame in the world that could melt any metal. Even high rank and even super rank materials could be handled in minutes. This Song Chuanya knew that Yi Feng had heavenly flame and that becoming a forge master would definitely be bullish, so he came over to poach him with the difference in information. The fire teachers instantly grouped together and came over to find Song Chuanya to settle the score, and Su Pingshan also reacted back, and he didn't look at the back of the match. Go directly to question Song Chuanya. A magician with heavenly fire, or a magician around the age of 18, becoming a super rank is really breaking the bottleneck of today's world realm. To become an existence above the super rank is an impossible thing. Instead, he was dragged to the forge, resulting in the current wizard level still being a mid-rank 1-star. What is this? It's a waste. Looking at Song Chuanya, who was surrounded by a group of people in the teacher's seat who couldn't defend themselves, Fong couldn't help but laugh. That was my old brother just now? The game boutique recommended Shuiying's eyes were filled with disbelief. When was her own old brother so strong? How come she didn't know? Shuiying, didn't you say your brother was weak? What's with this heavenly flame? Or is it a heavenly fire that has never appeared before? Shi Shenbing's brows were tightly locked, and the eyes that looked at Yi Shuiying beside him were filled with doubt. Yi Shuiying, who heard the words, shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but my oldest brother did once go out for a month, but I didn't feel any changes in him. I can prove what Shuiying said. Nye Sini suddenly spoke. Not only Yi Fong, Honey, Wan Tianlo, Li Mubai and the four of them got tired of each other every day in high school, and at that time their fighting ability has always belonged to that kind of not-so-good level, but why did they suddenly become so strong when they got to college? She was also puzzled as to why this was the case. It was fine if one person got stronger, the problem was that 4 people got stronger at the same time. The Violet Spirit, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up at this time. Is it possible that it's because they've been hiding their strength in the past? Shuiying, didn't I say that I can't beat your brother? Ah, this. Yi Shuiying felt as if hers was burning a little. Shi Shenbing's eyes were cold as he looked at Ziling and said, to have someone who makes even a first genius like you feel inferior to him, it's rare. The Violet Spirit didn't reply back as she sniffed. She was too lazy to bother with this guy. It really wasn't for nothing that her own fiancé was annoying her. While the match continued on the competition table, the teacher's side of the table got noisy. No way. Say what you want about this. Yi Fong will take the fire department. Change departments immediately. Tianli tapped the table in front of Song Chuanya with an undoubted air. Tianli, I really can't give it to him, he has already become a high-ranked forger, his future is unlimited. Don't pull these useless ones, when I don't know. You must have deliberately made him a high-ranked forger in order to keep this talent, as a way to tie him up in your department. Tinley's guess was echoed by all. Well, I think Lori has a point. Su Pingshan agreed. The vice dean not far away was a bit speechless. What are you, a dean, doing getting involved in this? The prerequisite for switching departments is that he has to agree to it himself, right? At her wit's end, Song Chuanya could only say so. Tianli commanded with a cold snort at her words. It's not that simple. Find a few fire department students, the kind that are especially good looking, and go talk Yi Fong into coming to the fire department for me. Where's the face? Where's your face, Tinley? Even Tianli couldn't hold back at this time and directly transformed into a shrew. Face? What face do you want? Students who have heavenly fire, or insta-complete heavenly fire, not the crippled goods that have been passed down from the Fong family in the capital for I don't know how many generations that have already been almost extinguished. What more face do you want with such a student? Song Chuanya was angry, faces red, seen shameless, have not seen so shameless. Okay. The other teachers in the fire department sniffed that was a speedy one, and it was clear that they very much approved of this shameless idea. The best looking in the whole department was practically undoubtedly Violet Spirit, but Violet Spirit was a kid who never spoke to strangers in general, so it definitely wouldn't work. Each and every one of the beautiful women in the fire department were also very proud. After all, the fire department was the most powerful department besides the thunder department, and there were still more people than the thunder department. This male teacher couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. However, the female teacher beside him didn't hesitate to go to Violet Spirit. She was Ziling's homeroom teacher. Usually Ziling asked magic questions and was instructed by her individually one-on-one, going to her and saying that it would definitely be fine. Soon this female teacher came to Violet Spirit's side. Violet Spirit, I have something I want to talk to you about, can come over here for a moment. Ziling sniffed without hesitation and got up to follow, which made both Yi Shuiying and Nye Sini a little curious as to what this was about to discuss. Finding a corner where there was no one, the female fire department teacher said with a pleading face, can you go and help the teacher talk to a male student from another department and pull some strings to get him to switch to our fire department? Sorry teacher, I don't like to be around boys, find someone else. Violet Spirit's face was cold, obviously because Ban Ren's request made her a bit angry. Turned around and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Knowing Violet Spirit's character, the female fire teacher was not very willing to deal with girls, let alone the opposite sex, and was a bit anxious to be abrupt herself. Alas, it looks like we can only go and convince the other good-looking girls from the fire department to persuade you, Fong. The female teacher sighed, and after muttering to herself she just wanted to go find someone else, who knew that the violet spirit would suddenly turn back. It's my responsibility to share the teacher's worries. I'll go find Fong and ask him to switch to our department. Violet Spirit's movements were so crisp and clean that she turned around and walked towards the audience where Yifeng's 4 people were. Ha! Ah! Ha! The female fire teacher was confused. The audience where all 4 of Yifeng's people were had become a blank area, so it was too easy to find. Yifeng sat at the innermost part, Hani at the outermost part, Wan Tianlu was next to Yifeng, and Li Mubai was next to Hani. Just as the 4 people were chatting, Ziling had already tiptoed over to Yifeng and sat down, giving a gesture to Li Mubai and Hani, who had seen it, to signal them to keep quiet. The 2 were confused. Who are you? Suddenly, Li Mubai remembered, this is not the disciple of Jinghua Marshal Yi Long, but also deservedly the first magic genius of China, because of the magic energy special all system magic can be used, and previously in the time of enrollment in the Li family gave him each other's photos. To this day, many people didn't want to understand why such a genius would enter the East Domain Magic Academy, which wasn't the best magic academy. What's she looking for Yifeng for? Ziling just wanted to sneak up to hug Yifeng's arm, but who knew that Yifeng suddenly reached out and pressed her forehead. Looking for me for something. Yifeng twisted his head to look at Ziling. He was now really a little afraid of this girl. Which one of her eyes was blind enough to look at him? Yifeng, our teacher asked me to come over and pull you in, so that you can switch departments to our fire department. Violet Spirit revealed a smile, and instantly all 3 were dumbfounded. This one is really pretty. What an absolute beauty. What a smile. No, I refuse. I avoided her not enough to go with her in the same department. This is not idle boredom to look for trouble. I can't believe I turned down a request from such a beautiful girl. You fucking diamond did it. Harder than even diamonds. The 3 were collectively petrified. Yifeng. Violet Spirit forcefully hugged Yifeng's arm and began to pout. Wait a minute. I have a question. Li Mubai couldn't help himself and asked the question. What's the problem? Yifeng and Ziling spoke at the same time. You 2 aren't supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend, are you? No, how can that be? Yifeng said on the spot that this was absolutely impossible. That's good. Li Mubai sniffed a sigh of relief. These 2 demons, if a pair of that can be too scary, and they and Yifeng every day to mix together, when virgin girlfriends a few brothers cannot know. It's true we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm his fiancé. Violet Spirit smiled and uttered the words, then. The 3 people exclaimed at the same time and exited at the same time, then froze in place. Game Boutique recommended from their nearest students are also separated by 3 rows, plus sit a little off, so there is no student found this side of things. The 3 of them were motionless, as if they were petrified, their minds were blank. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, words can't be said blindly, this is the present age, free love, marriage contract set by parents is bullshit. Yifeng is really do not want to get out of the single, he has put his heart with cement paste, the heart method is used to the extreme suppression of male and female emotions. He did this out of necessity. The people in this world didn't have spiritual roots, nor did they have powerful cultivators like him whose souls transformed their bodies to make spiritual roots, everyone except him was destined to be mortal. Parents, family, and friends one after another become old history, he this can accept, after all, when the God Emperor all the way do not know how many years, this kind of thing has long been numb. But the male and female feelings can be different, his last life from the beginning to the end there is only one red face, this one wife, the God Emperor can only have one, she finally the great limit will be away from himself. How could he walk away from countless years together? Especially the one before she died. I'm sorry I can't be with you all the way. I'm sorry. Holding her hand herself, the last moment she was thinking of guilt, not at God or anyone else, but at herself, at her inability to be there for her. So he sealed his heart, and he absolutely could not move this heart again, for the sake of not wanting to go through something like this again. I can't help it, who makes me such a feudal woman, I don't mind being small if you have a favorite. Violet Spirit's words were shocking, as if a thunderbolt had struck the trio. Why Fong can meet this kind of looks absolutely beautiful, good character, 100 obedience to the girl, and the most irritating people, this guy also a love is really avoiding the attitude. Why? His grandmother. Why don't they have a marriage like that? Just at this time the last match ended and Wang Wenba's voice rang out again. System Han Yi versus Gold System Liang Tingnan. Han Yi, who had heard the words, seemed to have found a vent as he jumped across the steps to the competition stage in a few steps. The murderous aura was exposed, and his eyes were full of violence as he looked towards Liang Tingman, a student of the gold department, who was standing opposite to him. Alas, really afraid of you. The fire department I have no intention of going, the weapon department is quite free and easy, a moment to invite you out to dinner as compensation can be. Yi Fong sighed helplessly. Right now, compared to his old sister, Ziling was going to make him feel even more terrifying. Yes. Ziling's eyes were glowing, and her eyes were full of joy as she was about to hug Yi Feng's neck to have a sticker result, but she was pushed away by the outstretched palm of her hand. Don't move your hands, man and woman. Yi Feng said these words in a flat tone, and Ziling nodded with some loss. Li Mubai and Wan Tianla finally couldn't help but gnash their teeth and say in the same voice, Yi Feng, you really deserve to die. On the competition stage. Game on. Wang Wenba finished with a cold shiver. How is the killing aura on this Han Yi so heavy, not ashamed to be a violent maniac from the battlefield? The secret method of body refining, chi and blood quenching the body. Han Yi roared in his heart, and in an instant, his power steeply increment. Something's wrong, 9 out of 10. Dean Su Pingshan felt that the situation was a bit wrong. How did this Han Yi seem to have been stimulated by something? Why did he use this kind of magic that belonged to a suppressed box as soon as he came up? Seeing Han Yi rushing away, Liang Tingman hurriedly used his magic and the metal turned into a liquid that wrapped around his body then solidified. Middle-ranked gold magic, metal armor. The metal armor of middle-ranked magic was comparable to middle-ranked defensive magic, and the defensive effect was barren. Intermediate-level magic, metal pearly needles. Hundreds of iron needles as fine as cow hair condensed and whistled towards Han Yi, who was using the same metal armor. Dang it! The metal armor blocked all of the steel needles. Han Yi hits Liang Tingman with an uppercut to the chest. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful force directly knocked Liang Tingman into midair. The metal armor on his body disappeared, and the familiar metal iron plates appeared in the air to distribute them quickly. Bang! 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 Because of the metal armor protection, Han Yi's power hit Liang Tingman's body with almost full force. Knees, elbows, left hooks, right hooks, and finally a whip kick from the air directly on top of Liang Tingman's belly. Boom! Liang Tingman heavy landing smashed out a huge pit. Good thing there is metal armor. He just suffered some flesh wounds, not a big problem. Just as he wanted to unleash his magic, who knew that Han Yi was extremely fast and didn't give him the time or opportunity to use his magic at all. Bang, bang, bang. Pressing down on Liang Tingman, his fists kept hitting the metal armor like rain from a storm. Watching this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How hard does a fist have to be to hit metal armor directly and so quickly? The loud noise spread to every corner of the freshman competition site. Everyone couldn't help but shiver as they listened. Liang Tingman wanted to gather magical energy, but Han Yi's pressure and offense was just too oozing and terrifying, making him unexpectedly fearful of being able to gather magical energy at all. Yi Feng! You deserve to die! Han Yi shouted in his heart as the speed of his hands surged to the extreme. Ola 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 ola! Bang, 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 bang! The metal armor on his chest had become extremely hot from the high-speed blows. This flesh strength is already comparable to a high rank, right? Where did he get such a terrifying flesh body for a middle rank 3-star? Su Pingshan really felt that he was the dean and super-ranked magician for nothing. A freshman competition appeared in a special situation they even all do not know because of what? Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Liang Tingman's eyes rolled white, and he really couldn't hold on any longer and fainted directly. Han Yi wins this match. Han Yi blows on his smoking fist and disappears out of the ring. The speed and power of the punch that was like a machine gun just now caused a wave of fear to arise in the hearts of most of the students. It's not even a mage, it's a flood beast. Next match, Light Department Li Mubai vs Fire Department Ziling. Wang Wenba's voice sounded again. This was arranged by the dean because the dean was a little curious about what kind of sparks would be emitted when Li Mubai's copy magic collided with this all-around genius. The light student who can copy other people's magic actually has to fight the fire student who can use all of his magic. This match is somewhat interesting. I'd like to see just how many attributes of magic this Li Mubai can copy. I get to see the purple spirit beauty fight again, ha 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 ha. The crowd is starting to look forward to this match. As a result, who knows, just after Wang Wenba's words fell, he heard Li Mubai arrive at the competition stage at the speed of light and then said, I'll forfeit and admit defeat. After saying that, he turned back into a golden light and returned to the audience. The whole room was in an uproar. This situation was unexpected by everyone, including the dean. Game boutique recommendations. What an interesting little guy. Dean flashed a smile. On Li Mubai's side, he revealed a bitter smile. Not to mention the purple spirit middle stage 6 stars, inside the second year of college is a heaven-defying existence, just the identity of his sister-in-law. He can't fight this. Ziling and Yi Feng looked at Li Mubai with some surprise at the same time, while he shrugged his shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter, for me as long as one of the 4 of us advances to the top 5 it's a victory. There's nothing left for me back there, come on, let's eat together." Yi Feng made the request to bring Ziling to dinner by himself, and he didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be a lot of trouble, so his idea was to bring these 3 along as well. That way the purple spirit wouldn't dare to be reckless. After that, Yi Feng then saw the 3 people simultaneously put up their middle fingers and express their contempt for Yi Feng. Trying to get the 3 of us to be the light bulb. Not even the door. I'll go get my sister. Shuang, he's going to dinner with Xine and the others. How could Ziling not see Yi Feng's thoughts? Smiling, she took Yi Feng's hand that was frantically trying to dodge and left the competition venue. Watching this scene, the 3 of them gnashed their teeth together. I didn't expect it, but Brother Fong is hiding so deeply. Wan Tianlo looked like he had been cheated out of his feelings. I thought Yi Feng was going to be doomed to a life of widowhood just like me. Now I kind of understand what it means. Don't blame the road for people not working. Hani had the same look of being cheated out of his feelings. Only Li Mubai was a bit puzzled. How did Yi Feng know Ziling, and by the looks of it, the time of acquaintance shouldn't be short already. Fiancé? Wasn't Purple Spirit rescued by Marshal Yilong from a county that was destroyed by the demon race? Didn't her original adoptive parents die in the demon wave that destroyed the city? Could it be that Marshal Yilong has fixed the marriage? That's not right. Marshal Yilong is not that kind of person. Li Mubai really can't understand how to think about it. In a hot pot restaurant, Yi Feng and Ziling asked for a small private room. I really didn't think that someone who likes to keep a low profile as much as you would make such a big splash today. Ziling, hands resting her cheeks looking at Yi Feng, she today but also got their fiancé performance is very surprised. Having no choice but to be put on the spot and get the identity of a high-ranking forger. If I don't find a way to press it through or find a reasonable excuse for it, I'll have to get into trouble sooner or later. Fair enough. Ziling had a look of sudden realization while Yi Feng looked at her with a frown. You used the goddess inheritance crystal? How can you tell? A brand new power has gradually appeared inside your body and formed a scale to start gradually replacing the magic energy. The inheritance crystal has a magic formation on it that ordinary mages can't disarm at all. It looks like you should have some relationship with that goddess. Yi Feng's current thoughts were simple. As long as he could come up with a new topic to draw fire, Ziling wouldn't say something to color him things. The violet spirit who heard the words showed a flash of surprise on her face and nodded gently. As outrageous as it is, I'm not actually from this era. Oh wow, what a statement. Yi Feng came to be interested. The violet spirit really had a problem. Ziling looked at Yi Feng and said directly without any hesitation, my adoptive parents are both on the archaeological team. They are the ones responsible for the ancient lost civilization excavation. They said that they found a giant crystal during one of the excavations of the relics. The crystal melted after the 2 of them went in, revealing me as an infant. The 2 of them had never had any children, and out of selfishness they took me away for adoption. By the time I was in elementary school, I had awakened a portion of my memories and power about goddesses. I was the last generation of goddesses, and the most intuitive feature of the goddess power was that the magical energy in my body could be converted into any lineage of magical energy. When I was about to go to high school, my county was invaded by a demon race. My adoptive parents died in the midst of the demon tide that broke through the city, and just as I was about to die, Marshal Yilong appeared, and it was he who saved me and funded me to continue studying magic. Ziling's experience surprised Yi Feng a bit, but he soon realized a problem. So that relic from when we first met was something you sensed because of the goddess power, and then had that asshole old man of mine use his connections to dig it up? Aha! Violet Spirit nodded her head in agreement. Yi Feng suddenly realized that things were really getting more and more interesting. Yi Feng, I've told you everything about me word for word, can you also answer a few questions for me? Ask. After receiving Yi Feng's permission, Ziling's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Yi Feng, are you also an inheritor of a certain civilization just like me? Sort of, but it's not considered an inheritor, it can only be said to be a drop in the ocean within the countless inheritors. How many immortal cultivation realms there were, as long as a person cultivated was considered an immortal cultivation inheritor, and nowadays, even though he was already a Yuaning, he was still only a mortal realm cultivator after all. The road is still long. It shouldn't be, your legacy is clearly more terrifying than mine, and if the civilization you inherited hasn't died out, true to your word, where are the others? Them? They are in another realm, already known as the world, the 10,000 worlds, of which the Bluestar is only one, and there are more realms with civilizations than just the Bluestar, and all that I have learned comes from a civilization that is dominant in the 10,000 worlds. Cultivating the immortal way. Cultivating the immortal way? What does that mean? Violet's spirit was getting more and more confused the more she listened. She now really felt that her fiancé was getting more and more mysterious. Mysterious to the point that even she was a little blind to it. There are some things that you won't understand even if you say them. The food is already served, let's eat. You'll naturally understand when the time is right. Fong began to clip slices of lamb and feed them into the pot. In fact, sometimes feel quite helpless. This world magic is the main, but he is the main cultivation of immortality of the realm, and he cannot go back. It's a bummer to be added in the middle and not on top of it. After sending Ziling back to her dormitory, Fong also returned to his dormitory. Having just returned to the dormitory, he was immediately met with a questioning look from the three of them. Li Mubai gave a look, and in an instant, Han Yi and Wan Tianlu grabbed the arms to lock Yifeng firmly in place to prevent him from escaping. Say! What the hell is going on with you and Violet Spirit? Li Mubai said in a tone that said, you must give me an honest and clear explanation of things. Yifeng, who heard the words, was a bit speechless. Why did these three guys have a flavor of being annoyed because of envy? Don't mention it, my parents don't know what kind of brain cramp, even got a marriage contract for me and Ziling. The most important thing is that Ziling and I meet with me and like crazy after stalking me. I'm also a victim. Flatten him. After a while of fighting, the three began to persuade Yifeng, such a good girl is hard to find, so don't be arrogant. Recommended games. Yifeng was speechless. These three people didn't even have an eyebrow on their own matters, actually started persuading themselves. Either they're in over their heads or they're just idle. Yifeng, this Ziling I think with you really match. You see, people want a talent have talent, want a looks have looks, want a character people to you what kind of you, and it's not like you didn't see. Moreover, she is still Marshal Yilong's only disciple, are almost the same as the adopted daughter. This kind of background is enough for you to be an otaku posing for the rest of your life. Li Mubai advised bitterly, and Han Yi and Li Mubai kept nodding their heads. Yifeng was speechless for a while at his words. That is to say, there is no possibility. In fact, even without the purple spirit, I can still live a good life without food and clothing. Just as Yifeng was debating with 1 against 3, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked on. Yifeng, who heard the words, did not hesitate, got up and went over to open the door. Now someone to divert the topic can be fantastic. The door to the room opened and a familiar but somewhat faceless old man appeared in the doorway. You little guys don't mind if I talk to you for a while? The boss stroked his somewhat white beard. Seeing the old master's appearance in the back, Li Mubai was shocked and hurriedly let the old master into the house and said with a smile, "What is the matter that you came to find us, Lord Dean?" That's right, this person who came to visit the dormitory wasn't someone else, it was none other than the Dean of the East Region Magic Academy, Su Pingshan. Han Yi and Wan Tianlu hurriedly got up after hearing that this old man was actually the Dean, with a very respectful look. There's no need to be nervous, I came over today mainly because I wanted to talk to Yifeng. Su Pingshan sat down on the chair after saying with a smile. Li Mubai knows how to read people's faces. Directly moved a chair to Yifeng held down on top of the chair. I wonder what the Dean wanted to see me about. Yifeng was still as cloudy as usual, and seeing this reaction from him, Su Pingshan was even more satisfied. This son is not shocked by anything. He's a moldable talent. Yifeng, can you tell me where your heavenly flame comes from? It's important to me, and even to the whole of Huaxia. A place that could nurture heavenly flame could definitely become a holy land of Huaxia, which would likewise become their base card against the demon race. When Su Pingshan said this, Li Mubai and Han Yi couldn't help but frown. They hadn't bothered to think about where exactly Yifeng had gotten the heavenly flame from before. This was heavenly flame, although Yifeng's heavenly flame had now been devoured by him and could no longer be taken out. He definitely knew what place could give birth to heavenly flame, and this kind of place, if obtained by a powerful family, would definitely allow the family to soar to the heavens. After all, a place that could give birth to heavenly fire would definitely have a rich fire element, which was definitely a fatal temptation for fire mages. As for 10,000 leaves. Now it was a blank face, as he only knew that heavenly flame was rare and powerful, but nothing else was clear. Dean Su, my heavenly fire is called Earth Heart Gold Flame, ranked 10th on the Spirit Fire list, born in the magma at the bottom of the Dragon Vein, not to mention that the magma pool is located at a depth of less than 10,000 meters or less, just the point that Earth Heart Gold Flame was born deep in the magma. It is already not something that a magician can peek at, after all, the temperature there is already at 5,000 degrees. Yi Fong spoke in a shocking manner, which made no one expect it. Yi Fong, don't joke with me, if that's true how can you get this heavenly flame? Su Pengshan naturally wouldn't believe such words, as it had drastically exceeded his scope of understanding. This fire was given to me by my master, who has the ability to enter the magma pool to obtain the Earth's core gold flame. Your master? I wonder which famous wizard. My master, he is not a magician, just a wanderer who wanders in thousands of worlds. I also met with him by chance, so Dean, you may not be clear and understand his strength. Pengcheng, before the great battle, that masked man is the family master. Su Pengshan, who heard the words, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had seen bits and pieces of video footage of that battle, and the man was truly terrifyingly unlike a wizard. No, it couldn't be a wizard at all. How could that fighting style be a wizard? Bluestar and the demon race have been fighting for many years, and have never been able to achieve a complete victory, in which the 12 protectors of the demon race have never won a fight. Or maybe it had never gotten to the point where the otherworldly demon race had sent out their protectors. Not long ago the demon clan's protector Ghost-Winged Demon King appeared, and this news made the human clan's top management almost despair, but who knew that a high-ranking person who was even more powerful than the Ghost-Winged Demon King would appear? Moreover, it was said that after the Ghost-Winged Demon King was killed, thunder rolled in the sky, and this high person actually fought against the sky, facing the thunder and lightning directly. A full 99 thunderbolts all resisted hard. This was simply not something that could be done by a human being. An existence that could make even the heavens fear to strike had to be so terrifying. How do you prove that what you say is true? In order to eliminate the trouble already and be a geek at ease, Yi Fong took out the simplest and fastest way to prove his identity. The card book appeared in his hand, and the Ghost-Winged Demon King's magic card was taken out and handed to Su Pengshan. Looking at the Ghost-Winged Demon King magic card in his hand and the terrifying breath inside, Su Pengshan first froze, then blurted out a sentence. Su Pengshan Dean took the Ghost-Winged Demon King's card back and forth to see half a day, feel the inside breath, he can be sure. This is that the Ghost-Winged Demon King power into the magic card. The game is recommended to leave after the Su Pengshan expression stagnant. He is now considered to understand, after half a day of this 324 is not the most heavenly one. Tianla, is not Han Yi, but the dormitory head, Yi Fong. After Su Pengshan left, the dormitory resumed its usual joyful atmosphere. The top 5 of the freshman grand competition could enter the qualification of the ancient book pavilion, and after a few rounds of the grand competition, Tianlu had been taking turns until there were 14 people left at the end, when he started the second battle. The final was 1 to advance to the finals. 7 remain in the final. Unexpectedly, the person whose turn was empty was not Tianlu but Yi Fong. 6 people fought, and in the end, 3 people remained, and those who advanced were Tianlu, Hani, and Ziling. Qi Xianbing lost to Ziling and entered the losers bracket. There were still 2 slots left, and the losers, 3 plus Yifeng's 4, fought 2 by 2 against each other. In the end, Yi Fong defeated his opponent and became a top 5, and Qi Xianbing also defeated his opponent to enter the top 5. Perhaps the school's senior management is really shocked numb this year, directly simply do not get the top 5 rankings, announced the end of the freshman competition. Yi Fong, Hani, Tianlu, Ziling, and Qi Xianbing, the 5 of them gained the opportunity to enter the ancient book pavilion. Inside the school infirmary, Ouyang Shui, who had been in a coma for several days because of the excitement, finally woke up. Sitting on the bed a little disbelieving that he had lost. Actually losing didn't feel that scary to her. What was scary was that she had already punched her ticket inside the organization and would enter the ancient book pavilion herself to find the blood-changing method that the demon god's palace had been searching for. Now that the mission has failed, with the strength of the punishment of the demon god's temple will he not be? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but tremble, fear and dread filling her eyes. Su Pengshan looked at the list of 5 people who were going to enter the pavilion of ancient books and only felt like a burst of headache. Inside the 5 people, except for one Qi Xianbing who was quite reasonable, the other 4 were not in tune with normalcy at all. Hell knows what kind of fuss they'll make when they enter the pavilion of ancient books. Alas, forget it, take a step and see what happens. After all, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. He had completely suppressed Yifeng's matter, and the school teacher would not intervene too much with Yi Fong in the future. He is now really more and more unable to see the prospects of the development of the human race nowadays. Perhaps he has really become old. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, under the leadership of Su Pingshan Yifeng's 5 people came to the entrance of the legendary Ancient Book Pavilion. The Ancient Book Pavilion is located under the central teaching building of the East Region Magic Academy, and the only way to reach this hidden underground level is to swipe the access card at the elevator. There is a guardian spirit in the Ancient Book Pavilion. It is said to be the first Dean's contracted beast. Don't be shocked when you see it, he will help you pick out the area of the ancient books that best suits you. The 5 of them nodded their heads at the same time, and Violet Spirit tried to get close to Yi Fong when no one was paying attention, only to be dodged by the other party, which caused Violet Spirit to be very slightly chagrined. The elevator door opened, and an ancient but wooden door covered with magic array patterns appeared, and in front of it lay a white fox comparable to a tiger. After sensing that someone had arrived, Fox stood up and stretched a bit before suddenly speaking. It's amazing how quickly a year has passed. These are the 5 students who are going to enter the Ancient Book Pavilion this year? That's right, this is the Ancient Book Pavilion guardian spirit I was talking about. The first Dean's contracted beast, the White Fox, is now a super-ranked existence, specializing in psychic perception, and can tell what area of the Ancient Book Pavilion you're best suited to enter. Su Pingshan introduced the 5 people to the origin of the fox in front of them. Upon hearing this, the 5 bowed and bent down at the same time and said, "Good day, Senior White Fox." Well, polite, nice. The White Fox nodded in satisfaction, then took the lead in looking at Qi Xianbing. "Little girl, let's start with you." "Many thanks to Elder White Fox." Qi Xianbing stood in front of the White Fox extremely politely, and placed his hand on the White Fox's brow center position as instructed. Psychic perception kicked in, and soon the White Fox made a sound. Qi Xianbing, main ice system, desires to gain great power, a girl with high self-esteem and strong at the same time. Your attacks are strong but you lack means of defense. The defensive magic books from the Ancient Book Pavilion are very suitable for you. Thanks for the reminder, Senior. Qi Xianbing was shocked in his heart, not realizing that this White Fox in front of him could actually tell what he was thinking mentally. After all 5 of them finished testing in a while, the Ancient Book Pavilion door would open, and they would need to find the area of ancient books that suited them on their own. Violet Spirit is next. Following Qi Xianbing's example, he placed his hand on the White Fox's brow, and in an instant, Ziling's heart was seen through in its entirety by the White Fox. Violet Spirit, you are a brave and responsible girl who will not change what she recognizes and desires to protect others. You are suitable to go to the side of auxiliary class magic, which contains magic that allows you to guard those around you. Thank you, Elder. Violet Spirit ran away excitedly, because this was indeed what he wanted. Next, Han Yi. White Fox's originally calm and peaceful expression abruptly stopped after making contact with Han Yi, and then his body couldn't help but send a cold shiver down his spine. Honey, your killing heart is too heavy. You think that strength is the hard way, the 1-2 punch of fighting that you only know will only make you fall deeper and deeper into the hole. Spirit-type magic can change your mindset. You're suitable to go there. White Fox couldn't help but feel a little chilled as he recalled the inner world he had just seen. First time I've seen someone's inner world filled with blood and carnage. It's a violent maniac. Han Yi sniffed and walked away with some nothing to hang on to. The next one, Tianlu. You. The White Fox reacted even more after seeing Wan Tianli's inner world than seeing Han Yi's inner world. He couldn't believe how anyone could have an inner world that was half dead and dreary and half alive. The inner world is just a reflection of a person's state, just as Han Yi's mountain of corpses illustrates his style of behavior and his usual inner thoughts, for example. And the inner world projection of Wan Tianli turned out to be half grave, half flowery meadow. This is outrageous. White Fox was surprisingly a little unsure of what to say even for a moment. What area is suitable for me to go to, Elder? Wan Tianli couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled when he saw that White Fox was slow to answer. You're fit to visit the attack class magic section. Why are my words so few? Because my tongue hurts. Next. All White Fox wanted to do now was to grab and send this oddball away. Wan Tianli lost his mind and left, and Yi Fong, who was a bit stunned, reacted at this time and walked to the White Fox. Looking at the somewhat dumbfounded youth in front of him, White Fox couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, looking like he shouldn't be an oddball. Let me con your inner circle. The White Fox's original demonic spell was activated, and then it came to a world full of secondary flavor everywhere paper people. The game is recommended by the best. Tap 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 open. Dry throat. Where it hurts. I'm just a passing masked rider. Go Pikachu. Nicole. Traveler. Looking at the assortment of paper people in front of him, White Fox crumbled. What does that make him say? What to say? Feel free to look around when you get in. Okay. Yi Fong left, Su Pengshan was confused, White Fox despaired, his once omniscient image is considered to be completely collapsed. The ancient wooden door opened, and the four of them just walked into the legendary ancient book pavilion. White Fox, what exactly did you just see? What exactly is Yi Feng's inner world like? Su Pengshan inquired with some curiosity. Hearing this, the White Fox turned her head to look at Su Pengshan and blurted out, Nicole Nicole Nicole. Ha? Su Pengshan was dumbfounded and didn't realize that White Fox had only said these words because he had been brainwashed in Yi Feng's inner world. The four of them parted ways and began to search for the area that White Fox had told them to go to, only Yi Feng stood in the same place somewhat at a loss for words. What should I go see for myself? Suddenly Yi Feng saw an area of ancient books written in the history category of Bluestar. Let's hope there are some fun stories. Yi Feng walked into the historical area with a yawn. Bluestar not only is China a country, many countries' civilization is extremely long and China's civilization compared to the same. At the same time, many strange races have appeared within these civilizations. Angels, demons, vampires, werewolves, ancient desert kingdom death and many other races. Many races have mostly disappeared into history, and most of the magical races that remain today have also disappeared into obscurity. One of the things attracted Yi Feng's attention. In the ancient times of the West, there once appeared the existence of another world, called the demon god, appeared only 2,000 years ago, and the Chinese ancient law civilization of that demon should not be a kind. Solomon's 72 columns of demonic deities are said to be able to be summoned to gain abilities, assistance, or knowledge. The 72 demon gods, aka demons, some of whom are animal-like in appearance, crows, wolves, etc., and some of whom are more oddly shaped, e.g., creature hybrids. It had plagued the West for a long time, but in the end it was sealed by the church and also by the believers one after another. That's interesting. Putting the book back on the shelf, Yi Feng stretched his back, it was time for them to leave. The others other than Yi Feng had excited expressions on their faces as they left, clearly benefiting from the experience. Things were as uneventful as ever in the aftermath. It's time to take classes and swing for the fences. Until half a month later. I don't know when a legend actually appeared in the school. Draw a specific pattern on top of the mirror, and when you turn off the light and look in the mirror at 12 midnight the you inside the mirror will change. When a book appears in your hand inside the mirror, light the candles on both sides of the candle mirror, and then you can ask you inside the mirror 3 questions. The mirror inside you will answer all the questions in your mind for the price of a single drop of blood. Inside the dormitory. Li Mubai told the three of them the story he had recently heard from his sister, while they looked at him with the eyes of a psychopath. Mubai, how old are you to still believe in this kind of urban legend that's just like a brain-dead person? Hani couldn't help but spit out, he didn't know how many times he'd heard about this kind of urban legend, and even something that a stupid kid like Wan Tianla wouldn't believe, Li Mubai could actually believe it. Li Mubai could be a bit unhappy when she heard this, and crossed her arms to Hani, it's not that I'm brainwashed, it's really weird, there's definitely a problem here. Yi Feng, who was watching Fan, paused the fan inside the TV, not because he was interested in this matter, it was because a guest had come to them. There was indeed a knock on the dormitory door. Wan Tianla went over to open the door and the person who came was surprisingly Mr. Wang Wenbo. Unlike the past days, today's Mr. Wang Wenbo has a very obvious fatigue. Sighing after entering the dormitory, he directly stated the reason for his current visit before the four could ask. I have already spoken to the Demon Hunters Association side, you will be receiving commissions from the school during this time, and this is something that no one but you can accomplish. Once this statement was made, the three people who were originally lazy excluding Yi Feng suddenly became interested. Wang Wenbo sat on the chair and said all the things that he wanted to get them to do this time. I don't know when the school suddenly appeared a kind of demonic summoning technique that should have been destroyed by the Western Church, through the mirror can communicate with the demon, all the students who use this summoning technique will lose consciousness after 3 days, the body's magical energy has been completely drained and can't be recovered, the number of victimized students is rapidly increasing, according to our guess that the demon is afraid that it has already broken out of the seal and mixed with the students. According to our speculation, the demon may have broken out of the seal and mixed in with the students. The moment these words were uttered, the four people on the field all had a grave expression on their faces. Demons, they had only seen them in books and on TV, it was really the first time they appeared in reality. Li Mubai discovered the questioning in it and looked at Wang Wenbo with an extremely grave tone and asked, Teacher, why are you looking for the four of us to handle this matter? Can't your teachers handle it? Or maybe you're looking for older siblings who are stronger than us? I just don't believe that the sophomore and junior years don't have a demon hunting team. We teachers cannot investigate, easy to make people suspicious, the other students to form a demon hunting team is also, only you four oddballs do things will not let others feel surprised to cause panic, the school to pressure this matter is already very difficult, if you cause panic on the complete cannot be suppressed. Li Mu Bai. The four of them were never expecting that the only reason they were being looked at by the school to handle this was because they were oddballs. Wang Wenba left, leaving behind a dossier bag before he left, in which all the information about this incident was stored. Good lord, this thing has even started to appear since the end of the school's freshman competition, and it's been half a month since then, and the school hasn't even investigated who this demon is. Li Mubai couldn't help but spit, always feeling that they were being punked by the school. Mirror. Yi Fong stroked his chin, the western evil spirits related to mirrors he seemed to have really seen in the ancient books pavilion. Sitting in the chair half a day of contemplation suddenly thought that in the Solomon's 72 pillars of the demon god there is really a demon is related to the mirror. But Yi Forest ranks 71st as a demon god. But his Lin's likeness is not fixed, he can see through people's minds and hearts, and rewrite and control each other's thoughts, he can even create the illusion of love, and can mimic anyone's image, and can form mirror images. According to the information given by Wang Wenba, the mysterious ceremony circulating inside the school started after the freshman competition half a month ago. The victims had reached 50 people, both male and female, but it was not at all clear where the source was. Game Boutique Recommendations. Yi Fong told the three people about his guess. Demon god but Talon, that's not going to be easy, are any of the four of us spiritual? Li Mubai asked a nonsense question. Okay, count me as brain dead, this but the rim has most likely manifested into a victim that has been undiscovered mixing in the school by now, if we don't destroy this there is no way to bring these 50 victims back to consciousness, but none of us are psychic, so how can we find such a demon god who is good at disguising himself? After Li Mubai finished speaking, Han Yi and Wan Tianlu both fell into deep thought, and after a full 5 minutes, one of the three people inside froze without coming up with a solution. Yi Fong couldn't look at it anymore, these three people put together are not able to put together a brain? That is to say, is it possible that we can also go and play that so-called ritual? If those teachers play it, the demon will definitely realize that it won't appear, but the four of us are students and his hunting range is also students, it's not like the pattern and ritual process isn't given on top of the information. Yeah. The three of them came to a realization and called out that Yi Fong was a genius. It's not that I'm a genius, it's that you guys are so stupid. Yi Feng's entire body was numb, how did he get into these three brain-dead housemates? The thought of having to live with them for 3 full years afterward. Can't think, headache. Who's going to play this ritual, brothers? The moment Li Mubai said this, everyone looked at Wan Tianlu, the great injustice seed. If they were to say who among the few of them had the most dealings with this kind of netherworld stuff, it was undoubtedly Wan Tianlu. Ancestral grave digging and burying corpses, undead summoner, and playing compulsion, straight stacked okay. Vantanel, 6, occupying forces. 59. The lights are out in the school dormitory, but there's a weird fire coming from 324. Wan Tianlu sat in front of a mirror with 2 white candles erected on both sides of the mirror and a weird totem on top of the mirror, while the three of them, Yi Fong, hid at the bottom of the table not far away to observe Wan Tianlu's reaction. 00. Wan Tianlu stared tightly at himself inside the mirror, suddenly the originally motionless mirror image suddenly appeared differently, and a book appeared in Wan Tianlu's hand. Clueless. Wan Tianlu was directly confused. Just like that, the mirror image looked at him, he looked at the mirror image, and both sides went straight to silence. Perhaps the mirror image inside the mirror just couldn't hold on any longer and directly issued a voice, state your question, you have 3 chances to ask. But He Lin looked at the young man in front of him who had used the mirror to create a bridge with himself in his mind with amusement. I didn't expect that another Dishabag would find himself so soon, and after he had devoured the magical energy essence of 100 people through the ritual he would be able to regain his peak strength. When the time comes, let the world feel the pain directly. That. Wan Tianlu was a bit flustered and didn't know what to ask, after all, they hadn't discussed this matter before. I don't know how on earth his mind worked, but he blurted out, have you eaten? Snap. Yi Feng's trio couldn't help but slap their faces. Maybe it was a mistake to let Wan Tianlu do this. But Helen was directly confused by the question, it was the first time he had ever been in this situation. This is not in the realm of inquiry, say what your heart most wants to know, or what it most desires, and I can show you the way to accomplish what it desires. But Yi Lin's professionalism that is called a professional, he does not believe that I have said to this point and still cannot take you a little cub. Upon hearing this Wan Tianlu was suddenly enlightened. The thing I want to know the most is how I can rightfully collect the main family's red packet when I do the white work. Snap. The three couldn't help but slap their faces again. There's no face to see it. There's really no face to see it. They all felt embarrassed now for this demon god called Dantharin. But his Lin brain went straight down. The kid in front of him was sick. As a demon god who majored in the hearts of people, he could naturally sense that this foolish boy in front of him wasn't lying, and this was really the thing he wanted to know the most. But how does that make him continue the next operation? The gain and the cost are proportional. If the other party offers something like help him kill someone, or make someone fall in love with him, or make him rich or whatever, etc., he or she can just intervene and take away the origin magic energy as the price paid. The cost of something like this, which he could have solved with a word, would at best be to upset the other side for a while. But as long as it was gradual and there were two more questions behind it, the other party was sure to develop a strong desire. After all, desire is a snowball that gets bigger and bigger. All you need to do is charge a red packet in name only at the time of the funeral for handwork, labor, and materials that are precious. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Wan Tianla suddenly realized, and gratitude filled his eyes. Two more questions. Wan Tianla fell into deep thought. If he spoke again in the midst of but Theron's expectant eyes. How do you live for a month in school on $100? I'm just so poor, the school spending is horrible. Snap. Yifeng three people mentality has collapsed. You are demolished, cemeteries and homes are demolished, the light bank interest is enough for you to live for a lifetime, you are still worrying about money for the hera. But his forest mind is also broken. It's okay. There's one more question. How many buns can you buy for $100? Everyday buns with water, the more you eat the fuller you get. School, I don't believe I won't buy buns. Oh benefactor. Wan Tianlu was grateful, which was a demon god, this was a benefactor. One more question. But Elin forced down his anger and said. Last question, very important. Wan Tianlu's eyes among the eyes revealed desire, which made but Elin could not help but come to the spirit. At first the other party's powerful desire he almost did not cry out. Is it finally here? Say, I'm sure I can make it happen for you. It's no longer about solutions, it's straight to realization, which falls into the category of being impatient. The moths I have keep getting eaten by spiders, what can I do to keep the spiders from eating them? Yifeng's trio despaired. Breed separately. Yao. Wan Tianla suddenly realized, and then smiled to the mirror inside the but Lin said, thank you, did not expect you people also strange good Lu. Get out. Click. The mirror suddenly shattered, but Lin Gas did not even want blood, this is where the brainwashed Ouch. The mirror shattering startled Wan Tianlu, frightening him so much that he directly stood up. Beat him. Hani rushed out from under the table and directly gave Wan Tianla a friendly beating. Game Boutique recommendations Li Mubai and Yifeng also couldn't help but give Wan Tianla a few kicks. What are you doing? Wan Tianlu was confused, had he done anything wrong? Li Mubai couldn't stand it anymore and scolded while kicking, have you forgotten how we discussed it just now? We agreed to say in answer to the question that you can't stand to see that Hani has been single and want to ask what can be done to get Hani off the hook. The other party will surely turn into a schoolgirl to get close to Hani so that we can find him along the way. After all, who would like Hani as a violent maniac? Yeah. I forgot about it just now when I was so excited. Wan Tianla suddenly realized that it was not that they did not say how to answer the question but that they had forgotten it. Li Mubai and Hani who heard the words came even more angry. Li Mubai is because the plan failed, Hani is because he sees that he can take the opportunity to feel the feeling of the girls throwing themselves at him, but now he is extremely angry by Wan Tianla to stir up. It was only after some time of fighting that the four began to discuss what they should do next. Li Mubai sighed helplessly. Alas, we can only get it tomorrow, this time change me, just now I can also see, that demon god is able to see through our thoughts. I've always been not worried about Hani's romance, what I'm worried about has always been when Fong will be able to get out of it, I'm really worried about What do I care? Yifeng numb, how to go around and get involved with himself again. The other two who heard this looked at Yifeng at the same time, and their eyes were similarly filled with sorrow. Zealing such a beautiful woman to throw her arms around, Yifeng or a look of your girl fast away from me look, such a mentality and character, get off the single is really difficult as heaven I think Mubai is right. Hani agreed. Wan Tianla nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Good. It's settled, and tomorrow I'll come and do the ceremony and nag Butterin. After Li Mubai finished speaking, he took the lead and went out to wash up. Yi Fong and Han Yi did the same, and only Wan Tianlu bitterly swept the floor. Other side. Ouyang Shui's fists pinched and clicked. How did he stumble upon such a strange person? The current Ouyang Shui wasn't actually Ouyang Shui, but He Lin. After Ouyang Shui's mission failure, the Demon God's Palace gave her a chance to redeem herself for her sins, and the Demon God's Palace got but the way to unseal Talon through means. So it was that Ouyang Shui summoned Dantharan and had him descend possessed. When but he had devoured enough of Lin's magic energy, he could remake his magic body, then return the body to Ouyang Shui, and cause chaos in the East Region Magic Academy. East Region Magic Academy can deal with but He Lin this kind of spiritual realm demon god only Ancient Book Pavilion Guardian Beast White Fox. As long as the White Fox left the Ancient Book Pavilion, you Demon God Temple want to take advantage of the chaos to enter it to find the ancient secret method of blood exchange is still not an easy thing. Ouyang Shui silver teeth clenched cackling, is the more you think about the more angry, their own whole magic god but He Lin, now will be in a student on the defeat, really suffocating When he regained his physical body the first thing he would exterminate was this cub seed called Wan Tianlu. Middle of the night the next day. Familiar time, familiar place, it was Jin who changed from Wan Tianlu to Li Mubai. Wan Tianlu and Yi Fong duo hid on the floor of the side table. Idly he took out the steamed buns he bought today and ate them with relish. 0-0. Li Mubai in the middle of the mirror suddenly had an extra book in his hand, a pitch-black colored book, the same as the book Wan Tianlu saw yesterday. This time but He Forest spoke directly. You can ask 3 questions. Upon hearing this Li Mubai was first stunned, he was not shocked, but he was handsome by himself inside the mirror. After coughing, Li Mubai opened his mouth and said, when will I be able to come together with my beloved girl? Anytime, do it my way and you're sure to woo her. Love is something you have to figure out on your own, I just need to know there's a chance I can pursue it. Li Mubai directly turned his words around, causing but He Lin to freeze once again. For some reason, he always had the feeling that the man in front of him would be the odd one out as well. What Li Mubai said was all true, so he didn't get suspicious. Second question, can I live the life I want? A free and unfettered life, your dream is simple, I can do it now, just know it's simple, it doesn't need to be realized now. But He Lin Meng, this person is sick, take yourself as a fortune teller how could anyone choose to give up on the near at hand dreaming of things? Before he could react, Li Mubai said the last question. My roommate Yi Fong, 10,000 years single dog, this is his picture, is there any way to get him off the hook? Wait online, it's urgent. Li Mubai directly took out the Yi Fong photo, and the action was so crisp and clean. Feeling the powerful desire of the other party, but He Lin though was puzzled why this guy had such a great desire for how his housemate could get off the hook. It's probably because they're close. But He Lin didn't care, and said directly, the way is simple, as long as he continues his current life, I will step in to change his fate, and in the next few days he'll be off the hook, and sign on it, and our contract will be complete. A parchment scroll appeared out of thin air, and what was written on it was exactly the contract requirements this time, and on it was exactly the last question that Li Mubai had just said. And the reward is just a drop of blood. Li Mubai signed directly without the slightest hesitation. Our pact is agreed upon, and I will come and get your payment when the time comes. Li Mubai inside the mirror returned to normal, the book on his hand has disappeared into a normal mirror image. Okay brothers, bait below, now we wait for the snake to come out of its hole. Li Mubai stretched a lazy waist, it was true that he still had to do it himself. Other side. Ouyang Shui looked at the contract in her hand with a cold smile on her face. Taking out the book, the originally blank pages suddenly appeared with Yi Feng's appearance and information. It was his demonic power to instantly learn a person's likes and dislikes in character and things they feared. Name Yi Fong. Hobbies, secondary characters, typical otaku. Personality, pose when you can, don't fight with the world. Fear? But he was forestalled, why was the fear column garbled? He didn't care, however, and just assumed it was a problem caused by the fact that he just had incomplete possession abilities. However, Yi Fong, who was lying on the dormitory bed, revealed a cold smile at this moment. True, but He Lin was simply unable to probe him through the power of the demon god, and what the other side saw was only what he wanted the other side to see. Demon god, interesting, I hope you can keep me somewhat entertained. Yi Fong closed his eyes and went to sleep after saying that nothing was more important than waking up tomorrow morning to live the game. In order to lure the snakes out of their holes, Yi Fong, who usually almost never went to class, actually went to class today. Li Mubai gave an order, today Yi Fong must wave a day inside the school. Game Boutique recommended just today is the day of the club new. Fong intends to have no class to participate in a club in the afternoon. It is said that the Magic Card Club is very interesting. Inside the effort of thinking about things, Fong had already walked into the class. If it wasn't for the mission, he really didn't want to enter this class full of women. Although there was some discussion about Fong inside the class, there was no initiative to go up and talk to him. I don't know for what reason, but it's nice to be happy. Rear window, home of the king. Song Chuanya, who came over to the class, saw Fong, who was sleeping on the table at the first glance, although there was some desire to find him and ask him face to face, but looking at the other party's appearance, he should not want to discuss what happened before. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly in his mind. Sleeping until the end of the class, Fong left after class, not giving Song Chuanya a chance to speak at all. He couldn't afford to have too much contact with people himself right now. After all, he was being watched by the so-called demon god, Dan Theron. Song Chuanya also saw Fang's abnormality and knew that this kid must have encountered something and didn't want to involve himself, but also didn't get angry. Let's talk to each other sometime later. Shortly after walking out of the classroom, a slim figure walked towards Fong. It was no one else but Ouyang Shui, aka But Yilin. But Yilin first used his own ability to try to see through Yifeng's heart, yet he felt nothing, as if the other party's heart was blank. How did your own powers fail? It must be a physical problem that causes one's abilities to fail. After all, how could anyone's inner world be a blank slate? But Yilin is very confident in himself, is not just to take down a college innocent boy, for his kind of playing with the hearts of the demon gods simply do not be too easy. Oops. Ouyang Shui pretended to be inadvertently tripped by a passing student next to him and fell down to Fong. Seeing this situation, Fong, that is not the slightest hesitation, directly I'm flashing. Poof. Ouyang Shui fell solidly to the ground, instantly attracting the attention of all the surrounding students who had gotten out of class. Lying on the ground, Ouyang Shui was confused. He hadn't misread it just now. Had that Fong deliberately avoided the chance encounter he had created? Not far away from the crowd, Shuiying saw this scene and suddenly had some itchy hands, as if she hadn't beaten up her stinky old brother for a while after coming to school. While Ziling, who was beside Shuiying, could not help but purse her lips and laugh. Worthy of being Fong, this behavior was outrageous but reasonable. You're okay, classmate. At this time, a male student went over to try to help Ouyang Shui up, but who knew that the other party quickly got up and didn't even pay attention to the male student, but instead looked around to find Yifeng's traces. Soon she found Fong, who had left the scene and was about to go downstairs, mixed in the crowd. Hurriedly following, her mind was a bit confused now. Did it mean that this skin of her own this hadn't looked good enough? Shouldn't be. He saw the skin before he was possessed. It was very good looking, especially after he possessed himself to beautify it a few more points. How could there be a man who would not be moved by seeing himself? If at this time Fong heard what she was thinking in her mind, he would definitely spit out a sentence. You a demon god simply don't understand for an otaku how minimal the seductive power of a real woman really is. At noon to eat in the cafeteria, Fong sat on top of an empty seat, took out his cell phone just intended to brush materials while eating, but who knows, just at this time a silhouette but sat in front of him. Do you mind if I sit here, classmate? Ouyang Shui put down her own dinner plate, and ruffled the hair on her cheeks in a manner that was so seductive. The next few tables of boys saw this scene and instantly felt like they had been hit hard in the heart. How did this kid get so lucky? That's enviable. Don't mind. Fong returned with a flat tone. Ouyang Shui, who heard this, was so pleased. I can't take you down. Just when she wanted to open her mouth to take the initiative to find Fong to chat, she saw Fong suddenly stand up with his dinner plate and cell phone, and then sit on top of another empty table. I don't mind you sitting on top of this seat across from me, but it doesn't mean I won't change seats. Someone couldn't hold it together and tried to laugh but choked on the rice in his mouth. Ouyang Shui man was dumbfounded. The eyes that looked at Fong were filled with questions among them. She now sort of understood why that indentured servant had revealed such an urgent desire. She was wondering before that this Fong wasn't bad looking, so how could he not be in love? Now it seems she was the one who was shallow. The one in front of me is simply a steel stone man made of steel and concrete. Him. Hall magic god, but Lin, when have you ever eaten such a defeat? She did not believe it. Their hall magic god still cannot take such a little cub. Ouyang Shui picked up the plate and sat down again opposite Fong, before she could open her mouth to say in an extremely pretentious tone, why are you avoiding me, classmate? He saw Fong get up again to change his seat the moment she was about to open her mouth. Ha ha ha. Another person couldn't hold it in and just let out a piggy squeal. Ouyang Shui only felt that she had been insulted, and her face became a little red from the humiliation. He picked up his plate and went over again, but he saw Yi Fong get up again. Two people and back and forth 3 times, Yi Fong direct dry not sit down, cell phone on the dinner plate, a hand holding the dinner plate, a hand holding chopsticks began to dry rice. When you're done eating, just put the dishes in the recycling port and turn around. District women want to stop me from playing the game and painting my wife's materials, naive. Looking at Yi Feng's departing back, Ouyang Shui directly stayed, all burned. Is this kid human? Is he human? Is this operation something a human being can do? Yi Shuiying, who had been observing from the shadows, had already exploded with anger at this time. She knew that her oldest brother was a bit odd in terms of facing women of the same age, but she never thought that it could be so odd. The violet spirit beside her was already lying on the table at this time with her body twitching, obviously about to burst out laughing. Yi Shuiying looked at Ziling a little speechless. She kind of found out that Ziling usually hardly smiled, but when facing her own old brother and her own old brother related things, the smile hardly ever went down. Violet spirit, don't you think that this thing my old brother did is really a bit brain dead? There is? I feel pretty good. It proves that your old brother is attractive, even so there are still women falling over themselves, like me. Looking at Ziling being able to say such words with a proud expression of I'm right, Yi Shuiying could not say anything other than sticking out a thumbs up to show that it was very praiseworthy. After going back to the dormitory and watching the anime that was updated today, Yi Fong was ready to head to go sign up for the club. The game boutique recommended Magic Card Duel, but he was heartbroken for a long time. Not long after he went out, the long-waiting Ouyang Shui directly killed out. The most effective way to deal with a straight man is to single out his hobbies and open up the conversation. Ouyang Shui walked up to Yi Fong and said with a smile, "Hello classmate, my name is Ouyang Shui. I heard that you also like watching anime, so do I." Oh, exclusion. Talking about this, Yi Fong could be interested, turning his head to look at Ouyang Shui, his eyes full of expectation. Ouyang Shui, who saw the scene, immediately felt steady. She could finally take down this steel straight man. Do you see giants? Look, sure. What's on the other side of the sea? Ouyang Shui. I'm trying to forget this one too. Is it a terrier? So do you see the King of Bones? Look. What's the screen name inside the Bone King game? Ouyang Shui went numb and was dumbfounded. How come his mind-reading ability wasn't working well even at this time? To ask you the simplest question, who is the strongest illusionist in Naruto? Naru Man? It's Sakura. You fake fan. Yi Fong stretched out his middle finger to show his contempt. Damn, the first time I saw someone else pretending to be secondary in front of myself. Not even the most basic questions. Looking at Yi Fong, who left indignantly, Ouyang Shuiren was dumbfounded. This man is out of his mind. She had a breakdown, a real breakdown. No way. You can't get stuck with this kid if you're saying you're going to finish the contract. But Lin was going to put up a fight and was prepared to use his magic directly, even if he would be detected by those in the school as a result. She hurriedly and quickly caught up with Yi Fong, who knew that Yi Fong in this but also followed and ran. The two of them just chased after each other, and eventually they even ran outside the school. Yi Fong suddenly stood still and said with some impatience, "Girl, you've been chasing me for half a day. What exactly do you want?" Ouyang Shui looked straight into Yi Feng's eyes and didn't finish. The magic had already started to be used. However, Yi Fong had a look of "What are you doing?" Inexplicable. Yi Fong turned around and walked into the magic training ground across the school. How can one go forward? Ouyang Shui only thought that it was because the time they spent together just now was too short that her magic failed. Walking up to Yi Fong, he smiled and asked, "Is classmate planning to go to the magic training ground to practice magic? Can you bring me one?" Could be. Yi Feng's sudden promise made Ouyang Shui a bit surprised and unbelievable. Although she didn't know why the other party suddenly changed her attitude at once, she wasn't going to give up this opportunity to walk into the magic training ground with Yi Fong. The magic training ground has a special private room for high-level magicians to duel or train. Lots of space and high protection. The moment Yi Fong walked into the venue with Ouyang Shui, the door behind him closed automatically with a bang and was unlocked. At this moment, even if Ouyang Shui was stupid, she had discovered that something seemed to be wrong. But Talon, that's the end of your show. Li Mubai's voice rang out in the arena. Then he saw a cross suddenly appear in Yi Feng's hand, slamming onto Ouyang Shui's back. Ah. Ouyang Shui suddenly let out a miserable scream. Black gas gushed out from Ouyang Shui's 7 orifices and came out, perfectly interpreting what was called 7 orifices of smoke. With a plopping sound, Ouyang Shui's body fell heavily to the ground. and a black mist appeared in the middle of the training ground at that moment. Fong quickly backed up and looked at the black mist in the air at the same time as the three people gathered who were already standing in the center of the field. A holy relic of the church. You're from the church. You all deserve to die. But his forest body let out an angry hiss and the black mist rolled over, and soon the black mist formed into a man. It was a person wearing an ancient Western sorcerer's robe. No, I shouldn't say it was a human being, because it was impossible for a normal person to have 3 heads. Each of the 3 heads wore a strange white mask. Smiling face, crying face and a face without any expression. But in his Lin's hand he also held a black book, the very same book that had appeared inside the mirror earlier. At noon, Fong said that he already knew who but he Lin was, so he asked Li Mubai to pack the grounds here before combining his efforts to clean up the monster. Although he could easily exterminate this but Lin, but there is no need, after all, if too high profile himself in the future cannot have a peaceful day. There was another reason, and that was because he wanted to see what level of magical prowess he had now reached. Eat the master's stick. Hani swung the baseball bat in his hand to attack at Dan Tamlin, however, the bat in his hand went straight through his opponent's body. Ha ha ha. For middle-ranked mages want to destroy me? You guys are thinking too naively. But there was a sudden sharp, piercing sound from his Lin's smiling face. Even if it was a high-ranked mage he wouldn't be afraid now, let alone these 4 middle-ranked ones. Feel the agonizing pain. The black mist spread to envelop the entire venue. But Talon had never been an attacking type of demon god, he specialized in spirit magic. But his forest body dissipated into the black mist. The original 4 were unable to see their companions at this time, but they were all plunged into darkness. Welcome to my world. A voice rang out in the middle of their minds, and the 4 of them were unexpectedly caught in an illusion without even realizing it, entering the illusion. No, except for one. Fong snorted with some boredom, he was a little curious about what this but Helen could play with. It's a labyrinth. A labyrinth of countless mirrors. Wan Tianlu was a bit confused walking in the middle of it. How did I get here? What is this place? Where are they? But Lin hid among one of the mirrors, looking at the aimlessly walking Wan Tianlu with a cold smile in his heart. I didn't expect that I would run into this guy again so soon, just in time, new grudges and old scores to be settled together. Show me who you have in mind to see the most. But Lin used his ability, and instantly the appearance and figure of an old man who looked to be in his 70s appeared in the middle of his mind. The book in his hand opened, and it spelled out the man's relationship with Wan Tianlu. Grandpa. I didn't realize that the person he wanted to see the most was his grandfather, killed by his closest relative. He must have had a wonderful expression on his face then. However, Lin revealed a cruel smile and his figure changed, quickly transforming into the image of a slightly hunched old man in black clothing. It was none other than Wan Tianli's grandfather, Elder Wan. The labyrinth changed into a straight path, and Wan Tianli walked in it. Because he didn't know how he should get out, he could only keep walking aimlessly. At the end of the labyrinth, a hunched figure waited silently for his arrival. Wan Tianli walked in the middle of the mirror image maze, and the figure in front of him gradually started to become real. Game fine recommendations. Elder Wan smiled as he walked towards Wan Tianli. Grandpa. Wan Tianli froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tianli, come over here and let Grandpa hug you, but Grandpa has so many things he wants to say to you. Elder Wan revealed a kind smile and beckoned Wan Tianli to come over. And Wan Tianli froze in place for a full 10 seconds before suddenly letting out an earth-shattering scream. Ghosts! My grandfather crawled out from inside the grave. Help! Wan Tianli turned around and ran at that speed. He remembers very clearly that he had buried his master with his own hands, and now that he reappeared, what is it if not a ghost? It must be that Grandpa resented his spending money during this time and was so angry that he crawled out from inside the grave to take himself away. Dante Lin, who saw this scene, was directly confused. What's going on here? However, he soon figured out that this Wan Tianli was not a normal person, and his thought process was definitely not a normal person's thought process, and it was not unexpected that such a situation would arise. The mirror maze reorganized, and countless mirrors surrounded Wan Tianli. Let him get lost in the mirror maze. But he forced ready to go and clean up the next one. Passing through the mirror, he saw Hani, who was constantly destroying the mirror with his fists. The ability was unleashed, and instantly he knew who Hani wanted to see the most. Surprisingly, it was his instructor in the army. The figure changed, but he turned into a stocky middle-aged man. Han Yi. But Lin let out a loud shout, and Han Yi, who was destroying the mirrors, stood still violently at the words, and after turning his head to look at the location where the sound was coming from, his pupils suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha. I've long heard Fong say but Lin can see through people's hearts and simulate other people's likenesses, and I've never had a righteous reason to beat up the instructor before, but now I finally have one. Han Yi rushed out in a single stride, his fist swinging and striking at Dan Tamlin, his face full of excitement and fervor, as if he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Click. However, Lin and a mirror exchanged positions and the mirror shattered, while he couldn't help but curse, damn, how come both of them are oddballs? Not only are they not disturbed by my power mind, but their reactions after seeing the person they want to see are still so odd. Taking a chance, but Lin found Li Mubai. Li Mubai was currently observing the surrounding mirrors, trying to figure out how he could break this illusion. After probing the person Li Mubai wanted to see, but a flash of surprise flashed among his Lin eyes, finally he had met a normal person. What Li Mubai wanted to see was surprisingly a beautiful woman, and a beloved one at that, named Nyesini. It's not easy to hold. However, Lin turned into Nyesini's appearance and walked out from the corner in front of him towards Li Mubai. But Lin was also smart and quickly used Nia Xine to put on a panicked look and said while running towards Li Mubai's side, Great Mubai, I've been trapped here for such a long time can be considered. Who the hell are you? Li Mubai raised his leg when Nia Xine was about to reach his body. Upanishad, flash kick. However, Lin landed heavily after being kicked by the golden light-covered foot for a full 2 meters, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. You're right to mimic yourself. Humph, but Talon, your disguise is really bad. I'd been chasing Nyesini for 3 years. And she's never called me by my first name. It's always been in terms of you, or Mr. Li. The attitude towards me has also always been neither warm nor cold. Li Mubai didn't know why he actually exuded a wave of heartache when he said this. A humility from a licking dog emanated from him. But he forestalled the realization. Since this is the case, then let these 3 people fall into endless mirrors first. Whenever he takes care of Fong, then he will come over to them. He didn't want to play these fancy things either. He could feel that the most threatening of the 4 was that Fong. As long as Fong died, he could take his time to clean up the remaining 3. But Lin got up and jumped into one of the mirrors and disappeared. Soon he found Fong, who was wandering inside the labyrinth equally aimlessly. A pitch-black colored dagger appeared in but his Lin's hand. Go to hell. But Lin suddenly rushed out from the mirror on the spot. He just didn't believe that there was anyone else in the spirit world who could be stronger than him. Here he is invincible. After all, even within the demon god his spiritual power was second to none. What was this human middle-ranked magician in front of him to fight with himself? Nevertheless, click. Fong grabbed but the dagger that Talon stabbed then violently crushed it. Had enough? Fong violently reached out his hand. Powerful pressure emanated from his body. Daring to compare divine soul power with him, isn't that just looking for death? Feng's original modern dress suddenly changed, a golden armor engraved with a dragon pattern appeared in the body, just like an ancient emperor who was on a royal expedition. It can't be. It can't be. But Lin let out a heartbreaking roar. If his spiritual power was a river, then this person's spiritual power in front of him was an ocean, with no boundaries in sight. Got it. He got it all. Turns out he was just a clown from the beginning. Fong reached out and grabbed it, but Lin was then grabbed in his hand with a suck out of thin air. Tightening his grip on Dante's Forest's neck, all he needed was one push and Dante's Forest would go up in smoke. Ha 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 ha. Who knew that just at that moment? But then Hein let out a loud laugh. I see, you don't belong to Bluestar at all. Bluestar shouldn't have an existence as powerful as yours. So what? It seems like you demon gods aren't from this world either. Fong had read the ancient books inside the Pavilion of Ancient Books and knew that Solomon's 72-pillared demon gods were all from another world, including the one in front of him. But Lin. Bullshit. We demon gods are also the life of the Bluestar, only that the Bluestar was created in the midst of another latitude. The otherworldly demon race has now invaded in large numbers, and the scales between the Bluestar and the other side are already out of balance, and we just want to enslave the life of the Bluestar, not destroy it like the otherworldly demon race did. But the expression on his face became extremely maniacal when Lin said this. The humans of Bluestar simply cannot face the otherworldly demons. The humans cannot represent Bluestar, and we, the powerful beings created by Bluestar, will be revived one after another to balance the scales. You, an outsider, will never understand that even though what we do is not accepted by you humans, we are the last line of defense for Bluestar. Not you, an outsider. Bluestar doesn't need an outsider like you to be a guardian god. Yi Fong looked but Lin frowned and didn't say anything more, he just took out a blank magic card and sealed it in it. But things ended so thinly for him Lin. The other 3 people other than Yi Fong didn't know how it ended, so they knew that Yi Fong was the one who had resealed Dan Talon. After all, they had already consulted the information before to know how to send Dan Talon back to the place where the original church sealed them. All of the unconscious victims on the school's side woke up, and Ouyang Shui was taken away for investigation. Wang Wenba, on the other hand, is a little confused and bewildered, directly let these 4 people to investigate who was the originator and then the school to deal with, but also did not let them to solve the matter. Also, how did they work it out? Couldn't get a high-level mage out of 4 people. How did they solve this kind of thing related to the demon god? As expected, these 4 people were more than just odd in their behavior, they were also odd in their strength. Things returned to calm. Yi Fong slept soundly at night. He planned to go to the Magic Card Club tomorrow to take a look. He had been thinking about the Magic Card combat apparatus of the Magic Card Club. He really wanted to try it. After that, early the next morning, the school sends out a notice, and the dormitory building manager releases the configuration of the battle team that the school has set for them. 4 women from dormitories 324 and 606 in their building make up the war party. As soon as he looked at the list of battle team personnel, Yi Fong directly ascended in place. Dormitory members: Ziling, Niesini, Yi Shuiying, Qi Xianbing. Holy fuck! Why is it so hard for me to just have a quiet college life? Yi Fong had more or less a small breakdown inside. And not far away, Li Mubai had already begun to dance around. Hey, my Sini, it's fate. Looking at Li Mubai who was giggling, Yi Fong suddenly felt that his future college life was going to be over. A team is critical on the battlefield, which is why every university does team assignments of 4 men and 4 women. The team would begin a month-long bonding period after being assigned, with the first half of the month being spent bonding on campus, and the second half of the month being spent traveling to the battlefield in their domain, but there would be instructors to protect them at that time, so they wouldn't have to worry about any life-threatening situations. After the distribution in the morning, they had to go to the assembly in the afternoon, and Yu Feng's assembly place for their team was room 507 of the freshman battle team building. Han Yi and Wan Tianli's expressions were the same as usual. Han Yi had a humongous look and Wan Tianlu a naive and smiling look. Li Mubai, on the other hand, had a florid face. Yes, the florid face appeared on the male's face. Yi Fong, on the other hand, was filled with despair and lifelessness. God, listen to me say thank you. No, it could also be 4 people with the same name who happened to be in the same dormitory. Yes, definitely. Yi Fong walked into the battle room with the last glimmer of hope, and then he saw 4 familiar figures. Finished. The last glimmer of hope was dashed, and Yi Fong collapsed on the spot. Seni. Li Mubai was full of excitement and ran towards Niesini who was sitting in a chair with a worried look on her face. Yi Fong scanned the 4 women in the room, instantly meeting Ziling's eyes that had almost turned into loving eyes. His mind almost exploded as he watched the other man look like a nymphomaniac. Han Yi grabbed Li Mubai's collar and brought him to the opposite side of the discussion table in front of the 4 women. The 4 men took their seats. Yi Fong was against Ziling, Li Mubai was against Niesini, Wan Tianla was against Yi Shuiying, and Han Yi was against Qi Xianbing. I'm sure we all understand each other, so I won't say anything more. The war band must have a captain, and that captain must be me. Qi Xianbing's tone was icy cold, and that condescending tone made Yi Fong hear the usual disgust. Bang! Han Yi slammed the desktop to Qi Xian's ice-cold gaze and shouted, on what grounds? If you want to say captain, I only serve Yi Fong. Crap? Yi Fong was confused. What does it matter to him? Looking at Li Mubai and Wan Tianlu, he found that the 2 of them also had the same look of deservingness. Han Yi is right. The voice was no one else but the Violet Spirit. Leaf Maple, 6. Qi Xianbing looked at Yi Fong and spoke, beat me before the captain can be given to you. Others may not be able to beat you, but I can definitely beat you. I'm not interested in the captain. If you're going to be one, just convince the 3 of them. Yi Fong pointed at the 3 Han Yi people. The 3 who heard this nodded at the same time. Fine, then I'll beat you 3 and be this captain. After Qi Xianbing finished speaking, he stood up looking like he was going to go to the training ground to fight. Hearing this, Han Yi looked at Qi Xianbing with disgust in his eyes. Yi Fong is all fine with it. You guys can be the captain if you like, not because you can't beat them, but just because I, Han Yi, will never hurt my comrades. Although Han Yi's tone was flat, his dissatisfaction with Qi Xianbing's behavior was already clearly laid out. Wan Tianla and Li Mubai, on the other hand, shrugged their shoulders at the same time, with a look of we're casual. Nie Sini sighed in her heart as she watched this scene. Shi Xianbing was strong, she knew. If it were anyone else they might have actually obeyed, but it was these 4 oddballs. They still had a purple spirit on their own side, 8 people, 5 oddballs. This battle team was afraid of trouble. Shuang, is there any way you can get your brother to talk and ease the relationship between the 4 of them over there in Xianbing? Nie Sini took out her cell phone and sent a message. Soon Yi Shuiying replied. It can't be helped because my brother has had a strong opinion of Xianbing since long ago, and that was the first time I've ever seen my brother be able to have that much distaste for someone. Nie Sini, then it's over, this battle team is considered ruined. Just as Nie Sini secretly sighed at the grey road ahead for the battle team, Shi Xianbing spoke again. Let's talk about their respective magic lineage and rank. Shi Xianbing, middle rank 7 stars, first lineage ice, second lineage water. 7 stars of the middle order in his freshman year, this one's rank could be truly terrifying. A lot of junior seniors but they don't have that equal rank. Nie Sini, middle rank 2 star, first lineage wood, second lineage healing. Yi Shuiying, middle rank 2 star, first lineage ice, second lineage fire. Violet Spirit, middle rank 5 stars, I don't have a second lineage, I'm sure you all know my situation. The people who heard this nodded, full-time mages, I know. Han Yi, 4 stars of the middle rank, first lineage of gold, second lineage of body. Li Mubai, middle rank 3 stars, first lineage light, second lineage wind. Wan Tianla, middle rank 2 star, first line of summoning, second line of healing. Nice guy, the ultimate aid. Yi Fong, middle rank 1 star, first lineage fire, second lineage thunder. Everyone looked at Yi Fong at these words, including the 3 of them, Wan Tianlu. You're 1 star in the middle order. Nie Sini couldn't help but blurt out. Is there a problem? Yi Fong smiled with a face full of questions, not understanding what was wrong with this. Older brother, don't you know about this thing where freshmen have to get 1 more star by midterm after joining the school than they did when they enrolled or they'll be expelled? Yi Shuiying said with a somewhat dull and terrified gaze. Yi Fong sniffed confused for a moment. This time he remembered that Wan Tianla was only 1 star when he joined the school, and now he has also been 2 stars, so he doesn't have to worry at all. Game Fine recommended did not expect that he fell into that hanging. It's okay, I'll raise the star tonight. The crowd didn't say anything else. After all, looking at Yi Feng's light-hearted look, it really didn't seem to be a difficult task for him. All afternoon, Shi Xianbing was arranging what kind of planning each of them should belong to among the team. The main firepower outputs were Han Yi and Shi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying. Those responsible for defense were Li Mubai and Ziling and Yi Feng. At the back were Nie Sini and Wan Tianla, both of whom belonged to the support category, not very aggressive, but outrageous in control and harassment. In fact, Shi Xianbing wanted Yi Feng to be the main attacker. After all, Yi Feng has 1 fire and 1 thunder, and even has the legendary Heavenly Fire, which is simply an explosive weapon. But Yi Feng just didn't want to go as the main attacker, saying that it was too tiring, while Ziling said that she would go and take charge of whatever Yi Feng went to take charge of. And so the team pairing took shape. Everyone has a job to do. Moreover, Shi Xianbing was extremely generous in giving everyone a middle-ranked magical artifact. When it was dinner time, Shi Xianbing, in order to stabilize people's hearts, said that as the captain, he would treat everyone to dinner. Who wouldn't go for a free ride? And so it was that a lavish dinner party Vantillet was bought. Can I really take these leftovers? Wan Tianli's eyes were filled with disbelief when he looked at Shi Xianbing. Shi Xianbing, who had heard the words, waved his hand indifferently. Hearing this, Wan Tianlu instantly felt that this was not a captain, this was an angel. Gave him magical artifacts, and bought him dinner, and let him pack leftovers, and was pretty. That's my goddess. After returning to the dormitory, Wan Tianlu suddenly came to say, brothers, I feel as if I've found my goal for love. At those words the 3 of them first froze, then their pupils suddenly contracted. Han Yi took a step forward and grabbed Wan Tianla, who was a bit of a nymphomaniac and saw Nie Sini as a pushover in Li Mubai, and shook him madly. You wouldn't be looking at that Shi Xianbing, would you? Well, that's my goddess, now I finally understand why Mubai would be willing to be a licking dog. Wan Tianlu said and gave a silly smile. Li Mubai sniffed and went straight up for a kick. You kid, get your head out of your ass. Can that bitch be compared to my Sini? You're blind and you've got your eye on her. Even Yi Feng, who usually didn't ask much about such things, couldn't help but come over and kick Wan Tianlu. You can be cold, but you can't pick up evil. You do not learn from the anime inside the evil love. Wan Tianlu looked at the three people who were filled with shock plus devastation to reveal an expression of "you don't understand." He grew up with his grandfather, and in elementary and middle school because he was a white man there was no one to be friends with, let alone any women his age who wanted to approach him. Even though I knew three good brothers in high school, I still didn't have a girl after all. Shi Shenbing is not only good looking, but also the first time he was treated so well by the girl, who was not moved off. Looking at Wan Tianlu, this expression Hani cannot tense up, that stupid bitch angry he wanted to beat Emil. Wan Tianlu, the simple goods even looked on. Get out of the way. Just now I drink too much drink, urine should be sweet, I directly give him nourishing wake up. One could tell that Han was indeed in a hurry. Sometimes liking someone is just sudden and obsessive, and the trio ends up hopelessly desperate. Let him be. After the farce was over, Fong put on his clothes and said, "Come back tomorrow morning and I'll bring you buns." Afterward he went out. "Make it meat-filled." 10. It was Han Yi's voice. "I have leftovers, don't need to bring mine." This one goes without saying. For 3 leeks and eggs. There's only one left. No more. Fong left the dormitory building inside the last period of time when the dormitory door was closed. The East Region Magic Academy was extraordinarily silent at night. Fong arrived at a gazebo located inside the woods. He was ready to give himself a devil's ascension. This method was of his own creation, and could quickly raise the magic star rank. In the past, he only needed to use heavenly fire, but now that he had an additional faculty, he had to add another spice. This was why it was much more difficult for a mid-ranked wizard to ascend the stars than a beginner. After all, there was an extra faculty. Feng's aura changed and his early yuaning cultivation suddenly exploded. Click. The space in front of him was shattered by his punch, revealing the void within. Ever since he had broken through to yuaning, he had realized that this Bluestar was a notch lower than even the mortal realm within immortal cultivation. Realms that were more crotch-pulling than even the immortal cultivation mortal realm had much more fragile law barriers than the mortal realm. Peak Jindan was already the strongest force that this world could withstand. If there were 2 yuaning level cultivators fighting at full strength in this world, he could guarantee that the laws of this world would completely collapse, and the world without the protection of the laws would be instantly swallowed up by the void. Fong jumped into the void. It wasn't technically a void, but was actually still a region of nothingness within the confines of Bluestar's laws. The reason he came here was to get a better feel for the spatial laws of this world. This was used to enhance the magical ability of his space system that should normally be enhanced by practicing magic diligently. The fire of heaven burned on his body. Surrounded by the heavenly flame and the laws of space, Fong quickly entered a meditative state. This is Fong, but if any other magician comes over, not to mention the high order, the super order will have to be sent away instantly, directly spiraling up in place. Early the next morning, Fong returned to the dormitory with a bag of buns. The 3 people in the dormitory were still huffing and puffing on their beds. Han Yi's snoring was as loud and rhythmic as ever. Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai have long been accustomed to it, and have even developed the vice of not listening to the sound of snoring to sleep, always feeling that something is missing. Place the buns on their tables. The most convenient thing about the top bunk and bottom table is that everyone has their own table and it's easy to tell whose stuff is whose. You're back, Fong. Li Mubai sat up and snorted. Fong nodded and turned on his computer, ready to continue the liver game. You broke through to the 2nd star? Li Mubai asked as he climbed down from the bed while eating a bun. A breakthrough over the top, 5 stars. 5 stars. Li Mubai sniffed at first, did not react to the subsequent as a cry of surprise. The buns are off the hand, flew out directly, stood up. Fong, what did you do yesterday? It was loud enough to wake up the other 2. What's wrong with Mubai? What's all the shouting about in the morning? Hani asked with a face that didn't wake up. Fong has broken through to 5 stars. Not just 5 stars, 5 stars. Hani, who was originally a bit sleepy, was instantly spooked. When Wan Tianlu heard this, he also rolled and crawled down from the bed with Hani and Li Mubai and surrounded Fong in the center. The game boutique recommended, Fong brother, you are how to ascend the star, cannot tell us, a night ascending 4 stars, this can be really some outrageous Li Mubai asked what the 3 of them were most concerned about. Hearing this, Fong is not ambiguous directly as a sentence. Heavenly fire quenching the body, burned all night, you want to try? No 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 no. All 3 said no at the same time. Heavenly fire, that is heavenly fire, this is on. Fong is a freak. If they are replaced, not to mention quenching the body, be burned a little bit, have to die in place. That's not right, Fong. Li Mubai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, if it is said that you only need to slightly cultivate for one night to break through 4 stars consecutively, and you were stuck at 1 star for such a long period of time before, could it be that you didn't condense your magical energy in the dormitory during the week? No. So what do you do inside the house every day? Watching anime, playing games, brushing up on materials. Yi Feng's reply was plain and unadorned, but the three of them were listening to it with their livers cracking. Such talent was so bad, no wonder Yi Shuiying would scold Yi Feng every day for not learning and not thinking about progress, not to mention Yi Shuiying, they all want to scold Yi Feng now. Too bad they can't curse because they can't fight. For people after dinner went to busy their own things, Li Mubai went out to pick up girls, Wan Tianlu began to raise compulsion, Han Yi began to fitness, Yi Feng after reading the fan also went out to go to the magic card club that he longed for. 8 o'clock in the morning, another day of club orientation. The other clubs were full of people who came to sign up for the club, but only the Magic Card Club, the door was closed. The main reason is that most students can't afford to play magic cards, and if they can, they still have to have a deck to get into the Magic Card Club. Freshman, sophomore, junior, 3 whole grade sections, together, the Magic Card Club only managed to get the minimum number of people standard, 20 people. Ugh. Yun Siye, who was in charge of recruiting, sighed, they had only recruited 5 people in the past 2 days, these were the only people in the first 2 days, and they didn't even have to think about it in the following days. Just as she was disheartened, however, there was a knock on the society door. This is the Magic Card Club, right? Yun Siye's eyes instantly lit up, and as she followed the voice she saw a familiar face. Schoolboy. I knew you'd come. After realizing that it was Yi Feng, Yun Siye's mood couldn't be happier. Of course, this was because she didn't know about Yi Feng's legend within the school, otherwise it was absolutely impossible to be so excited. As for why she wouldn't know. A card player, nothing but magical cards could possibly interest her. Yi Feng revealed a laugh at his words and signed the application for joining the troupe under Yun Siye's instructions. Well, from now on, senior brother, you're a member of our Magic Card Club, is there anything you want to ask, senior sister? I'll know everything, I'll tell you everything. What's the magic card dueling device at? This was the only thing that Yi Feng was interested in at the East Region Magic Academy. Yun Siye, who heard the words, immediately stood up, her chest full of pride, and said, Go, I'll take you to play a handful of cards, just so that I can let my senior sister see how your deck is. Yun Siye pulled Yi Feng's arm and left. This action was like a bandit grabbed the yellow flower girl and dragged her to the cottage. Previously, Yi Feng had only seen magic card dueling devices inside videos. It's a little exciting to see it in reality for the first time. Soon they came to a place that was the size of a basketball court. Looking at the equipment site in front of him that was somewhat different from the one inside the video, Yi Feng couldn't help but stare blankly, then turned his head to look at Yun Siye. Ha, I didn't expect it, but our club's magic card duel is the latest developed, and it's not even in circulation on the market yet. Yun Siye was full of pride, while Yi Feng was pointing at the field in front of him and couldn't help but spit out, Are you sure this isn't Game King's equipment? Is the plagiarism so blatant? Ahem, what plagiarism? It's called bringing virtual stuff into reality. It's pretty gold alright. Yun Siye face could not help but cough a few times with a red face, and Yi Feng, who heard the words, was speechless on the spot. What else could he say but 6? The magic card duel was actually very simple. It was to put the magic card into the card slot, and the equipment would directly virtualize the demonic beast inside the magic card to appear in the middle of the virtual field. Players can manipulate it through their mental power, and the stronger the mental power, the more virtual demonic beasts they can manipulate at the same time. That's why usually magic card masters are mental. In fact, the probability of spiritual awakening was not very low, but all the schools did not have any majoring in the spiritual department, which made Yi Feng puzzled all the time. Why isn't the spiritual department the main department? Yun Siye heard the first stun, then with a kind of this common sense things you do not know look at Yi Feng said, Do you not know that the spiritual department can only be a secondary department, if when the main department is very easy to control the spiritual power to become psychotic this thing? I don't know. Yi Feng shook his head, he really didn't know about this. When noon arrived at mealtime, Yi Feng bid farewell to Yun Siye and left the Magic Card Club. After a morning of playing Magic Card Duel, he had finally found a new level of enjoyment. Sure enough, the joy of a card guy is collecting and playing cards. Looking at Yi Feng's departing back, Yun Siye was a little envious. Why would a newcomer playing magic cards have so many rare mid-ranked cards? It's really enviable, and it looks as if he still has a good stock that he hasn't taken out. In the future, I must find a way to properly set a set on him, and see if I can light up his best cards for me to see. Yun Siye turned to this in her heart, then she put her magic deck back into her card pack. Just now, a message came from the battle team group that Qi Xianbing was again and again going to treat them to dinner. Perhaps she could see that the only way to enlist the 4 on the men's side of the dormitory was to eat. When he came to the restaurant's private room, Yifeng realized that the others had all arrived and he was the last one. Yifeng, you made a breakthrough? Qi Xianbing was keenly aware of the change in Yifeng's magical aura and couldn't help but frown. Well, broke through to 2 stars. Yifeng did not intend to tell the other uninformed people in the arena about his consecutive 4-star breakthrough. Li Mubai's 3 understood Yifeng's thoughts, nor did they reveal them. Qi Xianbing frowned at his words. This Yifeng is not simple, and it's very uncomplicated. He breaks through when he says he breaks through. How did he do it? Yifeng sat against the door, next to Li Mubai. Li Mubai just wanted to speak, but who knew that at this time, Violet Spirit walked over. Mubai, mind switching tables with me? Ziling was full of smiles. Li Mubai, who heard the words, originally wanted to refuse because he had something he wanted to discuss with Yifeng, but the result was that the rest of his eyes swept, and Ziling's position was actually next to Niesini. Okay, you sit down. Looking at Li Mubai, who sat next to Niesini, Yifeng covered his face and felt a bit blind. The game fine recommended after eating. Qi Xianbing glanced at the crowd, said, I have found a good training ground. Freshman semester before the end of the performance of the top 8 teams will get the qualification of the school tournament. The school tournament of the top 2 teams will get the school focus on training for the future of the national tournament to prepare for the future. So in order to ensure that our team to enter the top 2, the first step is to be clear each other's strengths. I think Xianbing is right. Yeah, your ass. Honey directly slapped the back of Wan Tianli's head, who looked like a licking dog beside him, then looked at Qi Xianbing and said, if it's a hunt for demonic beasts or something, I don't have a problem with it, but this kind of fighting for the purpose of rankings to go to war with other battle teams that are going to be going into battle together to kill the enemy in the future, with all due respect, it's unlikely that I would be able to exert my full strength even if I were to go on the field. With these words, Qi Xianbing's attitude instantly chilled a few degrees. Do you want to give up the honor of the entire team because you alone don't want to play? The honor of the warband? I think it's your honor. Hani directly erected a middle finger at Qi Xianbing. His attitude was obvious. What Hani despised the most was the human scum who went to kill each other with their compatriots for the sake of the so-called fame and fortune. The atmosphere of the dining table instantly fell into an awkward silence. Niesini helplessly whispered to Li Mubai, do you have a solution? No, you don't know Hanyi's temperament. Once he violates the bottom line, he's like a stubborn donkey. Qi Xianbing has been repeatedly jumping sideways at his bottom line. It's already very good that he hasn't stormed out to make a move. Li Mubai shrugged his shoulders in a way that he couldn't do anything about it. Niesini gritted her teeth at the words and her voice lowered even more. Come up with something. If you can de-escalate the 2 of them, I'll give you my contact info. Li Mubai got up directly without saying a word. Hani, listen to what Xianbing has to say first. Hani heard a glance at Li Mubai, eyes filled with question marks, just wanted to say something when he felt a vibration from his cell phone. Look down. WeChat transfer $1,000. Okay, give you a break. Hani hurriedly turned off the cell phone screen with a look of I'll give you a face as a brother. Yifeng, who was not far away, was a bit speechless. His viewpoint could see the small movements of Li Mubai's hand under the table. How did he manage to transfer money without looking at his cell phone? That's got to be a lot of practice. At this time Qi Xianbing also calmed down his mood. His tone was as flat as ever. We have 4 males and 4 females in our battle team. In a moment in the training ground, men and women will be divided into teams for regimental battles, so that we can familiarize each other with their respective fighting styles, but also increase some cooperation. Hani, who heard the words, didn't object, while Nia Xine looked at Wan Tianlu and Hani with some fear. Qi Xianbing might not be afraid, but she was. Yi Shuiying also couldn't help but shiver at this time, and Niesini looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Leave the hotel for the training ground. On the way, Li Mubai and Hani walked at the end of the group to chat, and the others consciously gave them room to talk. Alright Hani, think about it, didn't you participate in the freshman competition before? It's all pretty much the same. Hani, who heard the word, shook his head and said, it's not the same. The freshman competition can only be considered as a sparring match, and it's true that I haven't used my full strength. At best I've injured and not killed anyone. A person I can control the force and let the healer heal them completely, just like in the troop sparring match. But it's not like you haven't seen the look of Qi Xianbing. Surely a person who will do anything to win. I can guarantee that he will surely lay down a deadly hand for the sake of victory at the competition. This kind of person I really despise from the bottom of my heart. Hani said every word is reasonable, heard the words of Li Mubai, also some do not know how to refute, can only pat his shoulder, said, so brother, if she in the game or is a duel when made beyond your bottom line, not to mention you, buddy, I with you to strike. And me. Yi Fong didn't know when he suddenly stood next to the two men. And the violet spirit that was originally pestering him had already been forced by Yi Shuiying to reverse the fire onto herself. Brother Fong, do you think Tianlu he can still be saved? Li Mubai pointed to Wan Tianla, who was frantically chatting with Qi Shenbing not far away, but the other party didn't even give a damn about him, was full of sorrow. Yi Fong shook his head as he sniffed, I thought that you were already hopeless enough, who knows that this one is even more heavyweight, if you are just a high-level dog licker, then Wan Tianla is the dog god, after all, Niasini will still give you a few words to chat occasionally, Tianla he has said 30 sentences up to now, right? The other party hasn't returned a single word to him, and he's still there entertaining himself. Wasted, the boy is wasted. Han Yi also let out a sigh of relief. A group of 8 people arrived in the middle of the private room booked by Qi Shenbing at the training ground. Start the war party and instantly stand over. Yi Fong glanced at Ziling, who was standing on his side, without saying anything directly pushed the other party's shoulder to push her to the opposite side. Wan Tianla was also dragged over by Han Yi from Qi Xuanbing's side. Now that's the right station. Tianlo, if you kid dares to release water to the Pacific Ocean level, believe it or not I'll rip your brain off. Han Yi said to Wan Tianlo with a smile on his face, and Wan Tianlo, who heard the words, was nodding his head repeatedly. And at this time Yi Shuiying was also pleading with Ziling. Ziling, whether or not Shenbing can truly command this team depends on this cut, you can't let go of the life and death of the battle team. Violet Spirit sniffed and spat out her tongue, actually, I want to win more than all of you, as long as I beat Yi Fong, I'm sure he'll change his attitude towards me. Yi Shuiying. She suspected that there was something more or less wrong with the Violet Spirit's thinking, no, not suspected, should be certain. The two teams were separated by 10 meters. As promised, the ringing of the timer bell is the start of the cut. Ding! The moment the bell rang, a metal baseball bat instantly appeared in Han Yi's hand. At the moment Han Yi was about to make his move, Li Mubai appeared in the center of the battlefield as a dazzling ray of light, and then he was seen waving his hand, a ball of light appeared then suddenly exploded. The blinding light covered the entire venue, and even Qi Xianbing didn't adjust to the blur of white in front of him for a moment. At the same time, Han Yi had already rushed in, they had long had a tacit understanding after being together for so long, they closed their eyes the moment Li Mubai's light ball exploded. Bang! Qi Xianbing heard the wind and hurriedly summoned an ice shield to block Han Yi's attack. However, just at this time, 3 wind blades came whistling through the air. Li Mubai took the opportunity to directly unleash triple wind blade magic. Qi Xianbing just wanted to raise his hand again to summon an ice shield, who knew that the ice shield that blocked Han Yi's metal baseball bat would suddenly collapse at this time because it could not withstand the force of Han Yi's arm. However, out of Han Yi and Li Mubai's expectation is that all of their attacks are defended by Qi Xianbing. The game recommended a colorless water ball Qi Xianbing wrapped in it, Han Yi's attack on it was instantly unloaded, Li Mubai's triple wind blade is also the same, hitting the water wall immediately dissipated. Wooden vines and ice cones attacked the duo at the same time, and the duo hurriedly retreated as Niasini and Yi Shuiying had regained their sight and began to support Qi Xianbing. Middle-ranked magic thornwood vine. Middle-ranked magic triple ice arrow. Wooden vines with thorns emerged from the ground, and an ice bow also appeared in Yi Shuiying's hand, the wooden vines and ice arrows whistling towards Han Yi at the same time. Qi Xianbing also used attack magic at this time, and 2 ice pythons appeared at the same time. Qi Xianbing's greatest talent is the natural ice spirit, and the natural ice spirit can not only improve their own control of the ice attribute and reduce the consumption of magical energy, the most intuitive point is that the person who has the natural ice spirit can use more than one ice magic at the same time. Several magic attacks came whistling, but Han Yi did not panic. With a flash of golden light, Li Mubai's hand spread out and a mirror of light appeared, and then all the magic that was whistling was replicated. Golden arrows of light, golden rays, golden wooden vines and the magic attacking from the opposite side collided together. The dazzling golden light made it impossible to see what was happening on the battlefield where the central spells were exchanging blows. Before the golden light could dissipate, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from within. Han Yi rode the white jade spider, 5 metal blades were controlled by him to attack Qi Xianbing, while Li Mubai used wind magic to ride the white jade spider directly to the back row to raid the 2 Yi Shuiying girls. Qi Xianbing didn't think that Li Mubai could fight 2 against 1, yet the 3 dozen summoning spells lit up at this time, and 3 dozen skeletons crawled out from amongst the spells. An eerie and lurid aura came from them, there was no need to ask, this must be Wan Tianli's handiwork. Beep. The whistle sounded, and a sky full of moths flew out from the magic formation behind him, the sheer number of them. Even as friendly troops, the two couldn't help but shiver. The 3 men and 3 women on this side of the battle were hot. And the other side. Bang! An explosion occurred as the 2 flames clashed. Violet Spirit's body took a few steps back slightly. She had wanted to attack the summoner located at the back, but she did not expect to be blocked by Yifeng. Don't use a sword? Ziling couldn't help but laugh a bit when she remembered how Yifeng fought with herself before, while Yifeng shook his head at his words and said, "You're not at the point where you'd let me use my sword right now." Oh? Yeah? The Violet Spirit's figure suddenly disappeared, abruptly arriving behind Wan Tianlu. Spatial magic, spatial movement. However, Yifeng, who saw this scene, was not in a hurry. Instead, his hands condensed flames, and 2 fire snakes whistled and swept over Shallow Water and Wooden Vine, who had appeared on the field at an unknown time. Shi Xianbing frowned and couldn't help but look at Yifeng in the distance as he fought with Han Yi. Violet Spirit had hit the back row to tackle the summoner inside their team, so why wasn't he in a hurry? Li Mubai was able to handle 2 people by himself. It was a little tough, but not a big problem. He could perfectly replicate whatever magic the 2 women used, and besides, he had the help of undead creatures and alabaster spiders here. Shi Xianbing looked at Han Yi, who was rapidly approaching towards her with a baseball bat in his renewed hand, and gritted her teeth as a cold aura spread rapidly with her at the center. This cold aura was nearly twice as terrifying as the cold aura that Ouyang Shui had dealt with him earlier. Just as Han Yi was preparing to use a secret method to boost his physical strength to resist, a flame suddenly swept across the entire ground of the center field, the cold air being washed away by the fire. Han Yi, you go help Li Mubai, leave her to me. Good. Han Yi nodded and brought the white jade spider to join the battlefield in the opposite rear. Shi Xianbing looked at Yifeng somewhat puzzled. Is this how you protect your rear teammates? A mage who majors in the summoning department and vice versa, or the healing department, do you think there's any chance of surviving if you're approached by a full-fledged mage? Protecting who? Wan Tianla? You're afraid you're not sick in the head. Shi Xianbing? Lightning flashed as a purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the air. The ice shield appeared, instantly blocking the lightning. And it was at this time. Bang! A silhouette flew out backwards from the grounds behind Yifeng, then landed heavily. Shi Xianbing thought it was Wan Tianlo. His heart just wanted to steal joy, but he saw Ziling standing up in a bit of a mess, the color of confusion overflowing. Shi Xianbing was confused. What was this? Yet just the next moment. Boo! A residual shadow suddenly appeared in midair behind the Violet Spirit. Wan Tianlo was extremely fast, faster than even Han Yi, who majored in body. Seeing this, Ziling hurriedly used spatial movement to dodge Wan Tianli's whip kick that fell from the sky. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked. Wan Tianli's kick had actually hardened the ground. Ziling had already retreated to the back. Shi Xianbing saw this and didn't hesitate to give up tangling with Yifeng to change the battlefield to the back. The 4 women who saw Wan Tianli's kick just now were all in a bit of a trance. Is this the kind of combat power a summoner should have on his own? Han Yi, Mubai, back off and end this cut. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, Li Mubai and Han Yi rode the white jade spider to exit the battlefield at the same time. The airborne moths also reflew back into the middle of the magic teleportation array in an instant. Shi Xianbing frowned and looked towards the 4 people who had already restood together, somewhat wondering what they were up to. She had a bad feeling about it, though. Wind reel! Li Mubai let out a low roar, and the middle-rank spell Wind Scroll suddenly drained all of his magical energy. A tornado that covered a full half of the field suddenly appeared. Wind Scrolls, a middle-ranked magic that consumed magical energy based on its range. Because of its high consumption and low power, very few people would like to use this kind of flashy magic. Boo! Yifeng stomped his foot, and the original tornado suddenly mixed with heavenly fire to form a fire tornado. The hot golden fire dragon scroll was like a death sentence, and that terrifying aura made people feel desperate just by looking at it. Just as they were wondering how they should defend themselves, another spell had struck. Undead Spit. A summoning formation suddenly appeared behind Wan Tianlo, and a light black color that made people feel fear and despair from their psyche floated out from amongst the summoning formation, instantly controlling the entire venue. This was the magic that Wan Tianlu had learned from the Pavilion of Ancient Books, one of the only few means of direct attack available to summoners. After summoning dead things from the world of summons, such as gusts of wind and rocks, to attack, he modified them and came up with such a move. This move was not very offensive, but it had one of the most outrageous and counterintuitive effects. It could affect the enemy's magical energy cohesion, and the deeper the person was affected by the undead spit, the longer the magical energy could not be cohesive. Now even the violet spirit was somewhat unable to gather magic energy for a while, and looked somewhat incredulously at Wan Tianlu, who was still releasing black mist in front of her. This guy is also a top-tier oddball. Game Boutique recommended Han Yi to use magic at this time as well. All the metals in the body appeared at the same time at this time, and then transformed into countless silver needles that entered the fire dragon scroll and shuttled through. The original silver needles instantly turned crimson, emitting hot temperatures and continuously shooting toward the 4 people in front, and the fire dragon scrolls were also whistling toward the 4 people in front under Li Mubai's control. Violet Spirit, who was the first to regather her magical energy, but in the face of this situation, even though she could use spells of all the faculties, she didn't know how she should respond. He could only use the earth to first resist the silver needle attack, and then a dozen earth walls appeared, originally thinking that he could resist the fire dragon roll. As a result, the fire dragon scroll instantly melted the earth wall into magma and merged into the fire dragon scroll. Violet Spirit was desperate. How was this going to be a fight? Qi Xianbing, on the other hand, was still gritting his teeth and unwilling to say such words as admitting defeat. However, just as fire tornado suddenly stopped and then suddenly dissipated. Forget it, we admit defeat. Li Mubai waved his hand with an indifferent look, while the other 3 also had the same look on their faces. Although Li Mubai was like this on the surface, but in his heart, he sighed helplessly. Just now, all this situation, Qi Xianbing even died without admitting defeat. From this, it can be seen that Han Yi was right. This woman is a person who will do anything to win or lose. Qi Xianbing looked at the 4 people who had already gotten off the field, and his heart was shaken. Although these 4 people's combos were odd, they had to admit that the power was really terrifying. Not only the terrifying range damage brought about by the heavenly flame and wind scrolls, but also the terrifying black mist that could make people unable to condense their magical energy, and the silver needles that appeared to be insignificant but could kill them when they were unable to condense their magical energy. With the 4 of them, I'm sure the warriors will be able to ask for the state championships at a later date. Qi Xianbing thought beautifully, but the truth was that Li Mubai and Han Yi had completely lost hope in her. The matter ended and Yi Fong left the training ground after the 4 of them recovered their magic energy. It wasn't because they didn't want to stay, but the Demon Hunters Association, which hadn't moved for a long time, had sent them a new mission. A van drove slowly out of a parking lot near the school. Wuling Honda, my Superman. I told you that Qi Xianbing is a guy who will do anything to win or lose. Han Yi said to Li Mubai as he drove, and Li Mubai, who heard the word, sighed helplessly. In the future, we can play in the battle teams match, but if Qi Xianbing is too much brother and sister, do not have to be spoiled to directly open the pendulum. Li Mubai stated his point of view, and Yi Fong and Han Yi, who heard the words, nodded their heads at the same time, such that Wan Tianla had an extremely entangled look on his face. Ugh. The 3 of them sighed helplessly at the same time. They still couldn't figure out when this eye of Wan Tianla went blind. How could he look at that Qi Xianbing? According to the news sent by the Demon Hunting Association, the sewers in an area of the capital of Hope had recently been infested with demonic beasts, and given that their team had had experience entering the sewers before, the association had sent them to investigate the source of the demonic beasts in the sewers. Another trip to the sewers and another load of laundry back at the dorm tonight. Wan Tianla is full of collapse and helplessness. Washing clothes don't cost money, washing once $1.50. Just in time, remember to wash a piece for me then. Li Mubai stuck out a thumbs up to show that it was awesome. The van traveled all the way to the area of the incident. The van stopped at the side of the car. Han Yi, simple and rough, directly grabbed a sewer manhole cover. Of force will be lifted up the hole. An odor unique to the sewers wafted from it. Brothers, I'll go down and scout first. Han Yi put on his mask and jumped directly into the sewer without saying a word. Shortly afterward they heard Han Yi's voice. It's safe, come down. The 3 men sniffed without hesitating to take turns jumping into the sewer. With a pinch of Li Mubai's finger, the dimly lit sewer was illuminated by the light. It's scary. Do you guys think there are ghosts in the sewers? Wan Tianla hid behind Han Yi with some fear. Fool, there are no ghosts in this world. Han Yi, as a small disliker, could not help but spray a sentence on Wan Tianlu. Who said that? Not long ago I saw my grandfather crawling out from inside the grave to look for me. Now I feel scared even thinking about it. After saying that, Wan Tianlu also had a cold shiver running through his body. Yi Fong walked up at this time crying and laughing and said, there shouldn't be any ghosts, at most there are 4 tortoises with eye patches and a talking mouse. Seriously? Wan Tianlu was shocked. Really, I can attest to that one, and I've seen these 4 turtles come rushing out from inside the sewer to grab a pizza before. Li Mubai smiled and said a sentence directly to Wan Tianle scared the soul almost did not fly. And just as the two of them were teasing Wan Tianlu, there was a sudden burst of footsteps coming from the deep corner of the sewers. Han Yi fiercely frowned as the baseball bat appeared in his hand, and Li Mubai also put away his lighting magic at this time. The footsteps were getting closer, and the 4 men held their breath. They had a hunch that the other side might be coming from a bad place. The footsteps suddenly came to an abrupt halt when they were only 1 turn away from the 4. Seeing this, Han Yi was first stunned, then without saying a word he turned the corner of the corner to the suddenly appearing silhouette was a stormy attack. Bang! 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 Don't fight! Don't fight! One of our own! A familiar voice came, and Han Yi couldn't help but stare, then. He then saw Ouyang Shui, who had collapsed inside the sludge on the ground, and the ice armor on his body was already cracked. Ouyang Shui broke down. Why does one keep running into this violent maniac? She was originally an undercover agent arranged by the Demon God's Palace to enter the Eastern Region Magic Academy, with the goal of participating in the freshman conference to enter the ancient book pavilion and find the secret method of blood exchange. As a result, who knew that in the first match, he would meet Han Yi, a violent maniac, and was directly beaten to unconsciousness. It was so hard to wake up, the Demon God's Palace gave her a chance to wear her sins and be possessed by Dante's Grove, but who knew that it would be Han Yi and his housemates who would mess up her plans again and destroy Dante's Grove in a hard way. I don't even know how it went out. Now that it took a lot of effort to explain that she was also a victim of Butharam, the school gave her a pass. The Demon God's Palace said that they would give her 1 last billion chances, and that all the underground entrances to this side of the sewers would soon be opened up, so that she could inspect them first, and prepare for the protection of the recluse Demon God's Palace branch bases underneath the City of Hope. As a result, who knew that after just 2 hours of exploring the disgusting and dirty sewers she would notice something strange, come over to check it out and then see the familiar metal baseball bat. Han Yi glanced at Ouyang Shui on the ground feeling somewhat familiar, then suddenly realized, picked up the baseball bat and was ready to continue to hit. Fortunately, Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai stopped it in time, otherwise it would really be easy to kill someone. Game fine recommendations. Calm down. Calm down. Li Mubai hurriedly consoled, while Han Yi looked confident. This sewer usually doesn't even want maintenance workers to come here, and a female college student would come here? It's obvious that she's either a demonic change or a demonic lackey. I came to the sewers to look for my necklace. It was left for me by my mother and dropped here when I was possessed, and I've been looking in the sewers for 2 hours. Ouyang Shui panicked and explained, but she didn't think that her loophole-ridden lie could fool the 4 people. After all, they're not stupid. Nevertheless, you have to stay close to us, or else be careful of being injured by the demonic beasts in the sewers. Li Mubai said to Ouyang Shui, who was following them closely behind him, while walking in front. Aha! Ouyang Shui nodded with some confusion. These 4 people believe this? Fong, are there talking turtles and rats in the sewer here? Wan Tianlu was still a little scared as he hid behind Han Yi. Yi Fong nodded confidently, in his eyes the secondary world was real. Gulp! Wan Tianlu swallowed a little fearfully. The 5 moved on. Looking at the direction the 4 people went, Ouyang Shui's heart was about to pop out. This was because she realized that the 4 were heading towards the area with the densest concentration of recluse demon tunnel entrances. Shouldn't he or she think of a way to warn the 4 to let them go a different way? Otherwise, if they really fight later, who will they help? Help the recluse demon, even if it meant that if she let one of them run out and expose her, she'd be done for. If he helped the 4, the demon god hall side wouldn't let himself go. Just when she was a bit overwhelmed, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the dark depths of the sewer ahead. Yo! Humans, looks like you're in for a treat today. A recluse demon that was nearly 2 meters tall, covered in gray hair, and looked like a rat appeared in front of the 5. After seeing this recluse demon, Wan Tianle first froze and then screamed in panic. Aha! Talking rats. Sewers really do have talking rats. You're not fooling me. Han Yi made a snap decision and kicked Ouyang Shui several steps back after throwing Wan Tianlu aside. Get lost. Don't get in the way here. After saying that, the familiar metal baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's hand, only to see his feet bent into a bow and instantly rush towards the recluse demon. A middle-order, 10-star recluse demon, or in a closed space like the sewers, I'm afraid it would be a bit tricky for them to deal with. That's time to worry about an Ouyang Shui. When? The transported earth demon raised its own sharp, steel-like claws to block the attack. The crunching sound of metal on metal echoed in the middle of the sewer. Brighten your mouse eyes. Li Mubai threw a flash, the four people closed their eyes at the same time, and Ouyang Shui, who didn't react, was directly blinded by the shake. With a white fog in front of her eyes, she collapsed. How one can't see anything anymore. At the same time the recluse demon also issued a scream. Recluse demon is the underground demon beast, eyesight is not good, was so shaken eyes did not directly blind as good. The two white jade spiders spat out their spider silks and wrapped the recluse demon to death. Hani just wanted to swing the baseball bat in his hand, but the recluse demon opened his mouth fiercely, and a brown earth mist instantly spread out. Hani was attacked head-on by the earth mist and took several consecutive steps back, while his opponent took this opportunity to break free. Go to hell, all of you. The transported earth demon got up and attacked Hani. What was strong about the transported earth demon wasn't his attacking power, but that terrifying defense. Under the gray fur is almost the same skin as the steel armor. Hani swung the metal baseball bat in his hand to hit the recluse demon, unexpectedly felt a sense of numbness coming from his arm. Good lord, this guy's got some tough skin. The transported earth demon was knocked back a few steps, and the sharp claws that were originally swung at Hani stopped as a result. The wind howled and the earth mist was blown away. The densely packed points of light whizzed past Hani's head, but they hit the recluse demon, causing him to take a few steps back but unable to cause any substantial damage. The two alabaster spiders crawled along the left and right side walls, spitting out two streams of venom that landed on the recluse demon. Two streams of white smoke of the recluse devil demon body bubbling. The point of light stopped, and Hani had reappeared in front of it wielding a baseball bat. Bang! This time, the baseball bat in Hani's hand hit the recluse demon and even sent it flying and smashed it heavily on the wall. A mouthful of green blood sprayed out from the recluse demon's mouth. It was a bit unbelievable how the power of this human in front of him suddenly skyrocketed so much. Ouyang Shui, who had regained her sight, couldn't help but shiver at the sight, and it was obvious that some bad memories came to her mind. She was all too familiar with the fact that Hani was definitely using the same body strength enhancement method that he had used against her before. Hani appeared as a shadow on the side of the recluse demon. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if he was hitting a baseball, constantly hitting the recluse demon, leaving more than a dozen human-shaped craters on the surrounding walls in just a few breaths of effort. Human! You seek death. The recluse demon's sharp claws were waved, and the metal baseball bat in Hani's hand was suddenly split into two. The transported earth demon's innate demonic method was used to increase the strength of his body by several times, and his original height of 2 meters had now skyrocketed to 3 meters. The muscles of his body swelled and protruded, and he just wanted to swing his sharp claws to send this human in front of him to meet the king of hell, who knew that just at this moment. A blood-colored poisonous mist suddenly wrapped around the body of the recluse demon, and the recluse demon, who was still raging a moment ago, suddenly collapsed on the ground and kept emitting miserable screams. Ah! Flesh and blood were quickly corroded into blood and sludge, and the original struggling recluse demon no longer moved. That was a close one. Fong put away the Scarlet Centipede King's magic card and let out a long sigh of relief. The three were speechless. You call that a close call? You killed the recluse in one move and that's a close call? Not far away, Ouyang Shui's pupils contracted when she saw this scene. What level of magic card was that just now? The demonic spell that was made was so terrifying. A middle-ranked full-star recluse earth demon that had used its own demonic spell was killed in an instant? Fong walked in front of the corpse and took out a blank magic card to absorb all the power of the recluse demon. Ha 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 ha, fill in another one of your own favorites. Just when Fong was happy about this, the darkness in front of him at this moment but hundreds of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. Who killed our companions? A powerful pressure came from the depths of the darkness. Ouyang Shui, after feeling this pressure, almost did not shed tears. Great, is the recluse demon clan inside the high-level strong? They can not only safe and sound and also likely to revenge Ah. The game is recommended is a high-level demonic beast. The brother a couple of fast run. Li Mubai transformed into a dazzling golden light, matching the wind speed that was called fast. Wan Tianla sniffed and directly gave the white jade spider one of his exclusive secret little pills, and instantly the white jade spider became red all over. The other one was put away by him. Run! Wan Tianla rode on the white jade spider. Instantly the white jade spider was at full speed. All 6 legs were so fast that they formed a stump. The speed was surprisingly fast that it was even comparable to Li Mubai for a while. Without saying a word, Hani took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, directly using the 3 secret methods of the body refining art. Magic energy, blood, and medicinal power burned madly at the same time. Then see Hani transformed into a shadow, in passing Ouyang Shui and seeing her actually in a daze, without saying a word directly carry and run. That's right, just like carrying rice. Put me down. Put me down. Ouyang Shui was shocked. How could he lose the opportunity to see revenge and hatred so easily? You're still squirming at this hour, you're really not afraid of death. Hani suspected that Ouyang Shui was too noisy and directly slashed her unconscious with a hand slash. The 3 of them each showed their skills, and their speed was that fast. Only Yifeng froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Do they all run that fast? It's not that easy to kill our clan and still want to leave. Boom! The wall of earth suddenly appeared to directly block the road. The 3 people who were running away at breakneck speed didn't react and all of them crashed into the earth wall. This was a high-level demonic beast, or an otherworldly demon race. What were they going to fight with? At this moment, the 3 of them were not in the mood to touch each other. Just as they were thinking about how to escape, the recluse demon suddenly came from the front with a continuous scream. Turning their heads to look, they saw a scene they would never forget in this life. A blue-green wind blade instantly whistled past the entire recluse demon group in front of them, and all the recluse demons were cut off at the waist by the wind blade. In just a few breaths of effort, these recluse devil demons were completely motionless. Yifeng put away the Ghost Wing Demon King's magic card. The cardman's inventory was beyond your imagination. Take out the blank magic cards and start harvesting them straight away in a big way. Not a bad choice for yourself today. The 3 people at the same time also rejoined Yifeng, with Hani still carrying Ouyang Shui on his shoulder. Ghost Wing Demon King's magic card. How could I have forgotten about Fong having this counterintuitive thing? Li Mubai slapped his head. Fong has the Ghost Wing Demon King magic card as a killing move. What was he afraid of just now? Don't go against the grain, stay a little longer and we'll ascend. Yifeng suddenly spread his legs and ran at that speed. The 3 of them froze at this, and then they suddenly heard an angry growl from the depths of the sewers. Who killed my favorite general? There's still the super order here. The 3 of them were shocked, and each of them showed their abilities to reach extreme speeds. At the sight of the earthen wall in front of him, Yifeng shattered it with a punch without saying a word. Just like that, the 4 of them escaped to life, leaving only the transported Earth Demon King in impotent rage. He had just been talking about things with the people from the Demon God's Palace, but who knew that he would suddenly feel that one of his clansmen had lost contact with him. Then there was the disappearance of contact from one of the 5 generals under his command, along with the simultaneous disconnection of a full 100 mid-ranking clansmen. Obviously, all of them are dead. The recluse devil demon is actually not considered to be a high-level demon race within the otherworldly demon race, and originally there were fewer strong people. This time, he had brought 5,000 clansmen with him on his descent to the Bluestar primary order, and only 300 on the intermediate order, and 5 on the higher order. Nowadays, there were 101 directly missing from the middle rank, and 1 from the high rank as well. What son of a bitch did this? The transported Earth Demon King was so distressed. By the time he got to the place, the people had long since run away, leaving only the ground full of corpses. Ah! The sewer was filled with the roar of the recluse Demon King. And the 4 Yifengs had already patted themselves on the back a long time ago. Through the cell phone they contacted the side of the Demon Hunting Association, and after the Demon Hunting Association learned the news, they knew that nowadays things couldn't be accomplished by a middle-rank squad. So then they completed the task and received a sum of money and association points. The association didn't release the quest. After all, it had involved the super rank, and where were the mages who normally took quests within the super rank? Now it's just a matter of figuring it out within the association itself. All 4 of them were a bit hungry after this exercise, especially Hani, whose eyes were almost green. Let's find a place to put Ouyang Shui first. Let's hurry and go eat. I'm afraid that if we're a little late, Hani will have to eat the 3 of us as rations. Li Mubai's words were agreed to by the duo. But where to throw it for Ouyang Shui? Suddenly they saw an inn not far away, and the 4 of them smiled at the thought of leaving her here. I'll leave this matter of Hani to you. Yifeng gave a thumbs up to Hani, who nodded his head to indicate that there was no problem. After that, Uncle Policeman, let me explain. Hani sat in the interrogation room full of despair. Just now, Hani carried the unconscious Ouyang Shui into the inn to open a room, and the righteous boss thought that Hani was charmed by that ignorant girl, plus that fierce look, so he called the police on the spot. And then he got here. On the other side, inside a buffet. Let's just dump Hani like this, okay? Wan Tianli said somewhat guiltily while stuffing something into his mouth. To have a scandal with such a beautiful one, that boy must be begging for it. Li Mubai said with a bad smile. The three of us shouldn't sleep too hard at night. I'm afraid that Hani will come back at night and stab all three of us. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Han Yi's helpless and desperate expression right now. The other two couldn't help but laugh out loud at the same time. Ouyang Shui looked at the female police officer sitting beside her after she woke up and was confused. Could it be that the matter of being an undercover agent of the demon god's palace had been discovered? Just when she was in despair thinking that she was going to be finished, the policewoman spoke up. You've finally woken up. Just now the healer has already looked at your body. You should have suffered a heavy blow before you fell unconscious, but fortunately the innkeeper found it in time to call the police, so you were spared from being trampled by the perverts. Horny? Spoiled? Ha? Ouyang Shui was dumbfounded while the policewoman told her about the speculations from the bureau side. Ouyang Shui, who heard the words, suddenly realized that although she wanted to directly retaliate against a wave of Hani, it was really not easy for her to make a big deal out of it now. After all, the trajectory of her movements was just too coincidental and easily suspicious. Under Ouyang Shui's explanation, Hani was finally successfully released. Game boutique recommendations: before Hani came out, Ouyang Shui had already run away. Why did you run? If you don't run and wait to be beaten up by Hani. She all but guaranteed that this violent maniac would want to set her back on her feet. Tonight's barbecue is destined to be extraordinary. Hani continuously ate 3 barbecue restaurants that were open all night until there were no meat skewers, and spent a whole 5,000 before returning to school satisfied. This time the school gate is already closed, so Hani directly knocked on the doorkeeper's window. Anyway, after a wave of operation he stood hard in front of the door of the 324 dormitory. A kick in the dormitory door. The three of them who didn't dare to sleep too much got up violently, and after seeing that Hani actually came back at night for a while, they actually felt a bit sudden. You three better explain why you ran away when the police came to the inn to arrest me? The more Hani thought about it, the more angry he became. At that time he was delayed by the innkeeper for various reasons until the police came over. He had wanted to find the three of them to testify, but it turned out that the three of them had long ago run away somewhere. He was then invited inside the station for tea and water. Hearing this, Li Mubai opened his mouth and stuttered a little. At that time, how to say, it was very sudden. Hani, who heard the words, directly put up his middle finger to walk a wave around the dormitory, and then he laid down on his bed to sleep. This matter he did not put on his mind. After all, he also figured out that if the three of them were really there at that time, I'm afraid that on the tea is more than one person, but directly 324 dormitory collective reunion. The next morning at 8:00 a.m., the battle group sent a message about training. Train your ass off, dogs don't go. Hani directly turned off his cell phone, and no one could stop him from sleeping. I agree. Li Mubai agreed. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but his behavior of getting out of bed and turning on the computer to watch anime already said it all. None of you are going? You guys are embarrassing me, yeah. Wan Tianlu, who had already gotten dressed, was dumbfounded. No way. I can't stand this lickspittle who volunteered to be a toolman. Hani directly leapt off the bed, then directly used the stretching rope he usually worked out to directly tie Wan Tianlu up in a knot and throw him on the bed. Then he lay back down on the bed to sleep. So, in this way, Qi Xianbing waited for a morning hard did not see 324 dormitory a mail over. There are no rules. A cold aura surged out from Qi Xuanbing's body. Yi Shuiying and Niasini, who saw this situation, were avoiding it, while Ziling shrugged and said, since Yi Feng isn't here, then I'm leaving. So, with 8 people on the battle team, it ended up being a hard morning training session with only 3 people. Qi Xianbing was so angry at this situation that he almost didn't curse, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yi Feng, who was watching anime in the morning, suddenly received a message. After reading the contents inside, he couldn't help but frown. The one who was sent a message was the account of his Sky Maple. The Demon Hunters Association surprisingly told all the solo high-level mages who could fight to all head to that sewer area they explored yesterday to gather. The payoff is great. Pause the anime. He didn't want to go because of the payoff, but because of there's a super-ranked otherworldly demon there. New super-ranked magic cards, here I come. Yi Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. The desire to collect belonging to a card player exploded at this moment. Looking at Yi Feng, who went out the door, the three of them were filled with doubts at the same time. It was the first time they saw Yi Feng would show such an impatient expression. The streets in the area of the incident were completely evacuated at this time, and hundreds of high-ranked mages were gathered in the streets. A lot of people know each other and are chatting. Looking at the various luxury cars driven by these high-level magicians on the street, Fong could not help but sigh. Really, this world is the same as the world of immortal cultivation. People with strength basically live a very generous life. Fong was wearing a black mask and a black trench coat as he leaned inside the hutong and looked at the crowd of people on the street outside. He was more or less out of place in this state with these high-level mages around him. Just when Fong was a bit bored and wanted to take out his cell phone to brush up on the materials of the meeting, a pressure belonging to a super-ranked mage came from the street. The originally somewhat noisy crowd also suddenly quieted down at this time. Finally, Fong put away his cell phone, and then he still remained standing inside the hutong because there were too many people outside and he didn't want to squeeze. And so it led to a sound he could only hear echoing in the middle of the street. Safety first, mission second, you are all valuable fighting forces in the capital of hope, nothing is more important than your lives. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, and Fong realized with a sweep of his divine sense that it was a stout man who didn't look anything special. However, from the aura it should be a super-rank 5-star mage. It looks like the Demon Hunters Association is paying a lot of attention to this matter. Surprisingly, it's Huang Yukai, one of the top 10 super-ranked mages in the capital of hope. The super-rank 5-star mages have all come out, no wonder it's so lucrative this time. Steady, with a super-rank 5-star mage leading us, we're sure this time. The surrounding high-ranked mages were talking, and Fong also received a quest from the Demon Hunters Association at this time. Because Fong had never been on a mission before, the association was not sure exactly how strong he was, so they arranged a mission for him to explore the sewers in a remote area. This sewer is almost out of this area, so the difficulty of the danger is naturally not too high. All the high-ranking wizards began to find the sewer entrance that was the fastest for them to reach the quest site one after another. More than 100 high-level magicians jumped into the sewer from the wellhead, a scene that seemed like they were raining dumplings. Fong put away his cell phone and also walked slowly. His dress was just too special, plus the place he was heading to was remote, so much so that he attracted Huang Yukai's attention not long after he stepped out of the hutong. Why is this high-ranked mage still wearing a mask? And not a single magic defense weapon on his body? This is too gullible. Huang Yukai was a bit displeased. He was annoyed with these high-ranked mages who didn't take their own lives for granted and thought of themselves. It was important to realize how difficult it was for a high-ranked mage to train up. Huang Yukai quickly ran to Feng's body and reached out from behind to pat the other party's shoulder. Feng turned to look at Huang Yukai in a daze. Where are your magical defenses? Huang Yukai had a serious face while Feng pointed to his ears and then his mouth, then waved his hand. Seeing this situation, Huang Yukai could not help but be stunned, did not think that the other party was a deaf and mute. If it is deaf and mute, then I am afraid that because of the talent is good, so in can become a high-level mage. Most deaf people were extremely poor, otherwise how could they have become deaf and dumb? It was normal that they couldn't afford magical defenses. Take more care of yourself, I didn't know you were deaf and dumb. Much offense just now. Huang Yukai was so guilty. Feng, who heard the words directly, turned around and waved his hand. It's fine, I don't care. That's good, right? Huang Yukai suddenly reacted, while Feng had already scattered his legs and ran out of sight. Feng opened a well cover and jumped into it. The game fine recommended sewers are intricate and complicated, but under the perception of divine sense is clear and incomparable. A few scattered low-level recluse demons were easily killed by Feng in seconds to become decks. He killed all the way from the edge area to the core area where the recluse demons were concentrated. In front of us there was a downward drainage channel, so dark that we couldn't see anything. Feng leaped down and descended right into the core area of a middle-ranked demon team of recluse demons. Hundreds of blood-red eyes were staring at Feng, and among them, there was even a high-level recluse demon general. Kill the human! The recluse demon general let out a roar, and hundreds of recluse demons swarmed towards Feng. The recluse demon armor has a strong magic resistance, and most of the magicians do not pay attention to defense, so even if it is a high-level magician, if you are not good at defensive magic, in such a dense channel are very easy to be hundreds of recluse demon to a swarm of attack under the power to fight back. But good grief, Feng wasn't a pure magician. In essence he was an immortal cultivator, and an immortal cultivator that was almost unrivaled in the mortal realm immortal cultivation circle. Dragon Abyss appeared in his hand. Long sword out of the sheath, the cold aura appeared, not waiting for these recluse devil demon reaction over a sword gas while whistling past. In an instant, hundreds of recluse demons were divided into two, and the originally noisy sewers have now regained their silence. Blood stained the sludge of the sewers. In the deepest part of the sewer, the recluse demon king let out an angry roar. He could clearly feel another large number of his clan members being instantly killed. Human, you seek death. The transported earth demon's massive 5-meter-tall body was like a small mountain inside the sewer, but the seemingly bulky body was extremely fast at this moment, advancing towards the last spot where his own clan members had been before their deaths just now. Fong walked in the middle of the dark sewers, and the clattering sound of falling water drops kept coming from his ears. On the other side, the mages who entered the sewers were in a constant battle with the recluse demon. Although this time the mage lineup is very powerful, but the recluse demon is really too sinister and poisonous, almost all sneak attacks, plus the dim environment of the sewers, the human side of the speed of advancement is called a slow. Even Huang Yukai was only relatively close to the core at this point, while not reaching the depths. Dang! 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 Footstep after footstep came from the depths of the darkness. Ripples continued to appear in the groundwater bank. Humans! It was you! You're the one who killed hundreds of my clan members. I'll make you pay for it. A huge body rushed out from the midst of the darkness. Bloodshot eyes, pitch-black fur, and the pitch-black scale armor faintly visible beneath the fur. A pair of sharp claws were like swords, and the muscles of his limbs stood out clearly, like a flooded beast. Go to hell! Sharp claws swung towards Yifeng with a cracking sound. However, Yifeng didn't dodge, the long sword in his hand was behind his back, and he stretched out 2 fingers to easily clip the sharp claws of the transported earth demon king. Boom! The ground under Yifeng's feet suddenly fractured, and scratches that were 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. And nothing happened to him. It still looks like a breeze. In front of the eyes of this mysterious masked man actually so easily blocked his own attack, recluse earth demon king was first stunned, and then shocked want to retreat who knows Yifeng at this time but issued a burst of raspy voice. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you're going to have to go through some torture before you die. Human, aren't you looking down on me a little too much? The transported earth demon king let out a roar as his body began to expand and he started to use secret techniques. However, who knew that Yifeng would strike at this time? The long sword disappeared into thin air as Yifeng struck the body of the recluse demon with an uppercut. Instantly a loud bang resounded through every area in the sewer. Boom! The powerful force directly sent the recluse demon king flying, hitting the wall behind him with a bang nearly 50 meters above. Bang! 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 Before the transported earth demon king could react to the force, Yifeng had already appeared in front of him again. Uppercut, straight punch, whip kick. All the way from the lowest level of the sewers, the recluse demon king was beaten to a position closer to the core of the recluse demon gathering. Huang Yukai, who had finished cleaning up the recluse demons in the sewers around him, just wanted to bring his team to continue advancing but heard a loud boom. The huge body of the recluse demon king through the ground was reached directly in front of him in the sewers of the ground. Not yet waiting for its fall, a black silhouette suddenly appeared. A foot will be recluse demon heavily kicked into the sidewall. Pust! The transported earth demon king spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. He could feel that this human in front of him could destroy him with a snap of his fingers, so why did he keep him until now? You can go to hell. Yifeng suddenly stretched out his hand. A powerful pressure immediately enveloped its entire body. Not far away, Huang Yukai and the others were not covered by the pressure but still felt the terrifying aura. Pust! The transported earth demon king's body twisted to emit a burst of clacking sounds of broken bones. Poof! The transported earth demon king's body fell heavily to the ground, and his blood-red demon eyes were filled with disbelief and doubt. Why are there such terrifyingly strong people among humans? That doesn't make sense. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, the corpse of the transported earth demon king was put away by him. This corpse was useful to him. He then looked at Huang Yukai, who was still in shock, and said in a hoarse and flat voice, "Remember, the transported earth demon king was killed by you, not me." That's right, the reason why he did this was to let Huang Yukai see that it was he who killed the recluse demon king, or else he would have saved himself from not being able to find the recluse demon king's body in the end, causing a panic, thinking that he had let such a superordered otherworldly demon race escape. Huang Yukai nodded his head in a bit of a trance, and was just about to open his mouth to speak when he realized that the mysterious strong man from before had disappeared at some point. What has the capital of hope got such a terrifying existence? Huang Yukai's heart shivered a little. Suddenly he thought of that rumor about Peng Cheng. Both wearing the same mask and just as mysterious. Could this person be Maple Leaf? Rushing to get the association staff to look up the information, he finally got that the registered name of this person's high-level demon hunter was Tian Fong. Huang Yukai instantly came to a sudden realization, which was what heavily maple it was simply the maple leaf of that mysterious strongman inside the Pengcheng disaster, who had defeated one of the 13 protectors of the otherworldly demon race, the ghost-winged Demon King. Yes, it was definitely him, and he himself was actually accusing the other party of not bringing magical defenses and not taking responsibility for his own safety before. Now it seems that people don't do it out of carelessness or lack of money, but out of confidence in their own strength. The sewer demon rebellion looks to be over. But in fact it is not completely finished. The game is a fine recommendation for this area of the ground, and there is a tunnel in the sewers that leads straight to the villa area in this area. And the exit is none other than a normal-looking villa in the corner. This is the gathering place of the Demon Temple congregation in the capital of Hope. Inside the conference room, the crystal representing the life of the recluse Demon King suddenly shattered. Everyone's expression became extremely strange. They didn't expect that an existence like the recluse Demon King could be eliminated without a word. What level of battle class figure did the Demon Hunter Association send out this time? The faces of the 8 Demon God Temple executives were all extremely ugly at this moment. They were the high-ranking members of the Demon God Temple organization in the secret of the capital of Hope, a total of 8 people, each of whom had the strength of a high-ranking mage, and one of them was even a super-ranking 2-star level existence. Today, the Demon Hunter Association has a super rank that traveled to the base of the recluse demon, but the problem is that the super-ranked mage that traveled to the past was just a 5-star Huang Yukai, and the recluse Demon King is a full-strength comparable to an 8-star, so how could he possibly kill the recluse Demon King, and still take it out silently? The super-ranked mage among the 8 people really couldn't understand this matter. The face under the black robe was that of doubt and bitterness. Could it be that he has been discovered? That's why the association purposely blocked the news from him? Just when everyone was worried and couldn't figure out the key, the villa basement. The 2 middle-ranked mages of the Demon God Temple who were about to fill and close the underground passageway saw a black silhouette suddenly kill out from the tunnel before they could react. Click. Click. Yi Feng's hand grabbed the neck of the 2 people and sent them to meet the King of Hell with one force. Just now when he was in the sewers he discovered that there were countless underground passages in the sewers and there were quite a few of them that led to the surface, but how terrifying was Yi Feng's divine sense. Sifting through these tunnels he soon found the gathering place of the people of this demon god's hall. In fact, before, when Yi Feng had broken through to the Yuaning stage, he had wanted to kill directly to the demon realm to exterminate the king of that place. But it couldn't be helped, the distribution of this realm was too strange, and the laws were also strange, so he couldn't locate that realm at all if he didn't have an accurate medium. Besides, he was a little too lazy to care about these things. The affairs of Bluestar were left to the Bluestar beings themselves. At this time, Yi Feng did not realize that he was actually a Bluestar person. After all, he was born and raised here in this life. It was just that the memories of his last life of an unknown number of thousands of years had formed roots that prevented him from realizing this matter. 8 people, it looks like they should be the Demon God Temple's strongest strength in the capital of Hope. Yi Feng's divine sense sweep instantly understood all the circumstances. Then he saw Yi Feng's feet firing, and then there was a bang. The 8 people from the Demon God Temple who were in silence on the 2nd floor were startled and hurriedly got up to hide. Yi Feng rushed all the way up to the 2nd floor from the basement, directly knocking a big hole in the conference room floor. After standing steadily and patting the dust on his body, Yi Feng looked towards the 8 people in front of him who were looking at themselves with a wary face. "Speak up if you have any last words, I'm still in a hurry to go back." The voice was hoarse. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Arrogant. One of the black-clothed men was just about to unleash his magic, but who knew that Yi Feng had a hand on it, and in an instant, the man let out a miserable scream and his body fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing out from amongst his 7 orifices. After trembling on the ground for a moment it was completely lifeless. The crowd was shocked to see this scene. Not good. This is a super-ranked mage. And it's also a freak who majors in the spirit system. The only one, the super-ranked mage, shouted out, and then took a step forward, his black robes being removed from his body, revealing his firm muscles and greasy bald head. "My name is Lu Hao, the supreme ruler of the Demon God Temple organization in the capital of Hope. I know that you definitely won't let us go today. If you're a warrior, then you'll take my punch squarely, so that I can understand just how big the gap between us is." The bald man's voice was loud and clear. The other 6 Demon God Temple executives couldn't help but admire in their hearts when they saw this. It was worthy of being Lu Hao. They couldn't compare to this boldness. Lu Hao looked at Yi Feng and smiled coldly in his heart. Spiritual mages are easily compelled by words, and spiritual mages are the least good at defense within all mages. As long as they are close to him, then he will die for sure. Although using the Demon God Temple's forbidden techniques would cause his body to suffer greatly, he would do it again in order to survive. Dumbass, watched too much hot-blooded anime. Fong raised his hand and was ready to directly send the other party to meet the King of Hell, who knew that just at this time Lu Hao suddenly let out a series of cries. The strength of a bear. The speed of a panther. The reflexes of an eagle. The courage of a lion. Lu Hao's body began to surge, and a bone-crunching sound was emitted at the same time. The 6 people of the demon god temple were overjoyed to see this, after Lu Hao used the secret method to awaken the demon blood in his body, but it was comparable to a superorder 8-star body master. They were saved this time. You forgot to say a sentence. Fong suddenly appeared above Lu Hao's head, then a whip kick fell from the sky. Bang! The powerful force instantly penetrated Lu Hao's entire body. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and the pores of his body were also sprouting blood at the same time, and his bones were all shattered, just like rotten mud being stepped on by Fong. Cockroach defense, 1 stomp and you're dead. Fong walked towards the 6 people of the demon god temple from Lu Hao's corpse. Frightening the 6 people was hastily backed up and hid in the middle of a corner. Lu Hao, who was comparable to the strength of 8 stars after the secret method, was even stomped to death by a single foot, so what were they going to fight such a monster with? At this moment, they even had the thought that this in front of them was not a human being at all, but a legendary existence that was comparable to the gods of the Bluestar. I'm not that cold and heartless, so any last words? Come on. Feng's hoarse voice sounded once again, scaring the 6 people as a cold sweat. You're not a cold-hearted person if you let them say their last words before they die. One of the women thought quickly and looked at Feng's appearance that he should be a man, so then her eyes lit up and she took off the black robe on her body to reveal her shapely body and beautiful netted face towards Feng. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you spare me, my lord. The other 5 people couldn't help but curse at this. How the hell did you, an old woman in her 40s who only kept her looks because she was injected with the essence blood of an otherworldly demon race, come up with and dare to use the method of using the beauty trick? Feng glanced at the woman and said, are you really willing to do anything? Sure. The woman's heart raced to become. Said she even started to prepare to show her shoulder ready for a wave of color. Then you go to hell. The woman sniffed and froze. Before she could react, Feng had already punched her in the face. Game fine recommendations. What I hate most in my life is the scheming green tea bitch who provokes the relationship between the male and female main characters inside the anime. Feng didn't use spiritual power, it was all about punching the woman, and all of them hit the woman's face. It was a full 10 minutes of fighting. 10 minutes. That face is so beat up you can't even see your face. Perhaps still not feeling relieved, Feng added a few more kicks to the woman on the ground before using the flames to directly burn her to ashes. This smart woman, this wave is considered to be a precise stepping on mines, just this kind of operation. From this we can see how much Feng hates this kind of persona woman. Can any of you understand that what was a good romantic drama was ruined by a green tea bitch? Feng was simply getting angrier and angrier as he thought about it. A good romantic drama would be nice to keep spreading the sugar. Why do you have to make such a disgusting green tea bitch? Hearing the woman's desperate and hoarse screams before she died, the remaining 5 people all had their scalps tingling while kneeling on the ground begging for nothing more than a pain in the ass. Next day. Looking at the villa blocked by the police, Ouyang Shui was confused. What about my organization? Where's my big demon temple organization? No? Looking at the 8 executives on the message list who had stopped replying to any of her messages, she was dumbfounded. He hadn't just stayed inside the school quietly for a day to avoid the wind. How come he opened his eyes this morning? The recluse demons in the sewers were destroyed, the main stronghold of their organization was sealed, and even the 7 top executives were on the news. According to this station's investigation, 6 high-ranking mages and a super-ranking mage were murdered on the 2nd floor of a villa. The scene also has a lot of black ash. Don't know what is left behind, although the nature of this murder is very bad. But according to the police investigation found the villa, surprisingly there are many of these 7 dead and the demon god's temple between the existence of the relationship between the evidence. The case is still in the middle of the investigation. She crumbled at the thought of the news she had seen today. Hawan's home has been burglarized. Why is she so unlucky? Hani, who woke up from a sleep, felt a little thirsty and looked down to Fong, who had already gotten out of bed to play the game, and said, Fong, get me a bottle of mineral water, I'm dying of thirst. Fong sniffed and directly picked up a bottle of mineral water placed inside the box from his feet and threw it over. Hani instantly drank it up after catching it, and said after burping, Fong, aren't you from the artifact department, and you're also a high-level forger, although there might be some moisture, right, but are you able to build me a baseball bat? That's handy, the one I've coalesced is just too trashy. No, I can't, I won't. Fong directly denied the trifecta. Han Yi, who heard the word, showed disappointment, while at this time Li Mubai suddenly got up and spoke. Fong, can you make me a handful of magical artifacts while you're at it? No, can't, won't. I have a way to get my hands on the limited edition hand-me-downs that have already been snapped up. Elaborate on your request. Fong paused the game and turned directly to Asirius. If one person does it, 2 people do it, and 3 people do it, then we'll do it 1 person at a time. Li Mubai began to bargain. No, I don't have that kind of free time. 3 hand-me-downs, and I'll buy you as many as you see fit. We're all buddies, so what if I do it for you? Do it in a week. It's too much of a rush, isn't it? I'll be exhausted. Fong waved his hand with an expression of I am very weak. 5. Li Mubai said with a serious face. How could I dare to slack off on a good brother's business? Fong stood up in a serious manner, and this change in his mouth and face made all 3 of them sigh for it. I've seen shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen such shameless people. Tell us what you 3 want. The first to speak was Han Yi. I'm not asking for anything else, just a baseball bat, preferably the heavier the better so it's a good hit. The second is Li Mubai. I had to have magical artifacts that specifically fit my image, and anyway, it just had to give him the feeling of being gentle all the time. After saying that, Li Mubai also made a head-tossing gesture that he thought was handsome but was actually very oily. The last one is Wan Tian Lu. I don't have any requests, Fong, just watch and do it, I'm not picky. Fong nodded when he heard this, then he said, so, do you want me to get the materials for you guys? I'll get it if you don't have enough material. As long as it has to do with money, Li Mubai thinks that these are not things. That should be enough. You guys don't mind if I forge in my dorm room while watching anime, do you? Don't mind, don't mind. How could the 3 mind? And then they regretted it. As soon as their words fell, Fong directly took out from inside his storage ring and pulled out a tripod that took up almost half of the dormitory aisle. This tripod was recently refined by Fong secretly. With a professional refining tripod he could be a lot more convenient. This. The 3 of them were confused. This cauldron was for forging magical artifacts? Are you sure it's not for cooking? Before they could react, they saw Fong pull out a bunch of messy metals and ores and throw them into the tripod. The golden celestial fire burned brightly inside the tripod, but they didn't feel any temperature. This was naturally because Fong had wrapped the entire alchemy cauldron in spiritual qi, causing the temperature of the heavenly flame not to spill out. Fong sat back on the gaming chair and watched the anime, not bothering about the heavenly flame inside the tripod in the slightest. The firelight flashed Li Mubai, they are difficult, but also was afraid of Fong, so hung up a control is not good to the dormitory burned, so the 3 people will be accompanied to leave the dormitory. The fire burned from morning until evening when all 3 men returned from dinner. Looking at the iron water inside the tripod, they were a bit puzzled as to what Fong was doing with all this iron water. Then they saw the iron rapidly molding in the midst of the heavenly fire, finally turning into a metal baseball bat that looked nothing like a normal baseball bat. Han Yi, your weapon is ready. Fong threw the metal baseball bat to Han Yi, who stumbled after catching it and almost didn't kneel on the ground on the spot. So heavy. Han Yi let out an exclamation of surprise and tried to swing the metal baseball bat, and instantly the wind howled furiously. Blowing Li Mubai's hair floated up. As for Wan Tianlu, his hair was too short to float. After just one swing, Han Yi was panting with exhaustion. Good guy, it's really strong. But as good as this baseball bat is, it's just a little too heavy and too much trouble to carry around. A storage ring, a hand-me-down. Counting the previous 5 hand-me-downs, a total of 8 hand-me-downs are now yours to choose from. Li Mubai made a decision on the spot and was simply ho-hum. Fong, who heard the words, didn't make a fuss and directly gave the 3 of them a modified simple storage ring. The 3 people, after getting the storage ring, were very excited. Fong, on the other hand, did not care about them, and from inside the storage ring, he found out some wood that could be made into weapons that he had found before and started to carve it with a small knife. Game fine recommendations. Then throughout the night, Li Mubai's 3 ears were filled with the ear-piercing sound of knives cutting wood. Perhaps they were really too sleepy, and the 3 of them actually fell asleep. The next day when they woke up from their sleep, a wooden fan had been placed on Li Mubai's pillow. The wooden fan was very delicate. After opening it, there were so many magic array runes drawn on it that Li Mubai couldn't understand it at all. He could only read a largely character glittering on the fan. He wanted to ask Fong what he was doing by giving himself a fan, but he realized that Fong had already fallen asleep. After thinking about it, he tried to feel the fan with his magical energy. Soon a look of surprise inevitably appeared among his eyes. Not only can this fan strengthen my wind attacks, using magic energy to catalyze the runes on it can even use magic. How much magic must I be able to use with so many runes? Brother Fong, you are really my Superman. Li Mubai was satisfied, holding the fan and constantly opening and closing it. Such a handsome and practical magic tool was simply tailor-made for him. When Yi Fong woke up from his sleep, he was the only one left in the dormitory. It looks like the three of them should be out. It was also good to save himself from making the last weapon for Wan Tianlu that would easily cause others discomfort. After moving the recluse demon king's body out from inside the storage ring, then Yi Fong began to disassemble the body. When the three came back at night, they saw a black coffin placed above the dormitory aisle. Seeing that Yi Fong was fiddling with the coffin, looking like he was going to lie in it, Li Mubai was alarmed. Fong, don't think about it. Yeah. Brother Fong, there are many more pleasures in life you have yet to enjoy. Wan Tianlu also hurriedly advised. Han Yi, on the other hand, was quick on his feet and directly gave Yi Fong a strongman lockman, using the physical persuasion method. Who said I'm going to kill myself? This is the weapon I crafted for Tianlu. There are still a lot of runes left to draw. I'm going to start from the inside. Yi Fong was speechless. Could it be that he was the kind of person who didn't take his life seriously in their eyes? Weapons? Coffins? Li Mubai and Han Yi spoke in unison, while Wan Tianlu's eyes lit up. Yeah, that's the weapon. Yi Fong lay down inside the coffin and began to concentrate on painting the runes, while painting also said, this coffin is made by me with a kind of otherworldly demon skeleton, comes with a deterrent effect on demonic beasts, through the rune enhancement is able to reach the point of deterring the group of demons. Tianlu is the only healing-shaped player inside the four of us. I set up some healing magic formations and attack magic formations inside, so if we get injured in battle and lie down indirectly, we can quickly recover from our injuries, especially with the help of Tianli's own healing magic again. When you meet an enemy, you can also just take the coffin and smash it across the room or lock him in and just use the attack magic array inside. Even if it's usually fine, Tianlu can be used to carry corpses when he goes to do white work. I design matching chains, so you can carry the coffin directly behind your back, and you can escape with your injured teammates when it's crucial. It's simply a 1-2 punch. Fong. You really understand me. Wan Tianlu shed tears of emotion, while Li Mubai and Han Yi were dumbfounded. Even after 4 years with these two oddballs, they still couldn't accept such an odd weapon. Yi Feng's runes were basically cultivation world magic weapon runes. With his divine soul power let alone writing a whole coffin, he had no problem writing runes for a dozen coffins. The otherwise milky white coffin was covered in black runes from the inside out. I also laid a magic array that can gather magic energy inside the coffin. Usually lying inside it can accelerate cultivation. Also, when the magic energy is depleted in battle, you can lie inside it to quickly recover the magic energy. Seriously. Hearing this, Han Yi's eyes instantly lit up, and without saying a word, he laid in. Soon he felt that cultivating magic energy inside the coffin was a full 5 times the normal speed. This is a divine object. Han Yi was full of excitement. Li Mubai was a little surprised, forcibly pulling Han Yi this behemoth out of the inside after lying in. Soon his eyes also lit up. With 4 people, Yi Fong said that he wouldn't grab the coffin with them, so it became 3 people. The 3 deliberated and finally decided that the 3 of them would take shifts lying inside the coffin at night to cultivate magic energy, starting with Li Mubai today. Li Mubai was lying inside the coffin that was so cozy. And just when Li Mubai was enjoying himself extremely, the dormitory door was pushed open. Wang Wenbo looked at the coffin lying in front of the closed eyes inside a very peaceful look. Li Mu, white people are silly. Is he in time for the funeral? 3 minutes later, understand the situation. Wang Wenbo suddenly realized, really did not think that this coffin is actually a magic device to enhance the speed of cultivation, just do not know is that the talent is surprisingly designed into a coffin mold. What a lack of virtue. Not far away, Yi Fong inexplicably sneezed, always feeling as if someone was secretly talking about himself. Is there something you want to see us about, teacher? Only after being reminded by Li Mubai did Wang Wenbo remember the reason he came over this time. Shi Shanbing reacted to your recent participation in the battle team training is not active, or even directly do not go. Between the battle is the need to grind, you some small friction between them is normal, but you cannot play the nature not to go you this is a good way to fail the course. Wang Wenbo felt a little headache. He knew that these 4 people would definitely not be honest. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with that Shi Shanbing whose temper is stubborn to a realm. Hearing this 4 people are you look at me, I look at you. Li Mubai opened his mouth to prepare for sophistry. No, open his mouth to explain. First muddle through this matter. After all, they do have the wrong reasons. If they really tell the matter will make it difficult for Wang Wenbo, must give the teacher a face and a step. As for the conflict between them and Qi Xianbing, when the time comes, as long as they speak kindly to Han Yi, he should have no problem. Li Mubai's head was running fast, his mouth was open, but Han Yi grabbed it first. We're just not going to go, flunking is fine, I just can't stand that woman with a brain like she's sick. Li Mubai's face turned green when he heard this. In this instant he suddenly realized how scary it was to have a low IQ pitbull inside the team. Wang Wenba's face instantly darkened when he heard this, and said with an extremely serious expression and tone, "This is a school, it's not a place for you to play with your temperament, tomorrow you must go to the battle team training for me, otherwise each of you will be given a major demerit." Han Yi was just about to spit out the fragrance, but Ji Fong and Li Mubai covered his mouth at the same time. "You just damn well cut the crap." Yi Fong seen low emotional intelligence, or the first time to see emotional intelligence so low. "Teacher, tomorrow we'll go to training, for sure, don't worry teacher, even if Han Yi doesn't go we'll drag him there." Li Mubai hastened to round up the scene. Wang Wenba's face then looked better. The game boutique recommended 2 long sigh of relief, and Wang Wenba chat for a period of time after the other party left. After Wang Wenba left, Han Yi finally couldn't help but ask, "Yi Fong, Mubai, you two don't really want to be like Wan Yuan Tianlu and listen to Qi Xianbing, right? That bitch even dared to report us to the teacher, you guys can take it, but I can't." Han Yi's face was filled with exasperation, and Yi Fong and Mubai, who heard this, gave him a somewhat speechless look at the same time. Li Mubai opened the fan in his hand to cover his face and bent his head to Han Yi, who says, "We must be honest tomorrow, we can't mess up and disgust her in turn, how? What? You only allow her to disgust us, but not allow us to retaliate back? That's right, don't tell Wan Tianlu about this, that kid is now mesmerized by Qi Xianbing, he might just leak the information so that the other party can prepare in advance." Yi Fong similarly lowered his voice. At these words Han Yi's face instantly revealed an "I understand" expression. It's true, it's the two of them who are the most devious and cunning. Just as the three of them simultaneously smiled heartily, Wan Tianlu suddenly walked over. "That, Qi Xianbing is also quite difficult, what we did was indeed a bit excessive, let's go train tomorrow." Wan Tianlu saw the three whispering and thought they were discussing whether to go to training tomorrow or not, so he came over and said so. "Training, of course I'm training, I can't wait to go to training tomorrow, it's just the right time to move my muscles." Han Yi laughed and put his arm on top of Wan Tianlu's shoulder with that bold expression. "That's great." Seeing that even Han Yi, who had the biggest opinion, said that he would go to training tomorrow, Wan Tianlu felt that things were stable. Sneakily sent a gesture to the group private chat with Qi Xianbing when he got into bed before lights out for the night, and texted it. "I've talked the three of them into going to practice tomorrow." Qi Xianbing then sent a word. "Good." And the last message from Qi Xianbing. "Tianlu, try to persuade your 3 housemates to come over for training tomorrow." Looking at the one word Qi Xianbing sent, Wan Tianlu was in a state of bliss. It was great that he had helped the goddess. However, at this time, he didn't know that tomorrow would be a nightmare belonging to Qi Xianbing. And the originators were the 3 Yi Fongs. After all, who can beat them in terms of disgust? Early the next morning after 8 o'clock, the 4 of Yi Fong went out together on a rare occasion to head to the advanced training ground that Qi Xianbing had set up. After seeing the arrival of Yi Feng's 4 people, Qi Xianbing nodded with satisfaction, these 4 guys had finally all come. Yi Fong. Ziling was so excited after seeing Yi Fong that she laughed and rushed towards Yi Fong, but was pushed back to her old sister by Yi Feng's Taijiquan. Qi Xianbing opened her mouth, causing all 7 gazes in the arena to come to her. "It's rare that everyone can be here today. I've asked the teacher to arrange an opponent for our team, a battle team from the previous year, to have a friendly match cut with our team. I hope that everyone can bring out their full strength, and don't lose face, especially the 4 of you." As soon as the words fell from her side, Han Yi, who was not far away, laughed and said, Captain, she said this, the 4 of us are a part of the battle team, how could we not do our best to gain honor for the battle team?" It was fine if Han Yi didn't say this, but as soon as he did, Qi Xianbing instantly felt that something wasn't quite right. When did this violent maniac get a conscience and be so nice? Whatever, let's get caught up on training first. With that thought, she took out her cell phone and made a call. However, in half an hour, the advanced training ground walked into 4 men and 4 women. Looking at the age with them should be about the same. Just now Qi Xianbing said that they are older than a term. There is no doubt that it is the sophomore seniors and sisters. Ah! How is it that these 4 oddballs are in the battle group? A yellow-haired girl who had obviously heard about the deeds of Yi Feng's 4 revealed fear among her eyes, and her body couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Not only her, but the others also recognized the identity of Yi Feng's 4. "This schoolmate can't believe you've even heard of our legend?" Li Mubai opened the folding fan in his hand to reveal his signature smile. Hearing this, the 8 people simultaneously winced, but now even if they were to backtrack there was no way. The benefits they had already taken, those things were too important to them. So much so that even if they were scared, they had to go on with this friendly. The two warring factions began to adjust their positions. It was still Hani, Qi Xianbing, and Yi Shuang playing the vanguard, while Yi Fong, Ziling, and Li Mubai were in charge of defense. Nie Sini and Wan Tianle were in charge of playing support. After an ear-piercing bell rang, Hani suddenly rushed out with great speed, a metal baseball bat condensed and was held in his hand. Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuang used ice attack magic at the same time, yet their speed was not as fast as Han Yi's. At this moment, Hani had already arrived in front of the male bodybuilder who had taken the brunt of the opposite side. Before the bodymaster could react, he felt his arm being grabbed violently, then he flew off. Han Yi's speed was simply too fast, ridiculously fast. The bodymaster hastily adjusted his stance in the air, and when he was about to land, he realized that he had landed near the opposite ice mage captain. Isn't that a chance? After the bodymaster landed on the ground, he quickly rushed towards Qi Xianbing. Seeing this situation, Qi Xianbing could only retreat while using magic to try to stop the opponent's sudden advance. Just as he was condensing his middle-ranked magic extreme ice art to freeze the person in front of him into an ice sculpture, a golden ball of light suddenly fell from the air and exploded in front of both of their eyes. Both men instantly lost all vision and their eyes stung. Qi Xuanbing's magic was held back hard, while a whip kick from the bodymaster had already come. In the absence of line of sight, the bodymaster definitely has a distinct advantage. Even with the timely use of ice armor, Qi Xianbing was still hit and staggered 2 steps to the left. She couldn't figure out why Li Mubai would throw a flashbang at this time just now. Yikes. Sorry, just threw a flashbang for support in the heat of the moment, and subconsciously thought you knew you should close your eyes as quickly as Yi Fong and the 3 of them. Li Mubai's extremely apologetic voice rang out, causing Qi Xianbing to be angry with nowhere to go, and could only grit his teeth and fight with the bodymaster. The two gradually began to regain their sight, and the battle became more and more intense. Yi Shuang wanted to go over to help, but who knew that just at this time another silhouette slammed through the air in a perfect arc towards Qi Xianbing, who was fighting with the bodymaster. The fire mage in the air saw that this was a good opportunity, and with a wave of his hands, a fire snake appeared out of thin air and whistled towards Qi Xianbing below. Qi Xianbing was startled, and right at this moment, Yi Shuang used magic and an ice snake appeared to collide with the fire snake. For a while, fire shot out in all directions, and tiny pieces of ice flew all over the sky. Yi Shuang and Qi Xianbing faced 2 people at the same time, and for a while the fight was indistinguishable. Game Excellence recommended Nie Sini use wood magic to fight control. There are constantly wood vines appearing to intertwine and interfere with the 2 people attacking. Wan Tianle, look at my performance opportunity, this is not coming. 2 white jade spider joined the battlefield, began to help Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuang. For a time the 2 women even had the upper hand. At this moment, Hani is simply the god of war possessed, waving the baseball bat in his hand, and is not the least bit flustered under the siege of 6 people. 3 ground thorns emerged from the ground to trap Hani. Thinking that he could trap the opponent for a few seconds, the lightning mage inside the team just planned to use falling thunder. Boom! Stones were flying about. Hani held a baseball bat in his hand, still swinging even though the ground spike had been broken by him. Boo! Qi Xianbing, who was fighting, was caught off guard when a rock smashed into her head and a wave of dizziness hit her. Deliberately. Definitely on purpose. That's about as accurate as hitting a baseball, and it's obvious that you're attacking yourself on purpose. It was too late to go and rebuke the opposite side. She still forced herself to stabilize her form to keep using spells to fight the duo in front of her. Hani was surrounded by 6 people. A purple lightning bolt fell from the air. He didn't dodge but just let it fall on him. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen rounds of water balloons still couldn't stop him. Seeing Hani gradually approaching, the 6 of them were in a panic, especially after seeing the other party's performance actions at the freshman competition. Their hearts couldn't help but shiver. Boom! A wall of earth suddenly appeared, followed by several wooden vines and jets of water falling from the air. Wooden vines wrapped around Hanyi's body so that he couldn't move. Water pillars poured down directly, and immediately following them were middle-ranked magic mines. Zip! The constant flashes of lightning on Hanyi's body, instead of causing him to show embarrassment, he instead but revealed a meaningful smile. The secret art of body forging. Qi and blood quenching the body. Bang! Hanyi's legs formed a bow and suddenly erupted, instantly breaking free from all the restraints. The baseball bat in his hand swung and attacked the earth wall. Boom! The earth wall suddenly shattered, dirt and rocks flew about, and Han Yi appeared to have just subconsciously swung the metal baseball bat in his hand again. However, a few muffled sounds were soon heard, and Qi Xianbing was smashed head over heels. There's absolutely no way this is a coincidence. After the earth wall shattered, but behind it stood a full 12 people. The 6 people from just now all unexpectedly had an additional doppelganger, and it was impossible to recognize that one was the real body and that one was the fake body. It's a middle-ranked magic water body of the water system. 12 people rushed towards Han Yi at the same time, while Han Yi was planning to fight all of them one by one, although it was a bit troublesome and there was a high possibility that he would be caught in the opponent's trap, but he had no choice. After all, this kind of water body is used to restrain the melee type of enemy. Even if you directly use the gold system spells to get a few flying blades, this kind of physical attack will be water body directly to unload the force to the softness. They cannot even break the defense. However, just as this Li Mubai turned into a golden light and arrived above Han Yi's head. Received the baptism of holy light. Light points like raindrops fell from the air. Instantly the 6 doppelgangers were penetrated by the light points, and the 6 real bodies were hit by the light points and continuously retreated a few steps back, with expressions of panic written all over their faces. Fly for the master. Han Yi let out a bellowing cry and swung the baseball bat in his hand, and the earth mage responsible for defense within the 6 was sent flying directly into midair. Hey! Aerial Li Mubai sends his opponent straight to the mat with a flash kick. Their wave is just perfect together. Fall back and gather. Qi Xianbing let out a cry before retreating to the back of the battlefield. It looks like you can't touch the fish. Yi Fong stood up from the ground. Just now he had been sitting and watching the show, perhaps influenced by him. Violet Spirit was also similarly sitting on the sidelines watching the show. That's right, it's been 6 against 8 just now, and it's still dominating. Han Yi quickly stepped back, and as for Li Mubai, he had long since flown back. The 8 stood in a group, and the remaining 7 on the opposite side of the room were clustered together in a slightly lopsided manner. Qi Xianbing's body was filled with a cold aura that surged outward, and the entire training ground was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Water magic energy gushed out, and all the land it covered turned into cold ice. The 7 sensed something was wrong and tried to scatter to avoid it, but they found that their legs were frozen and they couldn't leave at all. Terrifying cold air condensed between Qi Xianbing's hands. She was going to use the power of the ice spirit. She was going to let the opposite side know that Qi Xianbing was the captain. As long as she killed these 7 people with a single strike, then her captaincy would be untouchable, and her reputation in the school would be overridden by these 4 oddballs as a result. After all, how could 4 oddball captains be weaker than them? The 7 people on the opposite side also sensed the pressure. Their breathing couldn't help but get ragged, and all of them prepared their defense magic wanting to ward off this strike. Yet it was at this time. A golden flaming lotus flower suddenly floated past Qi Xianbing's side and landed in the center of the competition arena. Boom! A golden fire lotus suddenly bloomed. Ah! The opposite 7 people immediately let out a scream, while the other side was not harmed because of Yi Fong controlling the flames. The cold ice aura that had just been condensed was gone, and all that was there was the golden flame that was still floating in the air. The 7 people fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the senior healer who had been waiting for a long time came up and instantly healed the injured 7 people. This friendly match was undoubtedly won by Yi Fong and the others. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth rose to reveal a cold smile. Han Yi and Li Mubai are still too young. What is the sense of physical nausea? This kind of nausea from the spirit is the most painful. Don't you want to act tough? Don't you want to show off? I'll just stick my nose in when you're about to succeed. Now the opposite side would only think that just now Qi Xianbing was just playing control for him so that he could use this mighty explosive strike. It's amazing that a captain is only good enough to play control for his teammates. Almost everyone on the opposite side of the room thought the same thing in their hearts, and Qi Xianbing's face paled to the extreme. The crowd rested after the friendly competition. Wan Tianlu went off to be a little tinny dog boo-boo. Yi Shuiying in this but suddenly walked up to Yi Fong. 3 people in front of the tone of voices very some anger said, "You 3 just now is not intentional." Upon hearing this, Han Yi and Li Mubai immediately turned their heads, one to look to the left and the other to the right, leaving only Yi Fong to face his oldest sister straight on. On purpose or by accident? Yi Shuiying stared tightly at Yi Fong, while Yi Fong said somewhat sheepishly, deliberately careless. "Older brother, you guys are going overboard, you know? Although Xin Bing is a bit rude, but in all fairness, isn't the treatment she gave you guys good? Inviting you to dinner and giving you magic artifacts, and now you're treating her like this?" Yi Fong looked at his sister, a flash of tears and laughter flashed among his eyes. Game boutique recommendation. Other than that stupid kid Tianlo, the reason why the three of us don't deal with her was never because she gave us too few favors, it's her attitude that's the problem. Fong took out a cigarette in his mouth after lighting. Continued, from the beginning to the end, she did not give us a good face, is because we have a bigger reputation than her, the strong sense of victory and defeat, she wanted to cover us head to head through the identity of the captain, has always been such a seemingly high and cold look, is to highlight her special, she is more like a strong person than us. She's got a winning streak that we don't have the right to interfere with, but again, she can't interfere with us, and she hasn't been treating us as teammates, to put it bluntly, as tool people to help her get her name and win, so why should we treat her as a teammate? The three of us think the same way. In these days when the otherworldly demon race is invading and the human race should be united against the foreign enemy, she is struggling for the so-called fame of winning and losing with her compatriots who should have gone to the battlefield together. She has her way, we have mine, different ways, not the same, and anyway, I've disobeyed you many times, so what's the harm in one more? Fong finished his cigarette and threw it on the ground and stomped it out, leaving only Yi Shuiying, who was still frozen in place, to leave the training ground. Li Mubai and Han Yi followed closely behind. They thought that Fong was right, and they had wanted to say such words for a long time. Wan Tianlu saw Yifeng's trio leave and looked at Qi Xianbing, who still had that high and cold look, and after hesitating for a second, he said, I'll go persuade them. With that he ran after him. That's right, everyone heard Yifeng's words just now, including Qi Xianbing. Fong isn't here, it's no fun, I'm leaving too. Violet Spirit likewise got up and left. She usually had quite a lot to learn, after all, her talent was here, how could she not work hard? What's more, there is a Fong in front of her, so this fiancé of hers has to try to catch up with him. Only 3 women were now left in the large training room. Yi Shuiying and Niasini began to comfort Qi Xianbing, while Qi Xianbing still remained silent. No one knew whether Yifeng's words just now worked or not. The school is really sick, why did they have to group us with this brain-dead bitch? Han Yi cursed, in his eyes a battle team was all about cooperating to kill the enemy, not to be used to fight for so-called fame, or to gain fame by stomping on his compatriots. I don't know. Li Mubai shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he wasn't sure. So what are we going to do now? Wan Tianla sent out a soul torture question while the 3 of them sniffed in unison. The mission came from the association side when you went to lick the goddess just now. Ha! Although the transported Earth Demon had been destroyed, it had left behind a large number of tunnels in all directions. Some of the demon races in the desolate zone outside the capital of Hope had already entered the capital of Hope through these tunnels. Sightings of demonic beasts and even cases of injuries occurred in many places. And the task that Fong and the 4 of them received was to find and kill a middle-ranked demonic beast in an area where there were sightings of this demonic beast. 4-winged centipede, Bluestar's native demonic beast, the bipedal centipede, was transformed into a middle-ranked demonic beast, the 4-winged centipede, due to the mutation after being transformed by the power of otherworldly demonic races. 2 years ago, hundreds of 4-winged centipedes were found in the barren area near the capital of Hope, and then all of them were wiped out by the Demon Hunter Association, and the one that appeared today should be one of the ones left over from before. Based on the victim's description, it was presumed that it should be a middle-order 6-star 4-winged centipede. Wan Tianli's eyes lit up after seeing the word centipede. Can we take them alive? Wan Tianlu asked the 3 with a face full of excitement, while the 3 of them simultaneously raised their middle fingers without the slightest hesitation, stating, Scram. Still catching a live one, a 6-star 4-winged centipede, even if they could catch it, just with Wan Tianli's cultivation he could take it in? Wan Tianlu also quickly understood this matter and scratched his head in some embarrassment. The 4 of them drove in the van towards the area where the Demon Hunters Association had given them their assignment. Other side. Ouyang Shui, who was full of despair inside the dormitory, was somewhat at a loss for words. The top of the demon god's temple in the capital of Hope had been wiped out in one whole swoop, and with his home gone and his living expenses gone, was there any need for her to go undercover herself or not? It was the first time she felt so lost in life. Just when Ouyang Shui was at the end of her rope, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Ouyang Shui was a bit puzzled. Who would be looking for her at this time? Hello? Damn, finally there's someone to relate to. A husky man's voice came from the other side of the phone, sounding very slightly pleased. Ouyang Shui, you haven't forgotten the purpose of the organization. One day as a person of the Demon God Temple, all our lives are people of the Demon God Temple, it's our honor to serve Lord Demon God. Hearing the other man say this in a serious tone of voice, the man on the other side of the phone was embarrassed for a moment and keyed his feet. I don't know what the temple master was thinking, what kind of wind he had drawn, how did he come up with such a middle-aged oath of purpose? And it thinks it's great, and it's satisfying. The man's name is Su Mingchuan, the head of the Demon God's Palace specializing in the management of the Eastern region. He previously wanted to contact the Demon God's Palace in the capital of Hope branch of the Senior, the results of who knows that those guys were even reunited to turn over the phone book for a whole hour before he found a reliable can be contacted by the people. That was Ouyang Shui, who had been adopted by the Demon God's Palace since childhood. Ouyang Shui's attitude immediately became several times more respectful after learning of the other party's identity, not expecting that he could be contacted by such a big shot on his own initiative. Ouyang Shui, I want you to go and complete a mission. The capital of Hope has appeared the six-winged centipede that our Demon God Palace experimented successfully but escaped back then. You find a way to get a blood sample of that centipede. The location I've already sent it to you via SMS. As long as the mission is completed, you can then arbitrarily choose one of the Demon God Temple's properties in the capital of Hope as payment. Many thanks to Protector Su for the gift. Ouyang Shui was touched and tears almost flowed out. Sure enough, the organization really didn't forget about her. Demon Realm, inside the Demon Emperor's Palace Hall. On clattering sound. A sound of high heels on the ground roused the Demon Emperor on his throne from his thoughts. You're back, looks like that place has been taken by you and your people. The Demon Emperor let out a loud and authoritative voice. A sexy woman with an alluring figure appeared in the middle of the Demon Emperor's line of sight. The signature smile on her face and the pair of white fox ears were full of illustrations of her identity. One of the 13 great protectors of the demon race, the Fox Spirit Demon King. The Fox Spirit Demon King was ranked second to last within the protectors, only that it was now the last to last because the original last to last Ghost Wing Demon King had died. Lord Demon Emperor, I've heard that fellow Ghost Wing actually died in a trashy place called the Bluestar, and I do have some friendship with him, so please let me travel to the Bluestar to avenge Ghost Wing's death. A flash of ferocity suddenly flashed amongst the Fox Spirit Demon King's eyes. It was obvious that her and the Ghost Wing Demon King's identities were not simple. The four of them drove the van from daytime to nighttime to find the four-winged centipede mentioned inside the quest. Game Boutique Recommendations is the association playing us. Hani cursed while gnawing on a steamed bun. Li Mubai, who heard this, shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. The association is very cautious in releasing missions. The fact that we haven't found that four-winged centipede until now should be because the other party is hiding too secretly. We haven't found it yet." Centipedes all like to hide in shady environments and have an innate resistance behavior to sunlight. Even demonic beasts should be the same. It's normal that they can't be found during the day. Wan Tianla spoke his mind, and this view of his was recognized by the crowd. Yi Feng's divine sense swept through the area, and not to mention, there really was a big centipede. And it was coming their way. And so on. Nope. Suddenly Yi Feng stood up as he realized that this was not a four-winged centipede at all, but a six-winged centipede that had never appeared in the history of Bluestar. Bi-winged centipedes were common in Huaxia and even Bluestar, but four-winged centipedes were transformed by the otherworldly demon race, which meant that normally such creatures couldn't even reach the middle rank. But the one that was charging at them now was a high rank. Although it was only a high-ranking one-star strength, it wasn't something the three of them, Hani, could deal with right now. It's not like you can show off your strength, and the two commonly used ones in the super-ranked magic cards are still on cooldown. If he took out more super-ranked cards, I'm afraid that he would probably be targeted by someone with a heart of gold. However, just as Yi Feng was thinking, the six-winged centipede's 3-meter-long blood-colored figure had already appeared in the air. Hi! Four-winged centipede, I didn't expect you to even come to the door on your own. Eat my little master's stick. Hani threw away the steamed bun in his mouth, and the metal baseball bat Yi Feng had given him appeared in his hand at the same time. Now Hani had given this baseball bat a nice name. Recall the youth stick. Just hit it enough times to send you into a walkabout state reminiscing about your youth. The six-winged centipede's speed increased steeply after it saw someone rushing towards it. One bug and one man came in for a two-way run. Han-yi. Don't! Yi Feng was shocked and hurriedly raised his voice to stop him, but it was already too late. Die for your master. Hani swung out a stick and brought up a strong wind. However, the strike with full power was dodged by the six-winged centipede. Before he could react, the six-winged centipede flew above his head, its centipede feet grasping at his body, and its tentacles then wrapped around his body and flew into the high sky. Wow, Han-yi flew. Wan Tianla looked at Han-yi, who was taken away in the air, and first sighed before reacting furiously. I'll go after it. You guys get the car. Li Mubai turned into a blinding light and flew into the high sky in hot pursuit. Yi Feng, this time also some panic, hurriedly get on the car, a foot throttle directly to the bottom. The van catapulted to a start, bringing up a puff of white smoke. Wan Tianlu froze in place, and after reacting, he chased after the van and shouted. I haven't gotten in the car. I'm not on the bus yet. Whoosh. Han Yi, who was tightly bound by the six-winged centipede, couldn't help but shiver as he listened to the air-braking sound that kept ringing in his ears. Look down and then look at the bottom has become the size of Ant's vehicle is more heart-shivering. The baseball bat in his hand was gripped tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that this baseball bat was too heavy, he believed that the six-winged centipede's speed could definitely be faster. As for resisting, how could he dare to resist? This if the centipede grandmaster grasp is not stable, he will not be lightly seriously injured, the heavy body will be shattered. Whoosh! Turned into a golden lightly Mubai chased after. In order to be able to keep up with this six-winged centipede, he even ate the elixir that should only be eaten when Fong gave him to save his life. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. This golden light in the night sky was particularly dazzling, as if a shooting star crossed the sky. Buzz! Fong weaved through the city roads, looking at the golden light point in the air that was getting farther and farther away with a clench of his teeth. Spell it out. Use the spell, Windwalker. In an instant, the original speed of the car directly skyrocketed to an extreme. Ahead was the highway, and this six-winged centipede was actually flying towards the deserted area. The van ran straight onto the highway, and the railing had opened automatically ahead of time before it even touched the van. The toll collector at the highway intersection was confused. What just happened? However, before she could react, Wan Tianlu rode the white jade spider that had already entered a state of berserkness right behind her, those 6 legs running so fast that they were almost smoking. Wan Tianli's white jade spider would often be fed medicine by Yifeng. Yifeng had always been curious about the demonic beasts of this world and wanted to try if the medicine given to spirit beasts in the immortal cultivation world had any effect on the demonic beasts of this world. Without a doubt, Wan Tianli's white jade spider became his best test subject. It was as if taking too much medicine had led to the fact that these 2 white jade spiders had now more or less broken away from their original bloodline limitations, and had become a kind of oddball special existence. In a luxury sports car, a man in his late 20s was talking to a girl. The girl is dressed very pretty, wearing a low-cut dress, the man while driving while looking at the beautiful woman beside him that snow-white chest part from time to time. Is it true what I heard about sports cars being fast? The beautiful woman looked at the man with a flirtatious look that made the man swallow. Of course, there's no car faster than a sports car inside the city. The man is a bit proud. Small sample, their millions of dollars of luxury cars still cannot take a chick like you? Looking at the man, a look has been their own confused live on the set of appearance. The beauty of the mood is very good, really their own this face is not in vain, easy to catch this kind of rich son of the man. Your own future abundance is just around the corner. A golden light flashed in the air. The beautiful woman in the car just wanted to send out a sigh of relief, a Wuling Hongguang van, but in this sudden overtaking speeding past, only to leave a string of white smoke in front of the sports car. The man driving the limousine was confused. Had he just blinked? Surprised to see a Wuling Honda overtake their multi-million-dollar sports car? It can't be. An illusion. This has to be an illusion. Yet the next moment, Wan Tianlu appeared next to his car riding a white jade spider whose body was already blood red. Spider rider? The man let out a shriek and slammed his foot right on top of the brake on the freeway. Looking at the spider knight that gradually disappeared from his sight, he only felt that the things in front of him were so unreal. The cosmetic beauty on the passenger side crashed headfirst into the passenger side countertop in front of her because she braked too fast. The high bridge of the original plastic surgery nose instantly bent and collapsed. You're stupid. What are you doing braking on the highway? The woman couldn't hold back her foul mouth, while the man in the driver's seat was still in a state of confusion. Since then, the urban legend of the car gods Wuling Hongguang and Spider Rider has been circulating inside the luxury car circle. A rich second generation also after this do not play luxury car but focus on remodeling the Wuling Hongguang, hoping that one day also built in that night exactly the same performance of the Wuling Hongguang. The 6-winged centipede began to swoop down towards the ground, while the landing site was in the middle of a small mountain located in a deserted area. Han Yi was brought into the middle of a cave by the 6-winged centipede. A bloody odor filled the tip of Han Yi's nose. With the help of the weak moonlight, Han Yi could see that the cave was filled with corpses, and the 4 6-winged centipede larvae were weaving in and out of the corpses. The game fine recommended that he was caught in the centipede nest. This guy was definitely planning to eat him. Hiss. The 6-winged centipede let out a hiss as its sharp teeth tore toward Han Yi's neck. Bang! Han Yi lifted his leg and kicked. He thought that he could make the 6-winged centipede retreat some distance by his own strength. however, his foot kicked on the six-winged centipede's abdominal armor, but it was just like kicking on an iron plate. His opponent didn't move a muscle, and his legs went numb first instead. Pust. Hani stretched out his hands to firmly grasp the sharp teeth of the centipede that wanted to tear his neck, and blood flowed down his palms. That thing's got some sharp teeth. Glancing at the metal baseball bat that fell not far away, Hani wanted to draw his hand to pick it up, but he was unable to do so. Now all he had to do was let go of even one hand and he would absolutely land on his head. The six-winged centipede's body wriggled, and soon a tilt of the head directly lifted Hani from the ground, and with a thud smashed heavily on the rock wall not far away. Pinned to the wall, the sharp teeth of the six-winged centipede were getting closer and closer to his neck, and just when he thought he was going to be finished, a blinding golden light suddenly lit up. Bang! Li Mubai struck a flash kick on the six-winged centipede's head, who knew that the other party didn't even move and didn't even give a damn about him. Boom! The six-winged centipede flung its tail in a single motion, so fast that Li Mubai couldn't react at all. In an instant, Li Mubai felt as if he had been hit by a large truck and directly flew out of the cave as a meteor. At the same time Li Mubai flew out, a Wuling Hongguangban stopped at the entrance of the cave. Yi Fong suddenly rushed into the cave, and the long sword in his hand flashed coldly. In an instant, the sharp teeth of the six-winged centipede were chopped off, and Hani got a chance to catch his breath. Hiss! The six-winged centipede let out an angry roar as two streams of venom shot towards the duo. The long sword in his hand struck two sword chi, the venom was dispersed and fell on the surrounding ground with a burst of white smoke and an ear-piercing sound. I'm not acting. A magic card suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's hand. A blast of earth mist whistled out from inside the recluse Demon King's magic card. The earth mist instantly wrapped the six-winged centipede, and the six-winged centipede that had been flaunting its power just a moment ago now stood still as if it were a statue. The body that should have been alive now began to petrify rapidly and soon became a stone statue. This was one of the transported Earth Demon King's original demonic spells, but unfortunately, he was crushed the entire time he was fighting Yi Fong and didn't have the time to use this magic at all. Petrography. Brothers! I'm coming to save you. Wan Tianluo rushed into the cave on his white jade spider. The moment he departed from the alabaster spider, the poor spider couldn't hold on any longer and flopped over, foaming 6 feet in the air. I'm exhausted. It's already fine, fortunately Yi Fong has a lot of cards in his hand, or else I would really be in trouble today. Hani gasped for air, only feeling that he had gotten this life back for nothing. Wan Tianluo looks at Han Yi, whose hand is still bleeding with some guilt that he came too late to cause Han Yi's injury. Rushing over to help recover from his injuries. But soon Wan Tianli's original guilt dissipated as he unexpectedly saw 4 six-winged centipede hatchlings. Half an hour later, the three left the cave and got into the van. What a close call today. Han Yi couldn't help but sigh as he recalled what he had experienced this evening. Yi Fong gently nodded his head to indicate that he was right, while Wan Tianlu was hugging a six-winged centipede cub with a fierce kiss of joy. Chatting away they suddenly realized something was wrong. What about Mubai? At this time in the trees a kilometer from here. Somebody help me. Li Mubai was hanging from a tree and could not move at all with multiple fractures on his body. How can one describe the present situation as miserable? Shortly after, the three found Li Mubai, and Wan Tianla took out the coffin and threw him in after carrying him on his back. Do you bastards realize that just now I've started to walk the plank? I almost thought I was going to hell to have tea with the king of hell? Inside the coffin, Li Mubai's breathless complaining voice kept coming out, and the three people who heard it all had a look of I didn't hear it, it's okay with me expression demeanor. Other side. Shortly after the four left, Ouyang Shui found this cave through the information given by Su Mingchuan. Looking at the stone statue in front of him he fell into deep thought. Ouyang Shui, what big storms have not seen, directly calls Su Mingchuan to say. The six-winged centipede has been turned into a stone statue after being struck by magic, and now the blood sample is gone, or else I'll knock you a piece of the stone above and bring it back? Su Mingchuan. No need, although the mission was not completed by you, but our many industries in the capital of Hope really have no one to manage them now, so you can choose one to manage it, and it can be considered as a contribution to our demon god palace. Su Mingchuan was now quite helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that most of the people he could contact in the capital of Hope were now out of contact, and all of the high-ranking members had ascended to the heavens, could he reuse a middle-ranked mage? Still a young college girl. Ugh. A long sigh escaped his mind. Tired, destroy. At 6 o'clock the next night, the four people who were playing poker in the dormitory suddenly received a message at the same time. Shi Xianbing initiated a private chat through the group. Shi Xianbing, 6:30, meet me at Rujin Grill in front of the school, there are some things I want to talk to you guys about. Each of them received one of these private chat messages. The three of them subconsciously looked at Yifeng after glancing at the cell phone. The meaning was obvious, they wanted to listen and see Yifeng's opinion. Why don't we go if we're invited to eat and drink for free? Yifeng smiled faintly, and in the middle of his mind, he remembered the words that his old sister had approached him with during the daytime. Older brother, count on me to beg you, tonight Xianbing might find you guys to go out for dinner, you guys must go, Xianbing will definitely change his attitude this time, you guys must go to the appointment. Although Yifeng didn't know what tricks this Qi Xianbing was playing, but his old sister had said so, what else could he do? One's old sister should give face or should have to give some. In the capital of Hope, a spatial crack suddenly appeared high in the sky. A beautiful woman with a delicate figure stepped out from it. The Fox Spirit Demon King revealed a smile as he looked at the thriving city below. She was different from that violent monster, the Ghost-Winged Demon King, who thought of going to solve everything by force. What they, the Fox Spirit clan, were best at was disguising and compelling people, so that the people on a planet would have an infighting, and finally destroy themselves. They would then sit back and reap the benefits. All of you blend into the capital of Hope, I shouldn't need to teach you what to do, right? I'll wait for your good news. 15 Fox Demons stepped out from the spatial rift, each with super rank strength. The capital of Hope under the Dark Night is still prosperous, however, no one knows that at this time, the capital of Hope has already mixed in 15 super-ranked otherworldly demons, and there is a high probability that they are your sidekicks. Yifeng got up and left the dormitory after the four of them finished the last round of poker. The game is recommended because today is a Saturday, the school has no classes, so the streets near the school are quite a lot of people. The four of them went to their appointment and arrived at the Rookin' Grill. Obviously, Qi Xianbing had already greeted them in advance, so the four of them were quickly brought to the 888th private room by the waiter. At this moment, there was a person sitting inside the private room, and it was no other than Qi Xianbing. Qi Xianbing's expression was as cold as ever, only that there was a hint of a different color among his eyes. You guys order what you want to eat. The four people who heard this didn't hesitate, and directly began to frantically order skewers. The waiter took the menu and left the room after taking the food order. After there were no outsiders inside the private room, Qi Xianbing hesitated for a moment, not knowing how he should speak. What do you want from us straight away? You've had a meal to talk to us about what you have to say. Yifeng could see Qi Xianbing's mind, and the other three also showed a rare serious look at this time. Han Yi and Li Mubai weren't giving face to Qi Xianbing, they were giving face to Yifeng. Qi Xianbing spoke faintly after scanning the four, you guys shouldn't have any knowledge of my origins, I'm different from you guys, I have things to carry, so I have to gain fame, only then will I be able to accomplish what I'm carrying. You mean you're special? Li Mubai came to be interested, he was really curious about how special this Qi Xianbing's identity could be. My family is a large family, because of genetic reasons almost everyone in our family will have an extremely strong ice attribute talent, and in my generation, although I have the strongest talent, it's a pity that I'm a woman. My father is the head of the family, only has me as a child, women in our family are not allowed to inherit the position of the head of the family, so even if my talent is as good as it is there are still a lot of people who don't approve of me becoming the leader of the family in the future, but as long as my fame is big enough to make all the people in the family to submit for me, then not only can I become a leader of the family, but also I can make the family that has already declined a little bit to go back to the top again. Qi Xianbing's fists were clenched tightly as she said this, and this was why she wanted so much to prove herself through the World Battle Team tournament later on. Your surname is Qi? According to what you said, there seems to be only one family that can fulfill the requirements, the Qi family, one of the four great families in the central domain. Li Mubai leaned back in his chair, the folding fan in his hand snapped open, his eyes filled with tears and laughter. You actually know my family? You're from the capital? Qi Xianbing was slightly surprised. In reality, Li Mubai's identity was only known by a few senior officers within the entire school, and most of the students were unaware of it. This includes Qi Xianbing. I'm sort of from the capital, I guess. I've been going to school in the capital until junior high school. Your Qi family is at the bottom of the list within the four big families, and likewise, within the four big families, it's only your Qi family that's fighting within every day, and you're too idle to do anything about it. How do you know so much about my family? Qi Xianbing's brows were tightly locked, and his eyes were filled with scorn and doubt amongst them as he looked at Li Mubai. Reintroducing myself, my name is Li Mubai, the second son of the Li family in the capital. Li Mubai closed the folding fan in his hand, he didn't even know how many years he hadn't told his birth. It's almost like I've even forgotten that I have this layer of identity. The reason for this may be attributed to the fact that he has been hanging out with his 3 best buddies for a bit too long, causing him to forget his ridiculously powerful origins. For the first time, this was the first time they saw a shocked expression from Qi Xianbing's face. The Li family, the number 1 family in the capital. The reason why the Li family was number 1 wasn't because of how terrifying their inherited talent was, but because of their business and connections. Almost all areas of China have the Li family forces. The Li family is not only commercially developed, but also focus on cultivating talent, even non-relatives. As long as you have the talent, have that heart, the Li family C will be funded to help. It could be said that more than half of the experts from poor backgrounds in China had been helped by the Li family in one way or another. As the former head of the Li family said, even if the Li family is rich, they can't forget who their enemy is, and cultivating talents is just to give Huaxia more confidence in the confrontation with the otherworldly demon race. This generation of the Li family is distinguished as a man and a woman. The Li family's eldest son is mainly responsible for martial arts, and the eldest young lady is responsible for literature, that is, doing business. While the third child of the Li family head, the Li family's second son has never appeared in the world's vision, it is said that because of this some of the pendulum, and its brother and sister do not want him to get involved in the family things inside the life of Too Tired. It looks like what I just said was about as good as a clown in front of you, so back to the present. After Qi Xianbing calmed down, he faintly said, I know that your pursuit of fame isn't very big, but I still want to ask you to help me get the qualification for the team to enter the school tournament, and then enter the national tournament and finally the world tournament, and during that time, I can agree to all of your requests, as long as I can do it. Qi Xianbing waited for the 4 to reply with some anticipation inside, and at this time Han Yi, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. We can participate in the battle team tournament, but only if you don't interfere with our business, and also on the tournament field. We won't lay our hands on anyone. We're not like you, who is reckless for the sake of fame. We have our own principles. No problem. Qi Xianbing agreed without even thinking about it. If before she was treating the 4 as tool people, now she was giving them 4 as if they were grandmasters. In order for her to gain fame as the leader of the Qi family in the future, she had no other choice. After dinner, the 4 of them left, and when they left, Han Yi also asked for 50 skewers of meat to bring back to the dormitory as a late-night snack. Inside a unit building near the East Region Magic Academy. Wang Wenba sighed helplessly as he looked at the notice issued inside the academy. Why did you let me be the mentor of the team those 4 oddballs are on? The academy will observe the new team for a period of time after it is formed, and then will send a teacher to act as a mentor to guide the students of the team on a regular basis. Obviously, the battle team that Yifeng's 4 were in met the requirements, but the problem was, who's going? Who dares to go? In the end, the school's senior management unanimously discussed that the teacher who had the most dealings with Yifeng's 4, Wang Wenba, should travel to the past to serve as a mentor. What kind of sins did I commit in my last life? Wang Wenba could not cry, now he could only accept this reality even if he did not want to accept it. The next day, the 4 of them, still sleeping in their dormitory, were suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. With a creak of the dormitory door opening, Wang Wenba then saw another person was lying on the ground inside the coffin sleeping. Only this time it was someone else, it was Wan Tianlu. Wang Wenba is now not surprised, even if the 4 of them are now collectively lying inside a coffin he will not be surprised. Game fine recommendations. Is there anything that these 4 people can't do? The 3 people on the bed all put on their pajamas and got down from the bed to stand in front of Wang Wenba, while Wan Tianla inside the coffin also got up and left the coffin and put it away. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Wang Wenba was really feeling a headache. What does Mr. Wang want with us? Li Mubai was full of smiles, as if he was a sunny and cheerful big boy, but unfortunately, inside the school teacher besides Wang Wenbo there was no teacher who was more familiar with the 4 of them than him. From now on I'll be the mentor of your battle team. The 4 of them were astonished at the words. How are they going to skip class if they all have to have instructors watching their training from now on? Wang Wenba saw the thoughts of the 4 and said somewhat helplessly. I'll just manage you guys more these days. You're going to go over to the eastern region border for actual combat training in a few days. If your performance is excellent, the school will continue to cultivate you guys as a battle team, and I'll still be your mentor. And if your performance is not particularly excellent, the battle team will still be there, but I can choose not to be this mentor of yours. The 4 of them sniffed with an expression of sudden realization, and were just about to continue saying something when they were interrupted by the other party. The 4 of you now get dressed for me. I'll take you to training. I've long heard that although everyone in your battle team is good in strength, there is a major cooperation problem, and judging from the fact that I needed to split it into 2 times just now in order to call all of you away, I'm afraid that there is a serious problem with the cooperation between you. He'd led war bands before, and while he hadn't led one this odd and outrageous, he figured it would be close to somewhere. Yi Feng's four heard this and hurriedly nodded their heads to indicate that there was no problem. Sometime later, under Wang Wenba's leadership, the four of them arrived inside the training ground that the school had opened specifically for battle team training. The four Qi Bing girls had already arrived at the training ground at this time, and Yi Shuang and Ziling were in the process of sparring. A fire python whistled out from Yi Shuang's hands, and while Ziling used an earth wall to block it, an ice python fell from the air right after it. Yet it was easily dodged by her using spatial movement. Seeing their mentor come over, the two women also stopped cutting. The 8 of you stand in 2 lines of men and women for me. As the voice fell, Han Yi moved the fastest, as if he had triggered a switch in his body's conditioned response. Yi Feng yawned, still looking lazy, looking at Wang Wenba that screamed. The 8 people were divided into 2 teams and stood well. Wang Wenba looked at the 8 people. He was now not very clear about the battle strength of the 8 people and also the battle situation, and it was obvious that trying to correct them now would not work. Everyone except Han Yi sit in the audience. The 2 rows of warriors all dispersed with a clatter, and the only 2 people left on the field were soon Wang Wenba and Han Yi. Wang Wenba waved his hand in the air, and a mid-rank summoning spell formation appeared. He could be more than just a teacher, he was likewise a high-ranking 9-star magician. And his second faculty was clearly the summoning faculty. A middle-ranked 3-star blizzard wolf stepped out from inside the summoning array, its one-person tall body standing across from where Han Yi was, its eyes filled with an uncontrollable ferocity. Han Yi, your task is to defeat this blizzard wolf with all your might in a moment, and it's best if you show me your fighting style so that I can have a clear understanding of you. Don't worry, teacher. Han Yi stuck out his thumb to show that he was absolutely fine with it. Nodding his head, Wang Wenba sat down in the audience and set the alarm. Blizzard Wolf and Han Yi stood opposite each other. Ding! The moment the bell rang, a baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's hand, his reminiscent youth bat. With the metal baseball bat in his hand, Wang Wenba could clearly see that Han Yi's footsteps had gotten a lot heavier. It looks like this metal baseball bat should not be a lightweight. Ow! The blizzard wolf let out a wolf howl, the piercing sound causing Nyesini to subconsciously cover her ears. This was a sonic magic that the wolf clan almost always possessed, and it could interfere with the enemy's mind. Calling your mom. Han Yi was not affected in any way and rushed to the front of the blizzard wolf, the baseball bat in his hand swung to bring up a cracking sound. Bang! The metal baseball bat struck the blizzard wolf, but the opponent suddenly disappeared, drifting away like the wind. Middle-ranked magic, wind shadow. The blizzard wolf appeared above his head, its bloody mouth biting at Han Yi, yet Han Yi directly put away his metal baseball bat. Twisting and firing from the waist, he threw a straight right. Bang! The terrifying force directly sent the blizzard wolf flying several meters. Before it could land on the ground, Han Yi's legs formed a bow and catapulted off to suddenly arrive behind it. Bang! Another kick out. The sound of bones breaking suddenly resounded in the arena. Die for your master. When the blizzard wolf was about to fly out, Han Yi grabbed its hind legs and slammed them heavily on the ground. A loud bang rang out in the training ground. The blast wolf disappeared into white light. From the beginning to the end of the fight was just 2 short minutes. Han Yi had unexpectedly ended the fight. This caused Wang Wenba to suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, it also made Nyesini and Yi Shuang, the 2 most normal girls inside the battle team, somewhat surprised and shocked. As far as Han Yi's current strength was concerned, even compared to the seniors of the previous classes, he was no better. Next, Nyesini. Han Yi stepped down and Nyexine walked up to the stage. Wang Wenba summoned a middle-order demonic beast, because it was randomly summoned. This time it was just a middle-order 1-star demonic beast, but even so, Nyesini surprisingly fought for half a day, and in the end narrowly won. The third one up was Li Mubai. Li Mubai's fighting style was mainly to boil a frog in warm water and slowly consume with the opposite side. In the end, all 7 ended, leaving only one Yi Feng. Ow! A tiger's roar came from the summoning array. A demonic tiger whose body was covered with blood-colored patterns came out from inside, its eyes staring tightly at Yi Feng on the opposite side, as if it wanted to eat the other party. Middle-ranked 10-star demonic beast, blood-striped tiger. Teacher, can I not fight? Yi Feng somewhat helplessly turned his head to look at Wang Wenba and asked. Hearing this, Wang Wenba shook his head. He just did it on purpose. Inside the 8 people, the one who actually had the most heaven-defying strength should be Yi Feng, but from the beginning to the end, no one had seen what Yi Feng would look like when he used his full strength. There was more than one teacher at the school who had ever been curious, and he was one of them. All right. Fong was helpless and stood opposite to the bloodstained tiger in a defensive stance. Ding! The bell rang, and before the crowd could react, a golden lotus blossomed on the training table. The bloodstained tiger disappeared into white light, while Fong directly got off the stage and returned to his earlier position to continue playing with his phone.